Hello, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program.
Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Won't you please give this little girl a hand?
Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen, with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
So vote for Gracie to win the presidential racing.
100 million strong, that's right, you can't go wrong, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Well, Gracie, this is probably the biggest moment in your career. Right after the broadcast, we're leaving for your convention.
Oh, yes.
Well, what do you think about it?
Well, in the first place, it's surprising.
Well, let's say, what's surprising in the first place?
The Brooklyn Dodgers.
The Brooklyn Dodgers. Well, aren't you thrilled? The train goes to Omaha in 45 minutes.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Really, it's wonderful.
Used to take 2 days.
Are you excited about all this?
Oh, I'll say. This morning I was so excited that I took a bath in the bathtub and ate breakfast in the breakfast room.
What's so unusual about that?
Well, I usually do just the opposite.
If Omaha's listening in, I'd like to tell them that I've got a headache and I'm bringing her with me.
Yeah, and I'm going too.
Good. Incidentally, Ray, are all your boys packed?
Oh, rather, yes.
Are your musicians taking their wives with them?
No, only their instruments, old man.
Only their instruments?
Oh, yes, they'd be very lonely in Omaha without their instruments, you know.
Isn't even the flute player taking his fife?
Oh, please, George.
Say, Gracie,
Yeah.
got a present for you.
Again?
Every week he's got a present.
Oh, Ray, it's beautiful.
Oh, nothing. Just a little something to throw over your shoulders.
What is it?
Confetti.
Well, wear it in good health.
Thanks.
Frank and Truman, are you all set to go?
Sure, my bags are outside of the elevator.
Yes, so am I, Mr. Vice President.
Frank, I'm not the vice president.
I don't know. You look like a garner to me.
Frank, you know. Frank is almost as funny as a temporary filling.
Ain't it the tooth? Ain't it?
Now, let's see. I checked the trunks. The bags are by the elevator. Gracie's got the tickets.
I'd still have them, too, if I didn't meet that man.
So right after the Man? What man?
And now, don't get excited, George. You
Gracie.
see, I was standing in
Gracie,
front of...
don't tell me you haven't got the tickets.
Why, aren't you interested?
Look, I gave you tickets for Salt Lake City and Omaha. Where are they?
Well, Salt Lake City's in Utah and Omaha's in Nebraska.
Gracie, where are the tickets?
Well, what happened was I was standing in front of the studio listening to two people talking like I always do when I'm minding my own business.
I know.
And a man came over and he tipped his hat and his toupee fell off and he said...
I'm not interested in the man's toupee.
Oh, sure, it's no hair off your head.
What happened?
Oh, well, so he said, aren't you that pretty little Gracie Allen? And, of course, he had me there.
Yes, I'm a bias a little bit.
And then he said, if you're elected president, are you going to enlarge the Navy? And I said, enlarge the Navy? They can hardly get into those tight trousers now. And then he turned to his
Gracie,
face.
where are the tickets?
I don't want to rush you, George, but if you want to make that train, we've got to leave this studio in 12 minutes.
Gracie, where are the tickets? I know that.
I say, George, will I have time to say goodbye to my musicians before we leave?
Goodbye to your musicians. I thought you were taking them with you.
Well, no. Their wives won't let them go unless they take them along.
Well, that's simple. Let their wives go along.
Well, then the musicians won't go, old boy.
Gracie, where are the tickets?
Say, George, you want to hear a laugh?
Yeah. Look, I'm slowly going out of my mind.
You've got 11 minutes, George.
Gracie, where are those tickets?
Well, my little nephew won't need a ticket.
Good.
I packed him inside my suitcase.
Gracie, you packed him inside the suitcase?
Well, that's the only way I could close it. While I push from the outside, he pulls down from the inside.
Try to understand this.
But when I locked it, I left one of his hands sticking out.
You left one of his hands sticking
Yeah,
out?
so he could carry the suitcase.
Gracie, who did you give the tickets to?
The man in front of the studio.
What did he look like?
He looked like he wanted the tickets.
Well, maybe he's still there. I'm going to go out and try to find him.
Losing those tickets, Gracie, has certainly gotten us in a terrible mess.
Yes, it has.
Well, Laura, my kangaroo's in a terrible mess, too.
Your kangaroo.
Yeah, they won't let me take her on the train.
But, Gracie, we can't go to your convention without her. She's your surprise party emblem.
Why didn't you box her and put her in the baggage car?
Well, we tried to, but she boxed right back. She's a boxing kangaroo, you know.
Oh, gee, that's awful.
Awful.
Yeah.
She knocked out the baggage man with one blow
Where did she hit him?
in the caboose.
Well, what are we going to do?
Oh, well, don't worry. I've got it all fixed. Bubbles is going to meet us at the station, and she's got my kangaroo dressed up like a woman.
No.
Yes, with a hat and veil and long black coat and everything.
Is her tail covered?
Yeah, but only for fire and theft. And you boys will have to help me get her on the train.
Did you say she was a boxing kangaroo?
Uh-huh.
Let Truman do it.
No, let Frank do it.
Now, wait a minute, boys. I've got an idea. Let's get George to do it.
Oh,
yeah.
And we'll tell him it's my Aunt Clara.
Sure, he'll be glad to help an old lady.
Especially when she kicks him in the face.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't find the man with the tickets.
Say, George, while you were out, my Aunt Clara phoned that she's going to Omaha with us.
To Omaha?
Uh-huh.
That's a long hop for an old lady.
Oh, well, she won't mind us. She's been hopping around for years.
Gracie, what about the tickets?
Say, George, will you help my Aunt Clara on the train?
You can count me out.
We probably will.
Georgie. Will you help my Aunt Clara on the train?
Well, all right, I'll help her.
Thanks.
You'll love Aunt Clara, old man. You'll get a big bang out of her.
All right, so I'll get a bang out of her.
Right in the caboose.
Gracie, how could you give a strange man the tickets?
He wanted to see the broadcast.
Well, why give him the railroad ticket?
I didn't. Here they are.
You mean you had the railroad ticket?
Sure.
Then why did you let me worry like this?
Oh, well, I thought you were worrying about getting into the broadcast.
Announcing the Big Hand Lotion Special of 1940. Heinz Autograph Special, the big dollar size of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream for only 49 cents. Think of it. Heinz dollar size bottle, less than half price. This is the first time Heinz has ever made this nationwide offer. That big family size Heinz is always an economical buy at $1, but now it's twice as good a buy. You save over 50 cents. You get over twice the quantity for your money. And in addition, you get a Gracie Allen autograph right on the bottle, and it's detachable. This Heinz Autograph Special is being featured right in your own neighborhood. So go to any toilet goods counter and ask for Heinz Autograph Special. The big dollar size for only 49 cents. Stock up now for the whole family, so that you'll have plenty of fragrant, creamy Heinz on hand to soothe chapped hands, tender faces, and sunburned skin. This Heinz Autograph Special is too good a bargain to miss, especially since it's Heinz, the extra creamy, extra softening lotion that's famous for softer, smoother hands. Now, here is Frank Parker.
Thanks, True. Tonight I'm going to sing Cole Porter's outstanding number, Begin the Begin. When they begin the begin, it brings back the sound of music so tender. It brings back a night of tropical splendor. It brings back a memory evergreen. I'm with you once more under the stars, and down by the shore an orchestra's playing, and even the palms seem to be swaying when they begin the begin. To live it again is past or never, except when that tune clutches my heart, and here we are swearing to love forever and promising never, never to part. What moments divine, what rapture serene, till clouds came along to disperse the joys we had tasted. And now when I hear people curse the chance that was wasted, I know but too well what they mean. So don't let them begin the begin. Let the love that was once a pie remain an ember. Let it sleep like the dead desire I only remember. When they begin the begin. Oh yes, let them begin the begin. Make them play till the stars at the very heart. suddenly know what heaven we're in when they begin the begin. When they begin the begin.
Come on, everybody. Let's get into the cab.
Hey, wait for me. Say, do you think Truman and I can squeeze in this cab?
Why, Frank, I didn't know you two cared.
Quiet. Come on, get in. Driver, Union Station.
Okay.
I think I'm going. Screw it.
You've got 8 minutes, George.
Step on it, driver.
Oh, don't forget, George, you're taking care of my Aunt Clara.
Okay.
You know, she's rather nervous, so don't mind her if she's a bit jumpy.
Well, don't worry. I know how to take care of old ladies.
Aunt Clara, you know, just finished a picture.
What picture?
Hop along, Cassidy.
Say, driver, are you sure this is the way to Union Station?
Oh, I'll have to turn around. I thought you said Bureau of Immigration.
Bureau of Immigration? Do I look like an immigrant?
You're wide open for a crack, brother.
Oh. Step on it, driver.
George, would you mind opening the window?
Why, Ray?
Well, I want to look inside the cab.
Look inside the cab. Well, where are you?
Standing out here on the running board.
This cab hasn't got a running board.
Really? Well, don't tell the driver. He sulks terribly.
Get in here. Wonder how long you have to study to become an imbecile.
You've got 7 minutes, George.
Driver, are we getting near the Union Station?
Oh, I missed it again. I thought you people wanted to see the birth of a nation.
Birth of a nation! Get going, get going.
Say, George, are you sure you've never seen my Aunt Clara?
I've never seen her.
Oh, well, you can't miss her. She has on one of those bustles.
Well, what does it look like?
Well, oh, it's a long tail.
Well, then you can tell me some other time.
Yes.
Oh, she's beautiful, George. Beautiful eyes, beautiful teeth, beautiful nose, and boy, what leaps.
What, leaps?
My Aunt Clara.
Your Aunt Clara leaps?
No, she sleeps.
Sleeps?
She creeps.
Creep? What kind of a...
She creeps in her sleep. I mean, she lisps. That's what she does. She lisps.
Oh, she has an impediment.
Yeah, but she traded it in for a Buick.
Wonder how long a person can live without brains.
You've got 6 minutes, George.
Driver, are you sure this is the way to Union Station?
Oh, I bet you people despise me. I thought you said Rooney's Plantation.
Rooney's Plantation. Get going. Why would I say Rooney's Plantation? Faster. Fast. Oh, nuts.
All right, pull over there. Pull over there.
We weren't doing anything, officer.
I know it.
Then why did you stop us?
I'm lonesome.
Well, I'll call you up sometime. Go ahead, driver.
Say, George, have you got all my campaign speeches that I'm going to make on the trip?
Yeah, I've got them right here on my coat
Well,
pocket.
don't lose them. I've got sandwiches wrapped up in them.
Sandwiches?
Yes, Swiss cheese sandwiches.
How can you make a speech while you're eating a Swiss cheese sandwich?
Oh, I can talk through the holes.
Why can't I think of those things?
I've got an apple for you, George.
Driver, step on it.
Why? Do you like applesauce better?
Quiet.
George, can you keep a secret?
Yes?
Those sandwiches in your pocket have mayonnaise in them.
Mayonnaise? How do you know?
It just leaked out.
Ray, will you cut it out? You've got a whole lifetime to make a fool of yourself.
You've only got 5 minutes, George.
Driver, you're going the wrong way again.
Oh, I'll just hate myself in the morning.
Hurry. Hurry!
Say, George, if you've never met Aunt Clara, you've got a kick coming.
A kick?
Yeah, in the caboose.
Caboose? What's this caboose?
Well, Caboose, that's my little nephew's name.
His name?
Yes, of course, we only call him Caboose for short. His whole name is Nincompoose.
Oh, nincompoop. Must be a smart kid.
Well, he was born with a gray hair.
With a gray hair?
Yes.
A lot of gray hair? Just one. Nephew was born with gray hair?
Yes, we come from a very old family.
From a very old script. Yes. Now what's he stopping for?
Hey, Mamie! Mamie!
Who's he hauling up to?
What is it, Orson?
I'm driving these people to the Union Station, and they don't know where it is.
We don't know where it is.
Who are they?
Heinz Honey and Almond Cream people.
Heinz Honey and Almond Cream? What's that?
What's that? It's the best hand lotion that money can buy. It makes rough red hands soft, smooth, and white.
Hello.
You can get it at any toilet goods counter in 10, 25, 50 cent, and dollar sizes. That's what it is.
Attaboy.
You know everything, don't you?
Why, certainly.
And if you're so smart, why aren't you driving a cab?
Come on, driver. Step on it.
Orson, did you have the car fixed yet?
No, it's running pretty good.
What about the dirt?
They're going to the Union Station.
We hope so. Come on, get started. We'll never get to the Union Station.
Oh, yes, we will. And then you'll meet my Aunt Clara.
Can't wait.
You know, the people next door to my aunt's house once put up a 20-foot fence to shut out her view.
Was your aunt sore?
Yeah, but she got over it.
Well, just 2 more blocks and we're there. Well, that's fine. Now it's a traffic cop.
Hey, you with the big nose. Didn't you see me put up my hand?
No.
Didn't any of you see me?
No, we didn't see it.
Darn it, nobody pays any attention to me.
Come on, step on it.
Union Pacific Challenger leaving on track 5 for Las Vegas, Salt Lake City, Sun Valley, Denver, Chicago, and all points.
Oh, what trouble, but we finally made it.
Yes, I'm going to get a magazine. And Truman,
Yes?
will you run over to the information desk and explain to Bubbles that George is going to take care of my Aunt Clara?
Sure, I get it. I'll explain everything.
Good.
What is it, miss?
A copy of Radio Guide, please.
Here you are.
Oh, my, what a pretty girl on the cover. Well, she looks familiar, though. Oh, I know I've met her someplace.
Miss, that happens to be Gracie Allen.
Oh, her. What's she got that I haven't got?
That was a double picture, and they left me out of it. Whatever happened to my face?
Yeah, whatever happened to her? Looks like you fell on it.
Oh, it doesn't look too good. Say, clerk,
Yes, sir?
give me this week a life, a pick, and a look.
Say, George, do you want to click?
Yes.
Well, stop singing Ain't Misbehaving,
Oh,
brother.
quiet.
Here are your magazines, sir.
Thanks.
I say, would you sell me some cigarettes for the boys in my band?
Camels?
Only the drummer, the rest are musicians.
track 4 for South Carolina, South Dakota,
No.
South Bend, and south of the border, down Mexico.
Well, come on, everybody. We better go.
Oh, there's Bubbles.
Bubbles where?
Pulling in on track 6.
Oh, hello, Bubbles.
Well, Gracie, I've got your Aunt Clara standing over there with Truman. Say, Bubbles, you've got on too much mascara. Mascara? This is a black eye.
Well, how did you get a black eye?
I was dancing with Aunt Clara, and she hit me in the eye with her bustle.
With her bustle?
And boy, does she swing it.
Wait. My goodness, Gracie. Don't tell me that's your Aunt Clara over there.
Yes.
Why is she bent over like that?
Well, you see, she used to be a contortionist, and she was in the middle of a act when vaudeville went out.
Well, she certainly looks funny.
Oh, here they are. Hello, Andy.
Here, Gracie, you take care of your Aunt Clara.
All right.
Well, what's this?
Oh, Aunt Clara, this is George Burns.
Maybe it's something she ate. Is something wrong?
Well, she's got a cold.
Oh, she's a little horse, huh?
No, but you're getting pretty warm, brother.
She sounds like she used to be with Shep Fields.
Oh, come on, George. Shake hands with Aunt Clara.
Well, how do you do, Aunt Clara? Ouch! She pretty near broke my hand. She's very strong.
Oh, she ought to be. For years, she's been punching her bag.
My hand feels like a hamburger.
Yo, now, Andy, take it easy.
What makes her jump up and down like that?
Well, you see, old boy, she was born a bouncing baby girl, and she never got over it.
Well, come on, Aunt Clara. I'll put you on the train. Wait a minute.
No,
Aunt Clara's out in front.
Dim like a second. Well, now, come on. We better get on the train. Say, Bubbles, I've never seen my kangaroo act this way before. Are you sure you fed her? She ate a half a bale of hay. Well, did she like it? Like it? She ate my half, too. Well, we better get started.
We're all ready to go. Say, where's George?
George is on the train. Laura's on the train. George is off the train.
Say, George, are you hurt?
Only in the caboose. Well, that was a swell joke, Aunt Clara. Why, that's the kangaroo.
Oh, somebody told you.
All aboard for Omaha.
Well, come on, everybody. Let's get on the train.
Okay, what track are we on, 5?
Oh, well. Now, listen, fellas. What? You gotta help me put that kangaroo in an upper.
Okay.
I thought she had a lower.
Yeah, but her baby's sleeping in that.
Well, come on, boys. Now help me.
Okay.
Well, there she is. Get a hold of her, Truman.
Okay.
Oh. Oh, she knocked out Truman. Grab her, Frank.
I got her.
Oh!
She knocked out Frank. Come here, Laura. Out.
Oh, she knocked out George. Well, Laura knocked herself out.
You know, Gracie, this is the first time you and I have ever been alone.
Oh, I know.
Did you ever think of having a husband all your own?
Well, that's part of my life I'd rather not talk about.
Why, did he and you quarrel?
No,
Was he killed?
no.
Well, what happened?
He married Carol Lombard. Ray, did you ever think of getting married?
Yes, but I only make $20 a week.
Well, that's enough. A week passes very quickly when you're in love.
You know, my drummer's a very lucky man.
Why?
Well, he's got a wife and a cigarette lighter, and they both work.
Oh, that's the first robin I've heard this spring. Ray, do you mind if I move a little closer to you?
I wish you would. This time of night, I always get a little chilly.
When the train stops in Pasadena, we'll get a bowl.
With beans?
No, with you.
Mm-hmm. Say, Gracie, I know a joke about Spanish food.
Why don't you tell us?
Oh, no, I can't. It's too spicy.
I love Spanish food.
Would you like an enchilada?
Yeah, but let's eat first.
I say, Gracie, I'd like to whisper something in your ear.
What is it?
Potatoes are now 12 cents a pound.
Oh, may I whisper something in your ear?
Mm-hmm. What?
So are you.
I say, Gracie, Do you like big weddings or little ones?
Well, without big weddings, you can't have little ones.
Are you going to be married this spring? Then here's a tip that will help your wedding day be a perfect one indeed. Start using Heinz Honey and Almond Cream right now. Then when he slips the ring over your finger, your hands will look smooth, lovely, and feel thrilling to his touch. For Heinz Honey and Almond Cream is extra creamy, extra softening, and contains 2 vitamins A and D. Faithful daily use of Heinz helps keep your hands smooth and pretty in spite of rough, chapping household jobs. And right now is your opportunity to stock up on Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at an astonishing saving. Go to the nearest toilet goods counter and ask for Heinz Autograph Special, the big dollar-size Heinz Honey and Almond Cream, for only 49 cents. Now just think. You save more than half price on this dollar-size Heinz. This offer is good for a limited time only, so get your Heinz Autograph Special now while the getting's good. The big dollar-size Heinz for only 49 cents. And remember, too, with this family-size Heinz, you also get a Gracie Allen autograph. It's right on the bottle, and it's detachable. Ask for Heinz Autograph Special tonight, and use your Heinz faithfully to give you soft honeymoon
The Heinz Honey and Almond Cream program. Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey Gracie Allen with Frank Parker, Ray Noble, the Union Pacific Band, and Truman Bradley speaking.
A tradition strong, that's right, you can't go wrong, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Well, before we start, I want to tell our listeners that we're here in Omaha, Nebraska for Gracie's convention, which will be held Friday night. Right now, we're broadcasting from the Exarban Coliseum in front of thousands of people.
Oh, yes, it's wonderful to stand up here and look out into those wide open faces.
I want to thank Omaha for its wonderful reception, and that goes for all the towns and cities along the way.
Oh, yes, and we traveled on the presidential special.
That's right.
And oh, what service on the Union Pacific, and what a train. Well, in honor of it, George has been wearing nothing but railroad ties.
Gracie, aren't you thrilled? Everybody here in costume, thousands of men wearing beards.
Oh, yes, it's a hair-raising experience.
You said it.
Oh, well, I'm all in from Hollering Beaver. Oh, there's one. Beaver!
Beaver? What's that?
Well, it's a game everybody plays. If you see a man with a beard and you holler Beaver, it's 5 points. And if you see a man with a mustache, it's only 3 points.
Well, what would you get for a face like mine?
A mask.
Well, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Say, George, one of those whiskerinos took me home last night.
Did he make a fuzz over you?
Well, I had to kiss him through a straw.
Well, Muff said. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet the members of our cast. First, our announcer, Truman Bradley. Well, Truman, what have you got to say?
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the Chamber of Commerce, citizens of Nebraska and friends, it fills me with great pleasure to say that you can get at any toilet goods counter in 10, 25, 50-cent sizes.
Truman, we traveled thousands of miles to get here. Didn't you forget something?
Oh, yes, also the dollar size.
Well, that's fine. And now I want you to meet our romantic tenor.
Beaver!
Beaver, quiet. Frank Parker.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank the Secretary of State for this introduction.
I'm not the Secretary of State.
I don't know. You look like Hull to me.
Frank, you said that 2 weeks ago.
Well, you better have an answer for that, brother. You're going to hear it often.
And now I want you to meet our orchestra leader, Ray Noble.
Thanks awfully. And I want to thank the Secretary of Agriculture.
All right, so I'm the Secretary of Agriculture. What's the joke?
Well, I don't quite know, George, but I'm working on it.
Ray, are you nuts?
You'd better think up an answer for that, brother, because I'm going to hear that often.
Say, Gracie, I hear at the Indian village last night that Chief White Buffalo Hide inducted you into the tribe.
Oh, yes, my new Indian name is Princess Malajo.
It's too bad they didn't do anything for George.
Oh, well, don't worry, Truman. In his happy hunting ground, Sitting Bull is watching over George. Because when I'm in the White House, he'll be sitting pretty.
Truman, did you know that Jim Farley was made a member of the Omaha tribe?
Yeah, but they scalped him.
That's rather a bold statement. Come in.
Oh, Beaver!
Quiet. What is it, mister?
Miss Allen, here are the 19,000 straws you ordered.
19,000 straws?
Oh, well, I'm going out in the audience and take a straw vote, if you know what I mean.
I think I know it. Sort of a mouth-to-mouth canvas.
Yes.
Miss Allen, as they say in Omaha, ta-ta.
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 Ta-ta-ta, 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 ta-ta-ta.
Where did that come from?
From the picture of the same name.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet the rest of our cast. And here they are, Bubbles Kelly.
Thank you, and I'm very glad to be here. You know, I was born in this part of the country.
Where, Bubbles?
Missouri, Kansas, and Nebraska.
Well, that's you all over.
Now, you better be careful with those cracks, partner. I've got a gun, and when I shoot straight from the hip. What, from way out there?
You know, Bubbles is really worth a weight in gold.
Now, wait a minute. Fun is fun, but I'm tired of this. I think I've got a little beef coming. Oh, congratulations, boy or girl?
You know, Bubbles never gets off. Look at her. Isn't that a pretty face?
Oh, you know, I love to watch Bubbles laugh. There's so much of her has a good time.
As a matter of fact, the freight agent of the Union Pacific... come in.
Mr. Burns?
Yes?
Me Indian Brave.
Indian Brave?
Me got arrow.
Arrow?
Yes?
Where's your bow?
In my hair.
Well, is there anybody in this program that isn't a complete imbecile?
Oh, coming, old boy,
I was afraid of that.
Gracie, I bought you a present.
From Omaha?
No, from me.
Oh, I just can't wait to unwrap it. Why, it's beautiful. Oh, Ray, you shouldn't have done it. Look, George, this will take your breath away.
Well, what is it?
A package of Sen-Sen.
Ray, don't you ever think of bringing a nice present to a girl?
Well, George, once I took a box of chocolates to a girl, and we sat in the parlor, and she turned down the light.
What happened?
I couldn't find the chocolates.
You know, George, I met a girl last night who was nuts about you, and I just couldn't help making a date for you.
Well, thanks, Frankie.
Yes, and she's a very important person, too. You know, she wants you to take her down to the Jubilee ceremonies.
Golden spikes?
Oh, she's got a mouth full of them.
Frank.
Beaver.
Quiet. With those beavers. Frank, I can dig up my own girls.
Yeah, that's the way they look.
Frank, if you think you can rib me, you're silly. You've got about as much chance of burning me up as Gracie has of being elected.
Oh, yeah? Well, you don't think I'm going to be elected, huh?
No, I don't.
Oh, well, I'll show you. Oh, all you ladies in the audience who are in favor of seeing me in the White House, please hold your husbands up in the air.
Come on.
Wow, what a super value. Heinz Honey and Almond Cream, big dollar size, only 49 cents. Let me tell you, this is the biggest bargain Heinz has ever offered. Never before have you been able to walk up to a toilet goods counter, lay down only 49 cents, and in return get the big dollar size Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. This big economy bottle contains more than twice as much lotion as the regular 50-cent size Heinz. Now's the time for you to get all the Heinz lotion you need for the summer, to help those red, rough hands look prettier, to comfort tender skin after shaving, and to soothe sunburn. You get more than double the usual amount of lotion for your money in this Heinz Autograph Special. And you also get a Gracie Allen autograph. It's on the bottle and it's detachable. This amazing money-saving offer on Heinz Honey and Almond Cream will last for a short time only, so don't waste time thinking about getting Heinz. Go out and get it. Ask at any toilet goods counter for Heinz 49-cent special, the dollar size for only 49 cents. For only a little while longer, 49 cents. And now, Frank Parker. Tonight, Frank has chosen a special convention song written by Walter Donaldson and Johnny Mercer. It's called On Behalf of the Visiting Fireman. Frank?
Blow me down, look at who's in town. Have a chair, there's one over there. Say, how have you been, and how's the next of kin? Fellas, look who just flew in. On behalf of the visiting firemen from Kansas City, let's have a smile on me. On behalf of the gentlemen, slicked up and looking pretty, let's make it 2 or 3. like the governor of Carolina. Call the governor of Carolina South. On behalf of the visiting firemen of any city, let's have a smile on me. On behalf of the visiting firemen from Nome, Alaska, let's have a smile on me. On behalf of the gentlemen who live in old Nebraska, let's make it 2 or 3. Like the governor of Carolina, call the governor of Carolina South. On behalf of the visiting firemen from California, let's have a smile on me. On behalf of our presidential candidate, Miss Gracie Allen, let's have a smile on me. On behalf of old Georgie Burns, slicked up and looking pretty, let's make it 2 or 3. Like the governor of Carolina, call the governor of Carolina South. On behalf of our presidential candidate, Miss Gracie Allen, let's have a smile on me. On behalf of the gentlemen and sponsors of the old Oxar Bend, let's have a smile on me. On behalf of old Alvin Johnson, slicked up and looking pretty, let's make it 2 or 3. Though the men wear whiskers about an inch or 2, it's the style, so there is nothing else to do. On behalf of the gentlemen and sponsors of the old Oxar Bend, let's have a smile on me.
Frank, how can you hold a note so long?
Say, I'm a Kenny Baker with muscles.
Sound more like a Nelson Eddy without riders.
Oh, George, I forgot to tell you, I was out with a fellow last night, and he's coming up here to tell everybody who's going to nominate me Friday night.
Is that so?
Yeah, you know, I've never been nominated before.
I know.
Oh, well, my daddy is half nominated all the time.
You're telling me. Where did you meet this fellow that's coming up?
At the other end of a straw.
At the other end of a straw. Well, who is he?
Mayor Butler.
Mayor Butler of Omaha?
Yes. And after I paid for the sodas, he said to me,
Just a minute. You met Mayor Butler?
Well, yeah, last night. And we were both talking about running the government, and we laughed so much I fell out of the hammock.
Out of a hammock?
Yeah, oh boy, can he swing it.
Swing it? You were in a hammock with the mayor?
Of course.
Well, while this was going on, where was Governor Cochran?
Well, who do you think was pushing the hammock?
Gracie, where did you meet the mayor?
Between 18th and 19th on Chestnut Street.
That happens to be a hot number.
So is the song.
Look, Gracie, all I want to know is Mayor Butler really coming up here tonight?
Well, if he isn't, may I never live to see a third term.
Well, if the mayor is really coming up here, I better get a little speech ready to introduce him. Say, boys, see how this sounds. Ladies and gentlemen, citizens of Omaha, honored guests and friends, I know that you're not here to listen to a speech from me.
Say, George, you want to see the mayor do a one-step.
One step?
Yeah, one step and he's finished.
Too danced out, huh?
No, just a little plump.
Ladies and gentlemen...
Beaver!
Quiet. Ladies and gentlemen, citizens of Beaver... Beavers of Omaha...
Beavers of Beaver.
Beavers of... please, folks, ladies and gentlemen, I know that you're not here to listen to a speech from me.
Hey, Gracie. What is it, Bubbles? I'm not feeling well. I've got a pain. Where? Between 18th and 19th on Chestnut Street.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you're not here to listen to a speech from me. Hello?
Then why don't you shut up?
Wise guy. If he were here, I'd punch him right in the nose.
You'd punch who in the nose?
Wonder what took him so long. I was only kidding, you see.
George, call him Beaver and you'll get 5 points.
Call me Beaver.
No, nice beard you've got on there, buddy. You know, once I had a beard like yours, but I cut it off.
Yeah, once I had a face like yours, but I couldn't cut it off, so I grew this beard.
What's wrong with my face?
You'd better have an answer for that, brother. You're going to hear it often.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, the mayor will love your speech.
Thanks. Ladies...
Oh, you ought to hear the speech he made last night.
What did he say?
Well, he said, does Itsy Bitsy President love great big mayor?
That's a pretty silly speech.
Well, the old gray mare ain't what it used to be.
And I suppose Governor Cochran was still pushing the hammock while this was going on.
No, he was busy snapping his bubble gum.
Gracie, are you sure the mayor's coming up?
Oh, I'm positive,
Then I
George.
must get up with the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you're not here to listen to a speech from me.
Yes,
Gracie.
Ray.
Does Mayor Butler give you presents like I do?
Why, Ray Noble, I believe you're jealous.
Well, not anymore. I've been naturalized.
Naturalized? Where?
Between 18th and 19th on Chestnut Street.
Boys, will you listen to this speech, please? Ladies and gentlemen.
And George is right. If Mayor Butler is coming up here and George is trying to get a speech ready, why, the least we can do is listen to him.
Yeah, fun is fun and George isn't.
Yes. Quiet.
And I mean it. Now, let's give him a chance. And if anyone opens his mouth, I leave.
Ladies and gentlemen.
That did it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know that you're not
Hey,
here.
George, that was pretty rotten of Frank to build you up and walk out on you. Well, I'd be burned up, too, if I were telling people that Heinz Honey and Almond Cream made rough red hands soft, smooth, and white, and somebody walked out on me between 18th and 19th on Chestnut Street. Where does he get that
All
stuff?
right. Ladies and gentlemen.
I'll go out and get him.
Ladies and gentlemen, citizens of Omaha.
George,
What?
George, look, there he is.
Who, the mayor?
No, Beaver.
Look, Gracie, if anybody yells that word once more, I'm going to leave.
What word?
Beaver. That did it. I'm going.
Gracie, I'd tell you a secret if it weren't for this huge crowd.
I can take a hint. So long.
You know, Gracie, this is the first time you and I have ever been alone.
Oh, yes, especially in Omaha. Do you like my convention?
Yes, you've got pretty eyes, too.
Oh, you have too.
Two what? 2 eyes?
Yes, but your ears are more outstanding.
I say thanks awfully.
Say, Ray, I've got a choked up feeling inside, and it's hard to talk.
Is it love?
No, it's my girdle. Ray, did you ever dream of having a home?
Yes.
With me?
No, with the FHA. You know, I'm building a home, and all I need now is a wife.
Well, why don't you get a wife?
Well, how about you?
Oh, I'd rather get a husband.
Would you rather that I had a beard than just my face?
Yes, wouldn't you?
Yes, but it would take so long to raise a beard.
Well, how long did it take to raise your face?
Oh, a long, long time.
Oh, it's a long, long face. When you were a boy, did you ever have mumps?
No, only marbles.
Oh, mumps are they as painful as marbles?
Well, I don't know. I've never sat on mumps, you see.
Oh. I'd like to sit on mumps, and I'd like to eat crackers in bed.
You get a bang out of them?
Only if they're firecrackers.
You know, Gracie, when I get married, I'd like an ivy-covered shack where the roses bloom all year long and sun shines all the day.
Oh, I know just the place.
Where?
Between 18th and 19th on Chestnut Street.
And now we hear the Union Pacific Band under the direction of Dante Pisciotti playing The Old Gray Mare.
Ladies and gentlemen, you just heard a 50-piece Union Pacific band who, by the way, made the train trip with us all the way from Los Angeles to Omaha. And, boys, that was really grand. Yes, sir.
You know, George, every one of them is a union man.
Do they hold union cards, Frank?
I'll say they do. I lost $80 of them on the train trip.
Oh,
Sir George, I was at Creighton University yesterday, and I went through the fraternity houses, and I had more fun. In fact, I must write a letter of thanks to the principal.
Gracie, colleges don't have any principal.
Oh, no wonder I had such fun.
The name of the fraternity was probably Beta Lata Neba.
Oh, well, on
Some
my
joke.
way, yes.
Yes.
On my way to Creighton University, Mayor Butler fell off my handlebars.
Look, Gracie, why don't you lay off Mayor Butler?
Well, why should I lay him off? He's doing a swell job.
Oh, George, I went through Boys Town yesterday, and you know what surprised me the most?
No, what?
Do you know it's full of boys?
Well, what did you expect?
Oh, a bigger laugh.
A bigger laugh, huh? Well, things are bad all over. Boys, I've got to rehearse the speech. Mayor Butler's coming up, isn't he?
Yes,
Well,
yes.
I better get this ready. Ladies and gentlemen, citizens of Omaha, come in.
George Burns and Gracie Allen?
I'm sorry, but we're in the middle of a speech, you see.
Oh, who's that?
I don't know.
I want to welcome you and Miss Allen and the rest of your troop to Omaha.
Well, that's nice of you, kid, but you see, we're busy. Any minute now, I've got to introduce the mayor of Omaha, and I'm rehearsing my speech, but you wouldn't know about that.
What are you going to say, Mr. Burns?
Well, listen to the... Oh, well, listen to them. Ladies and gentlemen, citizens of Omaha, honored guests and friends, I know that you're not here to listen to a speech from me, but without further delay, it gives me great pleasure to present Mayor Butler of Omaha.
Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait a minute. You're Mayor Butler?
Well, I ain't Yehudi.
Gracie, why didn't you tell me this was Mayor Butler? I thought you knew him.
Well, I didn't recognize him without the hammock.
Without the hammock?
Yes.
What hammock?
Well, what I mean is, well, this isn't the man who was with me last night.
Well, who was?
Well, what happened was I was in a hammock with a man, and I told him I was the next president of the United States, and he said, well, if you're the next president of the United States, then I'm Mayor Butler.
I say.
Oh, it's all right. I'm delighted to meet you and Miss Allen. And on behalf of the great metropolis of Omaha, I want to take this opportunity to welcome the surprise party candidate and her entire company, and to extend our heartfelt felicitations. And furthermore, pardon me, Beaver?
Mr. Mayor, where did you pick up that word beaver?
Between 18th and 19th on Chestnut Street.
I don't know. Am I nuts?
You'd better get an answer for that, brother. You're going to hear it often. And furthermore, on behalf of the citizens of Omaha, I would like to ask Miss Allen a few questions about her platform.
Why, Mayor Butler, is it showing?
Forget the formality. Call me Dan.
Oh, now, please, you know you're not allowed to say Dan on the radio.
Don't mind her, Your Honor.
That's all right, Mr. Burns. I think she's very amusing.
Oh, thanks.
There's a big wait here. We can build an auditorium.
All right.
What is his wife
Miss
think?
Allen, would you give me an angle on how to run the government?
Oh, well, now, what does your wife think?
I'm not married.
Oh, say, he's pretty.
Oh, yeah.
You know, when I'm in the White House, I'm going to make you Secretary of the Interior so we can have some X-ray pictures taken together.
Gracie, please.
Miss Allen, if you're elected, will you bring back prosperity?
Oh, Danny, for you, I'd do anything.
That's a load off his mind.
Miss Allen, are you in favor of treaties with Europe and Asia?
Well, no, I'd rather have treaties with sugar and cream. Of course, if you like oatmeal. But personally, I like mush.
Yes, mush is very good with Europe and Asia.
Miss Allen, what do you think of Senator Wagner's latest proposal?
Oh, well, I turned him down. You're more my type.
Gracie, please, after all, he's the mayor.
Miss Allen, what are you going to do about the Federal Reserve?
Oh, if you like them, Danny, I'll be glad to put up a few jars.
Look, will you stop, please?
Miss Allen, I know you won't have any trouble with the Senate after you're elected, but will you be able to manage the House?
Oh, Danny boy, for you, I'd even scrub floors.
Look, don't mind her, Mr. Mayor. You see...
Have you got an aspirin, brother?
Well, yes, I always carry them, Your Honor.
Would you mind getting me a glass of water?
Oh, gladly, Your Honor.
You know, Gracie, this is the first time you and I have ever been alone.
Oh.
Washing, ironing, cooking, cleaning. So many household jobs are terribly hard on your hands. They look red and sandpapery, your fingers rasp on everything you touch. But don't give up. You can help your hands definitely and quickly. Even one application of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream leaves your hands feeling smoother, looking softer. And don't forget, right now, you can save money on Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. Right now, and for only a little while longer, you can get the big dollar size of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream for only 49 cents. A super value. The dollar bottle of Heinz is always a money-saving value, but now at 49 cents, it's the kind of buyer's opportunity that you can't miss. And in addition to saving over 50 cents on Heinz, you also get a Gracie Allen autograph. It's on the bottle and it's detachable, ready to go into your autograph collection. Hurry up now. Get Heinz Autograph Special while the getting is good. The big dollar size for only 49 cents. What a bargain it is. So go out and buy Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at half price right now while this 49-cent special lasts.
Well, Gracie, sing a little song.
Vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Won't you please give this little girl a hand and me? Even big politicians don't know what we do. Gracie doesn't know either, but neither do you. So vote for Gracie. To win the presidential race, 100 million strong. That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie. Keep voting all day long.
Keep voting all day long. Keep voting all day long. Fill up the lollipop. Keep voting all day long.
Gracie. Well, thanks. Would you like to hear Frank Hawker sing my song?
Oh, Gracie. Oh, Figaro, Figaro. Oh, Gracie, there's something you ought to know. I'm for Gracie, to lead the boys of Mary Chasey, 100 million strong.
That's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie, keep going all day long. Now, who'd like to hear George sing a chorus?
Thanks. I'll vote for Gracie, so I could be by myself. Please vote for Gracie, then I'll be happy on the shelf. If she's elected, I'll be neglected. Then I can stay home and play solitaire and get that silly dame out of my hair.
Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie. Vote for Gracie. Won't you please give this little girl a hand?
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
Jack Benny with Murray Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Gentlemen, last night, Jack Benny was in Washington, D.C., where he was master of ceremonies for the annual White House Photographers' Ball. Immediately following the affair, he boarded a plane and flew back to Hollywood. And here he is, Jack Benny!
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And Don, isn't it amazing how you can travel nowadays? Late last night, I was in Washington, D.C., and at 8 o'clock this morning, I was back in Hollywood.
Yes, Jack, the planes they have today really move fast.
They certainly do. It only took 9 hours. But it's a good thing we got in when we did. I was so hungry, I couldn't wait till I got home and had breakfast.
Well, Jack, why didn't you eat on the way in? They serve meals on the plane.
Yes, I know.
And there's no charge for them.
I was so... What? Don.
That's right, Jack. That's right. The meals don't cost you anything. It's included in your ticket.
How do you like that?
Jack, where are you going?
To the TWA ticket office. Somebody's going to take me to dinner. I don't care who it is, but somebody has got to... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. How was your flight back from Washington?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good.
Was it a nice, smooth trip?
Fairly smooth, Mary. Not bad at all.
You didn't get sick, did you?
No, although I did feel a little woozy, going over the mountains.
Well, maybe you overate.
Overate? Mary, I just found out. Don told me.
Told you what?
Never mind. I'll explain it later.
Well, Jack, tell us, how was the affair in Washington? I'll bet it was pretty classy, huh?
Classy? Don, you've never seen anything like it. The people I met, it was positively thrilling.
Who was there, Jack?
Who was there? President Truman, Vice President Barkley, General Eisenhower, General Bradley, Secretary of the Treasury Snyder, everybody.
Ah, Jack, that must have been wonderful. How did you feel when you met President Truman?
President Truman? Well, I didn't get to meet the president. You see, on my way over to shake hands with him, I came face to face with Vice President Barkley.
Oh, then you met the vice president.
Well, no. Just as I was about to say hello to the vice president, General Eisenhower came in, so naturally Mr. Barkley went over to greet him. And, kids, what a guy that Eisenhower is. What a personality. And so democratic. He shook hands with everybody.
Well, Jack, I certainly envy you. Years from now, you'll be able to say, I shook hands with General Eisenhower.
Well... You see, Don, when General Eisenhower and Vice President Barkley were talking, I was going over to shake hands with them when in walked Dean Acheson. And naturally, I couldn't ignore the Secretary of State. He's really an impressive man. He makes everybody feel so relaxed, so at home.
Well, I'm glad you got to meet Mr. Acheson.
Huh?
You did meet Dean Acheson, didn't you?
Well, when Mr. Acheson walked in, I rushed over to him and stuck out my hand.
What did he do?
He handed me his coat, so I hung it up. It was an awkward situation.
Well, Jack, when Mr. Acheson handed you his coat, why didn't you tell him who you were?
Well, I didn't want to embarrass him.
You didn't want to return the tip, either.
Yeah. Eisenhower gave me nothing. Anyway, it was a very exciting affair, and I was certainly glad to be there.
Jack, do you mean to say that of all the important people who were there, you didn't get to meet anybody?
Didn't get to meet anybody. For your information, sister, I spent most of the evening talking to David Quimby.
David Quimby? Who's he?
Well, if you don't know who David Quimby is, I'm not going to tell you. You ought to keep up on your national affairs, kid.
Who else was there, Jack?
Well, there was Air Secretary Symington, Senator Taft, Dr. Gallup, and... Oh, I must tell you a funny thing, Don. Last night after the dinner, Dr. Gallup was the first speaker, and he kept calling the president Tom. He just can't get over it. It's too bad you couldn't...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis. I was just telling Don and Mary about Washington.
Washington?
Yes, I was the master of ceremonies at the White House photographer's ball.
You horn in on everything, don't you?
I didn't horn in at all. I was invited. And you know who else was there?
Who?
President Truman, Vice President Barkley, General Eisenhower.
Gosh, Mr. Benny, you're really important, aren't you?
Yes, sir. I guess I am.
Oh, don't be so modest. I'll bet you could go out now and get your own show.
Dennis, I'd like to ask you a question.
Okay, sit down, kid.
I don't have to sit down. I just want to ask you one question. Who's the star of this show?
My mother thinks I am.
Well, this is getting me nowhere. So come on, star. Let's have your song.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
I'm Jack Benny.
Here you are.
Thank you. Hey, boy.
Yeah?
You didn't wait for me to give you a tip.
The last time I waited, the office sent out a St. Bernard.
What?
Before I got back, the brandy was 20 years old.
Never mind. Goodbye.
Jack,
What?
you dropped a telegram, so I opened it. It's from Washington.
From Washington? What does it say?
Dear Jack, I'm sorry I didn't get to talk to you longer, but I had 3 people waiting for a haircut. Signed, David Quimby.
me? Never mind. Sing your song. Mary, stop staring at me.
I peeked in to say goodnight, and then I heard my child in prayer, and for me some scarlet ribbons for my hair. All the stores were closed and shuttered. All the streets were dark and bare. In our town, no scarlet ribbon, not one ribbon for her hair. Through the night, my heart was aching. Just before the dawn was breaking, I peeked in, and on her bed, in gay profusion, lying there, lovely ribbons, scarlet ribbons for her hair. If I live to be 200, I will never know from where came those lovely scarlet ribbons for her.
That was Scarlet Ribbon, sung by Dinah Shore. And, very good, Fanny. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our featured attraction tonight, we're going to do a very important sketch. Dennis, you're going to be in it. You too, Mary, and Phil. Phil.
Just a minute, Quimby. I'm fixing up the music for the sketch you're going to do.
You're what?
You heard me. I'm fixing up the music. Right now, I'm going over the trombone player's part.
You? You're going over the trombone player's part? You don't know one note from another.
Who has to know notes?
What?
I'm going over it with a damp rag. He spilled beer on it.
Well, that you can do, yeah. Phil, why don't you get rid of these fellas? Get yourself another band.
Get rid of my boys? Frankie, Charlie, Cornelius?
Cornelius?
Well, not on your life, Jackson. These boys have stuck to me through thick and thin. The rough going, the one-night stands, the lean years.
Well, Phil, that reminds me of something I've always wanted to ask you. Why did you form an orchestra in the first place?
I had to, Dad.
You had to?
I had to. I wrote a little gem called That's What I Like About the South, and no other band would touch it with a fork.
With a fork isn't in here at all, you know. He had it. Well, in this case, necessity was the mother of nausea. But seriously, Phil, do you mean that all of your boys have been with you right from the start?
Yes, sir, Jackson, and that's why I wish you'd quit picking on them. They're conscientious musicians. They worry a lot.
Worry?
Sure. Now, take my drummer, Sammy, up there. Only 3 months ago, he had a full head of hair.
Only 3 months ago, and he's that bald now? Phil, what was he so worried about?
They said something nasty about him in Downbeat.
Oh, well, that's a shame. You know, Phil, it's bad enough to be that bald, but why does he wax it? Anyway, Phil, we have a very important sketch to do tonight, and you're in it. You, Dennis, and Mary. Mary, will you hand me the scripts? They're under the table.
Sure, Jack. Here you are.
Thanks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we really have a surprise for you. For our feature attraction tonight, we're going to do our version of that thrilling radio mystery series, The Whistler. Wait a minute. Who are you?
I am the Whistler. I walk by night. I influence the lives of innocent people. And sometimes I even drive them to murder.
Well, I'm certainly glad you dropped in because tonight you can help me with the sketch we're going to do.
Jack, who are you talking to?
That man right there.
What man? I don't see anybody.
That man right there who was whistling.
Whistling? I didn't hear anybody, Jack.
Are you kids crazy? I'm telling you, there was a man standing right there. Dennis, you saw him, didn't you?
Yeah, he was a kind of a mysterious-looking fellow with a brown suit and a scowl on his face.
That's right. And what was he whistling?
Dear hearts and gentle people.
He was not! It was the Whistler's theme song.
Jack, what's the matter with you? You didn't see anybody, and neither did Dennis.
Well, I thought I did. Maybe it's because I got my mind all wrapped up in the play we're going to do. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we now offer you our version of that blood-curdling, thrilling radio murder mystery, The Whistler.
The lives of innocent people. I even drive them to murder. Let me take you to the home of Mr. and Mrs. Park, Gwendolyn and Griffith. As we look in on them, it's morning. And the sun is coming through the window. Nothing can stop that California sun. Mr. and Mrs. Parks are having breakfast. They are happy, but not for long. For I am the fiddler.
Gosh, Gwendolyn, this is a wonderful breakfast. I'm sure glad I'm married to you.
So am I, Griffith.
Where are the children?
We have no children.
Oh, then who is it that's always bringing me my slippers?
Our Cocker Spaniel.
Oh, the money I've wasted to have his teeth straightened.
Griffith, I have a surprise for you. My mother's coming to live with us.
Oh, bully, that's wonderful.
See, they're happy. But I'll change that.
Gwendolyn, when is your dear, darling mother coming?
Tomorrow.
Oh, I'm glad you told me in time. Now I can buy her a present. I wonder what I should give her.
Why don't you give her a hit on the head?
No, Gwen, your father gave her that last year.
What did you say, dear?
I just answered your question.
But I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought you did.
You see? I have them confused already.
Well, I better finish my breakfast.
Yes, here's a great big bowl of cereal. Wait, I'll pour the cream on it for you. You can take your fingers out of your ears now. They've stopped crackling. Now, eat your cereal.
Gee, that was a stubborn little one, wasn't it?
It certainly was, darling.
Darling. Come on, slug her with something. I've got other homes to break up.
What did you say, Griffith?
Oh, I didn't say anything. My mouth was full of the breakfast of champions. So I better finish my breakfast and hurry to the office.
Yes, Griffith. Hurry to your office. While your wife, Gwen, waits at home for her sweetheart, the milkman. She adores him. Look. He's coming up the walk now.
Won't you come with me to Alabama and let's go see my dear old mammy?
Shut up! That song drives me nuts. All right, knock on the door. She's waiting for you.
Hello, baby.
Hello, Clyde. I've been waiting for you. Come on in.
Well, wait a minute. I got to get rid of this milk.
Why don't you drink it?
Who, me?
Go ahead, Clyde. Drink it. It'll be good for that pool table complexion. With those side pockets under your eyes.
Come here, baby. Pucker up. Give me a kiss.
Why, sure, Clyde.
Lay one on. Really thrills you, eh, baby?
No, you're holding that cold milk bottle on my back. Oh, Clyde, you're so wonderful. Kiss me again.
You see? She's crazy about Clyde. Everybody's crazy about Clyde. But I'm the one they invited to Washington.
Gee, Gwen, I wonder what your husband would say if he caught you kissing me, his best friend.
Oh, I'd tell him you're congratulating me on my birthday.
But you've told him that 28 times this year. Ain't he getting wise?
No, but he's getting mad buying me all those presents. Gee, Clyde, you and I could be so happy together if it weren't for my husband.
Now you're on the right track. Well, go ahead. Why don't you kill your husband?
Clyde, I just got an idea.
So did I.
Let's kill Griffith. It must be love. We said it together.
That's it. Now we're getting somewhere. Go ahead. Kill him. Kill him! You shut up! And take those braces off your teeth.
Gwen, I know how to kill your husband.
How?
Let's open the window and smog him to death.
No, Clyde, I have a better way. When he comes home, you hide in the closet. When he hangs up his coat, you can strangle him. And no one will ever know.
No one will ever know. Except me. For I am the fiddler. The office is closed, and Griffith, the unsuspecting husband, is walking home without a care on his mind.
Gee, it'll be nice to get home to my loving wife, Gwendolyn. I feel sorry for her. She's alone all day.
Are you sure she's alone?
Of course I'm sure. About twice a week, our best friend Clyde drops in, but that's only on her birthday.
Don't be a fool. Your wife is in love with Clyde. Hurry home. You'll find them together.
All right, I'll go home and see for myself. Gee, I better be prepared. Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you!
You see what I mean? Here are three innocent people, and I have planted the seed of suspicion, which will soon grow into murder. Ain't I a stinker?
Oh, pardon me. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm from TWA. Here's a sandwich and keep your big mouth shut.
Thank you.
And now, to get back to our story. Clyde is hiding in the closet, and Griffith is about to enter the house.
Darling, you're home early.
Yes, Gwendolyn.
Stop talking. Ask her about Clyde. Go on, ask her.
Huh?
Ask her about Clyde.
Darling, was Joe here?
Not Joe. That was yesterday. It's Clyde today. Now, come on, Griffith. Come on. You gotta get murdered.
And hurry up or we'll be in the middle of Amos and Andy.
Go on. Open that closet door.
No, I don't want to. I'm afraid.
Come on. Don't be a coward. Open that closet door.
No.
Go on. Put your hand on that knob.
That's it.
Now turn it.
Good.
Now open the door.
Folks, come with me to Alabama. There we'll meet my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs. Ooh.
Griffith, you shot him.
No, Gwen, I didn't shoot him.
Well, somebody did. I wonder who.
Thank you.
Good night, folks.
Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Gentlemen, last night, Jack Benny was in Washington, D.C., where he was master of ceremonies for the annual White House Photographers' Ball. Immediately following the affair, he boarded a plane and flew back to Hollywood. And here he is, Jack Benny!
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, isn't it amazing how you can travel nowadays? Late last night, I was in Washington, D.C., and at 8 o'clock this morning, I was back in Hollywood.
Yes, Jack, the planes they have today really move fast.
They certainly do. It only took 9 hours. But it's a good thing we got in when we did. I was so hungry, I couldn't wait till I got home and had breakfast.
Well, Jack, why didn't you eat on the way in? They serve meals on the plane.
Yes, I know.
And there's no charge for them.
I was so... What? Don.
That's right, Jack. That's right. The meals don't cost you anything. It's included in your ticket.
How do you like that?
Jack, where are you going?
To the TWA ticket office. Somebody's going to take me to dinner. I don't care who it is, but somebody has got to... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. How was your flight back from Washington?
Oh, pretty good.
Was it a nice, smooth trip?
Fairly smooth, Mary. Not bad at all.
You didn't get sick, did you?
No, although I did feel a little woozy, going over the mountains.
Well, maybe you overate.
Overate? Mary, I just found out. Don told me.
Told you what?
Never mind. I'll explain it later.
Well, Jack, tell us, how was the affair in Washington? I'll bet it was pretty classy, huh?
Classy? Don, you've never seen anything like it. The people I met, it was positively thrilling.
Who was there, Jack?
Who was there? President Truman, Vice President Barkley, General Eisenhower, General Bradley, Secretary of the Treasury Snyder, everybody.
Ah, Jack, that must have been wonderful. How did you feel when you met President Truman?
President Truman? Well, I didn't get to meet the president. You see, on my way over to shake hands with him, I came face to face with Vice President Barkley.
Oh, then you met the vice president.
Well, no. Just as I was about to say hello to the vice president, General Eisenhower came in, so naturally Mr. Barkley went over to greet him. And kids, what a guy that Eisenhower is. What a personality. And so democratic. He shook hands with everybody.
Well, Jack, I certainly envy you. Years from now, you'll be able to say, I shook hands with General Eisenhower.
Well... You see, Don, when General Eisenhower and Vice President Barkley were talking, I was going over to shake hands with them when in walked Dean Acheson. And naturally, I couldn't ignore the Secretary of State. He's really an impressive man. He makes everybody feel so relaxed, so at home.
Well, I'm glad you got to meet Mr. Acheson.
Huh?
You did meet Dean Acheson, didn't you?
Well, when Mr. Acheson walked in, I rushed over to him and stuck out my hand.
What did he do?
He handed me his coat, so I hung it up. It was an awkward situation.
Well, Jack, when Mr. Acheson handed you his coat, why didn't you tell him who you were?
Well, I didn't want to embarrass him.
You didn't want to return the tip either.
Yeah. Eisenhower gave me nothing. Anyway, it was a very exciting affair, and I was certainly glad to be there.
Jack, do you mean to say that of all the important people who were there, you didn't get to meet anybody?
Didn't get to meet anybody. For your information, sister, I spent most of the evening talking to David Quimby.
David Quimby? Who's he?
Well, if you don't know who David Quimby is, I'm not going to tell you. You ought to keep up on your national affairs, kid.
Who else was there, Jack?
Well, there was Air Secretary Symington, Senator Taft, Dr. Gallup, and... Oh, I must tell you a funny thing, Don. Last night after the dinner, Dr. Gallup was the first speaker, and he kept calling the president Tom. He just can't get over it. It's too bad you couldn't...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis. I was just telling Don and Mary about Washington.
Washington?
Yes, I was the master of ceremonies at the White House photographer's ball.
You horn in on everything, don't you?
I didn't horn in at all. I was invited. And you know who else was there?
Who?
President Truman, Vice President Barkley, General Eisenhower.
Gosh, Mr. Benny, you're really important, aren't you?
Yes, sir. I guess I am.
Oh, don't be so modest. I'll bet you could go out now and get your own show.
Dennis, I'd like to ask you a question.
Okay, sit down, kid.
I don't have to sit down. I just want to ask you one question. Who's the star of this show?
My mother thinks I am.
Well, this is getting me nowhere. So come on, star. Let's have your song.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
I'm Jack Benny.
Here you are.
Thank you. Hey, boy.
Yeah?
You didn't wait for me to give you a tip.
The last time I waited, the office sent out a St. Bernard.
What?
Before I got back, the brandy was 20 years old.
Never mind. Goodbye.
Jack,
What?
you dropped a telegram, so I opened it. It's from Washington.
From Washington? What does it say?
Dear Jack, I'm sorry I didn't get to talk to you longer, but I had 3 people waiting for a haircut. Signed, David Quimby.
Who's he?
Never mind. Sing your song. Mary, stop staring at me.
I begin to say goodnight, and then I heard my child in prayer, and for me some scarlet ribbons for my hair. Oh, the till the streets were dark and bare. In our town, no scarlet ribbon, not one ribbon for her hair. Through the night my heart was aching, just before the dawn was breaking. I peeked in, and on her bed, in gay profusion, lying there, lovely ribbons, scarlet ribbons for her hair. If I live to be 200, I will never know from where came those lovely scarlet ribbons for her.
That was Scarlet Ribbon, sung by Dinah Shore. And, very good, Fanny. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our featured attraction tonight, we're going to do a very important sketch. Dennis, you're going to be in it. You too, Mary, and Phil. Phil!
Just a minute, Quimby. I'm fixing up the music for the sketch you're going to do.
You're what?
You heard me. I'm fixing up the music. Right now, I'm going over the trombone player's part.
You? You're going over the trombone player's part? You don't know one note from another.
Who has to know notes?
What?
I'm going over it with a damp rag. He spilled beer on it.
Well, that you can do, yeah. Phil, why don't you get rid of these fellas? Get yourself another band.
Get rid of my boys? Frankie, Charlie, Cornelius?
Cornelius?
Well, not on your life, Jackson. These boys have stuck to me through thick and thin. The rough going, the one-night stands, the lean years.
Well, Phil, that reminds me of something I've always wanted to ask you. Why did you form an orchestra in the first place?
I had to, Dad.
You had to?
I had to. I wrote a little gem called That's What I Like About the South, and no other band would touch it with a fork.
With a fork isn't in here at all, you know. He had it. Well, in this case, necessity was the mother of nausea. But seriously, Phil, do you mean that all of your boys have been with you right from the start?
Yes, sir, Jackson, and that's why I wish you'd quit picking on them. They're conscientious musicians. They worry a lot.
Worry?
Sure. Now, take my drummer, Sammy, up there. Only 3 months ago, he had a full head of hair.
Only 3 months ago, and he's that bald now? Phil, what was he so worried about?
They said something nasty about him in downbeat.
Oh, well, that's a shame. You know, Phil, it's bad enough to be that bald, but why does he wax it? Anyway, Phil, we have a very important sketch to do tonight, and you're in it. You, Dennis, and Mary. Mary, will you hand me the scripts? They're under the table.
Sure, Jack. Here you are.
Thanks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we really have a surprise for you. For our feature attraction tonight, we're going to do our version of that thrilling radio mystery series, The Whistler. Wait a minute. Who are you?
I am the Whistler. I walk by night. I influence the lives of innocent people. And sometimes I even drive them to murder.
Well, I'm certainly glad you dropped in because tonight you can help me with the sketch we're going to do.
Jack, who are you talking to?
That man right there.
What man? I don't see anybody.
That man right there who was whistling.
Whistling? I didn't hear anybody, Jack.
Are you kids crazy? I'm telling you, there was a man standing right there. Dennis, you saw him, didn't you?
Yeah, he was a kind of a mysterious-looking fellow with a brown suit and a scowl on his face.
That's right. And what was he whistling?
Dear hearts and gentle people.
He was not! It was the Whistler's theme song.
Jack, what's the matter with you? You didn't see anybody, and neither did Dennis.
Well, I thought I did. Maybe it's because I got my mind all wrapped up in the play we're going to do. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we now offer you our version of that blood-curdling, thrilling radio murder mystery, The Whistler.
The lives of innocent people. I even drive them to murder. Let me take you to the home of Mr. and Mrs. Park, Gwendolyn and Griffith. As we look in on them, it's morning. And the sun is coming through the window. Nothing can stop that California sun. Mr. and Mrs. Parks are having breakfast. They are happy, but not for long. For I am the fiddler.
Gosh, Gwendolyn, this is a wonderful breakfast. I'm sure glad I'm married to you.
So am I, Griffith.
Where are the children?
We have no children.
Oh, then who is it that's always bringing me my slippers?
Our Cocker Spaniel.
Oh, the money I've wasted to have his teeth straightened.
Griffith, I have a surprise for you. My mother's coming to live with us.
Oh, bully, that's wonderful.
See, they're happy. But I'll change that.
Gwendolyn, when is your dear darling mother coming?
Tomorrow.
Oh, I'm glad you told me in time. Now I can buy her a present. I wonder what I should give her.
Why don't you give her a hit on the head?
No, Gwen, your father gave her that last year.
What did you say, dear?
I just answered your question.
But I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought you did.
You see, I have them confused already.
Well, I better finish my breakfast.
Yes, here's a great big bowl of cereal. Wait, I'll pour the cream on it for you. You can take your fingers out of your ears now. They've stopped crackling. Now eat your cereal.
Gee, that was a stubborn little one, wasn't it?
It certainly was, darling.
Darling. Come on, slug her with something. I've got other homes to break up.
What did you say, Griffith?
Oh, I didn't say anything. My mouth was full of the breakfast of champions. Well, I better finish my breakfast and hurry to the office.
Yes, Griffith. Hurry to your office. While your wife, Gwen, waits at home for her sweetheart, the milkman. She adores him. Look, he's coming up the walk now.
Won't you come with me to Alabama and let's go see my dear old mammy?
Shut up! That song drives me nuts. All right, knock on the door. She's waiting for you.
Hello, baby.
Hello, Clyde. I've been waiting for you. Come on in.
Well, wait a minute. I got to get rid of this milk.
Why don't you drink it?
Who, me?
Go ahead, Clyde. Drink it. It'll be good for that pool table complexion. With those side pockets under your eyes.
Come here, baby. Pucker up. Give me a kiss.
Why, sure, Clyde.
Lay one on. It really thrills you, eh, baby?
No, you're holding that cold milk bottle on my back. Oh, Clyde, you're so wonderful. Kiss me again.
You see? She's crazy about Clyde. Everybody's crazy about Clyde. But I'm the one they invited to Washington.
Gee, Gwen, I wonder what your husband would say if he caught you kissing me, his best friend.
Well, I tell him you're congratulating me on my birthday.
But you've told him that 28 times this year. Ain't he getting wise?
No, but he's getting mad buying me all those presents. Gee, Clyde, you and I could be so happy together if it weren't for my husband.
Now you're on the right track. Well, go ahead. Why don't you kill your husband?
Clyde, I just got an idea.
So did I. Let's kill Griffith.
It must be love we said it together.
That's it. That's it. Now we're getting somewhere. Go ahead. Kill him. Kill him! You shut up! And take those braces off your teeth.
Gwen, I know how to kill your husband.
How?
Let's open the window and smog him to death.
No, Clyde, I have a better way. When he comes home, you hide in the closet. When he hangs up his coat, you can strangle him. And no one will ever know.
No one will ever know. Except me. For I am the fiddler. It's evening. The office is closed, and Griffith, the unsuspecting husband, is walking home without a care on his mind.
Gee, it'll be nice to get home to my loving wife, Gwendolyn. I feel sorry for her. She's alone all day.
Are you sure she's alone?
Of course I'm sure. About twice a week, our best friend Clyde drops in, but that's only on her birthday.
Don't be a fool. Your wife is in love with Clyde. Hurry home. You'll find them together.
All right, I'll go home and see for myself. Gee, I better be prepared. Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you!
You see what I mean? Here are three innocent people, and I have planted the seed of suspicion, which will soon grow into murder. Ain't I a stinker?
Oh, pardon me. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm from TWA. Here's a sandwich and keep your big mouth shut.
Thank you.
And now to get back to our story. Clyde is hiding in the closet, and Griffith is about to enter the house.
Darling, you're home early.
Yes, Gwendolyn.
Stop talking. Ask her about Clyde. Go on, ask her.
Huh?
ask her about Clyde.
Darling, was Joe here?
Not Joe. That was yesterday. It's Clyde today. Now, come on, brother. Come on. You gotta get murdered.
And hurry up or we'll be in the middle of Amos and Andy.
Go on. Open that closet door.
No, I don't want to. I'm afraid.
Come on. Don't be a coward. Open that closet door.
No.
Go on. Put your hand on that knob.
That's it.
Now turn it.
Good.
Now open the door.
Folks, come with me to Alabama. There we'll meet my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs.
Ooh. Griffith, you shot him.
No, Gwen, I didn't shoot him.
Well, somebody did. I wonder who.
Thank you.
Good night, folks.
You're listening to HOJO Radio.
Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by Martha Tilton and the King's Men, and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Sing My Heart. Have you ever noticed how it's the little things in life that are the most annoying? Take your automobile, for example. The motor may be hitting on all eight, running like a top. The brakes may be perfect, the tires like new. But if there are some annoying squeaks or body noises that you can't locate, they sometimes get on your nerves. Automobile manufacturers discovered that, and so did the makers of Johnson's Wax, who found that special wax dressings used as a dry lubricant on the rubber gaskets around the doors and elsewhere could cure many of these annoying squeaks. That may seem a far cry from the Johnson products you know and use, genuine Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Car New, and Johnson's New Cream Wax. But it's just another example of the ingenuity with which the makers of Johnson's Wax have developed many special wax polishes and dressings for both home and industry. Next time you go shopping, don't be satisfied with anything but the best. Insist upon the genuine Johnson's Wax polishes. The lady of the house at 79 Wistful Vista is all in a flutter. She has some wonderful news for her husband, who is a little late getting home from downtown. The little man has had a busy day. What with inspecting new building excavations, selecting a cigar, and kibitzing a domino game at the Elks Club. But here he is at last, and we'll see what she's been so anxious to tell him as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
I'm so glad you're home. The most wonderful thing happened today.
Yeah, don't tell me Uncle Dennis moved out.
No. A man came to the door this morning.
The reason I thought it might be Uncle Dennis moving is on account of them two big corrugated boxes he's got in his room.
Well, I know all about them. But let me tell you now, the man that came to the door...
I was in Uncle Dennis's room yesterday, and I happened to shake one of them boxes, and it gurgled.
Well, he keeps his medicine in one of them.
Oh.
He says he never knows when he might get bit by a snake.
What does he keep in the other box?
The snake. Well, now will you stop interrupting me?
Sure. What happened?
Just listen now. An old miner came to the door this morning with the most beautiful hands I ever saw on a man.
What? You mean?
Stop interrupting me, Gee. You'll be talking us out of a fortune.
Oh, but...
It seems that this miner, while digging in his mine for silver, had discovered a vein of clay that turned his callous, tough old hands soft and beautiful overnight.
Oh, but look,
And
Ma,
he'll sell us a half interest in it for only $150. Do you realize that women in this country alone spend $3 billion a year for cosmetics?
Yeah, but Ma...
Do you realize what $50 invested with Henry Ford 30 years ago would be worth today?
Yeah, but...
Really, McGee, I think it's a marvelous opportunity.
Yes.
I say let's do it.
Oh, John, I don't know, Molly. I think this thing ought to be scanned into. I'm inclined to be kind of conservative about investments like this.
Yes, you are.
Well, I am.
How about back in 1932 when you dropped $2,000 in a felt farm? To raise felts for billiard tables.
Well, how did I know it took 7 years for a felt tree to start bearing fruit? This is a different thing. I think we ought to investigate first. I'm not one to plunge into these things without... Who's that?
Let me peek. Oh, it's Mrs. Uppington.
You mean Abigail Uppington? The rowdy dowager?
Yes, the poor man's Mrs. Astor. Come in.
Oh, how do you do, my dear? How's Mr. McGee?
Hi, Mrs. Astor. Uppy.
What are you looking so pleased about, Abigail? You look like the canary that just swallowed the cat.
No. You got that wrong, Molly. You mean she looks like a cat that was about to get the bird.
Oh, my dears, I simply must tell you, I've had the most extraordinary experience, really.
What happened, Uppy? Dennis tell you he could still save a few?
Don't tell me you finished knitting that soldier sweater you started in 1918, Abigail.
No. Oh, no, this was such an odd circumstance. Oh, everyone is going to think I am just the luckiest girl.
They just think of you as a girl. You're lucky.
Well, what is it, Abigail?
Well, my dear, this morning, as I was checking the silver with Crothers, my butler, an elderly miner came to the door, and he had the loveliest hands, my dear.
Oh.
A miner, Abigail?
Yes. Oh, a fascinating character, really. It seems that he had discovered the most marvelous beauty clay while working in his mine, and that if it was marketed, it would mean millions. So, I bought a half interest in it for only $500, my dear. Imagine!
Well, ain't you being kind of foolish, Uppy? Maybe this guy was a gyp artist.
No, McGee. I think Abigail is right. It sounds like a marvelous investment.
Oh, I'm sure it is, my dear. And I flatter myself that I am a judge of Western characters.
Oh.
I spent several winters out in Sun Valley, Idaho, you know.
Oh, yeah. You used to go out there for the winter sports, didn't you, Uppy?
Yes, Mr. McGee, but I gave that up because I never met any. Well, yes, I did meet one, but it didn't last.
Oh. What was the matter with him, Abigail?
Oh, he was a fortune hunter, my dear. Just widow shopping. Oh, but now, getting back to my investment. Do you realize that the women of America spend almost $3 billion annually on cosmetics?
Well, I guess you girls are entitled to powder your noses as long as you're going to be paying through them. But frankly, girls, I think you're all wet on this beauty clay thing. Something tells me this miner is a fakeroo. I'll bet you...
No, don't pay any attention to him, my dear. Oh, no. I know I did the right thing, and it makes me so happy. Oh, I'm such a lucky girl. So lucky.
Lucky. There goes Ducky. So she bit on that wildcat beauty mud scheme, too, did she? I wonder...
Oh, that poor miner.
What do you mean, the poor miner? Why, he found a prize chump in Uppington, didn't he? Why, that guy ought to be reported.
But he has nothing left for himself, dearie. There's only 2 half interests in anything, and if he sold one to Abigail and one to me...
Oh! What's this? You mean you actually gave that horse thief $150?
No, I didn't give it to him. I bought a half interest.
Oh, Molly.
Oh, but I wanted to surprise you, McGee.
Oh, my goodness.
You're always saying that women haven't any business judgment, and I wanted to prove...
Oh, this is awful. Why, that guy's probably sold 27 half interests around this town. I'm going to call the police. No, I'll call the Better Business Bureau.
What for? He couldn't do any better business than he's been doing, could he?
Oh.
The King's Men sing Katie's Inn.
Katie was a lady with elegant social poison. All the girls were jealous of the way she could lead the boys on. This little girlie began quite early to play with dangerous toys. Boys who came to grammar school with feathers in her lid. Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did. And who kissed the little boys and ran away and hid. Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did. Katie never brought her teachers apples every day. Never learned her lessons, but they always gave her A on a report card. Who dug the candy man for candy all the time? Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie didn't need a dime. Katie, 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 Katie went away to college, not in search of knowledge. She was after lots of fun, love, and laughter. Katie, 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 Katie didn't crack a book. Professors took one look. Sad to say they tossed their books away. Who made the football team break training in the spring? Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie didn't, Katie did, Katie didn't do a thing. And who rushed the banker's son and made him steal a kiss? Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie didn't miss. Katie did a lot of things that horrified the nation, just to follow her around with a liberal education. But who got the banker's son and 50,000 quid? Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie didn't. You bet your life she did. She went and joined the 22nd Marines, and you should see what Katie did.
Yes. Okay, Bud. Thanks. We'll come right down to your office, huh? Oh, this is Fibber McCommerce, president of the Chamber of McGee. Huh? What's the matter with you? Don't you hear good, Bud? Oh, never mind. I'll see you shortly, and much obliged. Come on, Molly. We're going down to the Better Business Bureau.
Oh, I think you're jumping at conclusions, McGee. I'm still not convinced this isn't a legitimate business deal.
Yeah? Well, then why should that miner sell you a half interest for $150 and sell Uppy the other half interest for $500?
Well, maybe one half is bigger than the other.
Oh, this is serious, Molly. The people of this town have got to be protected against these racketeers. And by George,
Hi there, kids. Can I speak to you a minute?
Oh. What's on your mind, Mr. Oldtimer?
Whatever it is, make it snappy, Gramp. We got places to go, people to see, and things to do. So don't dally-dilly.
I'll keep you about a minute, Johnny. Just want to know what you kids want for Christmas. Name it and you can have it.
Oh.
Sky's the limit.
Oh.
Yes, sir, you've been good to me.
Oh, now. You mustn't get us anything for Christmas, Mr. Oldtimer. You save your money.
Sure.
Go on, daughter. I'm up in the books now. Anyways, I soon will be.
Yeah?
Just bought a half interest in a beauty clay mine. What's the matter?
Well, Molly, you convinced now?
You win, McGee. The only thing I know of that has 3 halves is a restaurant cantaloupe.
Hey, what is this? If I'd have known you were going to talk over my head, I'd have worn my stilts.
You've been taken for a buggy ride, old-timer, that's all. A nice, old-fashioned, fringe-top, rubber-tired, feet-on-the-dashboard buggy ride.
How much did you pay for your half interest, Mr. Oldtimer?
$75, daughter.
Oh.
It was a squeeze, but I dug it up. Great investment, too. You realize what $50 invested?
30 years ago what Henry Ford would amount to today? Yes, we do.
You've been gypped, old-timer. That beauty clay mine is a fake.
No, don't say that, kid. Don't say it. That $75 was the last cent my boy Rance had in his piggy bank.
How terrible. It wasn't even your own money.
I should say that, daughter. Think I'm going to sink my hard-earned dough in any such silly thing as a beauty clay mine? No, sir. What's more, I'll speak to my boy Rance about this. If he thinks he's going to start lending folks money for any such wildcat scheme, he's mistaken. You wait till I get a hold of that foolish boy.
See, Molly, that miner of yours has sold everybody in town a half interest in his imaginary mud bank.
McGee, I'm really ashamed of myself.
Oh, well, now, don't worry about it. But I'll show that dirty skulldugger he can't do that to any wife of mine. Give me the telephone.
Here, what are you going to do, McGee?
I'm going to call the bank and stop payment on your check. That's what I'm going to do.
Oh, my.
Hello, operator. Give me the First National Bank. Oh, is that you, Mert?
Ask her if she knows what $50 invented with Henry Ford 30 years ago would amount to.
How's every little thing, Mert? What's that, Mert? Your sister threw her husband out the window.
Heavenly days, McGee. Was he hurt?
No, he liked it. He was running to catch a train, and she threw him out the window a kiss. What's that, Mert? Oh, don't answer, eh? Okay, Mert, thanks anyway. The bank don't answer, Molly. But you mark my...
Come in.
Hello. You read Skelton?
No. You read How Green Was My Valley?
No. Small world, isn't it?
Well, the world may be small, but it isn't very exclusive.
Well, this is neither there nor here, Molly. We better get going down to the Better Business Bureau. I'm going to start some action against that phony miner.
Oh, Molly, hey, I just made a wonderful investment.
Oh. You too, Mr. Wilcox.
So you bit on that phony beauty clay racket too, eh, Harlow?
Listen, talk sense, will you? I don't know anything about any beauty clay.
Well, now, what's this investment you're hooping it up about then?
Why, new linoleum for my kitchen and laundry room and dinette and entry. I figured that with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat to protect it and keep it beautiful, it was probably the best investment I could possibly
You mean
make.
you didn't know anything about that fake miner and his miracle muck?
Why, no. No, what's it all about?
Oh, it's a confidence man that's been going around town, Mr. Wilcox. Selling half interest in his beauty clay mine. He claims it made his hands beautiful almost overnight, and that if we put it on the market, all the women in the country would
Oh, that's why women don't need to go to so much trouble to keep their hands beautiful.
Now, take it easy, folks. You know what Confucius say? When advertising is inevitable, sit back and enjoy same. Why, Mr. Wilcox, don't women have to go to so much trouble to keep their beautiful hands beautiful?
Well, look, primarily because beauty is simply a matter of protection. If women don't have to rub and scrub floors, and nowadays they don't because Johnson's self-polishing glow coat has made the care of linoleum surfaces a mere matter of pouring out a little liquid, spreading it around, and letting it dry. Why, there's no excuse for rough, red, scrub bucket hands anymore. Well, you might almost say that glow coat is a beauty treatment for housewives as much as it is for linoleum. Well, I'll see you later.
That guy is so loyal to the Johnson Company that... Say, did you ever notice how straight he holds himself when he walks?
Yes. He's quite athletic, isn't he?
Athletic, my eye. He wears linoleum underwear.
I don't believe it. And anyway, this isn't getting my $150 back.
Oh, I'll pay it, eh? Well, come on. Let's get down to the Better Business Bureau. I'll show that. Well, I said it. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, sis. I can't stop and chew the suet with you now. I got to transact some important business, and
Me too, I betcha.
Huh?
Huh?
I says, huh?
And I says, huh?
Listen, sis, will you please go on home? I got to run downtown and see...
You gonna run all the way?
No, I ain't going to run.
You said you were. And when you tell a little child something, mister, you should never...
Oh, Dad, rat it, sis. I didn't mean I was going to run. I just meant that I was...
You couldn't do it anyway, I betcha. You smoke so much, you're too short-waisted.
You mean short-winded?
No, you're long-winded. But I bet...
Now, look, sis, I haven't got time to stand here and swap vaudeville with you. I got a civic duty to perform. There's a fake miner in town.
Did you ever do any mining, mister?
No, I didn't. And what's more...
You ought to, I betcha.
Who said so?
Everybody. They say it's high time Taylor McGee started mining.
Mining what?
Minding his own business. And they say...
I don't care what they say. And you better get out of here before I take you across my knee.
Oh, will you, mister? Will you, please? Will you?
Will I what? Take you across my knee?
Yeah, and tell me a story.
No, I won't. I told you 100 times I got to go downtown on business. I haven't got time to tell any story.
Not even a short story?
No. Oh, well, all right. Once upon a time, there was a very busy man who was trying to get something done, and he kept being pestered by a little nuisance from across the street. So one day, he took her by the scruff of the neck and the seat of the...
Oh, goodbye, mister.
I'd have done it, too.
Martha Tilton singing Jim.
Why am I sitting alone tonight when I could be out where the lights are bright? It's all because of Jim. It's all because of Jim. Why am I wasting these precious years? Why am I crying these bitter tears? It's all because of Jim. It's all because of Jim. Jim doesn't ever send me pretty flowers. Jim never tries to cheer my lonely hours. Don't know why I'm so crazy about Jim. Never tells me I'm his heart's desire. I never seem to set his love afire. Gone are the years I've wasted on him. Sometimes when I get feeling low, I say let's call it quits. Then I hang on and let him go, breaking my heart in bits. Someday I know that Jim will up and leave me, but even if he does, you can believe me, I'll go on carrying the torch for Jim. I'll go on carrying the torch for Jim.
Business Bureau, McGee.
Down in the next block. And I still can't understand, Molly, how you should have been so Gulliver as to fall for that yarn about a beauty clay mine.
Well, I don't know, McGee. I guess I'm inclined to take people at their face value.
Yeah, maybe that's why I was never any good as a salesman. My face didn't have any. Didn't I do that right? Hi, Billy.
Hello, Mr. Mills.
Hi, babe. Hello, Skimp. Hi, babe.
Hi.
Make it snappy, Billy. We got to get downtown. Just wanted to say goodbye. I'm retiring.
Retiring?
What you mean, William? Skimp, I'm leaving the music bracket flat on its arpeggio. I've hit the jackpot.
You mean you've come into money, Mr. Mills?
You ain't strumming Nola, Mommy. Drop over at the house tonight. I'm going to dynamite my piano. Hey, what is this, Billy? Just made a smart investment, Skimp. Oh. Beauty clay.
Ah.
Gonna make $1 million. From now on, you take the low life, and I'll take the high life, and I'll be...
Oh, hold everything, Mr. Mills.
Hold everything. Well, look, Maestro, I don't like to intrude on your dream world, but Molly bid on that beauty clay thing, too. It's a fake. It's a gyp. It's a fraud. It can't be. I got a half interest. Cost me 400 fish. You positive?
Well, we're on our way right now. We're on our way right now to the Better Business Bureau, Mr. Mills. You better come with us.
Yeah, I can't. I gotta get home. See you down there later. So long. Hey, wait a minute. What do you gotta get home for? I've already lit the fuse under the piano. Gotta put it out. I got them all.
He took the bad news like a little man, didn't he, dearie?
No, why not? All his life he's had to face the music. Don't you get it, Molly? I says...
It ain't funny, McGee.
Well, maybe it ain't, but a joke as old as that is at least entitled to respect. Come on, let's go. I can't let that crook circulate too long. He'll tell everybody in town a half inch.
Oh, McGee. Here comes Mr. Wimple.
Oh, sure. What you will run into when you haven't got your flip gun.
Hello there, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
You look kind of battered and bruised, Mr. Wimple. Did you have a bad fall?
Yes, I have, Mrs. McGee. A bad fall, a horrible summer, and a simply lousy spring.
Well, you sure got a profusion of contusions, Wimple. What happened to you?
Oh, I got those in a steeplechase yesterday, Mr. McGee.
Oh, I didn't know you were a horseman, Mr. Wimple.
I'm not really, Mrs. McGee. But something I said offended Sweetie Face, my wife.
Oh.
She ran me out of the house, down to the corner, into the church, up on the roof, and chased me 4 times around the steeple.
See, that's tough, Wimple. What did you say? What did you say that aroused the little woman's fury?
Oh, it's so silly. I just told her I thought I'd give up my CPA work and join the Navy. And she said, "You know, certified public accountant." And I said, "No, but I'm constantly pushed around."
Why, you poor thing. Don't you ever have a peaceful moment at home, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, of course I do, Mrs. McGee. In fact, I expect to go home right now and curl up in a corner with a good book.
Oh.
What book, Wimple?
Webster's Unabridged.
Oh.
She throws it at me whenever I come in the door. Well, goodbye, folks. You must drop in sometime for a game of bridge. Wouldn't we be a gruesome foursome?
I sometimes suspect Mr. Wimple brings most of his troubles on himself.
Of course he does. Old 4th of July Wimple, the punk that starts the fireworks. Oh, I got troubles of my own, Molly. Here I am gabbing away when I ought to be helping protect the city against confidence men.
Well, you can get started any time. Here's the Better Business Bureau.
Oh, yeah. Well, come on. Let's hurry in.
Oh, heavenly days, McGee. It's a mob scene here.
Everybody in town must have got taken by that mudpack mastermind. Boy, and does that burn me up.
It must be pretty important, McGee. Look, Mayor Latrivia's over there at the desk.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has come to our official attention that many of you have invested more or less heavily in a confidence game promoted by a certain alleged miner. It seems that he started his operations early this morning and was only apprehended by the police late this evening.
That makes them a bunch of all-day suckers, don't it, Latrivia?
Cut that guy out.
Was any of the money recovered, Mr. Mayor?
I'm happy to report, Mrs. McGee, that the major portion of all losses will be refunded.
Great stuff, Latrivia. I come down here to help you run that phony miner down, but it looks like you were on the job, all right.
Yes, we endeavor to keep in pretty close touch with any new racket, Mr. McGee.
I put in $150 for a half interest in the Beauty Clay mine, Mr. Mayor.
I know you did, and perhaps this will teach you the value of our slogan, Mrs. McGee.
What is your slogan, Latrivia? If you don't save your dimes, you'll never move into better quarters?
No, McGee.
Oh.
Our watchword is before you invest, investigate.
Before you invest, investigate.
That's right. Here, Mrs. McGee, allow me to return your check for $150.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Look, McGee, I got it back.
Now, that's swell, Molly, and I hope that'll teach you a lesson.
And here is your check for $500, Mr. McGee.
Oh, thanks, Latrivia. Well, come on, Molly.
Wait a minute. Hold on a minute.
What's the matter, dear?
Don't get mushy with me. And you had the nerve to be mad at me for buying it.
Oh, I wasn't mad at you, Mom. I was sore at that miner. He had no business selling any half interest after I went and bought the whole mine.
In many ways, I think the women in this country are the luckiest in the world. They have more liberty and freedom, greater equality than elsewhere. They have more leisure time and more interesting things to do during that free time. Speaking as a man, I'm certainly for it, and I'm glad to be working for a company that has made contributions in that direction. The original Johnson's wax itself was certainly a labor-saving aid in housekeeping. Johnson's self-polishing glow coat was surely another. Think back for a moment to those floor-scrubbing days before Glow Coat came along to protect and beautify kitchen linoleum floors. Now, because Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing, you just apply and let dry. And not only do you save hours of work, but your linoleum lasts much longer. Glow Coat is so popular, there are, of course, imitations available. But there's only one Glow Coat. If I were you, I would always insist upon it.
McGee, where have you been?
Oh, who, me? Oh, I've been down to the county jail. I gave that confidence man a darn good talking to, too.
You think it did any good?
Absolutely. He was so sorry and full of remorse, you know what he done.
What'd he do?
He sold me a solid gold watch for only $5. You see? It's every bit as good as my own.
It should be. It is your own.
Yes, sir. What? Oh, my gosh. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night, and reminding you that America's first line of defense is you and your support. So invest to the best of your ability in defense saving bonds. Good night.
Whether your car is new or 10 years old, it will pay you dividends to keep it polished with Johnson's Car New, the new auto polish that both cleans and polishes in one application. Car New is a time and money saver. It's a liquid. After the car is washed, massage Car New lightly over the finish. Let it dry, wipe it off. It's fun driving a car that shines like new. Ask your regular wax dealer, auto supply store, or service station for Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by Martha Tilton and the King's Men, and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Who Cares? There's a curious thing about this month of December. It's the one month when you really want your home to look its best, and yet you're busier than any other time of the year. What's the answer to that problem? Genuine Johnson's Wax, the famous polish that makes floors, furniture, and woodwork gleam with rich beauty and saves you work in the bargain. Women who practice protective housekeeping with Johnson's Wax don't have to worry about things like the Christmas holidays. Their homes are ready on short notice for entertaining, and their floors can take all the extra punishment that vacationing children have in store for them. The tough protective coat of Johnson's Wax acts as a shield, guarding finishes against wear and making daily housework easier, too. More and more housekeepers are Johnson waxing their windowsills, picture frames, and leather articles, in addition to floors, furniture, and woodwork. In fact, there are 100 extra labor-saving uses for genuine Johnson's Wax, which you can now buy in 3 forms: paste, liquid, or the new cream wax. Make a note now to buy some tomorrow. Sometimes we wonder if moving pictures are a good influence on growing men. Or maybe our hero is just too impressionable. Anyway, ever since he saw Mr. Ronald Coleman a few nights ago, he has developed a British accent and started a mustache. If you could call that pathetic little growth on his upper lip a mustache. For further details, we refer you to Fibber McGee and Molly.
For goodness sakes, McGee, put that looking glass away and stop printing.
Oh, come, old girl. And a chap try to put in a decent appearance without...
McGee, please.
Huh?
Please, dearie, drop that phony English accent. You sound like a stock company juvenile. With adenoids.
Stock company juvenile. Oh, I say, that's jolly good, really.
I give up. I'll go over to Mrs. Stoops for a while.
Oh, Molly, just because I'm trying to improve myself.
You think that mustache improved, Jenny?
Frankly, I do, Molly. Oh, not that I expect to look as good as Ronald Coleman, though I am better built.
Not better, dearie.
Mm-hmm.
You're just a little more buxom in the belt.
Well, anyway, this mustache is going to change my whole personality. Don't you think it gives me a kind of a air?
No, but that stuff you're putting on it does. What on earth is that?
Oh, this lotion? Oh, that's a recipe the old-timer gave me. Says it's marvelous for mustaches. Been in his family for generations.
Well, it smells like it.
Hmm?
Why don't they mix up a fresh batch?
Okay. Scoff if you want to. But you'll be sorry.
Hey, Johnny, here's a different kind of lotion. Try this on your mustache.
Okay, old-timer, much obliged. This other stuff you brought me don't seem to do much good.
I know. Brought you the wrong recipe.
Huh?
That was Grandma's homemade fly spray.
Hey, fly spray.
Hey, you might have poisoned me, old-timer. It's a good thing you come back.
Oh, it won't hurt human beings none, Johnny.
Oh.
Grandma fed a spoonful to my cousin Trimble, and he never suffered no ill effects.
That's all.
That is, unless you call running around the block screaming and hiccuping the ill effects.
Say, does your grandmother put up a lot of these home remedies, Mr. Oldtimer?
Sure does, daughter. Never forget the time my boy Rance got his arm caught in the lawnmower. Well, sir, Grandma come trotting out, yanked his arm loose, rubbed some awful smelling salve onto it, give it a couple of jerks, and that lawnmower run just as good as ever. Well, leave me know if this stuff don't help, Johnny.
Well, he's taking quite an interest in your mustache, dearie.
Yeah, he says his whole family is affected that way. You know, his great-grandmother got scared by a bicycle at the St. Louis Exposition, and believe it or not, Molly, when his father grew up, he had handlebar mustaches.
Oh, my, isn't heredity interesting? Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a mince pie in the oven. Oh, dear, I wonder who that is.
Well, whoever it is, now, don't say anything about my mustache, Molly. Let's see if they notice.
Well, can't I just point and snicker a little?
Oh, please, Molly.
Come in.
Good day, my dear. Hello there, McGee.
Oh, hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Latrivia. What's cooking?
McGee, if there's anything I deplore, it is the idiotic custom of opening a conversation with such senseless questions as what's cooking, how's everything, and what you know. They are meaningless and unanswerable.
It is silly, ain't it? I never thought of it that way before, did you, Molly?
Well, frequently, as you must know.
Oh.
But if you'll excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I've got to run out in the kitchen a minute.
Certainly, Mrs. McGee. And I must say something smells delicious. What's cooking?
The question is meaningless, but it ain't unanswerable, Latriv. It's a mince pie.
Yes, and if I don't go take a look
Well,
at it...
Latrivia, notice anything different about me?
No, I don't believe I do, McGee.
Oh, I say, old chap, take a good look. It's something new for me, you know, really.
Something new, eh?
Yes, really.
No, don't tell me. Let me guess.
I really did it because I always admired yours so much, Latrivia. You catch on to it?
Oh, how stupid of me. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks.
You've had your shoes shined.
No, you don't get it. Take a gander at my upper lip.
I can't see your lip with all those whiskers on it.
What do you mean, whiskers? That's a mustache.
Oh, yes. Of course. And very becoming to you, too.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Hey, Molly, Latrivia thinks it looks good on me.
Oh, do you really, Mr. Mayor?
Indeed I do, Mrs. McGee. In fact, your husband's name came up this morning in regard to some Chamber of Commerce business, and my secretary said, now, if Mr. McGee only had something in front of his face. But let's get back to business.
If you only had something in front of... What business, Trev?
I'm seriously considering renting the house next door to you, McGee.
Oh. When you plan on bringing over your other shirt and coffee pot, Latrivia?
Well, it's not settled definitely, McGee. The man who lived there before, Mr. Gildersleeve, I believe. Where did he move to?
Sunday.
Ah, yes. Well, he told me he had quite some trouble with his next-door neighbors. Now, tell me, who lives on the other side of that house?
You mean you don't know?
Know what, Mrs. McGee?
The house on the other side of that house, Latrivia, ain't a house. It's a vacant lot.
Oh, then he must have meant that... Oh. Oh, I don't believe it. Quite. But I shall investigate further. Good day, Mrs. McGee. And, McGee.
Yeah?
Tell your mustache that the strange man is leaving and it can come out now. Martha Tilton saying Kiss the Boys goodbye.
We're such a happy pair that it isn't right, no, it isn't fair. To all those other boys I gave the air. Oh, Daddy, let me stay out late, for tomorrow is our wedding day. Can't the baby kind of celebrate? Kiss the boys goodbye. Daddy, let me wear the ming. What's the difference what the neighbors think? Let the baby linger on the brink. Kiss the boys goodbye. And while I'm kissing them sentimentally, keep the liberal point of view. Because I'm breaking it to them.
him gently that my heart belongs to you. So, Daddy, please remember this, that tomorrow starts a life of bliss. Let me show them what they're gonna miss. Kiss the boys goodbye. Be reasonable, Daddy. Give me one more night to play. I want to sever all my connections in a ladylike sort of way. I can't afford to have a scene on my wedding day. I'd hate to have 17 fellas give the bride away. So, Daddy, please remember this, that tomorrow starts a life of bliss. Let me show them what they're gonna miss. Kiss the boys goodbye. 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 What's gonna change their name? Goodbye. Goodbye. What will become of us? Let me show you what you're gonna miss. Kiss the boys goodbye.
Oh, I had upper lip, but it quivered in the storm, so I raised a little mustache just to keep it warm. Oh, I had a dad rat this looking glass. Makes me look like Dracula with a hangover. Oh, I had a little
goodness sake.
Calling me, dear.
Don't get mushy with me. Look, I just saw your watch on the dresser, and the crystal has gone out of it. You want me to take it down to the jeweler's?
No, thanks. I took it out myself. I got it right here. I have.
What are you using it for?
Well, I jolly well wanted to see how I'd look in a monocle.
Well, how did it look, if you'll pardon my morbid curiosity?
I couldn't say, really. Had to squint so hard to keep the bally thing screwed in, I couldn't see.
Look, now, I admire the British just as much as you do, dearie, but take it easy. It's dangerous.
What you mean dangerous, Mom?
The first time you start driving on the left-hand side of the road, you will be in a mess. Come in.
McGee's residence? Oh, rather, old fellow. But we usually ask the tradesmen to deliver merchandise at the rear, you know.
Oh, zip it up, Orson. Here, sign the receipt.
What's this package?
Some stuff this guy bought down at Haggerty's Snuggery Tuggery. Much obliged, lady. And you, Basil.
Hey?
Quit trying to act like a Yank at Oxford and just be a jerk at home.
Zip it up, Basil. Why, that fresh mug.
Well, say, what have you been buying down at Haggerty's Snuggery Tuggery?
Oh, I thought I might as well go all the way, Molly, as long as I'm improving my appearance. I got a black Homburg hat and a pair of yellow gloves and some spats and a walking stick.
Well, heavenly days. What is the world coming to? And when?
Oh, I'll admit the walking stick might be a touch too much, but you can't.
Oh, no.
Huh?
No, it isn't, McGee. If you wear the spats and yellow gloves, you'll need to carry your stick. And maybe some brass knuckles.
Well, let's see if they sent my Godfers in this package. Oh, Dad, that they forgot something.
Oh, I say, dear boy, what did the chappies forget? Your shooting jacket for formal crap games?
Nah, them stupid goons forgot to put in my purple velvet smoking jacket.
Will your lordship excuse me if I sit down a moment? I'm a little overwhelmed.
Oh, don't be like that, Molly. Don't you want your husband to be well-groomed? Don't you want me to look smooth?
Oh, you'll be smooth, all right. You wear those spats and yellow gloves, and somebody will polish you off. But say, tell me, did you only get one smoking jacket?
Sure. You think I need two?
Well, won't you need a longer one? For when you smoke king-size cigarettes? For goodness sake, stop looking at yourself in the mirror.
Hello, folks. What's cooking?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
I say, old chap, is it necessary to use such weird expressions as what's cooking, how's everything, and what do you know? Really, they're rather senseless and unanswerable, you know. Oh, quite. Say what?
Say, what goes on here anyway? Is he on the level, Molly?
Well, he thinks he's on the level, but it's uphill work.
Won't you step in and have a spot of tea, old chap? I say, be a good girl and put the kettle on, old thing.
We're not having any tea, and don't call me an old thing. How about a slug of root beer or something, Mr. Wilcox?
No, thanks, but I'd still like to know what this is all about.
Well, I tell you, he saw Ronald Coleman in a picture the other night, and he's been like this ever since. I only hope they don't revive King Kong. I've had enough of this monkey business.
Well, hey, look, Fibber.
McGee, Mr. Wilcox is speaking to you. Turn around.
I can see him. I'm looking in the mirror, ain't I? Hey, Harlow, you see anything different about me?
No, except your face is dirty. You've got a smudge on your upper lip there.
That ain't a smudge. It's a mustache.
Gee, is it?
I bet Mr. Wilcox was never so foolish as to try and raise a mustache.
Well, you'd lose that bet, Molly. I tried to raise one once, but I had to give it up.
I got a nasty suspicion, folks, that this is leading into something. I can't get out of it now. Why did you give it up, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, it interfered with business. Every time I started to demonstrate Johnson's self-polishing glow coat and how it keeps linoleum spotless and sparkling with a minimum of time and effort, no rubbing or buffing.
Yes. You just pour a little out, spread it on, and wait for it to dry to a gorgeous mirror-like finish, and it restores the beauty of the pattern and gives housewives hours of extra leisure, and don't accept any substitutes and get some from your nearest dealer today. We know. Now, what about your mustache?
Yes, how did it interfere with your business, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, I'll tell you, I'd no sooner get through telling people how spotless it made their linoleum than I'd look down and see that black smudge. Every time I looked down, there it was. It made me nervous, so I shaved it off.
Oh, that's it. I feel like Uncle Dennis trying to pass Joe's Tavern. I walked right into it. Did you bring me that book, Harlow?
Oh, yes. Here. No hurry about returning it, pal. Keep it as long as you like. Well, so long now.
So long, Harlow.
What's the book, dearie?
It's an English book, How to Play Cricket.
How to play with a cricket? Oh, no, you don't, Mickey. I won't have one in the house.
But, Molly, it's just a game.
I don't care if it is. In the first place, they're too noisy. Tweet, tweet, tweet all night long. No, sir, if you want...
Molly, this cricket ain't an insect.
I know an insect when I see one.
This is like baseball, only the difference is...
That's even worse. A man of your age playing baseball with a cricket. Heavenly days, McGee. First an English accent, and then mustache and a monocle, and now you play games with bugs.
Oh.
What's gotten into you?
Hey, Molly.
What?
You ever go to a quilting bee?
Yes, I have.
You ever get stung?
Don't be silly. It wasn't a real bee.
Well, cricket ain't a real cricket either. That's the English name for baseball.
All right, dearie, all right. I give up. Go out and play golf with the grasshoppers tonight.
Play ball. Come in. Oh, hi, sis.
Hi, mister.
Hi.
You want to send any messages to Santa Claus? My mama's taking me down to Bontown Department Store tonight.
Oh, she is, huh?
I
said she is, eh?
Guess what?
Your mama's going to take you down to see Santa Claus.
I know her. You want me to tell him anything for you?
Oh, I don't know, sis. What's the procedure? How do you go about it?
On the streetcar.
I mean, what is the modus operandi? The gimmick?
Oh, you mean how do you tell Santa Claus what you want,
That roughly was the thought I was trying to convey, sis.
Oh. Well, first you get in line with the other kid.
Yeah?
And then when it's your turn to talk to him, he takes you up on his lap, and that's the part I don't like because his beard always smells like mothballs.
Well, you got to overlook that, sis. They say the moths are terrible at the North Pole. Now, then what happens?
I don't know. I've never been there.
I don't mean at the North Pole. I mean with Santa Claus.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, then you tell him everything you want, and there's a lady standing there, and she writes it all down and asks you what your papa's name is and has you got a charge account.
Oh, yeah. Yes. That's Santa Claus's secretary.
Well, gee, mister, if she was my secretary, I bet you I'd fire her, I bet you.
You would?
Sure. Well, last year, when I was talking to Santa Claus, you know what she said to him?
What'd she say?
She said, speak up, you big dope. How can I write this down if you keep mumbling in your beer?
Oh.
Gee. Is there any way to talk to Santa Claus? I asked you.
Well, I should say not. I guess he didn't hear her say it because if it's the same girl I saw there last year, she had some very well-filled stockings.
McGee.
And see... Well, I guess I haven't got any message for Chris just at the moment, sis. Thanks anyway.
Well, that's okay, mister. But I hope if you ever have a mustache, you won't smell like mothballs.
Oh, don't worry, sis. It won't. I got a kind of instinct for a personal appearance. I've always been kind of a snappy dresser and man about town.
What town?
Peoria, mostly.
Oh, my.
Why, sis, when I was just a young fella, I was a sheik of Western Illinois.
Oh, dear.
With my bell-bottom pants and jazz bow tie. When I worked in the big mill there, I was quite the dude. Mildewed McGee, I was known as. Mildewed McGee, a magnificent mask of masculine muscle and manly manners, mesmerizing the maidens in the Midwest, and mentioned most every month in many of the men's magazines as the mirror and model for male millinery merchants, meticulous material manufacturers, and miscellaneous members of the metropolitan mob. Mighty and magnetic from November through May, but come and hear the King's men sing Roll So Gray.
Rosie, Rosie, Rosie O'Day, she is the prettiest thing. Under her window from miles away, the fellows all gather and sing. Rosaday, Rosaday, you're my Gilligadoosh, Shinamadoosh, Ballarala, Daddy-ay. Rosaday, Rosaday, you're my Gilligadoosh, Shinamadoosh, Ballarala, Daddy-ay. You are so darling, so lovely, that's what I mean when I say Rosaday, Rosaday, you're my Gilligadoosh, Shinamadoosh, Ballarala, boom toddy, eh. Oh, you're more of a lady than Rosie O'Grady. You're sweeter than Rose of Tully. Rose of the Rio for Washington Square never could even begin to compare with my wild Irish rose, the sweetest flower that grows. I'll never betray my Rosie O'Day. She's my Gilligadoosh, Shinamadoosh, Ballarala, Daddy-ay. Rosaday, Rosaday, you're my Gilligadoosh, Shinamadoosh, Ballarala, boom toddy-ay. Colleen, my darling, I love you. That's what I mean when I say Rosie O'Day. You're my Gilligadoosh, Shinamadoosh, Ballarala, boom toddy, boom toddy, boom toddy, boom toddy-ay. Rosie O'Day.
Rosie O'Gray.
McGee, are you still rubbing that horrible ointment on your mustache?
Yeah. They need a lot of encouragement when they're young like this. You know the old saying, Molly, great oaks from little acorns grow.
I didn't know you wanted a tree. I thought you just wanted a bush. And goodness knows you've been getting enough raspberries to start one.
Oh, well, don't let it get you down, old girl. Chin up, hip, hip, hip. Carry on and all of that.
Oh, stop talking like that.
I hope that's the guy from Haggerty's Snuggery Toggery with my velvet smoking jacket. Come in, Haggerty.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? Come in, dear.
Oh.
How do you do, Mr. McGee? I just stopped into a... Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't believe I've met this gentleman.
Hot dog, you hear that, Molly? She didn't know me with my mustache.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, you're Mr. McGee.
Sure, I'll stand right here.
Oh, I do hope you'll forgive me, my dear.
Oh, forgive you. Why, heavenly days, you're lucky if he doesn't kiss you, Abigail. To think that his mustache would fool anybody that much.
What did I tell you, Molly? I knew when I...
Mustache? What mustache? Is Mr. McGee growing a mustache?
Why, yes, Abigail. Isn't that why you didn't recognize him?
Oh, no, my dear. How ridiculous. No, I have a new lorgnette with bifocal lenses, and I simply can't see a thing.
Look, Uppy. Don't the bifocal part of them glasses magnify?
Well, yes, of course. Why?
Well, come here. Take a peep at my upper lip.
Very well.
There.
Do you see anything, Abigail?
Oh, my dear. He really should do something about his skin. Those big purple spots.
Raise your sights, Uppy. That's my necktie.
Oh, may, of course. How stupid of me, wasn't it?
Yes, it certainly was.
McGee. Well, what can we do for you, Abigail? Or is this a social call?
Oh, no, Mr. McGee. I am a committee of one from our ladies' club to inspect some of the city parks. and I thought you might care to go along. We have information from a very high source that parts of them are to be sold for parking lots.
Oh, well, come down off your high source and tell us about it, Uppy.
Now, please, Mr. McGee, this is not a subject for levity.
Well, what's so serious about it, Abigail? It's city property, and they can sell it for parking if they want to.
My dear, have you no thought for our little wild creatures?
You mean them parking lot attendants?
Mr. McGee, you're impossible. You and your little gray mustache.
My mustache ain't gray.
It will be by the time it's a mustache.
Good old Uppy. You know, Molly, I got a kind of a sneaking fondness for the old Percheron. There.
Personally, I think she's a very nice woman.
Sure she is. Uppy's an old peach.
Do you really think so?
Sure I do. She's an old, wrinkled, dried-up peach that should have been pickled and canned years ago. Hand me the phone, Molly.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to call Haggerty's Snuggery Toggery and see why they don't send out my smoking jacket.
All right, here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Haggerty's Snug... Oh, is that you, Mert?
All right.
How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's that, Mert? Your sister? Got pinched, eh? For going too slow.
Heavenly days in her car, McGee.
No, a revolving door. What's that, Mert? Okay, I'll call him later. Goodbye.
Say, you know, one of these days you're going to get your number right off and won't have time for one of those things.
That'll be too bad.
I'd hate to take a poll on it. Oh, well, for goodness sakes, McGee, take your fingers out of your mouth.
I just feel inside of my upper lip, Molly. My mustache don't seem to be growing very fast. Just wondered if it got mixed up and was going in instead of out. You know, sometimes you try to pay...
Hey there, Johnny. How's the mustache?
Oh, hi, old-timer. Those lotions you gave me don't seem to have done much good.
Johnny, here, try this one.
Oh,
is this another one of your grandmother's concoctions, Mr. Oldtimer?
Yep. Grandma swears by this one.
Oh.
Fact is, she swears so loud by this one, we have to send the kids up to bed.
That's pretty good, old-timer.
Yes, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, the other feller says, see where an aviator flew from Denver to New York in less than 12 hours. That's so, says the other feller. Must have been in a hurry. Have a wife in New York? No, says the first feller, in Denver. Well, try this stuff on your mustache, Johnny, and let me know what happens.
Okay, but I'm getting kind of discouraged. The more stuff I put on, the less it seems to grow.
Grow?
Why, yes, why not?
Oh, my goodness, and I've been giving him stuff to make it go away.
Hey. What you doing, Mom?
I'm throwing out all these fancy hair tonics and lotions. I've had enough of this now.
Oh, now, Mom.
I'm sorry, dearie. I can't stand this primping and posing any longer. You'll have to choose between me and your mustache.
You mean?
Yes. Now, which will it be?
Well, I'll take the mustache.
Oh.
Ah!
Do you know what I've been doing today? Well, I've been just an old inquiring reporter, asking women here and there a few questions about my favorite product, Johnson's Glow Coat, the easy-to-use floor polish. What do you like best about Glow Coat, I asked them. And do you know, I got a lot of different answers, but they all add up to the same thing. Glow Coat is an all-around product. It has so many good points that it pleases everybody. One woman said, I like the lasting luster Glow Coat gives my linoleum floor. Another talked about the uniform film that doesn't chip or wear off unevenly. Someone else said she liked its quick drying and ease of application. And, of course, everybody sang the praises of Glow Coat for the way it saves work. It needs no rubbing or buffing. Now, I knew all these good things about Glow Coat, but still it did me good to hear these women so enthusiastic. I'd like to pass that enthusiasm along to any of you who haven't tried Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat on your linoleum floors. And one final word. Remember, there's only one Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
You were trying to raise a mustache, Stevie.
Oh, it's a kind of old family tradition, Molly. Ever see our family album? All my ancestors had beards down to here.
Oh, no razors?
No chins. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry. Inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Is your car sitting out in front of your house now? If it is, take a quick look at it. Doesn't it need a cleaning and polishing job? Well, then just try Johnson's Car New, the sensational auto polish that does two jobs at once. Both cleans and polishes in one application. Car New is a wonderful labor saver. It's inexpensive, and it offers an easy way for you to take better care of your automobile. Remember the name, Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U, made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, enjoyed her vacation during the holidays just as much as any other teacher. But as it drew to a close, she had a peculiar reaction.
Although I felt that my vacation had done me a lot of good, now that it was over, I was keyed up and enthusiastic, simply raring to go. Raring to go on another 2 weeks' vacation. Meanwhile, I went about the business of getting used to working again and spent the past week noticing conditions which hadn't seemed so deplorable during the hustle and bustle of holiday time at the school. I was telling my landlady, Mrs. Davis, about them while we were having breakfast Friday morning.
Let me pour you a cup of this coffee, Connie. It's Rio de Janeiro style. I just got the recipe.
Rio de Janeiro style?
Yes. I mashed up a few Brazil nuts and mixed them with the coffee ground. That's one reason why the blonde hair of a Brazilian is so outstanding.
But, Mrs. Davis, very few Brazilians have blonde hair.
That's another reason it's so outstanding. But I'm afraid I've interrupted something you started to say to me, Connie.
Oh, it wasn't very important. I had just said that
I really shouldn't do that. It's a habit I picked up from my brother Victor. He's terribly absent-minded.
I thought your sister Angela was the absent-minded one in the family.
Angela?
Yes, that's what you told me.
What did I tell you?
That she was very absent-minded.
Who?
Your brother Victor.
Now, how did you know that? You've never even met Victor. But he is confused sometimes, poor dear. Why, you could be talking about something to Victor and he'd seem as interested as could be in the conversation. But then if you just looked away for a moment, it could be right in the middle of a sentence that...
Yes, Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis? Yoo-hoo, Mrs. Davis!
Oh, good morning, Connie. I was just looking for the cat out in the kitchen. She hasn't touched her milk.
What do you hear from Victor?
Victor? Oh, my brother. Oh, he's fine, thank you, dear. He calls me quite regularly. My sister Angela's the one that worries me. She's the absent-minded member of the family. But I keep feeling that I disrupted your train of thought. Did I, Connie?
There's not a car left on the tracks but the caboose. I was merely telling you, Mrs. Davis, that I never realized how bad conditions were at school until this cold spell set in. Why, my classroom is so drafty that half my pupils can't answer questions because their teeth are chattering.
That must be awful. Young people have such loud teeth.
Yes, sometimes my room sounds like a dice game on a tin roof.
Have you talked to the principal about it?
Not yet, but I'm going to today. He's just got to get the Board of Education to allot us a bigger budget for coal.
Well, I wish you luck, dear. Is Walter Denton picking you up this morning?
Yes, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, good. Connie, I'd like to apologize again for interrupting you before. As I say, I've been a little worried about my eccentric brother, Victor. Before you go, though...
Yes?
Goodbye, Connie.
Goodbye, Mrs. Davis. And by the way, Mrs. Davis...
Yes, Connie. Yes, Connie, Why, she's gone. Poor thing. She's been under a terrible strain lately.
I'm glad you picked me up early, Walter. I've got to stop in and see Mr. Conklin before my first class.
Oh, golly, Miss Brooks, there must be some pleasanter way to start off a Friday morning for a perfectly nice English teacher.
Yes, there must be.
Oh, it isn't that I don't respect Mr. Conklin. It's just that... Oh, there's something about you, Miss Brooks, that... Well, before the hallowed walls of our beloved Madison High heaves into view, I want you to know that...
Just a minute, Walter. Would you mind taking that sentence again a little slower?
I nearly exclaimed, before the hallowed walls of our beloved Madison High heaves into view.
That's what I thought you exclaimed.
Anything wrong? wrong, Miss Brooks?
Well, frankly, Walter, I'd hesitate to correct that sentence without stopping at teacher's college for a refresher course. But what do you mean by heaves into view?
Well, every so often you read about a ship that hove into view, don't you?
Yes.
Well, hove must be the past tense, mustn't it? Heave, haved, hove, isn't it?
Oh, of course not, Walter. Heave, heaved, haved, heave, haved. What do you want me to know before Madison High heaves into view?
That you command as much respect as Mr. Conklin, plus the admiration of the entire student body, and that your personal warmth and charm is only exceeded by your excellence in your chosen field of instruction.
Ain't it the truth? I don't want to seem unduly inquisitive, Walter, but to what do I owe this verbal plaque?
Nothing. It's just a natural reaction. Completely spontaneous and unrehearsed.
And what did you get from our sponsor when you were selected as a contestant?
A pen and pencil set that's guaranteed... Oh, no, that's not fair. No, I'm being completely sincere and have no ulterior motive whatsoever.
Then thank you, Walter.
No, that's okay. Miss Brooks?
Yes?
Would you do me a favor?
If I say no, you'll take back the plaque. Well, what is it?
Well, it's a basketball team. As you know, I'm the new manager, so it's up to me to see Mr. Conklin about getting some things that we need immediately.
And?
And it's up to you to see Mr. Conklin for me, because I'm rarely up to seeing Mr. Conklin. What I mean is that we've just got to get some more trunks.
Where are you going?
No, we're not going anywhere. No, we need stuff for the guys to put on while they're playing. You see, right now, every time we send in a substitute, he has to take a blanket along with him and change trunks with the fella he's replacing. About 10 pairs should do fine.
10 pairs? Why don't you just get a larger blanket?
Oh, no, this is serious, Miss Brooks. Oh, another thing you've got to talk to Mr. Conklin about for me is the temperature in the gym. It's so cold in there, a good humor man has to referee the game. Of course, I'm exaggerating, Miss Brooks.
I know, Walter, but, A, just what do you want me to ask Mr. Conklin? And B, why should it be me instead of you?
Well, A, to requisition $100 worth of equipment for the basketball team from the school board, and B, because you're older and carry more weight.
And C, if we were driving in my car, you'd be walking by now.
Oh, you don't understand, Miss Brooks. I'm not trying to shirk my duties, but... Oh, this is a legitimate beef. Let me put it this way. In the stockyards, when they want the sheep to run a certain way, they don't send a little lamb out to guide them. They send an old goat. I mean, you've seen it in the newsreels, I'm sure, where the goat and the... Gosh, I hope you're not mad, Miss Brooks.
Oh, forget it, Walter. Why should I be mad?
Then you'll do it? You'll ask Mr. Conklin for me?
I'll do my best. Now, you'd better start putting on your brakes.
My brakes?
Yes, the hallowed walls are hiving into view.
Ladies, regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care, doctors prove you, too, may win a lovelier complexion with Palmolive soap.
But to win this lovelier complexion, the kind men admire and women envy, you must stop improper cleansing. Instead, use Palmolive soap the way doctors advise.
Remember, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advised 1,285 women, many with complexion problems, to use Palmolive this way. Some had dry skin, some oily, some coarse-looking. Using Palmolive soap alone, 2 out of 3 won lovelier complexions. Now, here's what the doctors advised.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap. Massaging for 1 minute with Palmolive's soft lather. This cleansing massage brings your skin Palmolive's full beautifying effect. Rinse. Do this 3 times a day for 14 days.
It's that simple. But doctors have proved this way, using nothing but Palmolive, really works. So forget other beauty care. Use Palmolive soap alone for a lovelier complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
Well, here we are at school, Miss Brooks. If you will kindly disembark, I'll find a place to park and then return for a joust with the forces of education.
If I was a gambler, Walter, I'd bet on you to place. Oh, there's Harriet Conklin. I think I'll ask her what kind of a mood her father's in.
Okay, Miss Brooks. I'll see you later.
Just a minute, Harriet. I'd like to talk to you.
Oh, hello, Miss Brooks. I'm glad we ran into each other.
Same here. Harriet, did you have breakfast with your father this morning?
Well, yes, I did.
How was he? His temper, I mean.
Pretty good, Miss Brooks. Until Mother showed him some of the bills that had come in.
Then what did he do?
Nothing unusual. He just slammed down his paper, bit through his coffee cup, and left. It could have been worse.
Sure, he could have bitten your mother.
That's one of the reasons I'm glad we ran into each other. Miss Brooks, did I ever tell you what an unending source of inspiration you are?
Oh, I must end somewhere.
I mean it, Miss Brooks. You're more than just an excellent instructor of English. You're...
I'm the patsy who's going to face your father with one of your problems.
All this and psychic, too. How did you know I wanted you to talk to Daddy for me, Miss Brooks?
Well, why should you be an exception, Harriet? What's your beef? Complaint?
The domestic science room. It's like a deep freeze.
That room, too?
It's so cold that most of us wear gloves all during the class. Makes it very awkward, Miss Brooks. Especially when we're trying to use the sewing machine.
Sounds pretty bad.
Bad? It's terrible. Yesterday, Bessie Snyder sewed 5 of her fingers together.
Oh, what's so terrible about that? Gives you an extra ladle for the cooking class.
It broke the sewing machine, and we need $200 for a new one.
Oh, but Harriet...
Miss Brooks, it's up to you to make conditions in this school livable.
For you, you mean? I'd better be armed with plenty of facts before I face your father, though. I think I'll make a survey of the rest of the rooms.
Starting with Mr. Boynton's biology laboratory?
Now who's psychic? Yes, Harriet, I think I'll interview the shy master of the microbes.
I've been in there, Miss Brooks. It's even colder than the other rooms. I hope you can do something about it.
I should be able to, with the experience I've had.
Well, what do you mean, Miss Brooks?
I've been trying to thaw Mr. Boynton out for years.
Come in.
Hello, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, it's you, Miss Brooks. How do you feel this morning?
Cold, thanks, especially in here. Where do you hang your sides of beef, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, this kind of silly at that. I was going to ask Mr. Conklin about the heating situation, but now that you're here, I wonder if you would...
Naturally.
You better slip this coat on. Even your voice is shivery.
No, this outfit I'm wearing is fairly warm. I've got 4 sweaters on, you know.
Really? Where?
Let's not get racy, Mr. Boynton.
Sorry, Miss Brooks. I didn't mean anything personal.
You never do.
The situation is pretty bad. Now, take my prize frog, McDougal, for instance. He's had a sore throat for weeks, and now with this cold spell, I'm afraid he's developing sinus trouble. Oh, here's his cage right here.
Hello, Mac. How do you feel? Gesundheit. Have a Kleenex, Mac. You're welcome.
It's no wonder he's sick. Look at the tank he's in. No provisions for heating or water at all. Or this morning, his breakfast was frozen 2 inches from his nose. By the time he did eat, he had indigestion.
That's really awful, Mr. Boynton. This equipment is pretty obsolete. What's this bowl here? Oh, these must be some new fish. What's the name of these pretty blue ones, Mr. Boynton?
Goldfish. They're just cold.
They could slap their fins together. Oh, look at these cute little guinea pigs. Now, they're what I call sensible animals. Look how they huddle together for warmth in their cage. You know, Mr. Boynton, you and I could keep kind of warm that way, too.
Oh, no, we couldn't, Miss Brooks. We could never fit into a cage that size.
Well, no, but it would be fun trying to. Look, Mr. Boynton, about what do you estimate it would cost for new equipment for this lab?
Oh, a couple of $100, roughly. $150 if you smooth it out. That's a sort of a joke, Miss Brooks. First I said roughly, and then $150 if you smooth it out.
Oh. That's a Lulu.
I know another one, but I wish you'd stop me if you've heard it. It's about this group of people.
I've heard it.
You have? The one about the group of people who are all discussing something in a very animated manner, and suddenly they stop, and this one fellow says, "Is anybody eating a lifesaver?" And somebody else says, "Why?" And the first chap says, "Because there's a hole in the conversation." Is that the one you've heard?
No, I heard a different one. Tell yours.
Well, it's about... I just did tell it, Miss Brooks.
Oh, so you did, Mr. Boynton, and a little beauty it was, too. But I better get ready for my first class now. I'll see Mr. Conklin at the beginning of lunch period.
Well, it's awfully nice of you to do this, Miss Brooks. Will you have lunch with me afterwards?
Oh, I'd love to, Mr. Boynton.
And, Miss Brooks, please don't even bring your purse with you. It only embarrasses me when you try to pay your own check in the cafeteria.
All right, Mr. Boynton. I'll leave my bag in my desk.
Fine. When I see you to your room, I can pick up what you owe me.
That's a good one, too. What am I laughing at? He's not kidding. Let's see this list now. Weather stripping for my room, $50. Basketball team equipment, $100. New sewing machine, about $200. And biology lab equipment, $150. Total, $500. Of course, that's without the additional coal we'll have to get. Well, here goes.
Come in.
Hello, Mr. Conklin. I just wanted to
Sit down a moment, Miss Brooks. I'm speaking on the phone.
Yes, sir.
So you see, Miss Stanhope, this senseless extravagance has got to stop. Why, do you realize that your art class used up 3 more drawing pencils this month than last? What do you think the school board is made of? Money? What? How can you cut down? Tell the students not to sharpen them so often. And remember, Miss Stanhope, it isn't the 50 cents involved that's important. It's the money. Get on the ball and let's start cutting down expenses around here. Good day. Now, what do you want?
Happy New Year, Mr. Conklin. I just happened to be passing your office, and I thought I'd stop in and say hello.
Hello. Now, if you'll excuse me, I was just going to lunch.
But, Mr. Conklin, you don't want to go up to that drafty cafeteria.
What do you mean, drafty?
Oh, it is. It's almost as bad as the schoolrooms.
What?
And the gym and the biology laboratory and the domestic science room, in which your own daughter Harriet is at this very moment shivering and shaking while she sews her gloved fingers together on the sewing machine which Bessie Snyder broke. There, I said it, and I'm glad.
If you're angling for another vacation, Miss Brooks, the answer is no. Now compose yourself and talk like a rational human being.
Well, it's like this, Mr. Conklin. If we could get a larger appropriation from the school...
A larger appropriation? Miss Brooks, let me tell you what I was planning when you so fortuitously entered my office. I was planning on a general revision of expenses, an economy wave the likes of which this school has never seen. For example, you will in the future direct your pupils to use half as much chalk.
You mean no more capital letters?
Exactly. And this building, it's kept like a hothouse. I intend to cut way down on the supply of coal we're wasting.
Wasting? But...
Don't butt me, young woman.
Oh, I can't help it. I'm the goat that was picked for the job. That is, it's not a question of a lot of money, Mr. Conklin. And the temperature of the school is very important.
It certainly is. And I find it extremely comfortable for the most part. But why are you wearing your overcoat?
It's just a silly quirk of mine, Mr. Conklin. I'm trying to break up an ice jam in my arteries.
Oh, nonsense. And take off those gloves. And I wish you'd stop smoking while you're talking to me.
I'm not smoking. I'm just breathing.
Well, cut it out. That's the trouble with people nowadays. They're all mollycoddle, softies. Why, when I think of our forefathers at Valley Forge, dragging cannons through the snow with their feet wrapped in rags, it's enough to make my blood boil.
Well, it wouldn't boil in my room. Look, Mr. Conklin, if you don't care about people, think of the poor little animals in Mr. Boynton's laboratory.
What's wrong with them?
The white mice can't run around on the treadmill without snowshoes. McDougal doesn't know whether to croak, sneeze, or hiccup. So he does all 3, and it's pretty depressing.
Well, then don't listen to it.
And how about the basketball team? Walter Denton says that every time one of his substitutes goes into a game, he has to hide behind a trunk while they're changing blankets. And just think, $100 would remedy the entire situation.
$100?
Plus $200 for a new sewing machine, $50 for weather stripping my room, and $150 for warmer tanks and better equipment in the biology lab. $500 is all you have to requisition from the board, plus some added money for coal. And if you'll sharpen the sword, I'll fall on it on my way out.
Miss Brooks, I'm going to try to control myself. I'm going to walk over to that window and look out of it. A moment later, I'm going to turn around, and you will have gone quietly out of the door. That's better. $500 indeed.
Plus coal.
Get out!
Well, here I am, Miss Brooks. The cafeteria was pretty crowded today. Young Denton here invited us to share his table.
Sure, sit down, Miss Brooks. Want me to get you a tray?
Thanks, Walter, but I haven't time to eat right now. I've just left Mr. Conklin's office, and he's flatly refused to requisition a penny from the school board.
But the temperature, my animals, McDougal's toes are frostbitten now.
And how about my basketball team? We got a very important home game on tomorrow night, and that gym is just icy. Oh, we gotta do something, Miss Brooks. We just gotta get some more coal into this building.
Well, maybe we could start an airlift. No, I guess not. Wait a minute. The only way to make Mr. Conklin see the necessity of improving the coal situation is to pretend we're all coming down with colds.
You mean go into his office sneezing and coughing and all?
Exactly. He won't dare face a school board investigation if he thinks an epidemic is starting. Besides, I happen to know he's quite a hypochondriac when it comes to contagious germs.
But if we really don't have colds, it'd be lying to say we have, wouldn't it?
It's a white lie for the common good, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, but you know what happens to me when I tell a falsehood. I have a psychosomatic symptom that causes me to hiccup.
Well, we'll have to take that chance. Think of McDougal, Mr. Boynton, and those blue goldfish swimming around depending on you to do something.
I'll do it, Miss Brooks. I'll be darned if I don't. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, forget it, Mr. Boynton. In a crisis like this, even I resort to profanity. Oh, fudge.
Come in. Mr. Conklin, I got a bad cold.
What?
It's in by Joe's and Ed, mostly.
Turn around, Boynton. Don't you know those germs travel? How long have you had this cold?
Oh, for a long time. Achoo!
You caught something from that wretched frog of yours. Now go take some aspirin, go home early, do something, but get out of this office at once.
But, Mr. Conklin, if my laboratory was a little bit warmer...
I'll talk to you after you've recovered, Boynton.
Fine, Mr. Conklin. Thank you, sir. Achoo!
Better open the window and clear the air in this room. That's better. Come in.
It's me, Mr. Conklin. Water deaded.
What do you want, Denton?
As manager of the basketball team, I'd like to request a warmer gym.
A what?
A warmer gym to play in. It's freezing in there. I got a cold.
You too? Well, cover your face when you sneeze.
We got a very important game to play tomorrow, and we need some heat badly.
Heat? Well, if you've got such a bad cold, Denton, you'd better not come round to the game tomorrow.
What?
I'll be there, and I'll appoint another manager.
But I'm not that sick, Mr. Conklin. Gosh, I feel great.
I
think I know what you mean, Denton. This is all a scheme to get me to ask the board for more money. And I think I know who put you up to it, too.
She did not. Oh, that is...
Come in, Miss Brooks.
How did you know it was me, Mr. Conklin?
I heard you rehearsing your sneeze.
Gee, you look great, Miss Brooks. Never saw you looking better.
Thank you, Walter.
You couldn't possibly have a cold or anything the way you look. Know what I mean?
Keep talking, Denton. I don't mind.
Why, what's the matter with you, Walter? I've a terrible cold in my chest and my head. It's from my room, Mr. Conklin.
Mr. Conklin, if that is the scream, you sure do a funny imitation of a person with a cold, Miss Brooks.
What do you mean, imitation?
Sure. Everybody knows you're just fooling.
Among my own pupils. A stool pigeon.
I knew this was all a plot, Miss Brooks, and I'm ashamed of you. Why, just because there's a little fresh air circulating through the school. Good fresh air. You throw a fit. Our forefathers should see you now. Those men at Valley Forge dragging the cannon through the snow with rags tied around their feet. Why, when I think of those...
The door was open, so I just came on in, Daddy.
What is it, Harriet?
I talked to Mother on the phone a little while ago, and her back's bothering her a bit. She'd like the heating pad.
What heating pad?
The one you've got under the cushion you're sitting on. Here's the plug back here. Now, if you'll just get up a minute. There we are. I'll take it home to Mother right away.
Where in the world did that thing come from?
From Valley Forge, of course. The boys must have got some hot rags for their feet. Well, Mr. Conklin recommended the necessary expenditures to the school board and personally ordered some coal immediately. I thought it was a very sportsmanlike and unselfish gesture, and I started to tell him so when I met him in the hall. Mr. Conklin, I think it was very nice of you to tackle this problem so promptly.
Thanks, Miss Brooks. But I wasn't prompt enough. I'm getting pneumonia.
Oh, what's the difference, Mr. Conklin? As long as you've got your health.
Now, Anacin, the tablets thousands of physicians and dentists recommend for fast relief of pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, and heat, the liniment that's strong yet does not burn, present Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks transcribed. But first, believe anything you like about what this or that way to relieve pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia will do for you. But there is one important fact you can't get away from, and that is thousands of users of Anacin have been introduced to this remarkable product through their own physicians or dentists. These people know how incredibly fast and effectively Anacin acts to relieve pain. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Next time you suffer from the pain of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, don't wait for relief. Try Anacin. You'll be delighted with these tablets' incredibly fast action. Try Anacin on this guarantee. If the first few Anacin tablets do not give you all the relief you want, as fast as you want it, return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. All drug counters have Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. I'll repeat the name for you, Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Most female teachers at Madison High School think of Mr. Boynton, the bashful biologist, as an extremely handsome, virile, irresistible individual. But our Miss Brooks, who teaches English there, can take him with a grain of salt.
In fact, I could take him with a whole spoonful. But why waste salt on a fellow who's too shy to toss in a little pepper now and then? Last Friday at breakfast, I foolishly provoked a discussion of the matter with my landlady. Honestly, Mrs. Davis, he's more attentive to his animals. Why, yesterday he hardly noticed me because he took his dog to school for the day. It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. What can a dog learn in one measly day?
Serves me right for mentioning it. May I have some toast, please?
No. Here you are, dear. It's like I've always said. If dogs could learn things as quickly as cats, this would be a much better world to live in.
For whom?
No, I'm serious. Take our cat Minerva. For the past week, I've been teaching her mathematics, and she's become a whiz at it.
Mathematics?
Just you wait and see. Minerva! Tell me quickly now, how much is 2 and 2? Ah, that's a good girl. Well, I'll gather up the dishes now.
Just a minute. 2 and 2 equals meow?
Certainly. There are 4 letters in meow, aren't there? That's her of telling me that the answer is 4. 2 meows equal 8. 3 meows equal 12, and so on. Oh, it's funny, though. She isn't so hot on the odd numbers.
Look, Mr. Davis, I started this conversational maze with the simple statement that Mr. Boynton brought his dog to school yesterday.
Well, Connie, then it's simple.
What's simple?
You should do something to show Mr. Boynton how much you love animals.
Like what?
Well, why didn't you take Minerva to school with you today?
Oh, let's not be ridiculous, Mrs. Davis. I couldn't possibly take Minerva to... Well, come to think of it, Mr. Boynton is extremely fond of cats. It might make a hit at that. Do you think she'd behave herself in my classroom?
Of course she would. She can stretch out on the seat cushion I ordered for your classroom.
Seat cushion?
You mentioned how trying it is, sitting on that hard chair all day. So I thought I'd surprise you.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Mrs. Davis.
Don't mention it. I mailed a letter last night telling the store where to send it, along with another note to the place where I ordered Victor's gift.
Your brother Victor?
Yes. He's every bit as fond of animals as Mr. Boynton is. That's why I bought one for him yesterday.
Oh, that's nice, Mrs. Davis. What did you get him?
A cow.
A cow?
Yes. It's a female.
Those are the best kind. Why on earth would you
Victor
buy...
just moved into a little farmhouse on the edge of town, Connie. It's only a 15-minute drive from here. By and by, he'll be adding more livestock, of course. But right now, with just the one cow, I figured he'd have his hands full.
Well, if he plays his cards right. Well, I'd better dash off to school, Mrs. Davis. I'll have to use all my powers of persuasion to get Mr. Conklin's permission to take Minerva into class with me.
All right, dear. Just put Minerva into this valise I bought for her at the pet shop. It's a cat carrier. You might leave the lid open for her, though.
Oh, that won't be necessary. There are holes in the side through which she can breathe. In you go, Minerva. Here, I'll give you a hand. Oh, that's what I like about Minerva. She's so polite. Whenever you help her out, she always says 4.
You may be principal of this school, Osgood Conklin, but as long as I am head of the Board of Education, you will take orders from me. Is that clear?
Quite clear, Mr. Stone. Crystal clear. Couldn't be clearer. You are also...
Silence!
My lips are sealed.
Why, when I saw that dog running loose outside the biology lab yesterday, I was shocked beyond words. You know that animals aren't allowed on school property, Osgood. How did it get in here? Answer me.
Well, I haven't the slightest idea, sir.
Let's make certain that no dogs invade this school today. First, you will make an early inspection tour of all classrooms. Then I want you to post a guard at the front door throughout the day.
But, sir, why commission someone to do a job for which I myself am ideally suited? I'll keep a weather eye open, sir. You may be sure no animal will get past me. Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin. Oh, hello, Mr. Stone.
Good morning, Miss Brooks. Are you, going somewhere?
Going some... Oh, this valise. If I may ask your permission, Mr. Conklin.
Permission for what?
Well, you'll see as soon as I open the bag. It'll just take me a minute. Excuse me, Mr. Stone.
Go right ahead. Glad you dropped in, Miss Brooks. Perhaps you can shed some light on the identity of the culprit who dared to bring an animal into this school yesterday.
An animal, Mr. Stone?
Specifically, a dog. When I saw it romping around outside the biology lab, I came in here to report the incident to Mr. Conklin. When I returned to the spot, it had vanished.
Good. Some of those spots stay on forever. I'm afraid I can't be of much help to you, Mr. Stone. You see, mine is an English class, and I'm not one of those who are, I should say, in the habit of hanging around other labs. The labs of others, I mean, so I couldn't really shed any light on the identity of which the dog belonged to who. Whom?
And exactly how long have you had this English class, Miss Brooks?
You bet. Well, please forgive my faulty syntax, Mr. Stone. The thought of a beast on the premises has frazzled my nerves a bit. Well, goodbye now.
One moment. You were going to open that bag, remember?
Bag? What bag? Oh, the bag. Oh, well, you really wouldn't want to look at what's in this bag, sir. It's nothing but...
What was that?
I said I'll run along now and meow. Meow, that's a new expression some of the kids use. It's real cool, I think. Meow. Instead of saying goodbye, they say meow. Silly, isn't it? Sometimes I stretch it out with a little western drawl. Well, meow now, Mr. Stone. Meow, Mr. Conklin. Meow.
Now, that was mighty peculiar behavior. She galloped out of here like a frightened antelope.
Yes, and it's my guess that right now she and her western drawl are loafing over to the old bunkhouse in Mr. Boynton's lab.
Oh, hello there, Miss Brooks.
Howdy. Please sit down, Mr. Boynton. We've got a little palavering to do.
Well, can it wait, Miss Brooks? I was just on my way to the cloakroom to feed Geraldine.
Geraldine?
You know, my dog. She's a boxer.
And if Mr. Conklin drops in, she'd better come out fighting. That's what I came to warn you about.
Warn me?
Yes, he's on an anti-animal kick. Mr. Stone happened to see Geraldine in the hall yesterday, and he was furious. Luckily, he doesn't know who her owner is yet.
Gosh, I guess I should have asked Mr. Conklin's permission. Oh, but there's little chance of my dog being discovered in here, Miss Brooks. Mr. Stone rarely comes into my lab. The same goes for Mr. Conklin.
Oh, well, then maybe my cat can hide out here for the day.
Your cat?
Yeah, I'll let her out of the bag. I certainly wouldn't want Mr. Conklin to find out I'm a cat rustler. Out you come, Minerva. You won't mind taking care of her for me, will you, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, not at all. Come here, baby.
All righty. Oh, you mean her.
I'm crazy about cats, Miss Brooks. Why, the minute I see one, I can't resist nestling it in my arms and stroking its little head.
Meow. And Mrs. Davis ordered a seat cushion sent to my class today, Miss Boynton. I'll bring it over so that Minerva can stretch out in comfort.
Oh, that'll be dandy. I saw Mrs. Davis at the movies last night, and she told me about her brother Victor's farmhouse and that she's buying him a cow. I just love cows, don't you?
Madly. Oh, I love all animals, Mr. Boynton.
You know, sometimes I get to thinking about my childhood days on Dad's farm, Miss Brooks. Oh, I miss those days a lot. I hope Victor asks me out to his farm someday.
We can both go out someday. Some night, I mean. Some night when Victor isn't home. We can stroll in the meadow, hand in hand, with the moonlight pouring down.
That sounds pretty thrilling. You think Victor would let me milk his cow?
We can both milk her. You take the left side, and I'll take the right side, and I'll be homogenized before you. Oh, great. Speaking of milk, has evidently whipped up Minerva's appetite. Steady, Minerva.
Mr. Conklin.
Yikes.
Addie. I hope you'll forgive this intrusion, Boynton. I just dropped in to... Oh, hello, little pussycat. I say I just dropped in to make certain there are no dogs in here. Not that I suspect you, Boynton, but I just thought I'd take a look around. Well, I don't see any dogs on the premises. No dogs at all. Sorry to trouble you. I'll just run along now. And hello, little pussycat!
I have it. Let's all play charades. I mean, there's still a few minutes before first class, so just for kicks.
That will do. Out with it now. To whom does this cat belong?
Cat? What cat? Oh, the pussycat. It's quite a pussycat, isn't it? Silky. It's a girl cat, no doubt. Mr. Boynton and I hadn't noticed her.
Oh, that's right. She must have strayed in, sir.
Nonsense. Miss Brooks, I'm beginning to understand those phantom meows I heard in my office. Now then,
What are you doing to the cat's collar, Mr. Conklin?
I'm removing it, Miss Brooks. It'll be an easy matter to determine the person who owns her by simply checking the number on this license tag. That person, needless to say, is a dead duck. Goodbye, Boynton. Meow now, Miss Brooks.
Meow now. I don't quite understand that, Miss Brooks.
That's the farewell expression the kids use.
Meow? That's merely the cry of a cat.
So it is. Well, quack, quack, Mr. Boynton.
Quack, quack?
That's the cry of a dead duck.
Friends, when you suffer torturous pain from rheumatism, muscle strain, or backache, you want relief fast. That's the time to reach for HEAT. H-E-E-T. HEAT. The liniment that's strong yet does not burn. The moment you apply it, you can feel HEAT's soothing warmth working to relieve your painful miseries. That's because HEAT penetrates deep, brings immediate relief to sore, aching muscles. Wherever you ache, just brush on HEAT. HEAT penetrates deep, keeps working for hours to bring wonderful, soothing comfort to the painful, aching area. Your pain seems to disappear. HEAT isn't oily, sticky, or messy. You just brush on HEAT with a handy applicator that comes with each bottle, and it dries in seconds. So remember, when pain of rheumatism, muscle strain, or backache makes you miserable, HEAT's penetrating warmth gives you fast, long-lasting relief. Get HEAT, H-E-E-T, HEAT, the liniment that penetrates deep to bring immediate relief.
Having heard nothing from Mr. Conklin during my morning classes, I presumed that he had not as yet traced the number on Minerva's license tag. As I left my classroom for lunch, however, the figure of a sentry armed with a BB rifle loomed up before me.
Halt! Step forward and be recognized.
It's me, Mr. Conklin.
Oh. Step back and be unrecognized.
Aye, aye, sir. And so, having been honorably discharged, I hiked down to the school cafeteria and ordered chow. It was then that Walter Denton beckoned me to his table.
Over here, Miss Brooks. Wilt thou not visit me? The plant beside me feels thy gentle dew, and every blade of grass I see from thy deep earth its quickening moisture drew.
I ordered meatballs. What have you got?
The same. I guess you didn't care for that bit of poetry I quoted, huh, Miss Brooks?
You guessed right, Walter.
Well, how do you like this one? You'd never have let the cat from the bag if you knew Mr. Conklin would grab her tag.
You're either psychic or a sneak. How'd you find out I'm up the creek?
Oh, that's a very provocative question, Miss Brooks. You will recall that shortly before first class this morning, our beloved principal invaded Mr. Boynton's lab and trapped you dead to rights with your furry friend.
With two furry friends. Mr. Boynton lost his razor.
Yeah. Well, at that time, I happened to be standing in the hall just outside the lab, and presently I heard excitement-laden voices wafted through the transom. Now, that was a moment of great decision for me, Miss Brooks. I could have either hewed to the path of dishonor by remaining in the hall and eavesdropping, or I could have taken the glorious avenue of decency by closing my ears and leaving the scene.
Well?
Yeah, I took the dirty road out.
For shame. But you still don't know all the details, Walter.
Au contraire, Miss Brooks. I was about to say that some minutes later, I confronted Mr. Boynton with the juicy morsels I had overheard, informed him that I should like to be acquainted with all the facts, and requested that he sing.
And he sang?
Ezio Pinza would have envied him.
Well, this is no laughing matter, Walter. When Mr. Conklin traces Minerva's license tag...
Well, he didn't have time to trace it this morning, Miss Brooks, and it's too late now. Here is a little gift as a token of my esteem.
Walter, it's the tag. How did you get it?
Like I said, Miss Brooks, I'm pretty perfidious at times. When Mr. Conklin left his office for a few moments, I sneaked in, made off with the tag, and ever since then he's been flipping his lid wondering what happened to it.
But that's stealing. That's a dreadful thing to do, Walter, and thanks a million.
Yeah, well, you're entirely welcome. The only one thing worries me, Miss Brooks. Since Mr. Conklin can't establish ownership, he'll probably confiscate your cat and send her to the pound.
Oh, no. We can't let that happen to Minerva. Somehow we've got to spring her. I have an idea, Walter. You've got to sneak her out of the biology lab through the window and then take her to Mrs. Davis's brother's farmhouse. It's only a 15-minute drive from here, so you can report back to me in my classroom before the end of lunch period.
Hey, check. I know a shortcut to the farmhouse, Miss Brooks. I helped Victor move some furniture in day before yesterday. Oh, before I go, I'd better stop at the steam table and get Minerva some milk.
That won't be necessary. If Minerva wants milk, why get it now? She'll get it at the farm, direct from the cow.
Miss Brooks will return in a moment. CBS News has always attempted to keep up with your need to know. As months of international tension have lengthened out into years, as America's position of world leadership has moved it into the forefront of decision and action on a global scale, CBS News has remained on the job with eyewitness observers in every strategic world capital. And CBS News has continued to build its reporting corps as well as its observing staff. Today, America listens most to the evening news broadcasts of four great newsmen, every Monday through Friday evening on most of these same stations. These men are Lowell Thomas, noted world traveler and lecturer; Edward R. Murrow, Dean of CBS News, recipient of numerous awards for his reporting, his integrity, his courage in world events; Douglas Edwards, one of America's most popular voices for CBS News; and Robert Trout, for years still another great name in CBS News. Tomorrow and every weekday evening, listen for each of these renowned reporters broadcasting world news at the Star's address.
Well, after Walter promised to sneak Minerva out of school to Victor's farm, the only problem remaining was what to do about Mr. Boynton's dog. In my classroom shortly after noon, I told Mr. Boynton what Walter had done.
Well, I doubt that he'll get back here before the end of lunch period, Miss Brooks. It's almost 1 o'clock now.
Excuse me, Mr. Boynton. I want to steal a little peek into the hallway. No sentry. Mr. Conklin apparently ducked out for a bite. Now's your chance to get rid of your dog.
Oh, I've already taken care of that. I simply lowered Geraldine out the window and told her to go home. She'll be lying on the doorstep waiting for me after school, Miss Brooks. You see, she's been trained. No matter where she is, she knows how to get to my apartment house.
So do I, but what good does it do?
Hiya, folks. I got your cat to the farm okay, Miss Brooks.
Nice work, Walter. Did you turn her over to Mrs. Davis?
Not exactly. She was out shopping when I got there, but I left Minerva with her brother Victor as soon as he got through with the delivery man.
Delivery man?
Yeah. Some guy was delivering a seat cushion.
What? But that cushion was supposed to be delivered to my classroom. Good old absent-minded Mrs. Davis.
Miss Brooks?
Yes?
A sign here.
For what?
For this.
Oh, no. Wait a minute, mister. This is a cow.
You got good eyes, lady. We'll give you the bucket free.
Gosh, a real cow. I haven't milked a cow in 14 years. Hand me that bucket, Walter.
Oh, no, you don't. This is no time to improve your handshake. Listen, mister, my landlady evidently got confused. There's been a dreadful mistake, but you'll simply have to take back this cow.
Oh, I'm sorry, lady. That'll take a separate order, and our company's jammed up for the day. Give 'em a call, though. Maybe we can take her tomorrow.
Well, you've got to be reasonable. You can't leave a cow here overnight. This is a public school under the supervision of the federal government.
Let's keep politics out of this. I gotta be going now. So long, lady.
Uh-oh, I just caught a glimpse of Mr. Conklin and his daughter Harriet coming up the school steps.
What'll we do? Mr. Boynton, cut that out.
Sorry, I lost my head.
Look in the bucket.
I'll see you later, Daddy.
Fine, Harriet. I'll be right here on sentry duty. No silly cat or dog is going to get past me today.
Boy, he's sure going to get a surprise from some silly cow.
Not if I can help it. Quick, close the door. Now listen carefully, Walter. I want you to stay here with the cow and see that absolutely no one enters this classroom. Then after school's over, when the sentry leaves, we can escape with the cow.
Yeah, okay, Miss Brooks, you can depend on me.
What can I do to help, Miss Brooks?
Just hand me that valise. The other one.
Steady, girl, steady. You're in good hands. 10 after 3, Walter. As soon as Miss Brooks gets back, we can...
Who goes there?
A friend. I'm unarmed.
Wait till I pull the chair away from the door.
Hi, Miss Brooks. See anybody in the hall?
Just Harriet Conklin. She was on her way to a dramatics club meeting. I saw Mr. Conklin getting into his car, so now's our chance to make the break. You men bring up the rear. We girls will lead the way. Come along, Bossy. Now keep your eyes peeled, Walter. You too, Mr. Boynton. If you see anybody...
Holy smoke! Quick, push her in here. I'll open the door.
But Walter!
No time to explain. In you go, Bossy. Come on. In.
All right, Walter. Now would you mind explaining what we and the strange cow are doing in Mr. Conklin's office?
Well, I just saw Harriet Conklin coming down the stairs. Oh, but we're safe in here. She never comes into Mr. Conklin's office when he isn't around.
Quick thinking, Walter.
Hi, Daddy. I thought you'd gone home.
I forgot something in my office, Harriet.
Whoops, he's around. Pipe down.
What on earth is going on in there? Well, I'll soon find out.
Back the cow into the closet. Hurry.
Come on, Bossy. Back.
Come on, in you go all the way. That's it.
Oh, now if she'll only stay quiet until Mr. Conklin...
Moon over Miami.
Oh, hello, Mr. Conklin.
Miss Brooks, Boynton, Denton, what are you doing here?
Well, sir, we were just...
Moon of Manacura. I demand to know what you are doing in my office.
Well, sir, we were just...
Moonlight and...
Is the song fest over now?
No, not quite, Mr. Conklin. Somehow I feel more coming on. I'm in the mood for love simply because you're...
Oh, shut up! You all sound like a herd of sick cattle. For the last time, what are you doing here?
Well, sir, we just dropped in to say goodbye on our way home.
I left here 5 minutes ago, but I forgot my hat. I'll get it out of the closet, and we can all go together.
What an awful way to go. Oh, surely you don't need a hat on such a lovely day, sir. Why not skip the closet?
Step aside, Miss Brooks.
Yes, sir.
Pardon me, please. Take it easy. Take it easy. I just want to get my hat. It'll take a second. Seems to be on the floor. If I can just reach it. I've got it now. Oh, I am sorry. Now, if I... No, I've got it. Now, I can... Pardon me again, please. Will one of you kindly tell me that I didn't see what I just saw in that closet?
You've had a rough day on sentry duty, sir. Overwork very often causes one's mind to play tricks that are...
Oh, yes, of course. Absurd. I'm convinced the whole thing was a mirage, notwithstanding the indisputable fact that my hat here, as you can plainly see, is half filled with cream. Just to reassure myself, however, I'd like to take another look in the closet. This time you will follow me, Miss Brooks.
Oh, it's rather late, Mr. Conklin. Let's do it in the morning.
You'll follow me now, Miss Brooks. And I do mean now.
Yes, sir.
Holy cow!
And you do mean cow.
Our Miss Brooks, starring E. Martin, transcribed, was produced and directed by Larry Burns, written by Joe Quillen and Al Lewis, with the music of Lud Gluskin. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, Gloria McMillan, Joseph Kearns, Joel Samuels, and Billy Gould. Be sure to be with us next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
Hello, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream program.
Hooray! Hope for Gracie! Hope for Gracie! She's the best little skipper in the land! Hope for Gracie! Hope for Gracie! Won't you please give this little girl a hand?
Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen, with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
So hope for Gracie! She'll win the presidential racing!
100 million strong, that's right, you can't go wrong.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Well, boys, we're back in Hollywood after the convention in Omaha, and what a time we had.
Oh, yes, wasn't it a wonderful reception?
Yes. Do you realize, Gracie, there were about 100,000 people on the street and in the station to greet you?
What about the one man that said hello to me?
Yeah, weren't you thrilled?
You said it.
You know, I love those torchlight parades and thousands of girls throwing kisses at me. Oh, that's...
Gesundheit.
Yes, well, what a kick I got, Gracie, when I saw you riding down the main street with a police escort, and Mayor Butler of Omaha sitting on your right hand, and Governor Cochran sitting on your left hand.
Oh, well, yeah, you see, it was cold and I forgot my gloves.
Well, that covers that. Did you ever see so many people in your life, Bubbles?
No, and it was the first time I ever saw a crowd bigger than I am.
Gracie, that was a beautiful dress you wore when you made your acceptance speech.
Well, I had it made especially for my campaign.
Had a pretty low cut back.
Well, I'm not like the other candidates. I believe in coming right out in the open.
Well, at least you were showing plenty of backbone.
Well, I'll tell you. I nearly didn't wait, George. You know, I never saw so many people in one place in my life, I'll tell you. The congestion was awful, and boy, what a time I had parking.
Well, now, you know, I never have trouble parking, Truman. I usually have trouble after I park, if you know what I mean.
I think I know what you mean.
You see, when I'm out driving with a boy, we just pick a spot, pull up the brake, and clutch.
Frank, by the way, what happened to you the night of Gracie's convention?
Oh, I was out all evening with a very cute girl, and did we have fun?
I see. You don't bother with conventions.
No, that's why we had so much fun.
I get it.
You know, George, my biggest thrill was to be made honorary mayor of Boys Town.
That was a thrill.
But you know, I was surprised. I couldn't find Mickey Rooney there.
Well, maybe Boys Town didn't take up his option.
Oh, don't be silly. He's too big to wear options.
Oh, yes.
Just looking at those boys, Gracie, reminded me of my childhood.
You mean the awkward age?
When you look kind of funny and the girls won't go with you. Starts at 13, you know.
When is it over?
I don't know, but I hope soon.
Mine is coming to an end next year.
Oh, I say, Gracie, I'm sorry I had to fly to San Francisco after the broadcast and missed your acceptance speech.
Ah, Ray, it was beyond description. Simply breathtaking. Thousands of people, 10 bands, people cheering, delegates from all over the country.
Oh, yes, and when Raymond D. McGrath made the nominating speech, I'll never forget it, Ray. His words are still ringing in my ears. And when he said...
I shall not speak of the qualifications of our candidate for this high office. Everyone knows the qualifications which she possesses, and knowing them are for her anyway. And so, because of these things which I have said, and because of many things which I have not said, and because of the Omaha Chamber of Commerce, and because this is the time designated for me to do so, and because I have to get back to my peanut wagon, I hereby nominate for President of the United States, Gracie Allen.
And now, the roll call of the states. States of Alabama. Hooray! States of California. Hooray! States of New York. Hooray! States of Nebraska. Hooray! States of confusion.
And now that the cheers are dying down, we're about to hear the acceptance speech of our candidate, the Honorable Gracie Allen.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the surprise party, citizens of Omaha, and friends, I want to thank you for nominating me your candidate for president. As I look around here in this Coliseum and see thousands of trusting, believing faces shining up at me with love and respect, tears come to my eyes. And you know why? My girdle's killing me. If I'm elected next November, and it's bound to come, it usually does, comes right after October, I'll be the first lady president that this country has ever had. This campaign of mine hasn't been easy. My opponents haven't given me plenty of worry. But I said to myself, Grace, I always call myself Grace when I'm talking to myself. I said, Grace, be like a tea kettle. When you're up to your neck in hot water, continue to sing. You see, when you sing like a tea kettle, you can also let off steam at the same time. If you've listened to my opponents, you will have to admit that they have been very outspoken. And I'm the one who outspoke them. Their attacks have only made me all the prettier. The mud that they threw turned out to be beauty clay. I've been in the library in Congress time and time again, and I want to tell you that it's a shame there isn't a good love story in the place. The newspapers have asked me what I think of the little man. Well, I think they're cute. The reason we need a woman in the presidential chair is to pave the way for other political jobs for women, such as lady senators and lady congressmen. Anybody knows that a woman is much better than a man when it comes to introducing bills into the House. Now, just look at all the famous women in history. The mother of Julius Caesar was a woman. Napoleon's wife was a woman. Why, half of the married people in the United States are women. Naturally, there are candidates running in opposition to me. Now, I have been in the city of Omaha only 3 days, and I kissed Mayor Butler twice. Can my opponents match that? Some people say to me, don't count your chickens before they're hatched, Gracie. You haven't been elected yet. Of course, there is a remote possibility of that. But should such a thing happen, I'll say what Mr. Dion said to the nurse when she told him that he was the father of quintuplets. I demand a recount. So, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for nominating me. Be true to yourself by being true to the surprise party. Stick with us until we get to Washington. Remember the banana. When it leaves the bunch, it gets skinned.
Well, Gracie, I'm certainly sorry I couldn't stay in Omaha to hear that speech.
Yeah, and Ray, the night of the convention, a very funny thing happened to me. I tried to get into the Coliseum, but they didn't know who I was, so they threw me out of the back door.
So I told them who he was.
That's right. And they invited me in again.
And threw him out the front door.
That's right.
How would you like to get $1's worth of hand lotion for only 49 cents? Well, that's exactly what you get in the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Special. Only 49 cents for the big dollar-size Heinz. What a price and what a lotion. Heinz Honey and Almond Cream brings extra creamy, extra soothing comfort to your dry, rough hands, and it's cooling to sunburned skin, too. This big money-saving Heinz Special is selling fast, so hurry. Save half price now on Heinz Big Dollar Size. Why, even at its regular price, this dollar Heinz Honey and Almond Cream is famous as the family economy bottle. It contains over twice as much lotion as the regular 50-cent bottle. And with this 49-cent Heinz Autograph Special, you also get a Gracie Allen autograph. It's on the bottle and it's detachable. Get Heinz 49-cent Special tonight and use Heinz regularly for softer, prettier hands. Remember, the big dollar bottle of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream is on sale for 49 cents for a limited time only And now, Frank Parker. Frank sings tonight Franz Lehar's lovely melody, Yours Is My Heart Alone. Frank?
Whispering, I love you, whispering, I love you, my
Gracie, until I saw your convention, I didn't think a silly campaign like this would get so far. But now that we're nominated...
Don't be so plural, George.
Yeah? Well, this is no time for modesty. I feel our party needs a business leader. Mm-hmm. A person with foresight, ingenuity, brains, intelligence.
Oh, we'll have to get somebody else, George. I can't be everything.
So as your new campaign manager, I've got some ideas in my head that will lead us to victory.
Sort of a hollow victory.
That's so. Anyway, we're going to San Francisco next week, and, come in.
Good evening. I'm Ed Pettis.
What are you taking for it?
Please. I'm George Burns.
Oh, you're wanted on the phone outside.
On the phone? Say, it might be important. I'll be right back.
He's not wanted on the telephone, Miss Allen. I just wanted to bring you a message from the surprise party headquarters. I've come to tell you about one mistake in your campaign.
Well, shouldn't George hear about this?
He's the mistake. And we've got to get rid of him.
What? Have you any idea what George means to me? Have you any idea what we've been to each other? Get rid of George. How can I get rid of George? Has anybody got any ideas?
Miss Allen, you're going to San Francisco next week, and you're going to do a campaign speech and a broadcast. And we of San Francisco are very progressive. We got rid of ferry boats. We got rid of miniature golf. We got rid of horse cars. So you can certainly get rid of George. Goodbye.
Well, that's that. The question is how to get rid of him.
Now, let's see. How about throwing him off a high building?
No, he gets dizzy.
Gracie, how about drowning him?
No, he catches cold too easily.
Well, I've got a peachy one. How about giving him some cyanide pills, huh?
No, they're too fattening.
How about shooting him?
No, I couldn't possibly do that. I haven't got a license.
Oh, Gracie, I've got an idea. Let's make him think he's sick and worry him to death.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, well, here I am back again. Mr. Pettis, I was in every phone. Where's that man that was in here?
The man? What man?
The man who sent me outside.
There was no man here.
Then why did I go out?
Well, you didn't go out.
Now, wait a minute. If I wasn't here and I didn't go out, where have I been?
George, do you feel all right?
I never felt better in my life.
Frank, get him a glass of water.
I don't want any water.
Well, then why don't you ask for it?
I didn't ask for it.
Well, then give it back to me.
I haven't got it.
Look here, George, you trying to make us think you're crazy or something?
Look, I was never saner in my life.
That's what we're worried about.
Look, we haven't got any time to lose. Now, next week, we're going to San Francisco.
Oh, Gracie, when is George's birthday?
Next month.
Oh, too bad. He would have been 39.
What do you mean, would have been 39? I will be 39.
You want to bet?
Quiet, Frank.
I'm not Frank. I'm Truman Bradley.
If you're Truman Bradley, who is this? I said, who is this?
George, where you're pointing, there's nobody there.
Now, look, folks, I've had a hectic week. And I really don't feel well.
Oh, George, you're just worrying for nothing. You're not half as sick as you look.
Oh, thanks.
You've probably got a little touch of Frizola of the Brazola.
Brazola of the Brazola?
Yes.
What is that?
Oh, it's really nothing. Very few people ever die of it.
Oh, good.
Only the ones who've had it.
Well, how long do you think I've got to live?
Well, I'll give you a little hint. Don't buy an all-day sucker.
All right, so I'm sick. But anyway, we've got to go to San Francisco and Say, what are the symptoms of Brazola of the Brazola?
Oh, why get upset? If you've got it, the autopsy will show it.
Well, what if I haven't got it?
Well, then you died of something else.
Well, now I feel better.
I'll tell you how to get rid of it. The first day you cut out meat, the second day you cut out starches, and the third day you cut out liquids.
What do I cut out the fourth day?
Paper dolls.
Brazola of the Brazola. I never heard of that.
You know, I don't think we should talk that way about George. He's such a nice fellow.
Yes, wasn't he?
And that song of his, Ain't Misbehaving, I don't know why we let that upset us. I mean, other people sing off key, don't they?
I wonder how that'll sound on a harp.
There never was a better pal.
Yeah, he was a nice kid.
He was kind, considerate, and free with his money. I'm going to miss him.
Oh, I'll never forget his face. Isn't it awful?
It's like a bad dream.
Yes.
Can you imagine how I'll feel when I get up and say, don't forget to use Heinz honey and almond cream? It's good for rough, red faces. My heart will be broken when I say you can get it at any toilet goods counter.
Truman, what are you talking about?
The $1 bottle.
Then why are you crying?
They're selling it for 49 cents.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to conditions over which we have no control, George is still living. However, with the help of a sleeping powder and a small mallet, we now have him strapped in bed here in the Studio Emergency Hospital with the cast acting as the medical staff. And here we are.
Look, he's breathing heavy.
Oh, I hope it can last a few minutes longer. Why? Well, he's got 3 more balloons to blow up for our party tonight. 4 more.
Oh. Well, look, he's coming too. His eyelids are starting to flutter.
What a time to flirt. Yes.
Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't
Oh, Jim, quick, before he gets to the chorus, give him a sleeping tablet.
Which one?
The one with the handle.
Hey, now remember, before he comes to, we've got to keep him here so he can't get to San Francisco.
Oh, well, now, don't forget, Bubbles and I are nurses, and Truman, you and Ray are doctors, and
Right.
Frank, you're the patient in the next bed.
Okay, but let me give George the next sleeping tablet.
Oh, yeah, George will get a bang out of it.
Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't misbehaving. Where am I?
Oh, and now just lie quietly, Mr. Burns. You're suffering from a very horrible malady.
What malady?
Ain't misbehaving.
What happened? What am I doing here?
Well, you were operated on for Brazola of the Brazola.
Oh. Did I have it?
Back to back.
Back to back? Gracie.
Yes, just lie quietly. Gracie will be here in a minute.
No, wait. You're Gracie.
No, I'm Nurse Crowley. You're delirious, Mr. Burns. Just take it easy.
Oh. Why am I tied down?
Well, this room happens to be upside down. We don't want you to fall out of bed.
Now, listen to me, Ray Noble.
I'm not Ray Noble. I'm Dr. Frankfurter, a skin specialist.
Well, this is going from bad to worst. Frank, what are you doing in the next bed? What's the matter with you?
Do you mean me, buddy?
Yes.
My name isn't Frank. I'm J.V. Dittenfest, Jr.
J.V. Dittenfest, Jr.?
Yeah, I was named after my son.
Why, you haven't got a son.
Well, could I help it if he died before I was born?
Oh. What is this? Say Truman.
I'm not Truman. I'm Dr. Alvin Johnson.
I'll see if he's Truman Bradley. What's good for rough red hands?
I don't know. I'm an ear specialist.
You are, huh? Where do you get a toilet goods counters?
The sales girl's phone number.
Bubbles, come here.
You mean me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I can't talk.
Why not?
I'm an oxygen tent.
I don't know. I hope this is a dream.
Now
folks.
open your mouth, Mr. Burns.
Ah.
Wider.
Ah.
Now swallow a spoon.
Oh, where's your spoon? Swallow the spoon.
Yes, I gave you some medicine before and I forgot to stir it.
Hurry up. I want a sleeping tablet.
Oh, gladly, old boy. This one's on me.
Oh. Give the gentleman a cigar.
Thanks, fellows.
Truman, we'd better get a bottle of beer for George.
Oh, really? Is he thirsty?
No, he's anemic. I want to give him a transfusion.
Yes, but Gracie, what if it kills him?
Well, we still get a nickel back in the bottle. Oh, poor George. Does he look awful? Oh, yeah. Doesn't he, Bubbles? I wish he'd get well or do something. I've got a date to see a double feature. What is a double feature? Don Wilson. Oh.
Oh. Look, George's waking up again. Perhaps we ought to give him something to really put him to sleep.
Well, we're not allowed to give him any dope. I mean, we're not allowed to give him any dope.
Ain't misbehaving all by myself.
Oh, what a terrible clunk.
Yeah, he certainly is.
Hey, look. Look, folks, George is hardly moving. Get up. I say, George, come on, get up, will you?
Truman, let's tap his knee and test his reflexes.
Okay, Frank. I tapped his knee, but nothing happened.
Yeah, what about the jerk?
He's still unconscious.
No, but I say this is getting serious. Frank, you better go out and get a real doctor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Poor old George, to think he won't be able to get up and go to San Francisco.
Yeah, look at that bump on his head. It looks like Treasure Island.
Yeah, and his nose looks like Knob Hill. And look at him with his mouth open. It looks like the Golden Gate. Yeah. I can see the bridge.
This way, Doctor, right this way.
Uh-huh. How long has he been dead?
Oh, Doctor, that's Ray Noble. This is a patient.
Yeah. Let's see. No pulse, no color, no blood pressure, no respiration, no reflexes.
He ain't got nothing, has he, Doctor?
Pretty void. It was a very serious case. He's got to be removed immediately.
Oh, good.
There's only one place where we can save him. That's the Grandview Sanitarium, and I'd better take him there immediately.
Oh, well, where is it?
San Francisco.
Oh. No.
When you read a romantic love story, doesn't it make you dream of such happiness for yourself? Of strong arms holding you close and warm, thrilling kisses? Of course it does. And you can help make those dreams come true. Keep yourself just as attractive and appealing and feminine as you know how. For one thing, make good use of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. This fine, fragrant lotion helps keep your hands looking smooth, smelling fragrant, and feeling thrilling to a man's touch. And don't forget, now is the time for all women to buy Heinz. Why? Because it's on special sale. You get the big dollar size for only 49 cents, less than half price. Just walk up to a toilet goods counter, put down 49 cents, and you get the dollar size Heinz Honey and Almond Cream, the biggest hand lotion special of 1940. It contains over twice as much lotion as the regular 50-cent bottle. And this is the same fine Heinz Honey and Almond Cream you've always known. Extra creamy, extra softening. Ask for Heinz 49-cent special tonight. It's an autograph special, too, with a detachable Gracie Allen autograph on the bottle. Remember, this offer is good for a limited time only. The price is less than half, only 49 cents for the big dollar size of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
And now Gracie will sing, I Can't Love You Anymore.
I can't love you any more than I do. For if I loved you any more, I would have to be two. I love you with my heart, I love you with my mind. I love you, love you, love you, all there is I find. So I can't love you any more than I do. I wish that I could fashion a masterpiece of melody and rhyme to convey in a clever way how very much I care. But I haven't the flair for clever things, and therefore what I have to say must be said in a simple way. I can't love you any more than I do. For if I loved you, loved you, loved you, loved you anymore, I would have to be two. I love you in the sun, I love you in the rain, I love you in the middle of a hurricane. So I can't love you any more than I do. Heel, toe, kick with the 1, 2, 3 and the 4, 5, 6. Da-da-da-da, slide, slide, slide. Da-da-da-da-da, glide, glide, glide. Love you with my heart, stop. Love you with my mind, turn. Love you, love you, love you, all there is I find. So I can't love you any more than I do. Exit, any more than I do. Good night, any more than I do.
And the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program. Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
100 million strong, that's right, you can't go wrong, my friend. It's going on and on.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Hello.
Well, I'm very happy to be here on Treasure Island at the San Francisco World's Fair.
Oh, so am I. You know, I've met all my friends. You know, George, I was born in San Francisco. As a matter of
If I
fact...
were you, I'd keep it a secret.
Well, that's right, George. You know, as my daddy said when he first saw me, why bring that up?
Well, then, let's drop it.
Yeah, he did. Want to feel the pup?
Yes, I'd be glad to. It's my life's ambition.
You know, my whole family lives in San Francisco, but my daddy lives with my uncle in a house across the bay.
And he commutes, huh?
Yeah, every 10 years.
That's very interesting.
He's an old-fashioned man.
I know.
One old-fashioned after another.
Was your daddy born in San Francisco,
Yes,
too?
South San Francisco.
South San Francisco.
Yes.
Have you always been this dizzy, Gracie?
Well, I got that way from following in my daddy's footsteps.
Well, at least your daddy has his good pints.
Oh, said it.
Don't mind George, folks. He's a Los Angeles boy.
Well, if it isn't that Market Street Donamici, Frank Parker. And Frank, I'm not a Los Angeles boy. I was born on the outskirts of Los Angeles, Boston.
Say, Frank, what do you think of my hometown?
Oh, I think it's terrific. You know, Gracie, there are 40,000 beautiful girls here.
Frank, what are you up to?
3,634.
Stop with those girls. You know, there are other ways of getting a bang out of life.
Oh, you and your bubble gum.
Yeah.
Well, it's a noble experiment.
Gracie, isn't it grand to be back in your hometown and get such a nice hand?
And speaking of nice hands, Heinz
Oh,
Honey and Almond
Truman
Cream, ladies and
Bradley,
gentlemen.
folks, Truman Bradley.
Thank you. You know, I bet Gracie San Francisco never thought that you'd be a presidential candidate this year.
Well, why not? Why should I be an exception?
Tell me, Gracie, has the town changed much since you were here last?
Oh, yes. Well, I've been reading the local papers, and I see where men's clothes cost a fortune now. And
Men's clothes cost a fortune?
Oh, well, that's what it said. It said Billy Rose just got a $20,000 suit.
Gracie, that happens to be a Seattle model.
Well, I don't care if it has 2 pairs of pants. It's still not worth $20,000.
Look, when it said suit, it meant lawsuit. And the model happens to be a girl.
Oh, well, then maybe Billy Rose kissed her.
Kissed her? How can he kiss a girl so much taller than he is?
Well, maybe some of his friends put him up to it.
Either that or he jumped.
Hey, Gracie, have I been having fun here?
Oh, really, Bubbles?
Yes, I had lunch today in 3 restaurants.
Three restaurants?
Yes.
Bubbles eats all over town.
Yes, I'm big that way.
I know. Bubbles, do you like Italian food?
And how?
Have you tried DiMaggio's?
Yes, and they're delicious with meatballs.
Bubbles, DiMaggio's are ball players.
Well, maybe she had them on the home plate.
Well, I certainly slid into that one. Oh, Ray Noble.
In the place.
What there is of it, yeah.
I say, Gracie, so sorry I'm late. You see, I'm playing at the Palace Hotel, and I had a little trouble getting here. The streets are all torn up.
Why, Ray Noble, that's impossible. I read in the paper where the street commissioner said that as a whole, the streets in San Francisco were all right.
Yes, they're all right as a whole. But how are their streets?
Well, when I'm president, I'm going to have a long talk with Mayor Rossi.
Why?
Oh, he knows some cute stories.
He does.
Well, Grace, I was going to pick you some flowers here at the fairground, but there was a sign there that said, "Do not pick the flowers."
Oh, well, that's all right.
So I picked the sign.
Oh, thanks, Ray. I'll wear it in my hair.
You picked the sign?
Well, why not, George? There was no sign there saying, "Do not pick the sign."
Oh, I say.
Say, come here, Ray. I've got a present for you, too.
No, really?
Uh-huh. Well, put your arms around me.
Like this?
Uh-huh. A little closer.
Like this?
Mm-hmm. Now, put your face next to mine.
Right so. What do I do now?
Well, why don't you go on Major Bo's amateur program?
Yes, why don't you do it?
Hurry up, folks. Get in on the special sale of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream, the big dollar size, only 49 cents for a limited time only.
Well, I never heard of such a thing in my whole life, unless it was last week on the Burns and Allen program.
Gracie, Truman is doing the talking.
Oh, no, George, I'm doing the talking. Funny she didn't recognize my voice. Now, let's see, where was that? Oh, yes. I was at a toilet goods counter, and I plunked down 49 cents, and what did I get? Why, the big dollar size of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. Less than half price. And I saved 51 cents on the spot. And then and there, I made up my mind that I'd save 51 cents every day just by buying Heinz big dollar size for only 49 cents. Oh, and Georgie, what do you know? I got my autograph on the Heinz bottle.
Oh, good.
And that's why this Heinz 49-cent special is called the Heinz Autograph Bottle. You get more Heinz Honey and Almond Cream for your money than ever before. And in addition, you get a Gracie Allen autograph right on the bottle, and it's detachable. Even at its regular price, this dollar-size Heinz is famous as the economy bottle. And now, at less than half price, it's phenomenal. It's genuine, fine, fragrant Heinz, the extra creamy, extra softening lotion for dry, rough hands. Get your Heinz 49-cent special tonight. Have softer, smoother hands for good. And now, Frank Parker. Tonight, Frank sings Stars in My Eyes by Fritz Kreisler, taken from the show The King Steps Up.
My song has wings, eternal strings, no longer but a dream. My cheeks aglow, emotions flow like sunlight on a stream. My step is gay along my way, the roses bloom at my feet. My love reigns, my being changed, my life is now complete. Stars in my eyes tell how I feel. For this tender passion is real. I am loved, I am blessed. All that eager longing is laid to rest.
that was beautiful. You did a grand job.
Oh, thanks, George. Wait a minute, Gracie. George is supposed to say that.
Well, he's outside phoning.
Well, that's funny. Who does he know up here that can lend him a nickel?
Gracie, how do you like it here on Treasure Island?
Well, Truman, it's pretty enough to be a fair.
It is a fair, Gracie, and it's called Fair for 40, and it is beautiful.
So is George.
Beautiful?
No, fair for 40.
I guess.
Listen, everybody, I've got it all arranged. I just spoke to J.J. Clifford, and he's coming over here tonight.
Not J.J. Clifford.
That's right.
Who's that?
Who was that?
Yes.
Politically, he's the most powerful man in this part of the country. And as your campaign manager, I'm telling you that if we could get him on our side, you're as good as being in the White House.
Oh, well, what do you think I ought to do?
Well, when he comes in, let me do the talking, and you just smile.
Oh, leave it to me. I'll just drop my eyes.
Yes, just drop your eyes.
And if he's a gentleman, he'll pick him up.
Stop with that silly talk and listen. J.J. Clifford is the man who gets behind you, takes hold of things, and makes you click.
Oh, an osteopath.
An osteopath?
I hope he doesn't rub me the wrong way.
Now, look, Gracie.
Say, George, you deserve a lot of credit lining up a big shot like J.J. Clifford.
Thanks. I met him at the press club.
That's all.
I don't let any grass grow under my feet.
Well, a little grass wouldn't hurt. It might cover up those shoes.
Yeah, well, J.J. Clifford is just about sold. And there's one thing you ought to know before he gets here.
What's that?
Now, he's got a red beard, and he's very sensitive about it.
Well, if I had a red beard, I'd be very sensitive about it, too.
Yeah. Well, you'd be sensitive if you had a brain.
Yeah, so would I.
Well, with a red beard, Gracie, we can play that game Beaver.
Oh, yes.
Beaver?
Yeah.
Look, he happens to run this part of the country, and if any of you holler Beaver, you know what you're going to get?
5 points. Holla, Beaver.
Look, we're not playing Beaver, and don't mention his beard. Yeah. Hello. Oh, just a minute. Gracie, it's for you.
Oh, hello? Oh, hello, Betsy. It's my sister.
Good.
Yeah, what? Oh, you don't say. Oh, that's a scream. Goodbye.
What happened?
Oh, dear. Well, I left my car parked at the top of Fillmore Street Hill, and I forgot to put the brakes on.
I say.
And the funniest thing, the car is running down the hill.
Well, what's funny about that? Somebody might get killed.
Oh, it's impossible. There's nobody in the car.
What about the pedestrians?
Oh, the car is moving so fast, they won't have time to get in.
Well, it's your headache, and you can wear it.
Oh, by the way, chaps, you mustn't miss that incubator building here at the fair. You know, they've got tiny babies there that weigh only 3 ounces.
Well, how do they live?
They charge admission.
They do.
Well, you see, those babies can always use a little change.
Yeah. Now listen, everybody. This may be J.J. Clifford, so no wisecracks about his beard. Come in.
Good evening. Miss Allen?
Yes?
My name is Agatha Pinwhistle.
My, how can you remember things like that?
Listen, yes, miss?
Gracie, don't you remember me? I was your teacher in the 3rd grade.
Oh, Miss Pinwhistle. Oh, well, I didn't recognize you without your slip showing.
What?
Boys, this used to be my teacher.
How do you
Hello,
do,
Penny.
How do you do?
Miss Pinwhistle, I'll bet Gracie gave you lots of trouble in school.
Oh, no, you can be very proud of your daughter.
Well, My daughter?
Yes, Gracie always had an active mind. She learned things very quickly, but always backwards.
Yes.
I think I know what you mean.
Miss Pinwhistle, remember how I was always getting mixed up in arithmetic and history? I used to think that 2 times 3 was Napoleon.
2 times 3 was Napoleon?
Well, of course, I was silly when I was a little girl.
Oh, sure.
I know better than that now.
Of course.
Anybody knows that 2 times 3 is Julius Caesar.
Yes. For a minute, I thought I had you.
See, Miss Pinwhistle, whatever happened to Oakland and Berkeley?
Oh, they're in Kansas City.
Oakland and Berkeley are in Kansas City?
Well, those are the twins who sat in front of me.
Oh. Well, why did they name twins Oakland and Berkeley?
Well, because they were only 5 minutes apart.
I know they're twin sisters, Minneapolis and St. Paul.
Oh.
Gracie, whatever happened to that little girl you used to play with all the time?
Oh, which one do you mean?
Oh, the one that sat in back of you, that sickly little girl who was so frail and anemic.
Oh, well, she's still my girlfriend. Bubbles, you remember Miss Pinwhistle? Sure. Oh, hello, Miss Pinwhistle.
Why, Bubbles, I hardly know you. Haven't you taken on a little weight?
Oh, about 275 pounds.
Yeah, that's all.
Say, Miss Penwhistle, seeing you here reminds me of my school days. You know, my teacher used to slap me when I was naughty.
Yes, he was a regular Mickey Rooney.
Yes, but it never hurt. And the reason it never hurt was that my teacher had soft hands.
Cut, Truman. A little music, boys. All right, you can take it, Truman.
And Miss Penwhistle?
Yeah.
It's because she used Heinz honey and almond cream.
Yeah.
And it wasn't the 10-cent size.
No.
No, it wasn't the 25-cent size or the 50-cent size.
Yeah.
No, it was the dollar size. And would you believe it, Miss Penwhistle? Today you can get it for only 49 cents.
That's right.
Oh, Miss Penwhistle.
Yes, sir.
Miss Penwhistle, whatever happened to that silly boy who sat next to me? You know, the one who called me Googie? Which one? Well, you know, the one with the buck teeth. The one who used to bite I love you on my desk.
He bit I love you on your desk?
Yes. Don't you remember, Miss Penwhistle? He'd sit for hours and go like this.
Let me see. Oh, Stinky.
Yes, that's the one. Miss Penwhistle.
Yes, Gracie?
Whatever became of that good-looking history teacher?
Well, I got to go, Gracie.
Well, remember when he tried to kiss you?
Well, I didn't kiss him, did I?
Well, I don't know. Did you?
No, not because he was a history teacher. It was the principal I was thinking of.
Oh. Yeah, he was pretty, too.
That was grand. I certainly enjoyed it.
Oh, thanks, George. Shall I play it again?
Oh, no, never mind.
All right, then. Oh, by the way, Gracie, right after the broadcast, how about you and me being my guests at Billy Rose's Accolade, huh?
Well, I'll be glad to go once, but I've been there again.
Well, that's smart, Petta. You know, I was there the other night, and Johnny Weissmuller is really a swimmer. He starts out with the Australian crawl.
George, have you ever seen the San Francisco crawl?
There's no such a thing as the San Francisco crawl.
Oh, no? Did you ever try to drive down Market Street at 5 o'clock?
Well, anyway, that speed of Johnny Weissmuller's is great.
Oh, yes, he's fast.
You bet.
I saw him last night, too.
Did you see him go into all those dives?
See him. I was with him. Can he dance?
He's a good dancer. Oh, now this is probably J.J. Clifford. Now remember, Frank, and that goes for everybody. Right. No wisecracks about his red beard. And Gracie, be on your toes.
Yeah,
your
I
whole
will.
campaign depends upon this.
Yes.
Come in.
Is Gracie here?
Well, I'm Gracie.
Who is this?
Don't you remember me, Gracie? I'm Rollo. I used to go to school with you.
Why, Rollo, how you've changed.
Yeah, I've grown. I've got on long pants.
Oh, so have I grown.
Gracie, take it easy.
Gracie, you remember the day you left school 20 years ago? You gave me a sandwich.
Uh-huh.
Well, I brought it back to you.
You mean you kept the sandwich all these years?
I don't like peanut butter.
And vice versa.
Say, Rollo used to be the smartest boy in the 3rd grade.
I still am.
Say, Rollo, remember the fun we used to have in school? We'd drop our books under the desk, and then we'd bend down and pick them up.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'd drop them again, and we'd pick them up again. Oh, you had more fun?
Where did the fun come in?
Under the desk.
Yes, well, your book's read.
Hello, Rollo. Oh, Rollo, this is Bubbles. Remember Bubbles?
I remember part of her.
Why, Rollo, I hardly recognized you without your dunce cap.
I don't wear it anymore. It makes me look too tall.
Yeah. You look much prettier this way.
Say, Rollo, whatever happened to the little boy who sat right across from me?
You mean all he used to do was Stinky?
Oh, yes.
I haven't seen him in years.
Well, why did he do a...
Well, he was practicing to go with Sheffield.
Well, I wouldn't pal around with Stinky. He was a dope.
Oh, quiet, Einstein.
Gracie, who is this fellow Ray Noble who always wants to be alone with you? I'd like to punch him right in the nose.
Now, look here, I resent that, old boy. I'm Ray Noble, and if I want to be alone with Gracie, I'll be alone with her.
Yeah, what about me?
No, I'd rather be alone with Gracie.
Oh, isn't this fun? I've got 2 men fighting over me.
And look here. I say, if you'll step outside, I'll repulse you.
Oh, yeah? Then I'll repulse you.
I'll repulse you first.
And I'll repulse you right back again.
What's going on here?
Well, these boys are really repulsive.
You said it. And boys, step outside.
Who'll hold my coat?
All right, I will.
Say, that sandwich that Rollo brought back couldn't have been 20 years old.
Well, it was.
It didn't taste like it.
Bubbles, you ate a sandwich that was 20 years old?
Oh, why shouldn't she? It's too old to be outside.
Well, that's nice because the sandwich in there will meet a lot of nice pickles.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, listen, everybody. This must be J.J. Clifford. And remember, no jokes about his red beard. Come in.
Yes.
Quiet. How do you do, Mr. Clifford?
How do you do, Mr. Burns?
Quiet. Mr. Clifford, this is Gracie Allen.
What are you laughing at, Miss Allen?
Oh, if I told you, Mr. Clifford, would your fuzz be red?
She means this is the first time she's met you. She has an impediment.
Oh, yes. Miss Allen, no doubt Mr. Burns has told you I'm in a position to sweep you into office.
Well, thanks. You've got just the face for it.
Well, not to change subject, Mr. Clifford, but I want you to meet Bubbles and Truman Bradley.
How do you do?
And this is Frank Parker.
Beaver.
Beaver? Well, Beaver, can you spare a dime?
One cycle to railroad, made it wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, what's going on
Well, you
here?
see, he's a tenor. He's got to rehearse.
Oh. Now, Miss Allen, if our district is going to support you, we want to know what you can do for us. So let's not beat around the bush.
No, not by the hair of your chinny chin.
Who said that?
The 3 little pigs.
Mr. Clifford, what about the Power and Water Project? Remember?
Oh, yes. Hetchy.
What?
Hetchy.
Oh, coochie.
Gracie, please.
Look, I haven't time for all this foolishness. Now, Miss Allen, let's get down to brass tacks.
Well, wouldn't you rather go to the Bell Tavern?
Look, this is a very important man.
Miss Allen, if you're elected president, what are you going to do about our street maintenance? You know, most of our streets run uphill.
Oh, don't worry. I won't let them run down.
Well, that's a new slant. Gracie, he means what kind of aid will you give California?
Well, there are only 2 kinds of aid.
Federal and state?
No, orange and lemon.
You certainly squeezed in that. Come in.
Look, it's a policeman with Ray Noble and Rollo.
A policeman?
Mr. Burns, you better keep these 2 fellows in here. We don't allow that kind of stuff here at the fair.
What were they doing? Fighting, huh?
No, dancing together at the pavilion.
Dancing? Well, Mr. Clifford, I want to apologize for all this confusion.
Oh, yes, I do beg your pardon. I say, George, who is this chap?
J.J. Clifford.
Looks like Santa Claus with high blood pressure.
I can see that you people are taking my coming up here as a joke. My standing in this community is a very important one, and I do not intend to subject myself to ridicule. Good.
Just a minute, Mr. Clifford. You see, we're here at the World's Fair, and we're all having a lot of fun and a lot of laughs. Truman, will you talk to him?
Okay. Mr. Clifford, we realize that you're one of the most influential men in the state, sir.
That's
and
right.
if we did have a bit of fun, it wasn't premeditated,
That's
I assure
right.
you.
Yes.
As for having fun at your expense, it's out of the question,
Yes.
sir. After all, what can we possibly say that would be any funnier than that broken-down beard you're wearing?
Oh, well, there goes California.
Well, I've had enough of this. And, Mr. Burns, if you ever happen to be in the Richmond district, don't bother to look me up.
Richmond District? I used to live on 4th Avenue.
So did I, 668.
Well, so did I, on the first floor.
I lived on the second.
Stinky!
Boogie!
Tell me now that bare knees are smart. Girls are wearing short skirts that stop just above the knee and high socks that stop just below the knee. Well, those bare knees are certainly okay with the male population, as long as the knees are smooth and pretty. So be sure to smooth Heinz Honey and Almond Cream on your knees before you wear the new bare knee fashions. Heinz is extra creamy, extra softening for rough, sandpapery hands, and it's just as grand for rough knees. And say, right now is the time to buy Heinz. It's on special sale. The big dollar-size Heinz Honey and Almond Cream is only 49 cents. Yes, less than half price. Just go to any toilet goods counter and ask for a Heinz Autograph Special. You get over twice as much lotion for your money, and you also get a Gracie Allen autograph on the bottle, and it's detachable. You can add it to your autograph collection. Now, don't forget, get Heinz 49-cent special while the getting is good. This amazing offer lasts for a limited time only. The big dollar-size Heinz Honey and Almond Cream for only 49 cents.
And now Gracie will sing Tennessee Fish Fry from American Jubilee. Sing it.
Hop diggity, that old sun is climbing high. Hop diggity, time to catch the catfish for the fry. Poor little you never been to a fry. Well, ain't that a shame? Ain't that a shame? Ain't that scandalous? Ain't you never been to a Tennessee fish fry? Ain't you never fished for your dinner down south? You ain't? If you never been to a Tennessee fish fry, then you never had a chunk of heaven right in your mouth. You ain't tasted cornbread when it's drowned in a pound of butter. You ain't swung your sweetest gal around in the DOJO. If you never been to a Tennessee fish fry, there's an awful lot about a picnic that you don't know. And now, irrespective, just because you've been to a Caroline clam bake, ain't no reason you acting kind of high-hat, no man. Just because you've been jamboreeing in Georgia, ain't no reason to pretend that you're an aristocrat. If you dance the cakewalk in Kentucky, then man, you're lucky. Lucky you're with me in Tennessee, where the fish is free. If you've never been to a Tennessee fish fry, my, that's the same as saying that you've never been on a tree. Yes, sirree. Now, come on, Emmeline, Susie Joe. Wake up, Angela. Here we go. There's an awful lot about a picnic that you don't know.
Are you wearing the new nylon stockings? Then take care of them. Many sales girls handling stockings tell us they use Heinz Honey and Almond Cream to keep hands feeling soft and smooth, help prevent snagging fine hose. Heinz is extra creamy, extra softening. And now it's on sale at an extra special price. The big dollar size for only 49 cents.
Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Oh, no, wait, George. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chamber of Commerce has asked me to think of a way to make San Francisco more beautiful. Now, let's see.
Well, I'm going back to Los Angeles.
Oh, that'll do it.
Good night.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
The Jack Benny Program. The Lucky Strike Program, starring Jack Benny, with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. gentlemen, as you all know, in the Rose Bowl game on New Year's Day, Illinois upset the Dope. And here he is, and he's still upset, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, for your information, I wasn't upset at all. I enjoyed the game very much.
Certainly was exciting, wasn't it, Jack?
Yes, sir. And what a score. Illinois 45, UCLA 14, and Al Hoysh 103. That was really something, wasn't it?
Oh, and what wonderful seats you had, Jack. How did you get such good tickets at the last minute?
Well, Don, it wasn't easy. You see, even though I was born in Illinois, I've lived in California for the past 15 years. So in order to get 2 tickets, I called Governor Warren.
You called the governor of California?
Yes. He couldn't do anything for me, so he called Governor Green of Illinois. Governor Green called President George Stoddard of the Illinois University. President Stoddard got in touch with Ray Elliott, the coach. Elliott got in touch with Buddy Young. And fortunately, Buddy Young happens to be a very good friend of Rochester. So through Rochester, I not only got 2 seats on the 50-yard line, but I also got a sure thing in the 4th race at Santa Anita. Say, Don, who were you rooting for at the game?
Well, Jack, I didn't want to show any partiality, so I got a seat on the UCLA side and a seat on the Illinois side.
Well, Don, how could you possibly sit on both sides of the... Oh, of course. And, Don, weren't you disappointed when you weren't picked as the winning float? Huh? Well, better luck next year.
Hiya, Jackson.
Hello, Phil. Phil, get your band ready and... Phil, what happened to your orchestra? Half of your boys are missing. Where are they?
Look, Jackson, New Year's Eve was only 5 days ago. Give them time. Give them time.
Say what?
Leave them alone and they'll come home, dragging their empties behind them.
I know. But meanwhile, do the best you can with the boys. Oh, no.
What's the matter, Jackson?
Sammy, the bass fiddle player.
Well, what about him? He's the best bass player in the country.
I know, but look at his bass fiddle. It has 6 silver handles on it.
Well, that's Sammy for you. If anything happens to him, you don't want us to go to no expense.
Oh, fine. Look what he has carved on the bottom of it. R.I.P. What's that?
Rest and Petrillo.
Now cut that out! And until something happens to him, tell Sammy to put down the shovel, use the bow, and blow out the candles on the music stand. Will you?
Oh, by the way, Phil, I saw you at the Rose Bowl game New Year's Day.
Oh, is that where I was?
Phil, you know where you were. That was a great game, wasn't it? What about that 103-yard run that Hoysh made?
Confidentially, Jackson, it was longer than that, but it won't go on record.
What do you mean?
He picked up the ball behind his old goal line, started down the field, ran up into the stands, asked me for my autograph, told me how to spell Harris, and then went on to make the touchdown. What? If he'd have waited for me to dot the I, they'd have nailed him on the 10-yard line.
Well, that just shows you how fast that boy is. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Well, everybody's here now except Dennis. Where is he?
I don't know. He hasn't come in yet.
Well, how can we go on with the show if the cast doesn't get here on time?
Oh, Jack, don't be mad at Dennis. I happen to know something that you don't know.
Don't tell me he has 3 shows.
No, Jack, it isn't that. It's something you won't believe.
What is it?
Well, all of a sudden, Dennis got a big crush on me.
A crush on you? How come?
I don't know. Someone must have told him I was a girl.
Oh, Mary, stop kidding. Has Dennis really got a crush on you?
Yes, Jack, and he's so cute. Ever since last week when I danced with him in that nightclub, he's been sending me notes and little gifts.
Gifts? What did he give you?
Oh, lots of things. His Boy Scout knife, a bag of marbles, 3 Coca-Cola bottle caps filled with mud, a ball of tinfoil, a fish hook, and a stick of bubble gum.
No.
Yes, and I'm worried.
Why?
If you see me wearing his bicycle clip, you'll know we're engaged.
Well, how do you like that?
And, Jack, you should see the note he sent me yesterday.
Dennis sent you a note?
Yeah, wait a minute. I'll read it to you. Oh, it's so sweet. My darling Mary, I hope you won't think I'm silly, but I keep your picture on the wall of my bedroom. I didn't want my mother to know who I'm in love with, so I took a pencil and drew a mustache and a derby hat on you. I think I fool my mother because now she's in love with you, too.
Well, I'll be darned.
And look how he finishes. I love you madly and passionately, and will never forget the kiss you gave me when I took you home. Thanking you in advance for your next shipment, I remain... I remain yours truly, Dennis Day.
Well, that's the cutest letter I've ever heard. Let's see that. Mary, why has Dennis got the stamp pinned on the envelope?
Oh, that. He says that ever since he fell in love with me, he won't let anything else touch his lips.
Well, gee, he must be hungry by this time, huh? That's certain. Shh. Quiet. Here he comes now.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Don.
Hiya, kid.
Hello, Phil.
Hello, Dennis. Dennis, I said hello.
Mary, don't make it so obvious.
Obvious? All I said was hello.
I know, but look how you're trembling.
Dennis, you're imagining things. She's not trembling.
What are you trying to do, break us up?
No, I'm not trying to break you up.
Say, Mary, come here a minute, will you? I want to look at you.
All right, Dennis.
Gee, gosh.
Well, what is it, Dennis?
You look so much better without a mustache.
Dennis, what about the Derby?
No, thanks. I'm not hungry.
I didn't mean that. But anyway, kid, I know how you feel. When you're in love, everything is bright and sunny and cheerful. Your heart overflows with goodness. You feel nice towards everybody.
Say, Jackson, did you hear about Fred Allen being voted the best comedian on the air?
There will be a short pause while Dr. Jekyll becomes Mr. Hyde.
Mary, it doesn't bother me at all. Anyway, I read about Fame magazine selecting Allen as the greatest comedian on radio. What a choice.
What's the matter with you, Jackson? Every time Fred Allen gets an award, you get mad about it. 2 years ago, you got mad because they put his picture on the cover of Time.
Bill, Fred's face was on the cover of Look.
It was on the cover of Time.
It was on the cover of Look. His face represented Time. That burns me up.
All right. So he's not as pretty as I am. But you've got to admit he's got a great radio show.
Some great show. Comes on and jabbers for a few minutes, then he calls, Portland. For the first 4 years, people thought he was a conductor on a Greyhound bus. Come on, Dennis, let's have your song.
Okay.
Believe me, I'll give you my heart. I love you, and you alone were meant for me. Please give your loving heart to me, and say we'll never part.
for Sentimental Reasons, sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis.
Yes, Dennis, I've never heard you sing so well.
That's because I'm in love.
With me?
It ain't your sister, Babe.
Dennis, behave yourself. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we are going to present... Now, excuse me. Come in. Well, Mr. Kitzel, what are you doing here?
Pardon the intrusion, Mr. Benny, but I came over to thank you for the Christmas present you sent me and to wish you a Happy New Year.
Well, the same to you, Mr. Kitzel. So you like the sweater I sent you, eh?
I have never in my life owned such a beautiful slopover.
No, Mr. Kitzel, you mean slipover.
Slopover, on me it's too big.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, why didn't you return it?
Well, I like it that way because it makes me look like a hep cat.
A hep cat?
Hey, Baba Riba, zipa-de-doo-dee. Hey, Baba Riba. Hey, Baba Riba.
I know.
Do you also know the song about the cement mix master?
Yes. And Mr. Kitzel, I'm glad my present suited you so well.
Yes, I liked it so much I started needing a pair of stockings to match the sweater.
You did?
Yes. But a funny thing happened. While I was sitting in the rocking chair, my wife came in and saw me knitting.
Uh-huh.
She got all excited and thought we was going to have another baby.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
By the way, Mr. Kitzel, as long as you're here, would you like to sit down and hear the rest of the program?
Oh, I'm sorry, but I got to leave.
Oh, you should stay, Mr. Kitzel, because tonight our guest star is Lauren Bacall.
Lauren Bacall? Who?
Who what?
Who's going? I'm going to stay.
Oh, good. But, Don, you're mistaken about Lauren Bacall. She won't be here tonight.
Oh, why not?
Never mind. We haven't got time to discuss it. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Tell him what happened, Jack.
Mary, we've got a program to do. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Anyway, Don, the trouble started after you left the rehearsal yesterday at Jack's house.
Jack's house.
Lauren Bacall hadn't showed up as yet to rehearse her part. And Phil and Dennis and I decided to stick around and play a little gin rummy. So we went in the den and sat down. Say, Jack, where are you and Lauren going to rehearse?
In the library.
Then we can stay here in the den and play cards, can't we?
Yep, that'll be all right. Rochester, will you bring in a deck of cards, please?
Yes, sir. What kind shall I bring? The red backs or the blue backs?
Oh, it doesn't make any difference.
Yes, it does. The reds are 40 cents, the blues 50.
Bring them a deck of cards. They won't quibble about the price. Now, come on, Rochester. I want you to go in the library with me and help me get things ready.
Yes, sir.
Now, Rochester, I want to make a good impression on Miss Bacall, so see that there's a nice fire burning in the fireplace. Move the divan so it'll be nice and cozy in front of the fire. Turn the lights down low, turn on the phonograph, and put on some nice, soft, romantic music.
Want me to burn some incense and fan you with a palm leaf?
No, that won't be necessary. Now, let's see. I think these horn-rimmed glasses make me look a little too old. I guess I'll take them off.
Oh, boss. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Remember what happened the time Miss Ann Sheridan came over to rehearse with you and you took off your glasses?
Oh, nothing happened.
When Miss Sheridan came in, you rushed over to where you thought you saw her, put your arms around the bridge lamp, kissed the parrot, and said, "Why, Annie, you bit me."
That's because it was dark. Now, let's see. Oh, that must be Miss Bacall now. Rochester, you answer the door. I want to sit down and make myself look alluring. I mean, relaxed. How do I look?
Fine, boss, but aren't you overdoing it with that rose in your teeth?
Rochester. What are you laughing at?
Ramona Benny.
The rose is for my lapel. Oh, answer the door.
Yes, sir.
Is Mr. Benny at home?
Yes, come right in, Miss Bacall.
Oh, Rochester. Who is it?
Miss Lauren Bacall.
Well, Lauren Bacall.
You were expecting maybe Mrs. Nussbaum?
Rochester, you can get lost now.
Yes.
Well, come in, Lauren. This is in flesh a deeder. I mean, indeed, a pleasure. Make yourself comfortable. Sit down.
No, thanks. I'll just lean here against the door.
Gosh, Lauren. Seeing you there reminds me of your first picture, The Have and Have Not. You were leaning against the door, just like that. And then you said your famous line.
You mean, if you want anything, just whistle.
Yes, yes. Well, Lauren, shall we start rehearsing?
No hurry, no hurry. You got a cigarette?
A cigarette? Yes. Here you are.
Thanks. Match?
You know, Lauren, that cigarette I gave you is a Lucky Strike.
I know, and it's my favorite brand, too.
Really?
Yes. They're so round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
Gee, Effie Boone never sounded like that. Gosh, Lauren, I can just picture you in a bathing suit holding up that big tobacco leaf. And you know, Lauren, Lucky Strikes are made of that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Well, what do you know? And I thought Mother told me everything.
Well, live and learn.
You must have learned a lot.
Yes. Well, now let's start rehearsing. Here's your script. We're going to do a sketch based on your picture, To Have and Have Not. You'll play the same part you did in the picture.
Okay.
Well, let's start. I'll take the first line.
Wait a minute, Jack. I'm supposed to lean against the door.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Well, we'll start again. You're sore at me, aren't you, Slim?
Sure, Steve. I'm sore at you. I wanted to get even. I brought that bottle of brandy up here to make you feel cheap. But I'm the one who feels cheap.
Well, you've only got yourself to blame, Slim. After all, what did I do?
Nothing. What's more, you don't have to do anything. Oh, maybe just whistle. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
No, Slim. I got a better use for my lips. Come here and let me kiss you.
All right, but first take that rose out of your teeth.
I'm so sorry. You know, I meant to put that in my lapel, in my lapel. Now let's start the scene over again. You're sore at me, aren't you, Slim?
Sure, Steve, I'm sore at you. I wanted to get even. I brought that bottle up here to make
brought
you...
what bottle up where?
Hello, Curly.
Well, St. Peter must have left the gate open, and look who fell out. Oh, leave a lamp burning in the window, Mother. I may be a little late. Yes, there's good news tonight. Well, introduce me, Jackson. Introduce me.
All right. This is Miss Lauren Bacall. Lauren, this is my colleague, Phil Harris.
Well, hoity-toity, I'm a colleague now.
Yeah, now go already.
Okay.
Now, come on, Lauren. Let's take that kissing scene again. We'll take that kissing scene again. Let's start where who can that be? I left strict orders not to be disturbed.
Mr. Benny, Mr. Humphrey Bogart's at the door.
Humphrey Bogart?
Oh, Jack, I forgot to tell you. Bogey said he'd drop by here and pick me up. You know, he and I are married.
I know. Who do you think played the violin at your wedding? Anyway, he can wait outside. We got a scene to rehearse, and we're going to do it.
Hello, baby. Hiya, Jack.
Look, Humphrey, we're right in the middle of the rehearsal.
Oh, that's all right, Jack. Go right ahead.
We won't be long, honey.
That's all right, baby. You know, Jack, I'm glad to see you again. You're my favorite comedian.
I am? Well, that's good. Now, Lauren, I mean, Miss Bacall. Oh, by the way, what should I call you? Lauren or Miss Bacall?
Mrs. Bogart.
Now, let's get on with the rehearsal, Mrs. Bogart. Starting with your last speech.
Okay. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
No, Slim. I got a better use for my lips. Come here and let me kiss you.
What a comedian. What a comedian.
Look, Humphrey, I'm trying to...
Mr. Benny, there's a telephone call for you.
Oh. Well, pardon me a minute, folks. I'll be right back.
How's it going, baby?
Oh, brother.
Yeah, I thought so. Say, baby, I want you to do something.
What is it?
When you get to kiss him, just put one arm around him and run your other hand through his hair.
Why?
I want to find out if he really wears one. Hey, what does Benny want to be a great lover for anyway?
Well, why shouldn't he? After all, he played a romantic lead in The Horn Blows at Midnight. You saw that, didn't you?
Yeah, and they called our last picture The Big Sleep. Oh, by the way, what's this sketch you're rehearsing with Benny?
To have and have not. We're rehearsing the big scene you and I did in the picture.
Oh? Which one of you is playing my part?
He's coming back.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to answer the phone, but, well, that's the price of fame.
Who was it?
Wrong number. I mean, my sponsor called because he sent me the wrong number of tickets to the broadcast. Now, let's get on with the rehearsal, Lauren. We'll start with my line. Well, you've only got yourself to blame, Slim. After all, what did I do?
Nothing. What's more, you don't have to do anything. Oh, maybe just whistle. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
No, Slim. I got a better use for my lips. Come here and let me kiss you.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Hold it. You're doing it all wrong.
Wrong?
Yeah. When you get ready to kiss a girl, you put your arms around her gently, tenderly.
What?
Yeah, you're not supposed to grab her by the earlobes and pull yourself up.
Oh, I see.
And now watch me. Come here, baby. Read that line again.
Okay. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
No, Slim. I got a better use for my lips. Come here and let me kiss you. Like this.
I see. Humphrey, I get the idea. That's enough, Humphrey. Look, you can do that at home. Look. Humphrey, I'm paying her by the hour. Stop! I'm supposed to do that. I get the idea now, Bogey. Let you and I take it again, Lauren.
Say, Jack, our gin rummy game's over, so I thought I'd come in here and watch you rehearse.
All right, but be quiet. Now, come on, Lauren. Start with your line again.
Okay. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
Ah, Slim. I got a better use. Come here and let me kiss you. Like this.
No, Jack. No, you're doing it all wrong. Here, let me show you again.
What?
I'll do it with Mary this time. Are you ready, Mary?
Am I ready? I was puckered up when I walked in here.
But look, Mary isn't even...
Come on, Mary. You take baby's line.
Okay. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
Oh, no. I've got a better use for my lips. Come here and let me kiss you. Like this.
Bogey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a Anyway, step aside, Mary. I want to talk to Mr. Bogart.
Yeah, and I want to talk to him, too.
Dennis.
Say, he's cute.
You haven't got a chance, sister. I send all my Coca-Cola tops to Mary.
Dennis.
Now listen to me, Bogart. I saw you kissing a woman I love, see? And you ain't muscling in on my racket, see? Those lips ain't big enough for the both of us, see? Now get out of here before you get hurt, see? Get out, see? Out, see? Out, see? Out!
Dennis.
See?
Come on, baby, let's get out of here. This guy's tough.
Bogart, Lauren, come back. Dennis, I can't believe it. You know what you did? You frightened Humphrey Bogart.
Sure.
Dennis, what's that you got in your hand?
A picture of my mother.
Oh, no wonder. God, now Lauren will never be on my program. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Lauren Bacall and Humphrey Bogart for appearing on my program tonight. They can currently be seen in their Warner Brothers picture, The Big Sleep. Well, I better rush home now. Oh, taxi, taxi. Oh, taxi. Oh, doorman, get me a taxi, will you?
Look, Bud, if you want a taxi, just whistle.
What?
You know how to whistle, don't you? Just put your lips together and blow.
Oh, yes, yes. Well, what do you know? It works.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The Jack Benny Program. For your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, remember... LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette.
Year after year, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. American.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills, where we find Jack and Phil Harris alone in the library.
Well, Jackson, you asked me to come out to your house and see you alone. What's all the mystery?
Wait a minute, Phil. I want to lock the door.
Okay, Jackson, what is it?
Just a second, Phil. I want to shut the window.
All right. You locked the door, closed the window, and drew the blinds. Now, what do you want?
Phil, something's got to be done about your orchestra. I don't know what, kid, but something.
Are you kidding?
No, Phil. Look, I'll admit, when we're doing radio shows, I joke about your music. But now we're in my home, just the two of us. Believe me, I'm serious. Something has got to be done, or else.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. Don't go getting tough with me. If you got any beef, talk to Petrillo.
I've already talked to Petrillo, and he's on my side. Believe me.
On your side? How do you like that? You miss your dues 1 week, and the mother hen starts kicking you out of the nest.
Look, Phil, after 10 years, I don't mind your band. I'm used to it. But listen to these letters I've been getting. Listen to this one. Dear Mr. Benny, I am a poultry farmer. I read in a magazine that music helps the hens lay more eggs. So I put a radio in the hen house. 2 weeks ago, I tuned in your program. The hens heard Phil Harris's orchestra. Now they are laying more eggs than ever, but the yolks are green. There you are, Phil. What do you think of that?
Green yolks, the guy's got something there. You can use them in martinis.
Please, Maestro. Look, here's another one. Now get this other letter. Dear Mr. Benny, I am a professor of English and literature at Harvard. And for years and years, I have consistently listened to your Sunday presentations. I have found your construction and continuity compact and concise. Your dialogue singularly free of cliches and ponderosities. But Mr. Harris's musical ensemble stinks. And Phil, this proves he's a high-class professor. He spells stinks with a Y. Now, those 2 letters are just samples of the mail that comes in. Every week I get thousands and thousands and thousands of letters like those.
Well, if I'm getting all that mail, I want more dough.
Look, Phil, what I'm trying to tell you is that you better do something about your orchestra.
What are you talking about? I got one of the greatest musical aggravations in the country.
That's aggregation, but for once, you're right.
Of course I'm right. You take my boys. They've all got great backgrounds in the music business.
Oh, fine.
Sure, take Frankie, my guitar player. For 7 years, he played first washboard for Spike Jones.
Well, he's not playing the washboard now, so tell him to stop strumming his guitar with that box of duds. If he's that close to soap, why doesn't he get some of it on him? And Charlie, your piano player.
Now, wait a minute. Don't be talking about Charlie, my piano player. He held a job with Guy Lombardo's orchestra for 12 years.
12 years with Guy Lombardo?
Yeah, and he wasn't even a brother.
Phil, that has nothing to do with it. And believe me, Phil, I'm not picking on you. I'm just trying to arrive at an understanding. Now, Phil, I know you're sensitive. So I'm talking to you not as an employer, but as your friend. Now, let's try to... Phil, stop chewing on that ham hock and listen to me. Please.
I'm sorry, Jackson. I just happened to have one in my pocket.
All right, but Phil, I hope we understand each other now.
Okay, Jackson. Look, I got to run along. Do you mind if I go?
No, go ahead. Phil, I said you can go. What are you waiting for?
Well, open the door, Richard.
Oh, yeah.
So long, Jackson.
Hello, Phil.
Oh, hiya, Livy.
Mary, come on in the library. I want to hear all about your trip. Where'd you go?
Well, Jack, I thought you knew. I went back east to attend my mother and father's wedding anniversary.
Really? And how were the Duke and Duchess of Plainfield?
Oh, swell, you know, Jack, they have the cutest way of keeping track of their anniversaries. Each year on their wedding date, Papa snips off a lock of Mama's hair and puts it away.
Well, that's awfully sweet. How long have they been married?
I don't know, but for the last 3 years they've been calling Mama Baldy. And, Jack, you should have seen my sister, Babe. She looked beautiful. She wore a strapless evening gown and was really glamorous.
You know, Mary, those strapless gowns fascinate me. How do they keep them up?
I don't know about the other girl, but Babe uses fish hooks.
Fish hooks?
When Babe's out to catch a guy, she ain't kidding.
Well, how does she do?
Oh, she's got a nice boyfriend now. He's a credit dentist.
Oh, you mean one of those dentists who let their patients put them on the installment plan?
Yeah, one of his slogans is, don't sit around and gum your hash just because you're short of cash.
One of his slogans? You mean he has others?
Yeah. His best one is, don't keep your lips closed in sorrow. Smile today and pay tomorrow.
Well, he certainly sounds like the right guy for Babe.
Yes, and he's very successful, too. He's the one who invented that new lower plate. It bites underwater.
Oh, yes, it's got those new ballpoint teeth. By the way, Mary, would you like to have dinner with me?
Oh, I can't, Jack. Dennis is coming by to pick me up in a few minutes. He's taking me to a movie.
Oh. How come you're going out with Dennis tonight?
Well, he called me up in Plainfield for the date. And...
Dennis phoned you in Plainfield? Long distance?
Yes, long distance.
Well, of course he has 2 shows. You know, Mary,
Hello, Mr. Benny, Mary.
Oh, hello, kid. We were just talking about you.
I'm ready to go, Dennis.
Say, Mr. Benny, ask me what picture we're going to see. What? I say, ask me what picture we're going to see.
All right. Well, what picture are you going to see?
It's the one about a couple of deers.
A couple of deer. The yearling?
No, the Dolly sisters.
What?
You sure stepped into that one.
Damn it.
For a big-time comedian, you ain't got that Oxidol sparkle.
Dennis, stop with the jokes, will you?
Come on, Dennis, let's go.
Wait a minute, kid. Hello? Oh, hello, Don. What? You've been rehearsing the commercial for next week? Don, what's so difficult about the commercial that you have to rehearse it? All you have to say is LSMFT, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. That's all you need. The quartet? No, Don, I'm not going to use them anymore. I don't care if they are in your room rehearsing. We're not going to... Well, all right, I'll listen to them. But I'm warning you, this is their last chance. Okay, put them on. Hello, fellas. Now cut that out. Just sing your commercial. Go ahead. It's not bad at all. LSMFT, I love you. Da-da-dee-da-da-da-dee. Say, that sounds beautiful. Da-da-dee-da-dee. Fellas, hold it. Hold it. You started out so beautifully. Look, fellas, that isn't what I want. Wait a minute. Put Don back on. That's not what I... Hold it a minute, fellas. Put Don back... Fellas, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute! That won't do, fellas, and tell Don I'll talk to him when I see him. Goodbye. They drive me nuts. I'm going to... Oh, there's the phone again. I wonder who it is this time. Hello? Yes, this is Jack Benny. What? Well, I suppose I could, but of course I'll have to make some arrangements about my picture and radio commitments. Yes, I certainly will think it over. And it was nice of you to consider me. Thanks. Thanks very much. Goodbye.
What was that, Jack?
They want me to be governor of Georgia. Well, go ahead, kid. You can run along now.
All right, so long, Jack.
So long.
Goodbye, Governor.
Goodbye, you all. Enjoy yourself. Da-da-dee-dum, dee-da-dum-dum, sweet Georgia Brown. Dee-da-dum. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boss?
What do we got for dinner?
One used ham hock.
One used ham hock?
And turnip greens. He had a hole in his other pocket.
Well, wipe the lint off of it. I'm hungry. Was a good dinner, Rochester. Now I think I'll go in the library and get a book. Oh, here's one on the table.
But you finished it, boss.
I did?
Yeah, you called all the pictures in that one.
Oh, yes. Maybe I'll just read one for a change. I'll be in the library, Rochester. Gee, I don't know what to read. Here's a good book. The Great Balsamo by Maurice Zolotow. Here's another one, Life in the Swiss Alps by Sam Oleolehihu. Here's another one, The Rover Boys on Mulholland Drive. Say, they're growing up. Here's one, I Stand Condemned by Maximilian Q. Langley. I Stand Condemned. I think I read that about a year ago. Gee, it was pretty good, exciting, too. I might as well read it again before I take it back to the library. Chapter 1, I Stand Condemned. I'm what you call an average citizen. I come from a little town in the Midwest. Yes, I'm married. I have a lovely wife, and we have 3 fine boys and a dog. George, Frank, Harry, and Fido. Harry is the dog. My life, as the lives of most men, followed a course pointed out by the fickle finger of fate. Most stories start at the beginning. But my story begins at the end. I am occupying a cell in the death row at the state penitentiary. I'm innocent. I'm innocent, I tell you. Let me out of here. Oh, Warden. Warden. Yes? Warden, you gotta let me out of here. I'm innocent, do you hear? Innocent. And in a few minutes, they're gonna execute me. What time do I go to the chair?
5:30.
Good. And I won't have to listen to Fred Allen. No, what am I saying? Warden, I tell you, it wasn't my fault. I don't want to go to the electric chair.
Now, calm down. Our barber's a little rushed today, so I'll shave your head myself.
But, Warden...
Sit still. I'll start with the scissors.
Take it easy around the sideburns, please.
Yes, sir.
Manicure?
No, thank you. Wait a minute, let me out of here. I don't want to go to the electric chair. I won't leave this room. I can't walk that last mile.
Oh, you won't have to. We'll bring the electric chair in here.
What?
We have a long cord, you know.
But, Warden, can't you hang me? I'm afraid of the chair. How will they know when I'm dead?
We have one of those new electric chairs. You pop up when you're done.
But Warden, I'm innocent. If you'll only listen to my story, I know you'll believe me.
Oh, very well. What is your story?
Well, Warden, it goes back a long, long time. I would have led a normal life, except for the fickle finger of fate. The warden listened to my story. I told him how I met the man who was responsible for my undoing. I had just left my office and was going home to my 3 wonderful children, Manny, Mo, and Jack. We had Manny and Jack and felt that we should have one Mo. Anyway, I was walking down the street when suddenly a figure stepped out of the shadows. He was a tall man with a sort of a square face. He reminded me somewhat of Boris Karloff. But his voice was so pleasant when he tapped me on the shoulder and said,
"Pardon me, please, but may I trouble you for a match?"
A match? I'm sorry I don't have one, but I'll let you use my cigarette lighter.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Hey, you! Come back with that lighter. Give me that.
All right. Here's your lighter.
But why were you running away? I thought you just wanted to light a cigarette.
I do, but my cigarette is home.
Well, you have no right. Wait a minute. You look so much like Boris Karloff.
Thanks. You're looking well yourself.
Thank you.
However, my resemblance to Mr. Karloff is purely physical. For instance, I would never think of going to a cemetery in the black of night, opening graves and stealing the gold teeth out of dead bodies.
Huh?
That's dishonest, you know.
Yes. Wait a minute. You were trying to steal my cigarette lighter, weren't you?
No, I wasn't. As a matter of fact, I'd like to buy it. I'll give you $20,000 for it.
$20,000? Well, I don't want to take advantage of you. I'll tell you what. I'll throw in an extra flint.
Just as I said, you're very kind. Here is the money.
A $20,000 bill. Gosh. Well, so long, mister. I hope you enjoy the lighter.
Just a moment, please. I also admire your necktie.
My necktie! I know it sounds fantastic, but he bought my tie for $17,000. And then he bought my shirt and my shoes and my suit. As I gave him my last stitch of clothing, this mysterious stranger handed me $194,000 and 2 balloons. Having no clothes, I blew up the balloons and danced my way home. The next day, I met the same mysterious man for a second time. Again, he gave me fabulous prices for my clothes. And again, I danced my way home. On the third day, the same thing happened. I was not only getting richer, but I was dancing better. Our daily meetings were more than mere coincidence. A bond developed between us. 2 weeks later, I was sitting in the kitchen having breakfast with my wife and my 3 lovely children, Minsk, Pinsk, and Busher. The mysterious stranger had not yet come downstairs. Yes, he was living with us.
Come on, children, finish your breakfast.
That's right, children. Eat your food.
But, Daddy, can't we have milk like we used to? I'm tired of champagne on my grape nuts.
No, you can't have milk. It costs practically nothing. Where's Junior?
Oh, he's out in the backyard feeding $20 bills to the cows.
Feeding our money to the cows? That's ridiculous.
No, it isn't, Pa. We haven't any more bags to keep it in.
Anyway, he's been out there long enough. I'll call him. Junior! Junior, get ready for school.
Oh, Daddy, I don't want to go to that new school.
I bought it, and you'll go to it. Now get ready.
You know, darling, things just haven't been the same since that stranger came to live with us. He frightens me. There's something eerie about him.
I've been feeling the same.
Quiet. Here he comes now.
Yes. As we were talking, he opened the door and walked into the room. He was wearing sneakers. As I rose from the table, he said,
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Did you sleep well?
Yes, I did. Nah. Sit down.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm late for breakfast, but I overslept. I was out at a party last night.
A party? Well, how do you feel this morning? Oh, well, have some tomato juice.
Yes, I'll get you some.
You know, I envy you two. A beautiful home, lovely children.
Haven't you any children?
No. I married a smudge pot.
You married a smudge pot?
Oh, then you haven't any children.
No. But we're lousy with oranges.
Oh.
By the way, I don't feel I should live here any longer without paying you rent. How much do you want?
Well, I'm no good at these things. Let's forget it.
Oh, but I insist. Would $1 million a week be enough?
Well, with or without meals?
With meals.
That'll be $3 extra.
I'll be glad to pay it.
Glad?
Things like this were happening every day. I had gone money mad. Money, money, money. My wife left me. And so did my 3 lovely children. Sarah, Toga, and Trunk. But I didn't care. I had my money. I had accumulated millions of dollars, which I kept in my shoes. I was now 11 feet 6. I begged the OPA to raise the ceiling. One day, as I was sweeping some loose change under the rug, he came in.
Hello, my friend. Look, I have a present for you. A brand new $10,000 bill.
A $10,000 bill? Let me have it. Give it to me quick. I gotta have it.
All right, but be careful how you handle it. The ink is still wet.
Don't worry, The ink is still wet. Wait a minute. You mean you've been printing this money yourself?
Certainly. But doesn't everybody?
Oh, so that's it. I must have been blind not to see through this whole scheme. My life is ruined. I've lost my wife and my 3 lovely children. Chico, Pico, and Sepulveda. I thought I was rich, but I haven't got a tie or a shirt or a suit. All I got is money, money, money. And all counterfeit. You even got my cigarette lighter. And I, like a fool, threw in an extra flip.
Yes, you are a fool. Do you think I'd really pay you $17,000 for a necktie? $22,000 for your button shoes?
Now, wait a minute.
Yes, you are a fool. Do you think I'd give you $500 for a dinner when I can get the same thing at Ciro's for $400? Zero! Of course that money was counterfeit.
And those balloons you gave me weren't any good either. They broke on the Sunset bus and embarrassed me. And so all this time, you've been nothing but a counterfeiter.
Well, what's the difference? We can still do business. I can print the money and you can get rid of it for me.
Never, never, never. I'll kill you first. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill you.
Oh, get your hands off my throat. Take them away. Take them away. Don't kill me. I'll give you back your clothes.
My clothes? What good are they now? You had the pants lengthened and the coat cut up. You even lost the string out of my pajamas.
Please stop choking me. Stop choking me. Oh, why must I always die in the end?
There.
Yes, I killed him. And as I finished telling my story, the warden looked at me and said,
"It's 5:30. Shall we go?"
And so, as I walked through the little green door, I thought of my 3 lovely children, Finger, Fickle, and Clyde. I stand condemned.
Now, Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, here's my good friend, Mr. L.A. Steve Riggs.
No doubt about it. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And year in, year out, consistently, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Here's a tip from a man with a lifetime of tobacco experience. Mr. James Monroe Ball of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, an independent tobacco auctioneer for the past 31 years. Mr. Ball said,
I speak as an eyewitness when I say that season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine, ripe, mellow leaf. That good kind of tobacco that makes a swell smoke. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 29 years.
Remember, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Ball can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco, yes?
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
I want to thank Boris Karloff for appearing here tonight, and he can currently be seen in his latest RKO picture, Bedlam.
Well, say, Jack.
Yes, Don?
I understand you're going to be on Kenny Baker's program in the morning.
Yes, I am, Don. Will you pick me up for rehearsal?
Yes, Jack. Rehearsal is at 7:30 a.m.
Oh. Well, don't bother. I'll go right over there from here. Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by Martha Tilton and the King's Men, and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Who Cares? There's a curious thing about this month of December. It's the one month when you really want your home to look its best, and yet you're busier than any other time of the year. What's the answer to that problem? Genuine Johnson's Wax, the famous polish that makes floors, furniture, and woodwork gleam with rich beauty and saves you work in the bargain. Women who practice protective housekeeping with Johnson's Wax don't have to worry about things like the Christmas holidays. Their homes are ready on short notice for entertaining, and their floors can take all the extra punishment that vacationing children have in store for them. The tough protective coat of Johnson's Wax acts as a shield, guarding finishes against wear and making daily housework easier, too. More and more housekeepers are Johnson waxing their windowsills, picture frames, and leather articles, in addition to floors, furniture, and woodwork. In fact, there are 100 extra labor-saving uses for genuine Johnson's Wax, which you can now buy in 3 forms: paste, liquid, or the new cream wax. Make a note now to buy some tomorrow. Sometimes we wonder if moving pictures are a good influence on growing men. Or maybe our hero is just too impressionable. Anyway, ever since he saw Mr. Ronald Coleman a few nights ago, he has developed a British accent and started a mustache. If you could call that pathetic little growth on his upper lip a mustache. For further details, we refer you to Fibber McGee and Molly.
For goodness sakes, McGee, put that looking glass away and stop primping.
Oh, come, old girl. And a chap try to put in a decent appearance without...
McGee, please.
Huh?
Please, dearie, drop that phony English accent. You sound like a stock company juvenile. With adenoids.
Stock company juvenile. Oh, I say, that's jolly good, really.
Oh, I give up. I'll go over to Mrs. Toops for a while.
Oh, Molly, just because I'm trying to improve myself.
You think that mustache improved any?
Frankly, I do, Molly. Oh, not that I expect to look as good as Ronald Coleman, though I am better built.
Not better, dearie.
Hmm?
You're just a little more buxom in the belt.
Well, anyway, this mustache is going to change my whole personality. Don't you think it gives me a kind of a air?
No, but that stuff you're putting on it does. What on earth is that?
Oh, this lotion? Oh, that's a recipe the old-timer gave me. Says it's marvelous for mustaches. Been in his family for generations.
Well, it smells like it.
Hmm?
Why don't they mix up a fresh batch?
Okay. Scoff if you want it. But you'll be sorry.
Hey, Johnny, here's a different kind of lotion. Try this on your mustache.
Okay, old-timer, much obliged. This other stuff you brought me don't seem to do much good.
I know. Brought you the wrong recipe.
Huh?
That was Grandma's homemade fly spray.
70 days fly spray.
Hey, you might have poisoned me, old-timer. It's a good thing you come back.
Oh, it won't hurt human beings none, Johnny.
Oh.
Grandma fed a spoonful to my cousin Trimble, and he never suffered no ill effects.
That's all.
That is, unless you call running around the block screaming and hiccuping the ill effects.
Say, does your grandmother put up a lot of these home remedies, Mr. Oldtimer?
Sure does, daughter. Never forget the time my boy Rance got his arm caught in the lawnmower. Well, sir, Grandma come trotting out, yanked his arm loose, rubbed some awful smelling salve onto it, give it a couple of jerks, and that lawnmower run just as good as ever. Well, leave me know if this stuff don't help, Johnny.
He's taking quite an interest in your mustache, dearie.
Yeah, he says his whole family is affected that way. You know, his great-grandmother got scared by a bicycle at the St. Louis Exposition, and believe it or not, Molly, when his father grew up, he had handlebar mustaches.
Oh, my, isn't heredity interesting? Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a mince pie in the oven. Oh, dear, I wonder who that is.
Oh, whoever it is, now, don't say anything about my mustache, Molly. Let's see if they notice it.
Well, can't I just point and snicker a little?
No, please, Miss Molly.
Come in.
Good day, my dear. Hello there, McGee.
Oh, hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Latrivia. What's cooking?
McGee, if there's anything I deplore, it is the idiotic custom of opening a conversation with such senseless questions as what's cooking, how's everything, and what you know. They are meaningless and unanswerable.
It's silly, ain't it? I never thought of it that way before, did you, Molly?
Well, frequently, you must know.
Oh.
But if you'll excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I've got to run out in the kitchen a minute.
Certainly, Mrs. McGee. And I must say something smells delicious. What's cooking?
The question is meaningless, but it ain't unanswerable, Latriv. It's a mince pie.
Yes, and if I don't go take a look
Well,
at it...
Latrivia, notice anything different about me?
No, I don't believe I do, McGee.
Oh, I say, old chap, take a good look. It's something new for me, you know, really.
Something new, eh?
Yes, really.
No, don't tell me. Let me guess.
I really did it because I always admired yours so much, Latrivia. Catch on to it?
Oh, how stupid of me. Congratulations.
Well, thanks.
You've had your shoes shined.
No, you don't get it. Take a gander at my upper lip.
I can't see your lip with all those whiskers on it.
What do you mean, whiskers? That's a mustache.
Oh, yes. Of course. And very becoming to you, too.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Hey, Molly, Latrivia thinks it looks good on me.
Oh, do you really, Mr. Mayor?
Indeed I do, Mrs. McGee. In fact, your husband's name came up this morning in regard to some Chamber of Commerce business, and my secretary said, now, if Mr. McGee only had something in front of his face. But let's get back to business.
If he only had something in front of... what business, Trev?
I'm seriously considering renting the house next door to you, McGee.
Oh. When you planning on bringing over your other shirt and coffee pot, Latrivia?
Well, it's not settled definitely, McGee. The man who lived there before, Mr. Gildersleeve, I believe. Where did he move to?
Sunday.
Yes. Well, he told me he had quite some trouble with his next-door neighbors. Oh. Now, tell me, who lives on the other side of that house?
You mean you don't know?
Know what, Mrs. McGee?
The house on the other side of that house, Latrivia, ain't a house. It's a vacant lot.
Oh, then he must have meant that...
Yeah.
Oh, I don't believe it. Quite. But I shall investigate further. Good day, Mrs. McGee. And, McGee.
Yeah?
Tell your mustache that the strange man is leaving and it can come out now.
Martha Tilton sings Kiss the Boys Goodbye.
We're such a happy pair that it isn't right, no, it isn't fair. To all those other boys I gave the air. So Daddy, let me stay out late, for tomorrow is our wedding day. Can't the baby kind of celebrate? Kiss the boys goodbye. Daddy, let me wear the ming. What's the difference what the neighbors sing? Let the baby linger on the bring. Kiss the boys goodbye. And while I'm kissing them sentimentally, keep the liberal point of view. Because I'm breaking it to them gently that my heart belongs to you. So, Daddy, please remember this, that tomorrow starts a life of bliss. Let me show them what they're gonna miss. Kiss the boys goodbye. Be reasonable, Daddy. Give me one more night to play. I want to sever all my connections in a ladylike sort of way. I can't afford to have a scene on my wedding day. I'd hate to have 17 fellas give the bride away. So, Daddy, please remember this, that tomorrow starts a life of bliss. Let me show them what they're gonna miss. Kiss the boys goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
What's gonna change her name?
Goodbye.
It's crime and scandalous.
Goodbye.
What will become of us?
Let me show you what you're gonna miss. Kiss the boys goodbye.
Oh, I had upper lip, but it quivered in the storm, so I raised a little mustache just to keep it warm. Oh, I had a dad rat this looking glass. Makes me look like Dracula with a hangover. Oh, I had a little
For goodness sake.
Calling me, dear.
Don't get mushy with me. Look, I just saw your watch on the dresser, and the crystal has gone out of it. You want me to take it down to the jeweler's?
No, thanks. I took it out myself. I got it right here. I have.
What are you using it for?
Well, I jolly well wanted to see how I'd look in a monocle.
Well, how did it look, if you'll pardon my morbid curiosity?
I couldn't say, really. Had to squint so hard to keep the bally thing screwed in, I couldn't see.
Look, now, I admire the British just as much as you do, dearie, but take it easy. It's dangerous.
What you mean, dangerous, Mom?
The first time you start driving on the left-hand side of the road, you will be in a minute. Come in.
McGee's residence? Oh, rather, old fellow. But we usually ask the tradesmen to deliver merchandise at the rear, you know.
Here, sign the receipt.
What's this package?
Some stuff this guy brought down at Haggerty's Snuggery Tuggery. Much obliged, lady. And you, Basil.
Hey?
Quit trying to act like a Yank at Oxford and just be a jerk at home.
Zip it up, Basil. Why, that fresh mug.
Well, say, what have you been buying down at Haggerty's Snuggery Tuggery?
Oh, I thought I might as well go all the way, Molly. As long as I'm improving my appearance. I got a black Homburg hat and a pair of yellow gloves and some spats and a walking stick.
Well, heavenly days. What is the world coming to? And when?
Oh, I'll admit the walking stick might be a touch too much, but you can't.
Oh, no.
Huh?
No, it isn't, McGee. If you wear the spats and yellow gloves, you'll need to carry a stick. And maybe some brass knuckles.
Well, let's see if they sent my Godfers in with this package. Oh, Dad, it. They forgot something.
Oh, I say, dear boy, what did the chappies forget? Your shooting jacket for formal crap games?
Nah, them stupid goons forgot to put in my purple velvet smoking jacket.
Will your lordship excuse me if I sit down a moment? I'm a little overwhelmed.
Oh, don't be like that, Molly. Don't you want your husband to be well-groomed? Don't you want me to look smooth?
Oh, you'll be smooth, all right. You wear those spats and yellow gloves, and somebody will polish you off. But say, tell me, did you only get one smoking jacket?
Sure. You think I need two?
Well, won't you need a longer one? For when you smoke king-size cigarettes? For goodness sake, stop looking at yourself in the mirror.
Hello, folks. What's cooking?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
I say, old chap, is it necessary to use such weird expressions as what's cooking, how's everything, and what do you know? Really, they're rather senseless and unanswerable, you know. Oh, quite. Say what?
Say, what goes on here anyway? Is he on the level, Molly?
Well, he thinks he's on the level, but it's uphill work.
Won't you step in and have a spot of tea, old chap? I say, be a good girl and put the kettle on, old thing.
We're not having any tea, and don't call me an old thing. slug of root beer or something, Mr. Wilcox?
No, thanks, but I'd still like to know what this is all about.
Well, I tell you, he saw Ronald Coleman in a picture the other night, and he's been like this ever since. I only hope they don't revive King Kong. I've had enough of this monkey business.
Well, hey, look, Fibber.
McGee, Mr. Wilcox is speaking to you. Turn around.
I can see him. I'm looking in the mirror, ain't I? Hey, Harlow, you see anything different about me?
No, except your face is dirty. You've got a smudge on your upper lip there.
That ain't a smudge. It's a mustache.
Gee, is it?
I bet Mr. Wilcox was never so foolish as to try and raise a mustache.
Well, you'd lose that bet, Molly. I tried to raise one once, but I had to give it up.
I got a nasty suspicion, folks, that this is leading into something. I can't get out of it now. Why did you give it up, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, it interfered with business. Every time I started to demonstrate Johnson's self-polishing glow coat and how it keeps linoleum spotless and sparkling with a minimum of time and effort, no rubbing or buffing.
Yes. You just pour a little out, spread it on, and wait for it to dry to a gorgeous mirror-like finish, and it restores the beauty of the pattern and gives housewives hours of extra leisure, and don't accept any substitutes and get some from your nearest dealer today. We know. Now, what about your mustache?
Yes, how did it interfere with your business, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, I'll tell you. I'd no sooner get through telling people how spotless it made their linoleum than I'd look down and see that black smudge. Every time I looked down, there it was. It made me nervous, so I shaved it off.
Oh, that's it. I feel like Uncle Dennis trying to pass Joe's Tavern. I walked right into it. Did you bring me that book, Harlow?
Oh, yes. Here. No hurry about returning it, pal. Keep it as long as you like. Well, so long now.
So long, Harlow.
What's the book, dearie?
It's an English book. How to play cricket.
How to play with a cricket? Oh, no, you don't, Mickey. I won't have one in the house.
But Molly, it's just a game.
I don't care if it is. In the first place, they're too noisy. Tweet, tweet, tweet all night long. No, sir, if you want...
Molly, this cricket ain't an insect.
I know an insect when I see one.
This is like baseball, only the difference is...
That's even worse. A man of your age playing baseball with a cricket. Heavenly days, McGee. First an English accent, and then mustache and a monocle, and now you play games with bugs.
Oh.
What's gotten into you?
Hey, Molly.
What?
You ever go to a quilting bee?
Yes, I have.
You ever get stung?
Don't be silly. It wasn't a real bee.
Well, cricket ain't a real cricket either. That's the English name for baseball.
All right, dearie, all right. I give up. Go out and play golf with the grasshoppers if you like. I won't...
Play ball. Come in. Oh, hi, sis.
Hi, mister.
Hiya.
You want to send any messages to Santa Claus? My mama's taking me down to Bontown Department Store tonight.
Oh, she is, huh?
I
said she is, eh?
It's what?
Your mama's going to take you down to see Santa Claus.
I know her. You want me to tell him anything for you?
Oh, I don't know, sis. What's the procedure?
Hmm?
How do you go about it?
On the streetcar.
I mean, what is the modus operandi? The gimmick?
Oh, you mean how do you tell Santa Claus what you want,
That roughly was the thought I was trying to convey, sis.
Oh. Well, first you get in line with the other kids.
Yeah?
And then when it's your turn to talk to him, he takes you up on his lap, and that's the part I don't like because his beard always smells like mothballs.
Well, you got to overlook that, sis. They say the moths are terrible at the North Pole. Now, then what happens?
I don't know. I've never been there.
I don't mean at the North Pole. I mean with Santa Claus.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, then you tell him everything you want, and there's a lady standing there, and she writes it all down and asks you what your papa's name is and has you got a charge account.
Oh, yeah. Yes. That's Santa Claus's secretary.
Well, gee, mister, if she was my secretary, I bet you I'd fire her, I bet you.
You would?
Sure.
Why?
Well, last year, when I was talking to Santa Claus, you know what she said to him?
What'd she say?
She said, "Speak up, you big dope. How can I write this down if you keep mumbling in your beer?"
Oh.
Gee, is there any way to talk to Santa Claus? I asked you.
Well, I should say not. I guess he didn't hear her say it, because if it's the same girl I saw there last year, she had some very well-filled stockings.
McGee.
And see... Well, I guess I haven't got any message for Chris just at the moment, sis. Thanks anyway.
Well, that's okay, mister. But I hope if you ever have a mustache, you won't smell like mothballs.
Oh, don't worry, sis. It won't. I got a kind of instinct for a personal appearance. I always been kind of a snappy dresser, man about town.
What town?
Oh, Peoria, mostly.
Oh, my.
Why, sis, when I was just a young fella, I was the chic of Western Illinois.
Oh, dear.
With my bell-bottom pants and jazz bow tie. When I worked in the big mill there, I was quite the dude. Mildude McGee, I was known as. Mildude McGee, a magnificent mask of masculine muscle and manly manners, mesmerizing the maidens in the Midwest, and mentioned most every month in many of the men's magazines as the mirror and model for male millinery merchants, meticulous material manufacturers, and miscellaneous members of the metropolitan mob. Mighty and magnetic from November through May, but come and hear the King's men sing Roll So Gray.
Rosie, Rosie, Rosie O'Day, she is the prettiest thing. Under her window from miles away, the fellows all gather and sing. Rosaday, Rosaday, you're my Piligaducha, Shinamarusha, Balarala, Boom-Ta-Dee-Ay. Rosaday, Rosaday, you're my Piligaducha, Shinamarusha, Balarala, Boom-Ta-Dee-Ay. You are so darling, so lovely. That's what I mean when I say Rosaday, Rosaday. You're my Piligaducha, Shinamarusha, Balarala, Boom-Ta-Dee, Boom-Ta-Dee-Ay. Oh, you're more of a lady than Rosie O'Grady. You're sweeter than Rose of Tralee. Rose of the Rio or Washington Square never could even begin to compare with my wild Irish rose, the sweetest flower that grows. I'll never betray my Rosie O'Day. She's my Piligaducha, Shinamarusha, Balarala, Boom-Ta-Dee-Ay. Rosaday, Rosaday, you're my Piligaducha, Shinamarusha, Balarala, Boom-Ta-Dee-Ay. Calling my darling, I love you. That's what I mean when I say Rosaday, Rosaday, you're my Piligaducha, Shinamarusha, Balarala, Boom-Ta-Dee, 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 Boom-Ta-Dee-Ay. Rosie O'Day.
Rosie O'Gray.
McGee, are you still rubbing that horrible ointment on your mustache?
Yep. They need a lot of encouragement when they're young like this. You know the old saying, Molly, great oaks from little acorns grow.
I didn't know you wanted a tree. I thought you just wanted a bush. Goodness knows you've been getting enough raspberries to start one.
Oh, well, don't let it get you down, old girl. Chin up, pip, pip, pip. Carry on and all of that.
Oh, stop talking like that.
I hope that's the guy from Haggerty's Snuggery Toggery with my velvet smoking jacket. Come in, Haggerty.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? Come in, dear.
Oh.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? I just stopped into I'm so sorry. I don't believe I've met this gentleman.
Hot dog, you hear that, Molly? She didn't know me with my mustache.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, you're Mr. McGee.
Sure, I stand right here.
Oh, I do hope you'll forgive me, my dear.
Oh, forgive you? Why, heavenly days, you're lucky if he doesn't kiss you, Abigail. To think that his mustache would fool anybody that much.
What did I tell you, Molly? I knew when
Mustache? What mustache? Is Mr. McGee growing a mustache?
Why, yes, Abigail. Isn't that why you didn't recognize him?
Oh, no, my dear. How ridiculous. No, I have a new lorgnette with bifocal lenses, and I simply can't see a thing.
Look, Uppy. Don't the bifocal part of them glasses magnify?
Why, yes, of course. Why?
Well, come here. Take a peep at my upper lip.
Very well.
There.
You see anything, Abigail?
Oh, my dear. He really should do something about his skin. Those big purple spots.
Raise your sights, Uppy. That's my necktie.
Oh, may, of course. How stupid of me, wasn't it?
Yes, it certainly was.
McGee. Well, what can we do for you, Abigail? Or is this a social call?
No, Mr. McGee. I am a committee of one from our ladies' club to inspect some of the city parks, and I thought you might care to go along. We have information from a very high source that parts of them are to be sold for parking lots.
Oh, well, come down off your high source and tell us about it, Uppy.
Now, please, Mr. McGee, this is not a subject for levity.
Well, what's so serious about it, Abigail? It's city property, and they can sell it for parking if they want to.
My dear, have you no thought for our little wild creatures?
You mean them parking lot attendants?
Oh. Mr. McGee, you're impossible. You and your little gray mustache.
My mustache ain't gray.
It will be by the time it's a mustache.
Good old Uppy. You know, Molly, I got a kind of a sneaking fondness for the old percheron.
Personally, I think she's a very nice woman.
Sure she is. Uppy's an old peach.
Do you really think so?
Sure I do. She's an old, wrinkled, dried-up peach that should have been pickled and canned years ago. Hand me the phone, Molly.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to call Haggerty's Snuggery-Toggery and see why they don't send out my smoking jacket.
All right, here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Haggerty's Snug... Oh, is that you, Mert?
All right.
How's every little thing, Mert? Says, eh? What's say, Mert? Your sister? Got pinched, eh? For going too slow.
Heavenly days in her car, McGee?
No, a revolving door. What's say, Mert? Okay, I'll call him later. Goodbye.
Say, you know, one of these days you're going to get your number right off and won't have time for one of those things.
That'll be too bad.
I'd hate to take a poll on it. Oh, well, for goodness sakes, McGee, take your fingers out of your mouth.
I just feel inside of my upper lip, Molly. My mustache don't seem to be growing very fast. Just wondered if it got mixed up and was growing in instead of out. You know, sometimes you find potatoes...
Hey there, Johnny. How's the mustache?
Oh, hi, old-timer. Those lotions you gave me don't seem to have done much good.
Johnny, here, try this one.
Oh, is this another one of your grandmother's concoctions, Mr. Oldtimer?
Yep. And Grandma swears by this one. Fact is, she swears so loud by this one, we have to send the kids up to bed.
That's pretty good, old-timer.
Yes, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, says, see where an aviator flew from Denver to New York in less than 12 hours. That's so, says t'other feller. Must have been in a hurry. Have a wife in New York? No, says the first feller. In Denver. Well, try this stuff on your mustache, Johnny, and let me know what happens.
Okay, but I'm getting kind of discouraged. The more stuff I put on, the less it seems to grow.
Grow?
Why, yes. Why not?
Oh, my goodness, and I've been giving him stuff to make it go away.
Hey. What you doing, Mom?
I'm throwing out all these fancy hair tonics and lotions. I've had enough of this now.
Oh, now, Mom.
I'm sorry, dearie. I can't stand this primping and posing any longer.
Oh.
You'll have to choose between me and your mustache.
You mean?
Yes. Now, which will it be?
Well, I'll take the mustache.
Oh.
Off.
Do you know what I've been doing today? Well, I've been just an old inquiring reporter, asking women here and there a few questions about my favorite product, Johnson's Glow Coat, the easy-to-use floor polish. What do you like best about Glow Coat, I asked them. And do you know, I got a lot of different answers, but they all add up to the same thing. Glow Coat is an all-around product. It has so many good points that it pleases everybody. One woman said, I like the lasting luster Glow Coat gives my linoleum floor. Another talked about the uniform film that doesn't chip or wear off unevenly. Someone else said she liked its quick drying and ease of application. And, of course, everybody sang the praises of Glow Coat for the way it saves work. It needs no rubbing or buffing. Now, I knew all these good things about Glow Coat, but still it did me good to hear these women so enthusiastic. And I'd like to pass that enthusiasm along to any of you who haven't tried Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat on your linoleum floors. And one final word. Remember, there's only one Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
I still don't know why you were trying to raise a mustache, dearie.
Oh, it's a kind of old family tradition, Molly. Ever see our family album? All my ancestors had beards down to here.
Oh, no razors?
No chins. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry. Inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Is your car sitting out in front of your house now? If it is, take a quick look at it. Doesn't it need a cleaning and polishing job? Well, then just try Johnson's Car New, the sensational auto polish that does two jobs at once. Both cleans and polishes in one application. Car New is a wonderful labor saver. It's inexpensive, and it offers an easy way for you to take better care of your automobile. Remember the name, Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U, made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
NBC will be on the air with the latest war news at the beginning of every program, day and night. The British radio, heard by NBC, reports that the Sultan of one of the little Malay states has handed control of his country right over to the British to make it easier to repel the Japanese. A British advisor will sit with the Sultan of Kelantan from now until the war is all over. The United Press from New York. The United States has banned Germans, Austrians, and Italians from American citizenship until further notice. Judge Marcus Campbell in the Brooklyn Federal Court turned down a list of applicants. The court clerk said the instructions were received from the Attorney General's office. The United Press from La Paz, Bolivia. The Bolivian cabinet has decided to adhere to any joint action by American nations. The cabinet adopted a 4-point program reaffirming pledges made at the Panama and the Havana conferences. The United Press from Vichy. British planes have blasted the German-occupied French port at Calais in the most savage raid on that city in months. 37 civilians were killed, 20 were seriously wounded, many homes were destroyed. The Associated Press from Manila. A number of new fire stations have been opened up today in thickly settled parts of Manila. All firemen are equipped with steel helmets and gas masks. All civilians are being evacuated from areas near American military installations. We thank the sponsor of this program for relinquishing a portion of his time in order that you might hear the latest news from the NBC newsroom.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by Martha Tilton and the King's Men, and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Don't Ever Leave Me. We have just received this message for our listeners in a telegram from the president of S.C. Johnson & Son Incorporated, our sponsor. In these serious days, there can be no division of opinion. The United States is at war. We are all ready and eager to do our part. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Glow Coat believe it is in the public interest to continue programs as entertaining as Fibber McGee and Molly. They have a place in national morale. So you can continue to hear Fibber McGee and Molly and still be in touch with latest developments. We have asked the National Broadcasting Company to feel free at any time to cut into our programs with important news flashes and announcements. Signed, H.F. Johnson, Jr. Well, there's an old saying to the effect that the female is more deadly than the male. But around the first of the month, the male can be pretty deadly, too. And here at 79 Wistful Vista, the postman has just left a stack of, which on the breakfast table reaches halfway up the coffee pot. And it's all for Fibber McGee and Molly.
70 days, McGee. Look at these bills.
You look at 'em. I got a letter from my cousin Ick.
Ick?
Yeah, you know. Ichabod McGee.
Oh, sure. He was the black sheep of your family, wasn't he?
Yeah, complete no good. Ran away when he was 16.
Oh?
Bummed around the country and started gambling. Won a few $100 and squandered the whole roll on a few acres of scrub farmland and then carelessly discovered oil on it. Worthless little pup is now worth $4 million.
Your own brother?
Unfortunately, he ain't my own brother anymore. We disowned him in 1926.
No, before he discovered the oil, no doubt. Well, what's he say in his letter?
He says, Dear Brother Fibber. Bah. Signed Ick, the black sheep. I guess Ick ain't in any mood to make up.
Well, I, for one, won't chase after him just because he has money.
No, me either. Wonder how I could get him to chase after me. Hey, what's this postcard?
Well, how should I know? It's addressed to you, and I never read your mail. Anyway, it's just an advertisement.
Hey, it isn't either just an advertisement. It's from the Wistful Vista Wholesale Outlet Store. It says, you have been recommended and selected as one of a small list of patrons to whom we extend the privilege of purchasing standard merchandise at a 40% discount.
Oh,
boy. This card will be your identification, not transferable. Yours very truly, signed, Paul, your pal Peters.
Oh. Say, I didn't know you had a Paul named Pal Peters. Who is he? And why should he give you 40% discount on anything?
Oh, they just do that for a few prominent citizens, for the goodwill. See, Molly, if they...
Oh, come in.
Hi, babe. Hello, Skimp.
Hello, Mr. Mills.
Hi, Billy. What's troubling your pretty little bald head today? You know anything about radio, Skimp? Who, me? I'll say I do.
Why, sure he does, Mr. Mills. He fixed ours yesterday.
Yeah.
Now all we have to do to get KPMO is turn the dial to WTL and kick it 3 times.
Why'd you ask, William? I wanted to get my sister a radio for Christmas.
Say, I thought you got her a new one a couple of years ago, Billy.
Well, I did, but it's worn out. She can't get Ed Wynn on it anymore. Well, if you want... Hey, look. I can get you a radio wholesale, Billy. 40% off. How much you want to sink into it? Oh, about $50.
Oh, well, you want one that'll play records?
No, my sister hasn't got any records. You leave the whole thing to me, Billy. Tell Santa Claus it's in the bag. You mean you can get me a $50 radio for 30, Skimp? Absolutely. Save you 20 smackers. So if you were thinking of getting me some little inexpensive thing for Christmas, you can do a little better now. Hey, wait a minute, Skimp. How come you get 40% off on radios? What do you mean on radios? I get 40% off on anything. I got connections. I know people in the right places.
Oh, sure. Don't you forget, Mr. Mills McGee is a prominent citizen.
You betcha.
Stand up, dearie, and show Billy how prominent you really are.
Well, I'm certainly obliged, Skimp. Want the 30 frog skins now? No. Wait till you get the radio.
Will you sit down and have a cup of coffee, Billy?
No, thanks, babe. Coffee makes me sleepy. Makes you sleepy? That's funny. Keeps most people awake. Not me. I never drank it. So long. There's a great actor lost in that guy.
And I doubt if they ever find him. Are you going downtown to get his radio right away, McGee?
Yeah, I think so. Might want to pick up a few things myself. After all, I haven't got your electric waffle iron. Ooh! I haven't got your Christmas present yet.
Oh, I wonder what it's going to be. But you can get that later, McGee. I'll go with you today so we can...
Oh, dear. Come in.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Uppington.
How do you do, my dear? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppy.
I was just going downtown to select a new floor lamp, Mrs. McGee. Would you care to go along?
Well, now...
Hey, wait a minute, Uppy. Don't go throwing your dough away now. Let me handle this for you. I can get 40% off on any merchandise.
Now, wait a minute, McGee.
How much you want to pay for a floor lamp, Uppy?
Mr. McGee, when I want something, I am not one to count the cost.
Oh.
With me, money is no object whatsoever.
Ooh.
I want the best, and I'm perfectly willing to pay for it. But if possible, try and keep it under $7.
Catch on, McGee? Be as reckless as you like, as long as you're careful. What kind of a lamp do you want, Abigail?
Well, my dear, I rather had in mind one with a marble and bronze base, a fluted gold leaf column, a cluster of 5 bulbs with an indirect fixture at the top, a large beige monk's cloth shade, perhaps surmounted by a small jade ornament.
Yeah. You had that in mind for $7?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Would you go to $8.50 if it had Melvin Douglas shinnying up the post to turn it on for you?
As long as you can get it wholesale, Miss McGee, you may even go as high as $10 if necessary.
Oh.
Now, that would amount to $6, I believe, with the discount.
Yeah, and if I see a nice pair of pliers for about 2 bits, you want those too, Uppy?
Why should she want a pair of pliers, McGee?
Well, I hate to see anybody pitching pennies like this with their bare hands.
Miss McGee, you are so amusing.
I killed me, too.
Oh, he's a car navigator.
That's what I tell everyone, my dear. I always say Mr. McGee is simply a car.
Oh, shucks.
An ace with a short A.
The King's Men singing Chul.
La 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 la. Who said a woodchuck would? Would he chuck another woodchuck's wood? If a woodchuck could chuck, he'd chuck good. Book-a-diddle-a-boo, so real. Choo, choo, choo-la-roo. Choo-la, chag-a-rack, choo-la-barbecue. Every time I see silly by the wheel, book-a-diddle-a-boo, so real. Ooch, ooch, ooh-la-roo. Choo-la, chag-a-rack, choo-la-barbecue. Every time I see silly by the wheel, book-a-diddle-a-boo, so real. The tune is teasy, so cool and breezy. Just take it easy. Choo, choo, choo-la-roo. Choo-la, chag-a-rack, choo-la-barbecue. Every time I see silly by the wheel, book-a-diddle-a-boo, so real. I met with a gal and her name was Vasily. Side of her, side Vasily, won't you be less chilly? You should have seen a change come over that Billy. Book-a-diddle-a-boo, so real. Choo, choo, choo-la-roo. Choo-la, chag-a-rack, choo-la-barbecue. Every time I see Vasily by the wheel, book-a-diddle-a-boo, so real. Once a policeman met a fiddle-um, sitting on a stirrup cone chewing gum for rum. Woo! Said the policeman, won't you see me gun? Book-a-diddle-a-boo, so real. No rhyme nor reason, but kind of pleasing, always in season. Choo, choo, choo-la-roo, choo-la, chag-a-rack, choo-la-barbecue. Last time I saw him, silly by the wheel, book-a-diddle is a riddle with a fiddle in the middle, took a diddle in a bag of feather hay. Sure, 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 how silly it makes you feel, book-a-diddle-a-boo, so real, so real, so real. Never get a better with a diller in a bag of feather hay.
Well, are we going downtown to that wholesale house or not, dearie?
Choo, sure. Just as soon as I ride down this memorandum. Now, let's see. I'll get it. Hello? Yeah, this is him speaking. Oh, hi, Mort. Yeah. Huh? No, I never shoot craps much, Mort. Pinocchio's Mort, huh? Oh, trap shooting. I thought you were talking baby talk. I'd get a 12-gauge shotgun if I was you, Mort. That's the best. Hey, wait a minute, Mort. I can get you one wholesale.
Oh, dear. Here we go again.
Oh, what say, Mort? Sure, 40% off. Okay, you just leave it to me, Mort. You betcha. Okay, Mort. Goodbye, Mort.
I never saw you act as a middleman before, McGee, but, man, you're sure putting yourself in the middle.
Oh, well, what's one more little item? Put that down on the list, Molly. 12-gauge shotgun, automatic, full choke.
Full what?
Choke.
What does he do, shoot things and then strangle them?
Oh, choke means the barrel is kind of made smaller at the end. Now, let's see. One radio, one lamp, one shotgun.
One wonders.
One wonders what?
One wonders what one's getting into.
Okay. Laugh if you want it, but 40% off ain't anything to sneer at.
Who's laughing?
Wasn't me. Hey, I wonder if I could get a Cocker Spaniel down there.
Why buy one there?
Well, they say a bargain dog never bites. Won't you get it, Molly? 40% off, bargain dog.
It ain't funny, McGee.
I should have made it a Chihuahua.
Hey, Fibber, Molly.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Can't stop to talk to you now, Arlo. Got to go downtown.
Anytime you can't stop talk to him, dearie, you'd better go downtown and look for a job.
Oh, well, all right. What you want, Harlow?
Look at this swell box of cigars. Would this make a nice gift, or wouldn't it?
Say, them are pretty snarky stogies, Harlow. 25 centers. I could tell more about them if I...
Hey! Put those back. These are for a gift.
Is it somebody special, Mr. Wilcox?
I'll say, Mom. It's more of a prize than a gift, really. I'm presenting them to the man who coined the slogan, "Your linoleum will be your pride if Johnson's Glow Coat is applied."
Oh, were you having a contest?
Well, no, not exactly, but I thought it was pretty good.
You see, it implies the whole story of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Get this, folks. It's the stuff that keeps Wilcox working, you waiting, and us eating.
I'm serious, Fibber.
You think I'm kidding?
That slogan almost tells the whole story of glow coat. How easy it is to apply, how it dries to a beautiful finish in 20 minutes or less, with no rubbing or buffing, and how it keeps your linoleum from cracking, checking, fading, and soiling. It saves your nickels and saves your knuckles, and your linoleum never cracks and buckles.
Well, I think it's well worth a box of cigars for that slogan, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah. Who's the smart smoker that donated that little hunk of poetic promotion, Harlow?
Me?
You?
Yep. Thought of it coming down the street and bought myself a box of cigars as a reward. Well, it won't keep you any longer, folks. Go on.
What do you know about that? Boy, does he appreciate him.
You know, I think it's wonderful, McGee, how he keeps so interested in his job.
Yeah, it'd be all right if he kept his enthusiasm to himself, but he's got Billy Mills doing it, too.
How do you mean?
Well, I saw Billy out with a gal the other night, and was he pouring it on and spreading it around.
Come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Oh, Mayor Latrivia, how do you do, I'm sure?
Well, what can we do for you that won't take long, Latrivia?
Oh, nothing, thank you. I was just taking a walk and thought I'd drop in a moment.
Oh.
As mayor, you know, I like to walk around the city and mingle with the common citizens. Sort of like Harun al-Rashid.
Oh, yes. Who's he?
Harun al-Rashid was an Oriental potentate in the Arabian Nights, McGee.
Oh, he was, eh? And what did this Oriental potato do, Latrivia?
Oh, he mixed with the people and listened to what they were saying so he'd know what was going on among the populace. Didn't you ever read the Arabian Nights?
Why, of course not. McGee can't read Arabian.
Anyway, by the time I get through reading Bringing Up Father and Flash Gordon and Smokey Stover, I'm all wore out.
It's very amusing. In a pathetic sort of way. By the way, do you know where I can buy a large globe of the world for my office?
Why, sure, Latrivia. I can get you one wholesale. How much you want to pay for a good globe?
Oh, it doesn't matter much, McGee. As long as I get a good one. Things are happening so fast these days, I like to keep informed.
You want a globe with Japan on it, Mr. Mayor?
Why, certainly.
Well, then you better get one quick.
You leave it to me, Latrivia. I'll see that you get a good one cheap. I got connections.
Splendid, splendid. Thank you very much. I'll try to return the favor sometime.
Hey, how about that job in the city hall you promised me?
Oh, did the mayor promise you a job, did
Well,
he?
practically. He says he was looking for a smart, level-headed man to look in on the higher-ups in the interests of clean government.
Oh, yes. The window washing job. Oh, that's been filled, McGee, but I'll keep my eyes open for you. A good day.
Goodbye, Mr. Mayor.
Window washing job. Who does he think I am?
He thinks you're the man who wanted the window washing job. Let me take that shopping list again, McGee.
Yeah.
Now, what have we? A radio, a floor lamp, a globe, and a shotgun.
Yeah.
Ah, civilization in a nutshell. How are we going to get all this stuff home?
Oh, I imagine they'll deliver it to the different people for us.
Well, if they don't, we can stick up a truck driver with a shotgun.
Yeah. Well, I could bop him with the floor lamp and run off with the globe.
McGee, look who's here, Mr. Wimple. Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp, old man.
Hello there, folks. Excuse me for walking right in, but my goodness, I haven't seen you for simply weeks. I suppose that's because it's been so rotten out.
No, it's because you've been so written out.
Mrs. McGee, I just love a woman who has a sense of humor.
Oh, I love this one myself, Wimple. You go get one of your own.
Hasn't your wife any sense of humor, Mr. Wimple?
Who, Sweetie Face? Well, yes, in a way she has, Mrs. McGee. But she's more of a practical joker, you might say.
Oh, one of those.
Yes. I'll never forget the time we were mountain climbing, and she held me over the edge of a cliff by my coat collar.
Oh, yeah, but you knew she wouldn't drop you, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, of course I knew it, Mrs. McGee. It certainly wasn't her fault that she got bit by a snake just that minute and had to let go.
Oh. Heavenly days, Mr. Wimple. How far did you fall?
Only a few feet, Mrs. McGee. Fortunately, my pants caught on a bush, and there I was, looking down into a 400-foot canyon, screaming for help and taking pictures like mad with my 2A brownies.
How about the wife, Wimple? Was the snake bite serious?
Oh, indeed it was, Mr. McGee. Oh. Death came within 5 minutes, and Sweetie Face skinned it for a hat band. We often think back to that day and have a hearty laugh. At least I think back and she laughs.
Have you got your Christmas shopping done yet, Mr. Wimple?
No, I still have to get a pair of dumbbells with her initials on to give Sweetie Face.
Oh, with a card reading Merry Christmas from the three of us? Hey, I'll buy some for you, Wimple. I can get you some dumbbells wholesale. 40% off.
I wish we had some music with this merry-go-round.
Well, I'd certainly appreciate it, Mr. McGee. A bargain really appeals to me these days.
Yeah, a guy gets kind of short around Christmas, doesn't he, Wimp?
Oh, indeed he does. I was looking at my dime bank this morning, and it's practically empty.
Oh, did you shake it real hard?
I didn't have to, Mrs. McGee. Sweetie Face caught me looking at it, and she shook both of us. Well, thank you ever so much, Mr. McGee, and do drop over some night. I've told Sweetie Face all about you, and I'm sure she doesn't hate you as much as she says. Goodbye.
What a life he must lead me. Oh, look at the time it is, McGee.
Oh, my gosh, we got to get going before that store closes. Get your hat, Mom.
I'm all ready. Get your own hat. You got the list of things?
Sure, right here.
How about the checkbook?
Oh, my checkbook. Oh, my... Oh, where's my checkbook? Oh, I remember.
Where is it?
Right here in the hall closet. Got to straighten out that closet one of these days.
Martha Tilton singing The Last Time I Saw Paris.
The last time I saw Paris, her heart was warm and gay. I heard the laughter of her heart in every street cafe. The last time I saw Paris, her trees were dressed for spring, and lovers walked beneath those trees, and birds found songs to sing. I dodged the same old taxi cabs that I had dodged for years. The chorus of their squeaky horns was music to my ears. The last time I saw Paris, her heart was warm and gay. No matter how they changed her, I'll remember her that way. I think of happy hours and people who shared them. Old women selling flowers in markets at dawn. Children who applauded Punch and Judy in the park. And those who danced at night and kept their Paris dry. Then the town went dark. The last time I saw Paris, her heart was warm and gay. No matter how they changed her, I'll remember her that way.
Scene 79 Wistful Vista. The time, 3 hours later.
Oh, home again, thank goodness. What a horrible expedition. You and your 40% off. I think I'll run upstairs and take off about 40% myself. 50 including my shoes.
Yeah. I'm kind of tired, too. Hey, imagine that guy charging me $5 a piece to deliver all them things.
Yeah, and then you didn't get one single item you really wanted.
Well, I couldn't help it. It was so dark in that store, I couldn't see what I was buying.
Did you hear what he said about exchanging merchandise?
Well, you can't blame him for that, Molly. With a big discount like that, he can't afford to keep taking stuff back.
How much did all those things cost you?
Oh, let me look at the checkbook. Ooh, $73. Oh, but I'll get that back now, Molly, soon.
You answered, McGee. I couldn't lift the receiver for a bankrupt birdhouse.
Okay. Hello? Oh, hi, Mort. Did you get the shotgun? Wasn't it? Uh-huh. Oh, now take it easy, Mort. That gun is a genuine antique. Yeah, but he said... Oh, but look, Mort... Now, don't get excited. That shotgun was used by Daniel Boone at the Battle of Bull Durham. Or Bull Quibble. Well, some kind of bull. But that rabbit, Mort, I done my best. Hold it, Mort. There's somebody at the door. See who's there with you, Molly.
Come in.
Now, see here, McGee. What's the idea of sending me that dirty little 5-inch globe when I asked for a...
Hello, Mort. Hold the line a minute. What did you say, Latrivia?
He doesn't like the globe you bought him, dearie, oddly enough.
I certainly don't. I wanted a large-sized globe, and you send me a ridiculous little 5-inch one.
Well, it's a small world, ain't it, Latrivia?
By George, McGee, if you don't...
Excuse me, Latrivia. I'm talking to a guy on the phone. Now, look, Mort. I'm sorry I couldn't exactly get you a modern shotgun, but gee whiz, when you get 40% off...
Gee, what on earth did you think you were...
Be with you in a minute, Uppy. I'm on the phone.
Won't you sit down, Abigail, and Mr. Mayor, sit
Thank
down.
you, no. I want to speak to that husband of yours.
So do I.
It's unanimous.
Yeah, but look, Mort, I went to a lot of trouble buying you that shotgun, and if you don't appreciate...
Mr. McGee, talk to that person later. I want to speak to you about that repulsive lamp you sent me.
You think that's repulsive? If you could see the globe he sent me...
Now, let's all take it easy.
But, Mort, you don't get the idea. That gun I bought you is a genuine antique. Well, what if you can't shoot with it? Hang it over the fireplace and let the kids haste him. You call that thing you sent me a radio?
You too, Mr. Mills?
Get off that phone, McGee. We want to talk to you.
Indeed we do.
Now, just a minute, folks. Be right with you. Now, listen to reason, Mort.
What's wrong with your lamp, Abigail?
What was wrong? The shade doesn't fit. Two sockets were broken.
You ought to see my radio, babe. Crystal set with a Morning Glory horn and headphones.
How about my globe? My globe. It's so old it shows New York as Indian territory.
Well, it still is. I've seen some scalpers around Times Square.
But Mort... You don't see my side of it, Mort. All I done was...
I wish you could see my lamp.
And my radio.
Let's have one complaint at a time here.
Yes. Let's all be calm.
All right, Mort. Okay, Mort, if that's the way you feel about it.
Oh, Mike McGee, about those dumbbells.
What dumbbells?
Are you referring to us, Mr. Wimple?
If he is, he's the smartest guy in the room. All right, Mort. Okay, Mort, if you feel that way, there's nothing... Hello? Okay, folks, now just take it easy. What is all this?
Quiet, everybody.
Now, let's consider this calmly, folks. Take your time. The reason...
Molly. Oh, hello, everybody.
Now what?
Gee, I'm glad everybody's here.
Why, Mr. Wilcox?
Because I've got great news.
Oh.
See me before you do any shopping.
Huh?
I know a place where I can get 40%. Ladies and gentlemen, we know everyone is anxiously awaiting the words of President Roosevelt. In the meantime, the makers of Johnson's Wax have this message for you. America has answered the treacherous attack of the Japanese by declaring war to the victorious end. To ensure our victory, we must turn our dollars into guns and our dimes into bullets. Buy United States defense bonds and stamps at your bank, post office, or savings and loan association. Get them from your newspaper carrier boy or your retail dealer. If you live in Canada, buy Canadian War Savings certificates or victory bonds. Don't delay. Act now.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, in the daily life of our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, teaching itself only takes up a portion of her time. This leaves a number of free hours each day to pursue an outside interest.
But it doesn't leave quite enough free hours, especially since my outside interest refuses to stand still long enough for me to drop a net over him. In fact, lately, I've even considered taking up another outside activity besides Mr. Boynton. Like the one my landlady began recently. Mrs. Davis was quite reticent about her hobby until last Wednesday morning at breakfast, when she gave me a broad hint.
Notice anything different about the table this morning, Connie?
Well, the big catsup stain in front of my place is gone.
It's under your egg cup, dear. Yes, again.
Oh, of course. The big bowl of apples in the center. What a delicious display.
I'm glad you like it, Connie. It's a hat.
Who designed it? William Tell?
No, I did. You probably don't know this, but years ago, I used to design hats like mad.
Why, you mad hatter, you. I never would have suspected. You seem so normal in some other respects.
Well, I haven't had the yen in years, but last week my brother Victor sent me some samples of the material his firm makes, and you know my brother Victor, don't you?
I've heard you speak of him quite often.
He's a peculiar man, Victor. Rather a slow-moving type of fellow, but once he gets interested in something, he follows right through. The last couple of years, he's been up to his ears in plastics.
No wonder he's slow-moving. But what has plastic got to do with your designing hats again?
That's what they're made of. I'll bet you never even noticed that this is really 2 hats in one.
2 in one?
Yes. Worn this way, it looks like a bowl of apples. But when you turn it around like this, it's a sparrow.
Well, what a novel idea. If you're out with a man you like, you tempt him with an apple. And if your date is a drip, he gets the bird.
I've got 4 of them all made up so far. They should be easy to sell with Mother's Day coming this Sunday.
Well, I don't know, Mrs. Davis. They're a bit unusual for popular consumption, I'm afraid.
Not if they're presented right, Connie. And that's where you come in. I want you to help me sell them at school.
Me?
Yes. If you sell all 4 of them, I'll deduct half of the back rent you owe me.
Oh.
And it shouldn't be difficult to sell them. It isn't as if they were hard to move.
Not if the wind is right. Of course, if I could reduce my debt to you, that must be Walter Denton. He's driving me down to school. Come on in, Walter.
Try to sell him one for his mother, Connie. I'll get into the kitchen and rustle up some goodies for Walter's inner man.
Better get some for his outer man, too.
Greetings to the brightest star in the scholastic firmament.
It's a little early for me to twinkle, Walter, but sit down. You're going to have a bit of breakfast with us, aren't you?
Well, I might be persuaded to partake of a wee morsel if you coax me.
And if I don't coax you?
You couldn't be that cruel.
All right, then. What'll it be? French toast? Eggs? Griddle cake?
Fine.
Mrs. Davis?
Yes, Connie?
Walter's here. Vacuum the kitchen and bring in the bag.
I'm cooking up a giant omelet for him, dear.
He's the little giant that can eat it.
You know, I don't know what's happening at home, but my mother just doesn't seem to be making the breakfast she used to.
Well, maybe she's just worn out.
Well, she does cook an awful lot of meals for us.
Of course she does, Walter. And while we're on the subject, how much thought have you given to her Mother's Day gift?
Oh, quite a bit. And I've come up with something that should show her how grateful I am for all she's done for me. I'm going to get her a present that'll make her forget the many menial and arduous tasks she performs in my behalf.
What's the present?
A bottle of sweet air for the kitchen. What do you think of the idea, Miss Brooks?
It smells. It smells very pleasant.
Of course, I'd like to get her something else, too, but On my allowance, unless my dad chips in, I couldn't afford much.
Walter, I have a suggestion for a gift that your dad will be happy to chip in for. Just look at the center of this table.
Holy cow, is it alive?
Certainly not. It happens to be a woman's hat.
A woman's hat? You're joking, of course.
Joking nothing. I'm wearing it to school this morning.
Say, that'd make a wonderful decoration for our dining room table at home. Mother always likes to have something gay and colorful in the center of the table.
That's what I say. It would make a wonderful decoration for your dining room table at home.
Wait up a minute, Miss Brooks.
Who's that?
It's me, Tex Barton. Howdy, ma'am.
Howdy, Tex.
You seem in a hurry, ma'am. Why, when I flagged you, you was barreling across this campus like a doggy that just smelled a branding iron.
Well, it's not that bad. Although I do have to see Mr. Conklin before class.
Well, Glory be to Sam Houston.
And hallelujah to Dave Dallas. What's up?
Miss Brooks, have you any idea of the activity that's going on up there in the upper regions of your anatomy?
What?
Skin me for a lizard if there ain't a sparrow eating apples off in your skull.
Now calm down, Tex. This is just a new style of hat.
A hat? Well, you could have fooled me.
By the way, Mother's Day is just around the corner. Have you decided on a gift for your mother yet?
Well, I've been thinking a lot about that, Miss Brooks, but it's kind of tough to figure out what'd please Mom.
Maybe I can help you.
I doubt it, ma'am. For Christmas, Pa and I got her some brand new riding boots and stirrups. For her birthday, we got her a pair of chaps and a Stetson. And for Easter, we decked her out in a spanking new box of saddles. So, you see, she's got just about everything a normal woman needs.
A normal woman who's competing in a rodeo, you mean? Look, Tex, a hat like the one I'm wearing would make a lovely gift, and it's only $10.
It sure is flashy, Miss Brooks, and Pa and I could afford that much, but there's a couple of things that have to be done to it first.
For instance?
Well, do you think you could make 2 holes in it?
Holes?
Yeah, so as her ears could come through.
So her ears could come through. Tex, your mother must have a very low forehead.
Well, I wouldn't give it to my mother, Miss Brooks. I'd just be getting it for my mother to give to Lucy.
Lucy?
She's our horse. She sure will look beautiful in it.
I'm sure she will, Tex. You can pick up the hat at Mrs. Davis's today.
Today? When would be a good time, ma'am?
The same time you leave the $10.
But, Daddy, please be reasonable. There isn't time for me to pick out your Mother's Day gift.
I didn't ask you into my office to argue, Harriet. I should think you'd want to see your mother receive a nice present.
I do, Daddy, and I'm getting her one with most of my allowance. But your gift to her is something else again. She always expects something outstanding.
Well, obviously, my dear, she married me, didn't she?
Yes, but about other things, she's pretty particular. I wouldn't mind selecting something for you, but you always insist that I find a bargain.
There's nothing wrong with being frugal, Harriet. It's a bit... Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin. Hello, Harriet.
Hi, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Miss... Good grief! Something has alighted on your hair.
But, Mr. Conklin...
Don't stand there, Harriet. Get a net. Maybe we can trap it for our nature study group.
It happens to be a hat, Mr. Conklin.
It's very exciting, Miss Brooks. Now, if you'll excuse me, Daddy.
Very well, but I'll talk to you later, Miss Important.
Bye, Miss Brooks.
Mr. Conklin, knowing how fond of brevity you are, I'll come right to the point of my visit. Sunday is Mother's Day. How would you like to buy a hat like this for Mrs. Conklin?
For Mrs. Conklin?
Yes, don't you think she deserves something like this?
Well, she has been a source of great irritation on occasion. No, I'm not interested, Miss Brooks.
If I can sell one of these hats, it will help get me out of debt, Mr. Conklin. Besides, it's a real bargain.
I'm sorry, I'm definitely not in... Did you say a bargain, Miss Brooks?
Yes, sir. Much cheaper than you can get it on the open market.
Where did you get it?
Let's just say I have access, Mr. Conklin.
These hats aren't hot, are they?
Hottest thing in town? Oh, you mean stolen? No, sir, they're not stolen. Although you could call them a steal at $10 each.
$10? For a few apples and a small sparrow?
It's evident, Mr. Conklin, that you haven't heard how meat and fruit have gone up. But think of how exclusive this hat is.
Well, for my wife, it would have to be, Miss Brooks. She has an absolute fanatic approach on individualized apparel. She wouldn't be caught dead in anything that even resembled what someone else was wearing.
Mr. Conklin, when it comes to this hat, I give you my unqualified guarantee.
You do?
Absolutely. Believe me, she won't be caught dead in it.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
Colgate toothpaste.
Cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
Yes, the Colgate way is the most thoroughly proved and accepted home method of oral hygiene known today. Over 2 years' research showed brushing teeth right after eating with Colgate Dental Cream helped stop more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. The Colgate way stopped tooth decay best.
No other dentifrice, ammoniated or not, offers such conclusive proof. And you should know that Colgate's, while not mentioned by name, was the only toothpaste used in the research on tooth decay recently reported in Reader's Digest.
So always follow the Colgate way to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and stop tooth decay best.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
Well, by the time I was to meet Mr. Boynton at lunch, I had sold 3 of the 4 hats Mrs. Davis had made up. One to Walter Denton for his mother, to be used as a table centerpiece. One to Tex Barton for his horse, to be used as an eye shade. And one to Mr. Conklin for his wife, to be used, of all things, as a hat. I had the sample hat on when Mr. Boynton came over to our table.
Hello, Miss Brooks. Sorry I'm late. I couldn't get here any sooner.
That's all right, Mr. Boynton. Put down your tray.
Thank you.
Notice anything different about me today?
Different? Let's see. Well, for heaven's sake, I apologize for being late. You oughtn't to go to such lengths to chide me about it.
To chide you?
Well, yes, after all, this is a public eating place. You shouldn't balance your dessert on your head.
Dessert? Mr. Boynton, this happens to be a hat.
I'm sorry, Miss Brooks. I'm afraid I dropped my cutlery.
You should be more careful, Mr. Boynton. That knife might have dented your meatloaf. Oh, I'm sorry I frightened you so.
Oh, I should be used to sights like this. When I was a kid, my mother always had some fantastic creations around the house.
Really? How many brothers and sisters did you have? Oh, you mean hat. Well, may I remind you, Mr. Boynton, that Mother's Day will soon be with us?
Well, so will my mother. Yes, she's coming down this afternoon to stay through the weekend. Unfortunately, Dad has to stay home on business, but Mom and I are going to have a high old time.
Have you made all of your plans for celebrating the holiday, Mr. Boynton?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, it's going to be one mad world for the both of us. I've got a 4-day itinerary all mapped out.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Well, on Thursday, I thought I'd show Mom the new wing of our public library. Friday, we'll do the Museum of Natural History, and Saturday, we'll have a go at the Botanical Gardens.
Wow.
Well, there's not going to be any let-up in the evenings, either. If we're not playing chess or checkers, I'll whip out the old domino set. By the way, can you think of anything that might add to the merriment, Miss Brooks?
Yes, but I think the morgue is closed on weekends. That is, I do have a suggestion that might be quite a surprise for your mother.
Oh, what is it?
Why don't you get her a nice hat? You said yourself that she used to like unique hats.
I'm sorry, Miss Brooks. I'm not interested.
Oh, that's too bad, Mr. Boynton. It's a real bargain.
Well, I'd like to get her something, of course, but this is just out of... Did you say a bargain?
Never misses.
Where did you get the hat, Miss Brooks?
The truth is, I'm disposing of them for Mrs. Davis. They're only $10 apiece.
$10 apiece?
Get your jaw out of the potatoes, and I'll make it...
I guess we could arrive at some sort of a deal, Miss Brooks, but there's one thing of which I must be certain.
What's that?
Well, that my mother doesn't see any other woman wearing a hat like it. Mom's a fanatic on individualized apparel.
I'll sell her the very one I'm modeling today, Mr. Boynton. Bring her over to my place about 8:30 tonight, and we'll surprise her with it.
All right, but you're sure now that she'll be the only woman to have this particular hat?
While she's in town, your mother will be the only woman seen wearing this particular hat.
Good. Well, I'm going to get myself some dessert now, Miss Brooks. Would you like me to bring something back for you?
Yes, I would, Mr. Boynton. I'd like a Coke. The 5-cent size will do.
Very well.
That's all I want right now, Mr. Boynton.
Okay.
Oh, here.
Thanks. I'll just be a minute, Miss Brooks.
Take your time, Sporty. Somebody's got to teach him that money isn't everything, especially my money. Oh, well.
Hello, Miss Brooks. I thought I'd find you here. May I speak with you for a moment?
Oh, of course, Mr. Conklin.
Thank you. Now, about that hat I agreed to buy for my wife, I want it to be a complete surprise. She mustn't see it until Sunday.
I'll say she mustn't. I mean, it wouldn't be a surprise if she did.
Now, there's one important factor we overlooked in our discussion this morning, Miss Brooks. I neglected to give you my wife's measurements.
Well, I'll take them right now. How far apart are your wife's ears?
How far apart are her ears?
Sorry, that was another customer. What is her head size?
Well, I don't know, but I'll find out this afternoon and check with you at home this evening. What would be a good time?
After midnight. That is, any time, sir, any time at all. Now, you must have many more important things to do, and I'll be happy to excuse you, sir, if you really have to dash away. I know how those things are. I've had things to do myself. I'm expecting someone...
Miss Brooks, I don't quite comprehend this conversational St. Vitus dance you're indulging in. But if you're always this nervous during mealtime, it's a wonder you haven't got an ulcer.
Oh, I had an ulcer, Mr. Conklin. I had a nice big one 2 years after I began teaching school.
You did? How did you get rid of it?
I just couldn't afford to keep it.
I don't know what you're so jittery about, Connie. Everything's gone swimmingly so far. Walter Denton picked up the hat for his mother during lunch period.
I know, Mrs. Davis.
And Tex Barton came over right after school to get the specially prepared one you phoned me about. My goodness, but his mother must have long ears.
You ought to see his mother's mane. I mean, those aren't the ones I'm jittery about. It's Mr. Conklin and Mr. Boynton. I promised them both that they were buying a completely original creation.
Well, they are that, Connie. The fact that they're identical shouldn't bother you. After all, Mrs. Boynton will be leaving town right after Mother's Day.
Yes, but Mr. Boynton's bringing her here tonight to pick it up, and Mr. Conklin will want his wife's hat as soon as he gives me her measurements. But if he runs into Mrs. Boynton anywhere before Sunday...
Now, calm down, dear, calm down. When do you expect the Boyntons?
Now! Now.
Well, I'll go make some tea and you let them in. Mrs. Boynton's hat is right on the hall table, Connie.
Thanks.
Well, here we are, Miss Brooks. You remember my mother.
I'll never forget her. Hello, Mrs. Boynton. Come in for a second.
How are you, Connie? It's been ages since I've seen you.
Oh, Mom couldn't wait to see her surprise, Miss Brooks.
Oh, then I'll get it for her right away. Meanwhile, just help yourself to some fruit on this hall table. That is, as soon as the sparrow gets through helping himself. That is, here's your new hat. How do you like it?
Well, it's certainly different.
Oh, I knew you'd love it. Well, now that you've seen it, I don't want to keep you and Mr. Boynton another minute. You must have lots to talk over, so don't stand on ceremonies. Just toddle right along, and I'll see you later in the week. Bye.
We're really in no great rush, Miss Brooks.
As a matter of fact, Philip suggested that we might spend the evening with you.
Oops.
I told Mom you'd jump at the idea.
I thought we'd play a few games of checkers, Connie. I'll never forget how exciting it was the last time we played. There was one crowning after another.
You ain't seen nothing yet. But I'm afraid I can't ask you to stay for checkers, Mrs. Boynton. Mrs. Davis has a splitting headache.
But, Miss Brooks, how could a game of checkers disturb Mrs. Davis?
Please, Mr. Boynton, if you were lying down with a headache, how would you like to hear someone constantly jumping in the next room? Now, you'll just excuse me.
That's the doorbell, isn't it? Maybe Miss Brooks has another engagement, Philip. Perhaps we'd better be leaving.
I wouldn't think of letting you budge from this house. Mr. Boynton, I insist that you take your mother into the living room and let her try on her checkerboard, a fruit bowl. Here, take it with you, dear. There's a wonderful mirror near the piano.
Well, if you're sure.
Never been surer. Go along, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, very well. It's right this way, Mother.
Hi, Miss Brooks.
Walter, what are you doing here? It's 12 hours until breakfast.
I have to bring the hat back, Miss Brooks. Aren't you going to ask me in?
Not if I can help it.
Well, I'll only be a minute. It's important.
All right, but please hurry. What's the trouble, Walter?
Well, I showed my dad this hat you sold us for a centerpiece, Miss Brooks.
And he didn't like it?
Well, he's crazy about it. But he wants a slight change made. He says if you'll wire it up so we can use it as a lamp, he'll give you an extra $3.
If he'll make it $5, I'll put in a motor and he can drive it to work. Please, Walter, get into the dining room immediately. Take the hat with you, quick.
Yeah, but Miss
I'll
Brooks...
explain later. Get going.
Okay, but I wish I knew what was happening around here.
Good evening, Miss Brooks. Well, I've got my wife's head measurements on this sheet of paper.
Thanks, Mr. Conklin. Good night.
Just a moment. There are a few things I have to tell you.
Yes, sir. Come in.
Thank you. I got these measurements from the milliner with whom my wife does quite a large business. She's been going
Pardon
there
me,
for a
but
number of...
Mom would like a drink of water. Oh, hello, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, hello, Walter.
I'll get it myself if you just help me. Oh, I didn't know someone was with you, Connie.
Oh, there isn't. It's just Mr. Conklin. This is Mrs. Boynton, Mr. Conklin.
How do you do, Mrs. What is she doing with my wife's hat on her head?
Your wife's hat, Mr. Conklin?
Philip, you didn't buy me the same hat Mr. Conklin bought for his wife, did you?
Oh, I didn't intend to, Mother. Miss Brooks, what seems to have happened?
Shouldn't happen to a sparrow. Look, folks, there's been a slight mix-up, but I'm sure it'll come out all right by Mother's Day. After all, there are only two of you wearing the hats, and you won't be seen together anyplace.
Well, that's true enough.
You do have a point there.
There's no air in that dining room, Miss Brooks. I didn't know you had company.
Oh, this is Walter Denton, one of our pupils, Mother. Walter, this is my mother.
Glad to know you, Walter.
Same here, Mrs. Boynton. Say, what are you doing with my mother's centerpiece on your head?
Your mother's centerpiece, Denton?
Oh, hello, Mr. Conklin. Yeah, my dad and I are going to have it changed into a lamp before we give it to her, though. See, we'll put the wire right through here, and then we'll take...
So, Miss Brooks, my wife and Mrs. Boynton are the only two people with these original creations. I'd give a lot to know just who else is wearing these assembly line special...
Oh, dear. Who is it?
What is that?
It sounded like a horse.
That's just what it is, our milkman's horse. You see, the milkman is sick, so the horse is making the rounds alone. Green today, Lucy. She's very clever.
She must be, to ring the doorbell by herself. Miss Brooks, open the door.
Yes, sir.
Howdy, Miss Brooks. Lucy and I were just eloping by, so I thought I'd show you how nice she looks in her new bonnet.
But, Tex, you shouldn't have brought her right up to the front door like this.
What is going on here? Why is this beast sticking her head... Oh, God! She's wearing my wife's hat.
And my mother's hat.
You mean they got the same hat she sold me for Lucy, Miss Brooks?
Yes, Tex, but it's...
Shucks, if I'd have known that, I'd have never bought it. Lucy's a
fanatic on individualized apparel, I know.
Miss Brooks, just what do you propose to do about these hats?
I'm going to take them out to our backyard and put them up in a tree.
A tree?
Yes, these hats are strictly for the birds.
Returns in just a moment. Now, the case of the close scrape featuring Arthur Griffin, mail carrier. Here's what Mr. Griffin told us. Listen. Here's exactly what happened. Shaving was just one close scrape after another for me, and then I discovered Palmolive Lather Shave Cream and a new, different way to shave. Palmolive's oceans of rich, thick lather ended my worries about scrapes, burns, and nicks. Why, even in cold or hard water, that Palmolive Lather way is super smooth, super comfortable. Take Arthur Griffin's advice, men. The new Palmolive Lather way gets beards really soft, and it provides a protective film that actually floats your razor's cutting edge. You get a clean, close shave every time without worry about scraping or nicking, even in cold or hard water. Arthur Griffin and 1,200 other men tested Palmolive Lather Cream following package directions, and 3 out of 4 reported smoother, more comfortable shaves the Palmolive Shave Cream way, no matter how they shaved before. Better get Palmolive Lather Shave Cream. Remember, even in cold or hard water, the Palmolive Lather way means smoother, more comfortable shaves. Now, once again, here is Eve Arden.
What would you do to protect your family and yourself in case of a sudden atom bomb attack? It may never happen, but it could. Remember, you can survive an atom bomb attack if you know what to do. Get a copy of the official air raid instructions from your local civil defense organization. Or write to Superintendent of Documents, Washington, D.C., enclosing 5 cents in coin or stamps. Learn the instructions by heart and see that everyone in your family does, too. Be smart, be prepared.
This is Vern Smith reminding you to tune in next week to another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Shave Cream for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis and Arthur Alsberg, with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Listen to this. With Marvelous Vel, V-E-L, you can save 90% of dishwashing work.
A quick soak in Vel suds gets dishes and glassware shiny clean. Even if a bit of food should cling, a touch with a dishcloth gets rid of it fast.
Yes, Vel's activated suds lift off and carry away food and grease. So all dishes need is a quick rinse and they dry sparkling without washing or wiping.
All pots and pans need is a soaking with Vel suds. Then you can wash them shiny clean without hard scouring.
What's more, Vel is a miracle of mildness. So get new Vel. Save 90% of dishwashing work.
Our Miss Brooks came to you transcribed.
Now, Anacin, the tablets thousands of physicians and dentists recommend for fast relief of pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, and Bicidol mints that quickly rid stomach of gastric distress. Present Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks Transcribed. But first, may I make a suggestion that you will probably thank me for someday? It is simply this. The next time you suffer from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pain, try Anacin. The reason we suggest this is because we feel sure you will be surprised at how incredibly fast Anacin gives you relief. Thousands of people who have tried Anacin say its action is truly astonishing. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thus, in taking Anacin, you are following sound principles. The next time you suffer pain from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, don't wait for relief. Try Anacin. On this guarantee, if the first few Anacin tablets do not give you all the relief you want, as fast as you want it, return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. You can get Anacin at any drug counter in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. I'll spell the name for you, A-N-A-C-I-N. Well, there are many reasons why our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, and her landlady, Mrs. Davis, get along so well. Having lived together for many years, they've developed a system of cooperation that begins the first thing in the morning.
Yes, we do everything on schedule. At 7 o'clock sharp, the alarm goes off in Mrs. Davis's room. She gets up, brushes her teeth, and promptly at 7:10 comes into my room and wakes me up. I hop out and brush my teeth, and then at 7:20, I walk into Mrs. Davis's room and wake her up once more. Then she combs her hair, slips on a house dress, and by 7:30, she's all ready to dash in and get me out of bed again. But by 7:40 or so, when we sit down to breakfast, we're both as chipper as two larks, eager, bright-eyed, and ready to face the new day. Take last Friday morning, for instance, when Mrs. Davis set my plate before me. Her first words were,
Connie. Oh, Connie, wake up and eat your eggs.
Huh? Oh, I'm wide awake, Mrs. Davis.
Good. Then get your chin out of your tomato juice and eat.
I'm pretty hungry now that I'm up. This juice is good. Feels nice and cool on my chin. Now I'll just do a job on these scrambled eggs. They seem a little different today. Oh, where did you get these eggs, Mrs. Davis?
Now, Connie, you're just not used to powdered eggs.
Powdered eggs?
The grocer assured me that we'd never be able to tell them from the genuine article.
He's right. They taste just like real powder. Well, I'll settle for toast and coffee. Pass the butter, please, Mrs. Davis.
Certainly, dear. But it's margarine.
Margarine?
Yes, it's quite a bit cheaper than butter.
Oh, I see.
Here, care for a part of the paper, dear?
No, I'll just eat a big lunch. Oh, you mean to read? Yes, thanks.
I know the breakfast isn't what it should be today, Connie, but frankly, it was my way of hinting that it's difficult to make ends meet.
I know, Mrs. Davis. I owe you 8 weeks back rent now.
It'll be 9 tomorrow. I don't like to dun you, dear, but I've got to raise $50 by next week or lose all my living room furniture.
But thought you owned that furniture outright, Mrs. Davis. You made the last payment 2 months ago, don't you remember?
Certainly, dear. But then last month I had to have the roof repaired.
So?
So I borrowed on the living room furniture.
This is getting pretty involved, but since it's my fault that you don't have the money, I'll try to get it for you someplace. Maybe Mr. Conklin will advance it to me.
Well, that's very considerate, dear. Things could be worse, I suppose. Look at this story in the newspaper, the third robbery in this vicinity in a week. Last night in the next block, a house was robbed by cat burglars.
Cat burglars? Who did they rob?
Mr. and Mrs. Katz. My goodness, some people have all the luck.
Luck?
Why couldn't they have broken into this house while we were out? I could have collected enough insurance to pay what I borrowed on the furniture and get some new stuff besides.
Well, that's no way for you to think, Mrs. Davis. After all, that must be Walter Denton to drive me to school.
Oh, dear. Do you suppose he's got a big appetite this morning?
That's like asking if John L. Lewis has eyebrows. Come on in, Walter.
I'll set a place for him.
Top of the morning, gracious ladies.
And the rest of the day to yourself, Barry Fitzgerald. We haven't much to offer today in the way of breakfast, Walter,
Well,
but...
what's wrong with the stuff on this platter? I'll just help myself to a plateful, if I may.
Certainly you may, dear. Here's a knife and fork.
Oh, this is delicious.
You like it?
Oh, sure I like it. Oh, this is one of my favorite dishes.
You know what it is?
Well, I ought to know what it is. I've been eating it since I was 4 years old.
You have?
Well, sure. No, I don't want to sound like a connoisseur or anything, but these are absolutely the best hominy grits I ever had.
Hominy grits?
Yes, doesn't Mrs. Davis prepare them wonderfully, Walter?
If you'll excuse me a moment, I'd better clean up the kitchen.
I thought you had. I'll see you later, Mrs. Davis.
Yeah, see you later, Mrs. Davis. Well, now that we're alone, Miss Brooks, I'd like to ask a favor of you. It's in connection with Harriet Conklin.
What about Harriet Conklin?
She's broken 3 dates with me this week, and she won't tell me why. Now, Miss Brooks, you're a woman. Warm, attractive, desirable.
Have some more hominy grits. Go on, Walter.
Well, being the kind of person you are, you can ascertain better than I how another such person would act toward a person like myself if a third person entered such a person's life.
From the adage, one man's meat is another man's person. Look, Walter, I've got to see Mr. Conklin this morning about getting an advance. So if Harriet's around his office, I'll try to find out whether or not there's a new romantic interest in her life.
Wonderful, Miss Brooks. How do you propose to accomplish this?
In a very devious, feminine, and mysterious fashion, Walter.
How?
I'll ask her.
Daddy, just because you and Mother are going to be away until tomorrow doesn't mean someone has to stay over with me. Well, I think it's ridiculous.
Silence, Harriet. After the years we've been married to one another, your mother and I ought to be better judges of what is ridiculous. What I mean is we have better judgment in these matters.
But just because of a few silly holdups in the other end of town... Well, honestly, I was too ashamed to even tell Walter Denton why I couldn't go out with him all this past week.
Ashamed? With gangs of hoodlums roaming the streets? I want your mother's mind to be at ease about you tonight. She's worried enough about that emergency call from your grandmother as it is.
Oh, there's nothing really wrong with Granny. She's just lonesome. And, Daddy, you must look at my side of this. Why, here I am, a 16-year-old girl, and you want to get me a babysitter. Why, if any of the kids at school find out about this, they'll laugh me right out of Madison.
Well, don't worry about that. I'll giggle you right back in. Now then, it's just a question of whom to persuade to stay over with you. I'd like someone dependable and reliable, someone who could think fast in an emergency. Who is it?
It's Miss Brooks, sir.
I may have to settle for less. One moment, Miss Brooks. Now then, Harriet, to avoid any unnecessary discussion, you will kindly leave through my inner office.
But, Daddy, won't...
March, Moppet! Come in, Miss Brooks.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin. I know you're busy, so I'll come right to the point. I have a favor to ask.
Now, isn't that a coincidence? I, too, have a favor to ask. Well, you know what I always say, one hand washes the other.
Yes, I know, but the last time you said it, my hand didn't even get into the basin. What I wanted to ask you, sir, was
Later, Miss Brooks. Mine is by far the more pressing business at the moment. No doubt you heard of the recent robberies round town?
Yes, I have, Mr. Conklin. I don't like to sound redundant, but just last night, cat burglars robbed the Katzes.
Yeah. Disgraceful. Nobody knows where they'll strike next. Now, it so happens that my wife and I have to be out of town tonight, and we want someone to remain in our home with Harriet.
Well, I'd like to help you out, sir, but tonight is Friday.
Oh, thank you for a most illuminating prognostication.
What I mean is I have a previous engagement, sir, with Mr. Boynton.
For the sake of your principal's peace of mind, Miss Brooks, a mere social engagement can easily be broken.
But, Mr. Conklin, he'd be very disappointed and... Oh, wait a minute, I've got an idea. Maybe Mr. Boynton could spend the evening with me over at your house.
At my house?
Well, I'm only suggesting it in case of an emergency, Mr. Conklin. I was thinking of Mr. Boynton's good right arm.
Since when have you become partial? No, Miss Brooks, I'm afraid you won't have any time for Mr. Boynton. It just happens I have a long report to the board, which I expect you to type out for me in triplicate.
A report?
Yes, and I'll need it as soon as I return. So you see, Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton would just be in the way.
But, sir,
Miss Brooks, I can't tell you how much I appreciate your coming in here and volunteering for this assignment.
Think nothing of it, Mr. Conklin. I don't. What about my favor? Remember, one hand washes the other?
Oh, we must get around to your favor by all means. Please be sure to remind me of it next week.
Mr. Conklin.
I said next week, Miss Brooks. Now, I'm quite busy, so that will be all. Miss!
Yes, sir. Here we go again, me and my unwashed hands. Well, of all the nerve. Forcing me to break a date because he has to leave town.
Oh, Miss Brooks, I've been waiting until you got out of Daddy's office to talk to you.
Well, if it isn't my little roommate. What's up, Harriet?
I knew Daddy would hook you into staying over at our house tonight, but you've got to promise me you won't breathe a word of it to a soul. Oh, golly, if anyone heard I needed a babysitter, why, I'd die of shame.
But what'll I tell Mr. Boynton when I break my date with him?
Well, just tell him it's a secret. Please, Miss Brooks, it's vital.
All right, Harriet, I won't say a word about it.
Will you take an oath on that?
In blood, Harriet. And I know whose blood I'd like to use.
Friends, if you suffer from acid indigestion, I hope you didn't miss reading this wonderful news. A headline that says, New mints, medically proven, quickly rid stomach of gastric distress. That headline is talking about new Bicidol mints. Doctors recommend Bicidol mints because the Bicidol medication acts at once to make painful acid harmless and give you fast 5-way relief. 1. Speeds relief from gas. 2. Sweetens your breath. 3. Gives complete, longer-lasting relief than baking soda. 4. Relieves stomach upset from too much eating, drinking, smoking. 5. Lets you sleep when acid indigestion strikes at night. So don't suffer acid indigestion, heartburn, or gastric distress from excess acidity. Remember, new mints, medically proven, quickly rid stomach of gastric distress. And remember the name, Bicidol mints. Bisodol. Get Bicidol mints for fast relief.
Well, it was bad enough having to look forward to a night at Mr. Conklin's typing reports. But I faced my most unpleasant task at lunchtime. That's when I had to break my date with a man I hoped would someday make me the proud babysitter for my own babies. It was doubly difficult, since I'd promised Harriet I wouldn't mention the real reason. So when Mr. Boynton sat down at our usual table in the cafeteria, I decided to sneak up on the subject in a subtle manner. Mr. Boynton?
Yes, Miss Brooks?
I can't keep our appointment tonight.
You can't keep it? May I ask why not?
Of course you may ask.
Well, I'm asking.
Well, I'm not telling. You see, I promised the person I am going to be with that I'd keep it a secret.
Oh, so it's that way.
That way? What is that way?
Oh, come now, Miss Brooks. You know, and I know that you know exactly what way that way is.
Oh, you do? Well, what would you say if I were to tell you that you may think you know that I know exactly what way that way is, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I do know what way that way is that you're talking about? If any members of my English class are listening, please don't.
Dissembling will get you nowhere, Miss Brooks.
All right. Then I'll try assembling. I didn't want to break this date, Mr. Boynton, but I honestly didn't think it would matter so much to you.
No, it doesn't. Doesn't matter in the least. Not in the least.
Good.
If you found some other man you'd rather go out with, go right ahead.
Well, that's very... Some other man?
You probably met someone who's taller, more handsome, and with a better personality than I have. If so, good luck to you.
If so, who needs it? That is, you don't understand, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, don't try to spare my feelings. I don't blame you for preferring to drive around in a Cadillac instead of my old heap.
A Cadillac?
After all, why should a girl waste her time on a poor school teacher when she can enjoy the comfort and luxuries a wealthy playboy has to offer?
Well, that clears up where the Cadillac came from. But, Mr. Boynton, as far as tonight's concerned...
I said it was all right, Miss Brooks. I couldn't expect you to pass up cocktails and dinner and dancing in some swanky restaurant to go out with me.
Well, I'm sorry you're disappointed about tonight, Mr. Boynton.
Well, you'd be disappointed, too, if you had to go to a boring ladies' bazaar because somebody broke a date with you.
Ladies' bazaar?
No, in a weak moment, I promised my landlady that I'd attend if anything unforeseen happened to my engagement this evening. Well, it just happened.
Well, cheer up, Mr. Boynton. The bazaar may not be so bad.
Not so bad. I'll have to work in one of those booths.
Doing what?
Selling kisses, that's what.
Yipe.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to get myself some milk and wash this all down.
Get two, will you? I might as well be loaded as the way I am.
I'll bring it back to the table.
Here's the dime for mine, Mr. Boynton.
Well, that's all right. I'll lay it out. All the times to get a stand-up.
Oh, Mr. Boynton, will you come over a moment?
Oh, Mr. Conklin. Well, this is quite a surprise. As a rule, you don't eat here in the cafeteria.
I thought I'd live dangerously today. Boynton, I noticed you talking with Miss Brooks, and I thought I ought to warn you. If you're entertaining any thoughts of coming over to my house tonight to see her, dismiss them.
To your house, sir?
Yes. Miss Brooks will be much too busy typing a report for me to engage in any social activities.
Oh, so that's where she's going to be tonight.
Didn't she mention it? With all these robberies lately, I asked her to remain overnight with Harriet, since Mrs. Conklin and I will be away.
Well, what do you know about that?
What do I know about what?
She told me she had a date to go out with a wealthy playboy in a big Cadillac. I've got a good mind to teach her a lesson. By Godfrey, I'll do it. I'm going to drink both glasses of milk.
Our Miss Brooks will return in a moment. Say, did I ever tell you about what happened to my late friend, Roadhog Harry? Roadhog Harry was one of the nicest guys I ever knew, off the highway. He was good to his mother, loved his wife and children, never showed up late to work, never watched the clock. Roadhog Harry was a steady performer in every respect, until he got in behind the wheel of his car. Harry's inhibitions left him in a hurry when he began to drive, or maybe he left them. Roadhog Harry actually believed that every time someone new bought an automobile, it was just to spite him. He drove like that road was his. Peculiar part of it was, for a long, long time, he got away with it. Somehow the police didn't catch up with him. And somehow, even when he crowded the opposing traffic over by crossing the center line, he got away with that. Lived a charmed life, you might say. Until C-Day. Crash day, that is. Some fool driver came along who didn't know Roadhog Harry owned the road, and, well, it happened fast anyway. Poor old Roadhog Harry. CBS Radio suggests, don't drive like Roadhog Harry. Drive to survive those hot summer weekends.
Well, by that evening, the babysitter brigade had multiplied. I was babysitting for Harriet Conklin, and Mrs. Davis was babysitting for me.
Oh, listen to that wind howling. I'm glad you came over after all, Miss Brooks. It's a great night for a robbery, all right.
Now, Harriet, we said we weren't going to mention the word robbery again. Just close that window near the piano and you won't hear the wind.
All right.
It was nice of you to invite me over, too, Harriet. I get awfully jittery sitting home alone with my cat Minerva on such a dark, gloomy night.
I get jittery sitting with Minerva on a sunny day. She just gives me the creeps sometimes. Maybe the cat burglars will swipe their namesake.
Now, Connie, that's no way to talk about Minerva. You know how fond she is of you.
Yes, I know. She won't manicure her nails with anybody else's nylons.
I read where one of the robbers' latest victims suffered a concussion, and the pictures showed 3 huge bumps on his head where he'd evidently been blackjacked.
Don't be an alarmist, Harriet. For all you know, he was just a tall man who forgot to duck when he went into a pawn shop. Now let's change the subject.
Yes, let's discuss something else entirely.
Anybody read any good books lately?
I just read a corker the other night.
What was the name of it?
She Knifed Her Mate. Or, The Way to a Man's Heart is Through His Chest.
Well, maybe we ought to discuss the robberies again. But if conversation won't help, maybe some good music will. Harriet, suppose you put a few cheerful records on the phonograph.
Oh, good idea, Miss Brooks. Oh, gee, I just remembered. I lent most of my collection to Nellie Miners. All I've got left are those on top of the machine.
Well, they're better than nothing. Let's see some of the titles. Oh, here's a dandy one to perk us up.
What's it called, Connie?
Slaughter on 10th Avenue. Maybe the one on the back's more lighthearted. Oh, sure. Murder, he says. Guess we'd better turn on the radio, Harriet.
I'll do it.
Trying to determine whether or not broadcasting race results is in the public interest. And now for the local news. Those burglars who have terrorized the residential sections of our city 3 times during the past week have stepped up their pace tonight. Already 2 more homes have been robbed.
2 more tonight.
One of the victims, Mr. George Stewart, a high school principal, was found unconscious in his living room.
How could they tell?
The police have requested that we broadcast this warning. Keep your home brightly illuminated until bedtime. I repeat, keep some illumination in your home throughout the night. If the phone rings and there's no one on the other end when you answer it, it may be one of the gang calling to see if your home is empty. Women especially should exercise extreme caution. If you are...
Miss Brooks, why did you turn off the radio?
Because you 2 are nervous enough without it.
But 2 more robberies tonight. One of them a principal's house. And did you hear what he said about the phone calls?
Well, we haven't had any phone calls, and there's no reason to assume that we will. Even if the telephone should ring, there's no point in getting panicky about it. We'll just cross that bridge when we come to it. Take everything in stride, so to speak.
The cat burglar.
Don't answer that phone, Miss Brooks.
But if we don't answer it, Harriet, they'll think there's nobody home.
Let them think what they like. The announcer said that women especially must exercise extreme caution, Connie.
Oh, I'm scared, Miss Brooks. I don't know what to do.
Nonsense. There's absolutely no reason to get so frightened. After all, it's a... That's funny. Stopped ringing. Oh, well. Now let's all calm down and stop being so fearful. One thing we can do is put some more lights on in this room.
But they're all on now, Miss Brooks.
No, not quite, Harriet. There's a bulb missing in that lamp by the sofa.
Well, we've got a bulb for it right here on the bookcase, but Daddy says that's a faulty socket.
Well, this is no time to worry about Daddy's faulty socket. I'll just take this bulb, screw it in here like this, and... Ow!
The lights. The lights. What happened to the lights?
They're out all over the house. Oh, you must have caused a short circuit.
Where's the fuse box, Harriet?
Back in the garage. Are you going out there?
I certainly am. About 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
But we can't leave the house in darkness like this. Well, the burglars may be here any minute.
But I don't know anything about fuse boxes, Harriet. Maybe Mrs. Davis would know how to... By the way, where is Mrs. Davis?
Right over here, dear, under the piano.
What are we going to do, Miss Brooks?
Don't worry, Harriet. I know exactly what to do.
What?
Mrs. Davis, move over.
I'm sorry if my phone call disturbed you, Walter, but I've got to know if you've been out with Harriet tonight.
No, Mr. Boynton, I haven't been out with her in a week. But aren't you with Miss Brooks tonight?
No. She's supposed to type some report at Mr. Conklin's house tonight and stay over with Harriet. Mr. Conklin wanted somebody there because he and his wife are out of town and...
Well, if the Conklins are out of town and Miss Brooks is with Harriet, what are we waiting for?
Please, Walter, listen. I heard a report on the radio that alarmed me, so I telephoned the Conklin's house to see if everything was all right, but there was no answer.
No answer? Well, maybe they all stayed over at Mrs. Davis's tonight.
No, I tried that number, and it doesn't answer either. Frankly, Walter, I'm worried.
Well, now that you mention it, so am I.
Well, just sit tight for now. I'm going over to the Conklins.
But how will you get in?
Well, I'll get in some way and find out just what's happening, one way or another.
Well, dark house or no dark house, now that we're ready, we'll give those burglars a warm reception. Are you all set, Mrs. Davis?
All set, Harriet. I can swing this waffle iron like a tennis racket.
If you hit anybody with that, it should be loads of fun for the interns. They can play tic-tac-toe on his head. This skillet I've got is no slouch as a weapon either.
And I've got the double boiler. It ought to be... Oh, quiet. I think I saw something move outside this window.
Battle stations, everyone. He's coming in. He is in. Okay, girls, pots away. When you hear the tone, the time will be 9:31. Let him have it again.
Oh. Wait. It's me, Mr. Boynton.
Mr. Boynton? I know teachers aren't paid very well, but this is a fine way to pick up a couple of bucks.
You don't understand, Miss Brooks. I phoned her, but there wasn't any answer. So I came over to see if you were all right.
Now, wasn't that sweet?
I hope we didn't batter you too badly, Mr. Boynton.
Well, I'll probably have a few bumps, but I don't think it's...
Just a minute. I think there's someone else at the window.
Yes, it's a big shadow this time.
This must be the real burglar.
Now, don't be alarmed, ladies. Thanks to heaven I'm here to protect you.
Okay, girls, pots away! I got him! Hold his arm, someone!
Miss Brooks, will you kindly remove those pointed knees from my chest?
Mr. Conklin!
This is outrageous! Had a man return to his own home after his car breaks down without being assaulted by one of his teachers?
We didn't know it was you, Mr. Conklin.
Of course, we didn't, Osgood.
We couldn't see who it was, Daddy.
So there are four of you in on it. Miss Brooks, what have you to say?
How about a rubber bridge?
Miss Brooks, starring Eve transcribed, it's produced and directed by Larry Burns, written by Arthur Olsberg and Al Lewis, with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, Gloria McMillan, and Joel Samuels. Be sure to be with us next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
Hello, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program. Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen, with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
100 million strong, that's right, you can't go wrong. My band, keep going all day long.
Thank you very much. Well, Gracie, say hello.
Well, I'm pretty burned up, but I'll say it. Hello.
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're going to offer the second episode.
Nobody can say that I'm not a law-abiding citizen.
The second episode of RKO's Swiss Family Robinson.
Laws are laws, and I'm going to obey them.
You remember, folks, last week...
He followed me out of the bakery, into the meat market, out of the meat market, into the grocery store.
Who followed you?
This morning.
This morning?
Said to me, aren't you Gracie Allen, that beautiful and pretty little girl on the radio?
Well, here we go.
Oh, I could have told him that I was far from pretty and that I was skinny and homely.
But you didn't.
I should say not.
No.
You're not going to get me for perjury.
I see you're a law-abiding citizen.
Well, sure. So he kept on following me.
Of course.
Of course, I could have stopped him by turning on my personality and flashing my eyes and giving out with a big smile.
But you didn't.
No. They're not going to get me for using deadly weapons.
That would be against the law.
Certainly. And then he grabbed me in his arms and he hugged me and kissed me. And then he hugged me again and kissed me some more.
Didn't you do anything about it?
Well, I could have hollered and screamed and yelled and kicked.
But you didn't.
I should say not. They're not going to get me for disturbing the peace.
You know, Gracie, every day you get more imbecilic. Every hour you get dappier, and every minute you get nuttier.
Well, sure, there's no law against that.
Oh, quiet. You remember, ladies and gentlemen, our play stopped last week with our boat being wrecked. The Swiss Family Robinson were floundering in the water. I played the leading part.
The flounder.
And now, Gracie, as Mama Robinson is going down for the third time. And even I'm beginning to sink.
You can talk plainer than that, brother.
There I was in the middle of the ocean, with my wife and 3 sons depending on me. What could I do?
Deduct them from your income tax.
I struck out in one direction. My wife struck out in another. And my 3 sons struck out in another.
Who's pitching, Bob Feller?
I was on my back, sinking very rapidly. Only my nose was visible above the water. My family was swimming around.
Around the horn in 80 days.
As tonight's episode opens, we're still struggling in the water, with no land in sight.
Well, I'll take it. Hello, Heinz Honey speaking. What? Oh, is that so? That bad, huh? Well, goodbye. What? Driving 60 miles an hour? Oh, that's impossible. I wasn't out an hour. Goodbye. What? Oh, yeah. Goodbye. What? Well, you can't do anything to me. In the first place, the car doesn't belong to me. And anyway, I didn't have a license. Goodbye. What? The owner isn't here now, are you? No, I'm not. See?
Gracie, give me that phone.
Goodbye. He hung up, George.
Gracie, who was that talking?
Me.
I mean, on the other end.
That Magnums. They'll do anything to sell a dress.
Gracie. Look, what happened to my brand new car that I let you drive this afternoon?
Oh, your car.
Yes, my car.
You mean the one with the 4 wheels, the body, and the steering wheel?
Yes, the new one.
You mean the brand new one?
Yes, the brand new one.
Oh, the brand new one.
Yes, the brand new one.
You couldn't mean the old one.
No, I don't mean the old one.
Whatever happened to the old one?
Never mind, Gracie. Look, what happened to my brand new car that you were driving?
Well, let's not talk about me. So, you're Papa Robinson, and you're going down for the 3rd time, I hope. Continue with the play.
Gracie, you're the only one who can answer this question. What happened to my car?
Signed, Anxious.
Look, I'm a taxpayer, a nice fellow. I send money to my mother every week. What? All right, every other week. Gracie, what happened to my car?
Well...
Yes? Yes?
Give up?
Yes, I give up.
Yeah, well, here's what happened. You're Papa Robinson, and you're going down for the 3rd time.
Wait a minute.
George, old boy, perhaps I can help you out.
I wish you would.
You see, I've written some Father's Day poems that I'm selling very cheap.
Ray, I've got enough trouble on my hands.
Hand troubles? What a spot to mention Heinz Honey and Almond Cream if I could only think of something. What do you suggest, George?
Buy it.
Look, George, these Father's Day poems only cost 5 and 10 cents apiece.
Selling poems? Why are you selling poems?
Oh, I need the money.
What about the salary checks I give you each week?
Oh, that's what I write the poems on.
You write poems on the back of my checks?
Yes. Oh, here's one entitled Insufficient Funds. Oh, pardon me, that's the wrong side.
Gracie, where's my car?
Say, Ray, what's the difference between the 5-cent cards and the 10-cent cards?
Oh, the 10-cent ones fit the envelopes, you see.
Uh-huh.
Gracie.
You know, I love Father's Day.
Gracie.
I'll never forget when I was a little baby. My daddy would tuck me in bed and watch over me for hours until I fell asleep.
Gracie.
And then he'd kiss the maid.
Gracie.
My mother found out, and she taught my daddy a lesson. He kisses the maid much better now.
Look, what happened to my car?
Truman, what do you think I ought to get my daddy for Father's Day?
Let's see. Is he an outdoor man?
Well, he will be in 30 days.
Gracie.
Well, I can see your predicament.
Oh, is that thing showing again?
Look, where's my car?
Mr. Burns?
Yes?
Mr. Burns, have you got a car?
Yes.
Have you got a wife?
No.
I got a wife.
So what?
I haven't got a car.
So what?
You want to trade?
Oh, go away. Go away.
Have you got 49 cents? Okay, you've got enough money to get $1 worth of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. Right now, and for a short time only, Heinz Big Dollar Size is on sale for 49 cents. Now think of it. Less than half price for the big family size bottle of Heinz lotion. 49 cents instead of $1. This is a swell opportunity for you to stock up on Heinz Honey and Almond Cream for the whole summer. Heinz is extra creamy, extra softening to dry, rough hands. And it will keep your knees looking smooth and pretty when you wear shorts in the new bare knee fashions. Don't forget, now is the time to save money on Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. At 49 cents, less than half price, you save 51 cents on the bottle. Even at its regular price, this big dollar size Heinz is famous as the economy buy. Get Heinz 49-cent special tonight, and you'll have plenty of Heinz lotion on hand to keep your skin feeling good, looking grand. And now, Frank Parker. Frank sings Perfidia, or Tonight. Frank?
Tonight I see a message in your eyes, and there I find the world of my dreams, a vision of ecstasy. Tonight you bring a glimpse of paradise, a tale of love in each little smile that whispers of joys to be. Now the lights are low and every tiny moment brings a million charms. To the rhythm of a lovely melody, I'm holding heaven in my arms. Tonight, a magic spell our hearts entwine, and now I feel the touch of your hand that tells me tonight you're mine. Tonight, all the world will sing a haunting melody. I belong to you and you belong to me. Tonight, I see a message in your eyes, and there I find the world of my dreams, a vision of ecstasy. Tonight, you bring a glimpse of paradise, a tale of love in each little smile that whispers of joys to be. Now the lights are low and every tiny moment brings a million charms. To the rhythm of a lovely melody, I'm holding heaven in my arms. Tonight, a magic spell our hearts entwine, and now I feel the touch of your hand that tells me tonight you're mine.
$1,000 car, and I don't know what happened.
George, what about my song?
Go ahead, sing it.
Sing it? I just sang it.
Well, it was good. It was fine. It was great.
Oh, well, thank you, George. I'm certainly glad you liked it.
Shut up. Shut up!
Wait a minute. You can't talk that way to me.
Who can't?
You can't.
Well, I did.
Yeah? See this muscle?
What muscle?
Well, that's funny. It was here a minute ago.
Look on the floor. Maybe it fell down.
Well, and now for the play. Actors, music, curtain.
Gracie, there's going to be no play. There's going to be no talk, no nothing. I want one question answered. Where's my car?
You're pretty stubborn, aren't you?
Where's my car?
Well, anyway, I didn't hit the vegetable wagon.
What vegetable wagon?
The one I missed when I hit the truck.
You hit a truck?
Did I turn white?
White?
It was a milk truck.
A milk truck?
Yeah, it's hard to drive with your eyes closed.
You were driving with your eyes closed?
Well, I can't bear to see accidents.
No, that's fine. And I just bought it yesterday.
Oh, George, here's a Father's Day poem that'll cheer you up.
I don't want to hear it, Ray.
Well, then turn your back. Here's to Papa Dion, a man we all admire. His wife presented him with 5 children.
Ray, is that all?
Isn't that enough?
My brand new car. Gracie, was there much damage done?
Oh, just a teeny weeny scratch in the fender.
Oh, good.
You ought to see your car.
My car? Did you get any witnesses?
2 of them.
Where are they?
On the front bumper.
Gracie, where is my car now?
Well, so the Swiss Family Robinson are all struggling in the water.
That? And to think I paid $4,000 cash for that car, and I don't owe a cent on it. Hello?
Liar.
Wise guy. Well, at least there's one good thing. I had Truman to pay my insurance on my car last week. Hey, Truman? Truman, you did pay the insurance, didn't you?
So the Swiss Family Robinson were all struggling in the water, and all of a sudden they see an...
Truman, what did you do with the $90 I gave you?
Well, to tell the truth, George, I paid the insurance on my uncle's truck.
You used my money to pay the insurance on your uncle's truck?
Yes, and it's a very lucky thing, too. Some woman driver ran into him this morning.
A woman driver?
And so the Swiss Family
Robinson are all
struggling in the water.
Gracie, where is...
Hello. Oh, hello, Bubba.
Oh, hello.
Say, Gracie, I've got some wonderful news. I just got... Why, George, what's the matter with you? You look awful.
Just had a wreck.
Congratulations, boy or girl.
I mean, Gracie just ran into a truck.
Really? Anybody I know?
Yes, Don Wilson.
Say, Gracie, I just got a telegram that the book you wrote is ready for publication.
Book? You wrote a book?
Yeah, How to Become President.
When does it go on sale?
June 19th. And isn't that a coincidence? Your book is coming out on the 19th, and my tonsils are coming out on the 20th.
Yes. It's quite a coincidence.
And my daddy is coming out on the 21st.
I hope the 3 of you will be very, very happy.
Oh, you know, George, I come from a family of writers.
I know.
Except my brother. He wrote for 10 years before he found out he had no talent.
Did he quit?
No, but that time he was too famous.
What's no talent doing now?
Looking for his car.
I don't think that's funny. I've got enough troubles.
You call that trouble? Listen to this. I was at Ciro's last night dancing with the most beautiful girl.
Yes?
I didn't know she was married.
Yes?
And we were in the middle of a rumba when all of a sudden the husband comes in and he...
What happened?
I don't know. It was cut out rehearsal.
Is there anybody who isn't completely stupid?
Oh, coming, old boy.
Oh, who's got an aspirin? Hello?
Liar.
What's that for?
Oh, pardon me. I skipped a page.
Oh.
I say, George, old boy, here's a poem that costs 10 cents. Your father is a man's best friend, and he deserves it, too. Some fathers are laid end to end, and others have eyes of blue. Rather charming, do you think?
Ray, I'm not interested in your poems. I'm not a father.
That's right, Ray. He's only dad from the neck up.
Oh, go.
George, are we going to continue to play Swiss Family Robinson, or aren't we?
First, I want to find out where my car is.
Well, I told you, George. I ran into a truck.
That I know. Did you get the driver's number?
Yes.
Well, what is it?
Gladstone 1131.
It must have been very friendly.
Well, he couldn't wait to come through the windshield to meet me.
Probably stuck his head through the middle and said, how do?
Yeah, and the tears were running down his cheeks.
That's very sad.
So I turned on the windshield wiper.
Gracie, I want you to answer only one question. Where is my car now?
On Vermont between 9th and 10th Street.
Well, is it near 9th or near 10th?
Near both.
Well, right after Ray's number.
Now, for those who didn't hear our first episode of Swiss Family Robinson, and I know that there are oodles, we'll give you a brief resume of what has gone before. After deciding to leave on a voyage for a new country, the Robinson family gather all their money together and put it in a strongbox. Papa Robinson is heartbroken and says goodbye to his Morris chair.
Goodbye, Morris.
Goodbye, Sam.
Despite many obstacles, Mama Robinson gets her family off without a slip.
Ooh, it's cold without a slip.
Our little family has been out at sea for 3 days when suddenly the skies overhead darken and the sea gets choppy and we hear...
Typhoon coming! Typhoon coming!
Where?
Soon at your neighborhood theater.
The following day, the ship hits a rock and we find the Robinson family struggling in the water.
Mama, you've gone down 8 times.
I know it.
You can't go down more than 3 times and live.
You call this living?
Going down 8 times. That's remarkable.
Oh, well, if you think that's good. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not only go down once more, but I will drink a glass of water at the same time.
Where are my sons? Frankie, Truman, Raymond.
We're right here, Papa. Truman and I are fishing.
Where's Raymond?
We're using him for bait.
Raymond.
Yes, Papa.
What are you doing down there?
I'm playing cards with a fellow with long white teeth.
Why, that's a shark.
You're telling me he's winning all the pots.
Getting good hands, huh?
Oh, he's got one of mine. Ouch, 2 of mine.
Well, Mama's coming up again. Look, she looks like she's going out of her mind.
Oh, an octopus. An octopus. Take it away. Take it away.
An octopus? Mama, it's me.
Look, and it talks, too.
Well, my children, it looks like we're not going to be saved.
And I can't swim another stroke.
No, neither can I.
I can't swim any longer either.
Children, Papa, there's only one thing left to do.
You mean?
Yes. We'll have to walk to shore.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, da-la-la-la-la-la.
Look, we're on an island in the middle of the ocean.
I wonder where we are.
There's a sign there.
What does it say?
Los Angeles city limits.
Well, children, we've got to find a place to live and get something to eat.
Papa, Truman is missing.
That's right, he is missing. What a dope. He must be lost.
Well, we're not, huh?
Come, we must go into the jungle and look for him.
Oh, look what I just found. A green snake.
Oh, drop it, Mama. Those green snakes are just as dangerous as the ripe ones.
I must find my son Truman. We must press onward and onward into the jungle. Frankie, why are you putting that sarong on the ground?
I'm setting a trap for Dorothy Lamour.
What would you do if you caught her?
Are you kidding?
I must find my son. We must press onward and onward into the jungle.
Help! Help! It's choking me. It's squeezing me to death. It's squeezing me to death.
Mama, what is it, a boa constrictor?
No, my girdle is killing me.
I must find my son. We must press onward and onward into the jungle.
Why, say, Papa, look, there's a gorilla.
A gorilla?
Oh, darn it, I just can't scare anybody today.
I must find my son. We must press onward and onward into the jungle.
Moolah!
Papa, here comes the cannibal.
Well, maybe he knows something about Truman. Say, cannibal, you see my son?
Moolah.
Him tall fella. Him sell Heinz honey and almond grain.
Moolah.
You can catch him in 10, 25, and 50-cent bottles.
$1 bottle now catch him for 49 cents?
Yes.
Me no see him.
Moolah.
Wait, I call my tribe. Chloe!
We're surrounded by cannibals.
Oh, look, Papa, here comes the chief.
Hunger! Got 'em plenty to eat for everybody.
Mama, There's Truman. He's tied to a stake.
Tied to it? He is the stake.
Say, Cannibal. Cannibal, what's the matter with you?
Me got wishbone stuck in my throat. Me make wish.
What do you wish?
Me wish it was stuck in your throat.
Mola.
Papa, these cannibals must be Ubangies.
How do you know?
Well, I can tell by that baby. She's sitting on her mother's lip.
Oh, me no feel good. Must be somebody I ate.
I must think of some way to get out. Mama, Frankie, Truman.
Yes, Papa?
You try and hold the cannibal's attention while I go over there and rescue Truman.
Okay. Hurry, boys, get around me. Me and my kid brother are going to tear up a hunk of black magic.
Oh, yes, and they're wonderful.
Now, Raymond, take a card. That's fine. Now show it to the boys. Now, Raymond, what does the card say?
Father dear, on Father's Day, I really need you quite a lot. Just as you have always said, your son is going to pot. P.S.
Well, Chief, how you like 'em black magic? You like 'em poem?
Are you kidding? Now we eat you.
Oh, natives, wait. You cannibals ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Eating people. What are you, cannibals? Go ahead and eat, my sons. But I'll make you pay for it. $1.65 apiece, and believe me, boys, I'm losing money.
Oh, look over there. What's Papa doing?
Truman, where are you?
Here I am, Papa.
Where?
Under the mayonnaise.
I can't see you.
Push aside those anchovies.
Oh, there you are. Ouch. Well, I couldn't help it, my son. You look so delicious.
Mama!
Truman, what's eating you?
Papa.
Unga!
Monarco ni soliparato. Mahina
What does that mean?
That means we throw whole family in pot.
Now you're cooking with actors.
Light fire. Who got match?
Right here, old boy.
Thanks, kid.
Not at all.
Now, while dinner cooking, we broadcast them banquet.
Good schnavitz, everybody. This Cannibal Broadcasting Company. Moolah V. Kaltenborn speaking.
Cannibal Broadcasting Company? What program is this?
Eat the people.
Eat the people?
I wonder if you realize what men think of you as a woman when they look at your hands. Why, one look at your hands tells a man right away whether you're a dainty, lovable person. The soft, smooth hands that you get by using Heinz Honey and Almond Cream may mean more love and kisses later, and that's no fooling. For even though your hands are rough and red from dishwater and harsh cleansers, you'll find that a single application of Heinz will give your hands a softer, more thrilling look and feel. The reason is Heinz is a fine, creamy emulsion. It's extra creamy, extra softening. And right now, Heinz is on sale at an extra special price. You can get the big dollar size Heinz Honey and Almond Cream for only 49 cents. That's less than half price. And you get over twice as much Heinz lotion as in the regular 50-cent bottle. This 49-cent offer is good for a short time only. So hurry. Stock up on Heinz Honey and Almond Cream now to help soften your rough hands, soothe your sunburned skin all summer long. Get the big dollar size for only 49 cents.
And now Gracie will sing Irene. Sing it, Gracie.
Once the king of Normandy, where the queen of Arcady, there they settled all the sea. Shamroos came, then Kathleen, Sham was born, and then Eileen. Michael came before Irene. Irene, a little bit of salt and sweetness. Irene, a dainty slip of rare completeness, mannerism, magnetism, eyes of youth and fighting, dancing by with glancing eye, the flush of her exciting siren, the sort who captures hearts to charm them, careful, beware. Now she's here and now she's there, followed by her set. Up she goes, down she goes, everybody's pet. Near or far, there you are, captured in the net of Tippity-Witch Irene O'Dare. I can see her driving into town in her quaint little Alice blue gown. Irene, it's from the picture of the same name, Irene, and she's a picture in a picture frame. Mannerism, magnetism, eyes of youth and fighting, awful lot of words, but don't you think that they're exciting? Siren, the sort who captures hearts to charm them, careful, beware. Now she's here and now she's there. Pardon me for slowing up, but don't you care? Near or far, there you are, gotta get the mare. Oh, Tippity-Witch Irene, Tippity-Witch Irene, Tippity-Witch Irene, no, there.
On hot summer days, Heinz Honey and Almond Cream feels so cool and comforting. It soothes sunburn and tender chafed skin. It feels grand to hot, tired feet. If your hands get drawn and dry from dishwashing, gardening, or working with the car, by all means use Heinz. It's extra creamy, extra softening, and now on sale at an extra special price. The big dollar size for only 49 cents. Now's the time to stock up on Heinz Honey and Almond Cream for the entire summer.
Thank you, Truman. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Well, good night.
Gracie, who's taking you home tonight?
Moolah.
Moolah. Well, I suppose anything can happen here after it's all said and done. This is a comedy program, you know. Hello?
Liar.
Good night, all.
Next Wednesday, over these same stations, George and Gracie and all of us will be back again, don't forget. And don't forget, for honeymoon hands, it's Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. Truman Bradley speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Hello, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream program. Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen, with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
100 million strong, that's right, you can't go wrong, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Say, George, did you enjoy the broadcast we were on Saturday night for the Red Cross?
I certainly did.
It was quite a love scene I did with Edward G. Robinson.
You did a love scene with Edward G. Robinson?
We kissed for 10 minutes.
You did?
Yeah, then the curtain went up and the show started.
What's Robinson got that I haven't got?
Well...
Quiet.
Eddie Robinson put his lips against mine, and boy, oh boy, what burning kisses.
Burning kisses?
Yeah, he forgot to take the cigar out of his mouth.
Probably smokes his kisses very short.
Oh, he does.
I thought so, yeah.
There was sure great talent on that Red Cross show. Donna Mitchie, Charles Lawton, Paul Muni, Jimmy Cagney.
George Burns.
Don't change the subject. Pat O'Brien, Orson Welles.
Gracie, what happened to you Saturday night after the show? Where did you disappear to?
Come here.
Oh, a secret, huh?
I drove home in a rumble seat with Eddie.
With Eddie Robinson?
And he put his arm around me.
He put his arm around me?
Twice.
Twice?
He has very long arms.
I've seen Robinson in all of his pictures, and he never puts his arms around a girl.
Did you see him in Little Squeezer?
No, I'm waiting for it to come to my neighborhood drive-in.
Listen, when we got home,
Yes.
we parked in front of the house, and just after I kissed him good night,
Yes.
he was held up by two men.
He was held up by two men?
When I kiss them, they gotta be held up.
Or called for Dr. Kildare.
You know, George.
Oh, hello, Ray.
Hello. I heard your broadcast on Saturday night while having dinner at Frank Parker's house.
Did you like it, Ray?
All except the soup.
I'm talking about the radio show.
Oh, you were very good on the program, George. Especially when you were doing that grocery store sketch. You sounded as full of pep as if you were drinking scotch and soda.
Ray, that was Lum and Abner.
Well, whatever it was, I keep on drinking it because I've never heard you funnier.
You ought to see me when I've had a couple of Tony Martinis. Frank, did you hear the show Saturday night?
Oh, sure I did.
Hello.
Hello, Gracie.
How did you like me?
Oh, you were great, colossal, marvelous, it says here.
How did that get in the script? I really was terrific. You know, that audience laughed every time I opened my mouth.
Now, you ought to get your teeth fixed.
I happen to have a beautiful set of teeth.
You said it. They're the best money can buy.
Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, tonight is our last broadcast for Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. Next Monday, we go on a different network for a new sponsor.
Yeah, it's all over, George.
That's too bad, Gracie.
Yeah. Just as I was getting to know that pretty usher, too.
Everybody has been wonderful. The people we worked with, the radio station, the sponsor.
The usher.
Past year has been one of the happiest in my life. And now that the time has come for me to leave this program, I'm not ashamed to say that there's a big lump in my throat.
Why did you swallow it?
I can't.
You mean you're afraid it'll spoil your dinner, huh?
Yeah, the radio business, what is it? You don't see the people you're entertaining. You work day in and day out with those jokes, thinking, struggling for new ideas. Then comes the end of the year and the program is over. And what have you got?
A fortune.
Money. After all, Frank, what can you do with money?
Are you kidding?
Memories, and now it's all over.
Yes, it's all over. And, well, I can't go on. I just can't go on.
Oh, you must.
I can't, George. I just can't.
Why not?
There's a page missing.
Oh, memories. Truman, I can remember the first time I met you.
Sure enough, George.
Was in the Brown Derby having lunch, and it just so happened I needed a fellow like you.
Yes, to pay the check.
If I remember correctly, Truman, I gave you a contract that day, and you took the check.
Well, I had to. The contract was written on the back of it.
Poor Truman. He doesn't know yet whether he's working for George or the Brown Derby.
Well, he couldn't work for a sweeter guy.
You really mean that, Frank?
Oh, sure. I think the guy who owns the Brown Derby is a swell fella.
Memories.
Oh, yes, the good old Brown Derby, where you find directors, picture stars, extras.
Extras?
Yeah, extra for bread, extra for butter, extra for sugar.
Look, Tracy, let's forget all these jokes and wisecracks. You know how I feel. We've been together for some time, and it feels just like one little happy family. And honest, I'm going to miss you all. Will you miss me? Memories. Come in.
Mr. Burns?
Yes?
I'm going to miss your program.
You will?
I missed it for 7 years, brother, and I'll keep right on missing it.
Memories. Oh, quiet. Isn't there somebody on this program who can say something nice about me? Just to make me feel good. Isn't there somebody who can lie a little?
Oh, coming over.
Oh, thanks.
I say, George, I just received a telegram from a real fan of yours.
Really?
Yeah, here's what it says. You can have your Jack Benny's, your Fred Allens, your Bob Hopes. Just give us George Burns.
There you are.
Signed, the Forest Lawn.
Ray, it might be a surprise to Forest Lawn, but I'm not dead.
P.S. We can dream, can't we?
Memories. Oh, quiet. I'll never forget the first day on this program. There was Frank Parker singing a song and winking at a beautiful girl.
And I winked right back at him.
Yeah. And the nervousness of the first day. There was Ray Noble's band all gathered around him, and Ray was shaking. I can remember his first number.
Yes, it was 10, and he made it the hard way.
And that Truman Bradley. I remember how cute he was in his first audition. I can see him now, standing there with those dimpled cheeks, those short pants.
And those long commercials.
Memories.
Do you know what women are saying to each other over card tables and back fences? Get the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream dollar size for only 49 cents. This is the famous Heinz half-price special. The same big family size of Heinz that's always been an economy, even at its regular price. And now at 49 cents, this big bottle of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream is the hand lotion bargain of the year. You save over 50 cents on the bottle. You get over twice the quantity of lotion, and what a lotion it is. Extra creamy, extra softening to dry, rough skin. Use Heinz to help soften your hands, soothe sunburned skin, comfort tender skin after shaving. And what's the price?
49 cents, Truman, and I have it.
Okay, Gracie. Just enough to get the big dollar bottle of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. Don't forget, everybody, only a few days left to get the hand lotion special of the year, the big dollar size of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream, for only 49 cents. And now, Frank Parker. Frank sings tonight Victor Herbert's My Dream Girl. Frank?
Oh, smiling lips, if you could only answer. Oh, lovely eyes, if you could only tell. Why, every single fiber of my being responds to you as if by magic spell. Why do I feel as though I'd always known you? What is this thrill of mingled joy and pain? Oh, have we met before through all the ages? And shall we meet and love again someday? My dream girl, oh, my one only dream girl, I'm waiting, for I'll meet you, I know. Oh, tell me that you know me and love me, for I've loved you long ago.
That really was beautiful, Frank. And when you're at the Bon Air Country Club in Chicago this summer, we're certainly going to miss you.
Oh, stop worrying, George. There are several singers who are just as good as I am.
Oh, now you're being modest.
No, I mean it. There's Lawrence Tibbett and Nelson Eddy and John Charles Thomas.
Of course, they're good, too.
Yes, they're good. Of course, they'd expect more each week than a pass to the skating rink.
Maybe they don't skate. Of course, I'll admit, Frank, that for the salary I pay you, I couldn't get Bing Crosby.
Listen, brother, for the salary you pay me, you couldn't even get one of his records.
Is that so?
That's so, yeah.
Oh, now,
Always with those
boys,
facts.
stop arguing. I think Frank is swell, and we're certainly going to miss him.
Yeah.
George.
What?
I've got a new singer.
New singer?
Yes, he's very good, and he won't cost you so much money either.
I suppose he'll work for a pickle.
He'll work for anybody as long as he gets paid.
All right, Gracie, where is this genius of yours?
Oh, it's sitting right there. Come here, Felix.
How do you do, Mr. Burns?
Oh, so this is Felix. What kind of a voice have you got?
Are there different kinds?
Well, this is going to be good. Gracie, has he had any experience?
Well, every Saturday night he sings in the bowl.
In the Hollywood Bowl?
No, the wash bowl. He can't afford a bathtub.
Looks like he came to California by drain pipe. Gracie, will you let me do my own hiring? And firing, too.
Oh, now, please, George. Felix has never ruined a radio show in his life, and all he asks for is a chance.
Well, was he ever on a radio show?
He was sponsored on a morning program.
Yeah, but what about his voice?
Well, that's what the sponsor was mourning about.
Well, go ahead, Felix. Let me hear you sing.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I'm his manager, you know. How much you going to pay him?
You're discussing salary before I hear him sing?
Well, sure, he gets more money that way.
Turned out to be a unit, Fanchon and Gracie. Well, go ahead and sing, Felix.
You go to my head, and you linger like a refrain.
Listen, where did you find him? In Griffith Park?
Yeah, under a rock.
Under a rock.
And I find you spinning my brain in bubbles of champagne.
Yes. Sounds like the voice of no experience.
Oh, is he that good?
Yes, he's great.
You go home.
Oh, that's fine.
And you sip burgundy brew.
Kidding, isn't he?
No, last week he had his tonsils removed.
They threw away the wrong part.
And I find you mentioned in
Take your time, kid.
kicker or two.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful, yes.
The thrill.
Felix, back up a little bit.
The thrill.
Felix, a little farther, Felix.
The thrill.
Just one more step, Felix.
You go to my head.
Oh, that was fine. Well, that's that. Well, Truman, I'm sorry that you're not going to be with us this summer. But I'm really happy that you've got that picture deal.
Well, thank you, George. And I really want to take this opportunity to tell you how much I've enjoyed working for you for Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
Well, thanks, Truman.
And sometime I'd like to try working for you for money, George.
You can't tell, Truman. Sometime maybe you will.
No, seriously, George. I want to wish you and Gracie a lot of luck on your new show for Spam, and believe you me, this Monday night I'll certainly be listening in.
And we're certainly going to miss you.
Oh,
Thanks,
yes, Truman. We won't know what to do without you. George,
What?
I've got a new announcer.
You're his manager.
Yes.
Is he good?
Well, the fellow who recommended him thinks he's terrific.
Well, who recommended him?
Felix.
Oh, Felix. Has he done any announcing?
Has he done any announcing? Has he done any announcing? Oh, has he done any announcing?
Well, has he?
Has he?
Yeah, has he?
I don't know.
Oh.
Come here, Roger. Roger, this is George Burns.
Oh. Well, here, Roger, maybe I'm wrong. Read this commercial.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you know what women are saying to each other over card tables and beds? Get the Heinz Honey and Almond cream dollar size for only 49 cents. This is the famous half price.
Well, wait a minute, Cecil. Wait a minute. I've got a TL for you. I can't use you. You're awful. You're terrible. And, Gracie, I'll talk to you later.
You don't like me.
No, I don't.
Let me tell you something. I heard you on the radio, too. And you're stingy. You miser.
Miser. You take that back.
How do you like that? It took me 15 minutes to say it. No, we want to take it back.
Oh, get out. Get out. How do you like that guy? Wasn't that awful?
You don't want him as an announcer, George?
No.
Too tall, huh?
Yeah, he's too tall. Ray, that was your farewell number on this program after 2 very pleasant years.
Ah, memories.
That's right, Ray. Well, how do you feel now that you and your boys are finished?
Oh, wonderful. This is the first time we've ever finished together.
I'll sure miss those poker games I had with you boys.
Oh, they'll miss them too, George. Wonder what my boys will do now for a living.
At least, Ray, you haven't made up any funny cracks about the salary I paid you.
Oh, well, old boy, it's nothing to kid about.
Oh, thanks.
It's nothing to joke about, and it's nothing to laugh about. It's just nothing.
I don't know why you're all picking on me for being cheap. Gracie was with me last night at Ciro's restaurant when I picked up a check for 25 people.
Well, that's right. He did.
No? You call that being tight?
Well, you would never have done it if you were sober.
Why did I do that? Wasn't that silly of me?
Gracie?
Oh, yes, Bubble?
Well, your things are nearly all packed to move to the dressing room in the new studio.
Good.
But I had a tough time getting Clark Gable's picture in the trunk.
Well, what did you do?
I folded his ears.
Oh.
What about my picture?
I left it on the wall.
What for?
Just for laughs.
I say.
Say, Bubbles, did you pack the bowl of goldfish in the trunk like I told you?
Yes.
You packed a bowl of goldfish in the trunk?
Well, sure.
The goldfish won't be able to breathe.
Oh, yes, they will. I made a little hole in the bottom of the bowl.
Well, that takes care of that. But what about the water? Won't it leak out?
No. Those goldfish know enough to keep their mouths shut.
I wish you did.
Say, Gracie, your trunk is packed so full there isn't any room for your toothpaste.
Oh, well, then make room. Just squeeze the paste out of the tube.
Yeah. Give you more room.
And throw the paste away?
No. Put it in the pocket of my robe so I'll know where to find it.
Yes, hurry, Bubbles, and don't forget to clean out the Frigidaire.
I did, and it tasted delicious.
Oh, good.
Say, George.
Yes, Frank?
Well, it's getting close to the end of the program, and we've done a lot of kidding and a lot of clowning, but I want to take this moment to tell you that if in the past 2 years I've done anything to hurt your feelings, insult or ridicule you, I thank you.
Well, that's a fine thing to say.
Oh, George, he's only kidding. Frank even chipped in for the farewell present we got you.
Present? What present?
Oh, go ahead, Ray. Now's the time.
Well, at a time like this, it is customary to give one's boss a farewell gift.
I know all those things you said before were just a rib.
Well, I've prepared a word of presentation, if I may read it, George.
Sure, go right ahead, Ray. I'd love to hear it.
Well, here's to the boss who's been a big brother. In fact, he's been almost like an old mother. No gift can repay such friendship true with a hey nonny nonny and a hitchy coo.
That's beautiful, Ray, but where's the gift?
Oh, yes. Well, where is it, Gracie?
Oh, well, I told Frank to get it.
Oh, I told Truman to get it.
I told Ray to get it. I told Gracie to get it.
I told Frank to get it.
Wait a minute.
I told.
That's a fine how do you do.
Well, George, you don't care who buys the gift, do you?
I know.
Well, then you buy it.
Well, anyway, Ray, I want to wish you and your boys a lot of luck this summer at the Palmer House in Chicago.
Thanks, George, and I know your new program for Spam starting this Monday will be a great success.
Thanks, and we're certainly going to miss you, Ray.
But nobody will miss you like I will.
Oh, really?
We'll never be able to replace you, Ray, George.
What?
I've got a new band leader.
Recommended by Felix?
No. Roger.
You ought to be a doll.
Oh, this fella's sensational. He's the society band leader.
Now, listen, Gracie,
now,
I don't...
Please, here he is. Randolph, come here. George, this is Randolph Clark.
How do you do, Mr. Clark?
Mr. Points, this is a moment momentous to me. To have the pleasure of wielding the baton for such a well-integrated group of artists.
Where do you find these guys?
Houston, you hear me in New York at the concerts in the park? Houston?
No, Houston, no.
George, he plays with one hand.
Plays what?
Oh, he plays with one hand.
Plays the piano?
Yeah.
Or he holds his nose with the other.
Yeah, he does.
Excuse me, but my music is never forgotten because in the invited chords of my symphonies, there is always prevalent the undercurrent of pernt and counterpernt.
Didn't I see him wrestle last Monday?
Yeah, he was the fella underneath.
I thought that was that fella.
You know, music ain't everything.
Is that so?
No. But for instance, yesterday, I was at the art museum scrutinizing prodigiously Whistler's mother. And you know something, Mr. Boynes?
Shouldn't you wait on me in the greasy vest?
Most people look at a picture like Whistler's mother and they don't get the full meaning. They think it's just a picture of an old lady. Well, there's more to it than that.
Is that so?
Oh, emphatically.
Emphatically.
Now, for instance, they don't capture the mood or the thought of the artist. Whistler's Mother is more than a picture of an old lady looking out a window. She's thinking.
She's what?
She's thinking.
So are you.
I choose to rise above you.
Some truth.
Well, anyway, Whistler's Mother's thinking like this in her mind. Where's my boy tonight? What can he be doing? Is he in bad company? Is he maybe out with a broad?
Oh, that's it.
Or maybe is he trying to get the one ball in a side pocket? Where is my boy? Where is that ball?
Oh, get out! Get out! Now, what do you think of that?
Well, George,
Wasn't he?
didn't you like him?
Like him? No.
Too tall, huh?
Yes, he's too tall. Tracy, we don't need any more talent. We're all set. We've got Artie Shaw and his band.
Artie Shaw?
And the Smoothies, a grand singing group.
Well, they're wonderful, but I'm sure going to miss our bunch.
So will I. Well, goodbye, Frank.
Goodbye, George and Gracie.
Oh, goodbye.
Goodbye, Truman.
Goodbye, George and Gracie.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Ray.
Goodbye, George and Gracie.
Goodbye.
Gracie, you do feel very bad, don't you?
No.
No? Then why are you crying?
My girdle's killing me.
Oh, no.
Well, now that summer's really here, you'll be getting out in the open, playing tennis, swimming, or at least stretching out and sunning yourself. And say, at the first hint of sunburn, be sure to soothe your skin with Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. Heinz lotion is cooling and comforting and is great for smoothing skin that's rough and scaly from exposure. This fine emulsion is extra creamy, extra soothing, not a bit sticky or greasy. So keep a bottle on hand all summer long to soothe sunburn and keep your hands feeling soft, looking pretty no matter how much rough outdoor work you do. And don't forget, Heinz Honey and Almond Cream is on sale right now. Now, and for only a few days more, you can get Heinz Big Dollar Size for only 49 cents. Can you imagine that? Less than half price. You get over twice as much lotion for your money. It's bargain time for Heinz, so hurry. Stop in at the nearest toilet goods counter and ask for Heinz half-price special. Your big opportunity to get this Big Dollar Size of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream for only 49 cents.
And now, Gracie, we'll sing an oldie again. Take it.
Young Johnny Jones, he had a cute little boat, and all the girlies he would take for a float. He had girlies on the shore, sweet little peaches by the score. But Johnny was a Weisenheimer, you know. His steady girl was Flo. And every Sunday afternoon, she'd jump in his boat and they would spoon. And then he'd row, row, row. Way up the river he would row, row, row. A hug he'd give her, then he'd kiss her now and then. She would tell him when. He'd fool around, and then they'd kiss again. And then he'd row, row, row. A little further he would row, oh, 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 oh. Then he'd drop both his oars, take a few more on toes, and then he'd row, row, row. She loved him so, so, so. She never thought of saying no, no, no. He never asked her 'cause she seemed to understand when he held her hand. And when you have an understanding, why go back to land when you can row, row, row? Oh, you'd be astonished how the time can go, go, go. You don't need a mustache or a barrel of cash. All you need is a boat, and you'll cut quite a splash. You don't need any dash.
Gracie,
Oh, that's
Gracie.
it. Oh, if you can row, row, row.
And now, good night, folks, and goodbye for the summer. Remember, you can have a happier summer with Heinz Honey and Almond Cream, the lotion that's so good and soothing for rough hands, sunburn, chafed skin, and that dry, puffy feeling that comes from doing dishes 3 times a day. Heinz is extra creamy, extra softening. And now on sale at an extra special price, the Big Dollar Size, only 49 cents for a few days longer.
Thank you, Truman. Now I want to thank the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Company and tell them what the grand association this past year has been. And now I want to say farewell.
Oh, not me. I'll never say farewell to Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. I've used it ever since I was a little girl, and I'll continue using it until I'm a little girl again.
Well, good night, folks.
Good night.
Truman Bradley saying good night, everybody. Good night, George and Tracy.
The song You Can't Brush Me Off is from the Louisiana Purchase. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
American.
Fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette. And year in, year out. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. Season after season, at market after market, independent tobacco experts, men who really know tobacco, can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco. And remember, this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Gentlemen, last Thursday night, the Academy Awards were given out to a favored few. All the Hollywood celebrities gathered at the Shrine Auditorium to take their hats off to the winners. And so tonight, we bring you the man who had the hat check concession, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, you shouldn't have introduced me as the man who had the hat check concession at the Academy Awards. I was Master of Ceremonies, too. And, Don, having the hat check concession certainly taught me a lot about those so-called big stars in pictures.
What do you mean, Jack?
You should see the tips they leave. Cary Grant, 15 cents. Clark Gable, 10 cents. Margaret O'Brien, a nickel. I felt like throwing it right back in her face. I couldn't believe it. I thought that, I never saw such small tips. I thought that tambourine I had on the counter would help a little. What? And Don, you know Rex Harrison?
Yes?
A shilling. How do you like that? He thought because it looks like an American quarter, I wouldn't notice it.
A shilling in this country? Well, what can you do with it?
Let the owl drugstore worry about that. I had breakfast there this morning. Anyway, Don, it was really a thrill seeing all those stars get those awards. Harold Russell, Ann Baxter, Frederick March, Olivia de Havilland, Ray Milland.
Ray Milland? Did he win something again this year?
No, he won an award last year. He just came back to get a new cork for it. Anyway, Don, the whole affair was really exciting.
Well, tell me, Jack, who else was there?
Well, there was Jane Wyman, Gregory Peck, Lionel Barrymore, Larry Park, Dinah Shore, Hugo Carmichael.
Hugo Carmichael? Jack, you mean Hoagie Carmichael.
Don, if Hugo is good enough for Sam Goldwyn, it's good enough for me.
But, Jack...
Don, I know what I'm doing. I never worked for Goldwyn. I'm not going to louse up my chances. Anyway, Don, it was such a wonderful affair, I was proud that they picked me as Master of Ceremonies.
Well, Jack, I can understand you're being honored and thrilled. As a matter of fact, I, too, have something to be proud of.
Really? What, Don?
Well, this is Television Week, and they've asked me to appear on a television program.
You on television? Don, let me look at you, will you?
Don, wait a minute. Turn around again, will you? No, it'll never work, Don. It'll never work. You can forget about television.
Why?
They'll never get a 60-inch beam on a 10-inch screen. Believe me.
Oh, Jack, I wish you wouldn't kid me about my size. I'm not so fat.
You're not, eh? How about the time you got stuck in the Hollywood Bowl? I remember. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Don.
Hello, Mary.
What are you talking about, fellas?
Oh, the Academy Awards, television, and Don's stomach. You can take your choice of subjects.
Well, I picked television. And, Don, I read a wonderful poem about it.
A poem about television? Well, let's hear it.
Okay. Television is here to stay, and it won't be hard to sell it. Now you can hear and see Jack's show, and soon you'll be able to smell it.
Smell it, Mary, don't talk about my show. Have you ever tuned into Fred Allen's program when the wind is from the east and your air conditioning is fighting a losing battle? It's enough to make you lose faith in your air wick.
Jack, I'm just teasing. If you want to know something, I went to the Academy Thursday, and I thought you were wonderful as Master of Ceremony.
Well, thanks, Dollface. Thank you.
But I still had a feeling that when they were giving out the awards, you thought the committee was unfair.
I thought the committee was unfair? What gave you that impression?
You were the only one on the stage with a picket sign.
I wasn't picketing. The sign said, keep your eye on your own hat and coat. I'm on the stage now. I wasn't a bit jealous. When Olivia de Havilland won her award, I walked right over to her, slapped her on the back, and said, congratulations.
What are you laughing at, Mary?
Then Olivia slapped Jack on the back. His toupee slipped down over his eyes, and Jack whispered, kiss me, honey, the lights went out.
That was a long speech, and you got it out. But that could happen. I'm always worried about those long speeches. But that could happen to anyone, really.
Oh, but seriously, Jack, I thought you looked wonderful up there on the stage. In that good-looking tuxedo. Where'd you rent it?
I didn't rent that tuxedo.
I know you didn't buy it. Now, come on, where'd you get it?
Mary, let's drop the subject. By the way, where were you sitting?
Oh, about the 10th row. And, Jack, you'll never guess who was sitting right in front of me.
Who?
Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Ronald Coleman was there? What was he wearing?
A tuxedo.
Well, you beat me to that, Joe. He must have two of them.
Jack, you...
Mary, we made a deal. Ronnie loaned me his tuxedo, and I returned his lawnmower. Now, what's the use of being neighbors?
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Dennis.
I'm sorry I'm late, Mr. Benny, but I had trouble with my new car.
Dennis, I didn't know you had a car.
Yes, my first one. When I drove down to the studio, I had to go around the block 86 times before I ran out of gas and the car stopped.
Well, that's the silliest thing. Dennis, when you want to stop a car, all you have to do is step on the brake.
Oh, brake.
Now, don't start that again. And now that you're here, let's have your song. What's it going to be?
Well, tomorrow's St. Patrick's Day, so I thought I'd like to sing Johnny God.
Well, and sure, and I'd be disappointed if you didn't. Go ahead.
It seems like only yesterday I left the Port of Cork, and on a ship from Old Erin's Isle I landed in New York. Without a friend to meet me there and a stranger on the shore, I wore an honest Irish heart and fortune came galore. So here I am going back to dear Old Erin's Isle. The friends will meet me on the pier and they'll greet me with a smile. There are faces there that I'll surely forget, for I was so long away. Oh, my mother will introduce them all, and this to me will say, shake hands with your Uncle Mike, me boy, shake hands with your sister Kate. Here is the girl you used to swing down on the garden gate. Shake hands with all the neighbors and kiss the colleens all. Oh, you're as welcome as the flowers are made to dear old Donegal. They'll give a party when I get back, and they'll come from near and far. They'll line the road for miles and miles with Irish Johnny cars. The spirits are flowing, we'll all be gay, and we'll fill our hearts with joy. The piper will play an Irish reel to greet the Yankee boy. Oh, what a party we'll have there! I'm telling you, never see the like of it. tomorrow up to the church I'll go, and wedded I will be to my pretty little Colleen Bond, sweet Nellie McGee. Oh, Nellie was true and faithful to Ginny R. the sea. We'll join the harp and jamrock to the Stars of Liberty. They'll come Brannigan, Flanagan, Milligan, Gilligan, Duffy, McCuffy, Malacca, Mahone, Rafferty, Donnelly, Connolly, Dolly, O'Doly, Muldowney, Malone, Madigan, Cadigan, Lanahan, Fagan, O'Hagan, O'Houlihan, Shanahan, Lanahan, Ogany, Fogarty, Kelly, O'Benny, McGinn. Then I'll take the hand of my Uncle Mike, the hand of me sister Kate. Oh, I'll hug and squeeze as much as I please the girl in the garden gate. I'll invite all the neighbors to me wedding great and small. And I'll live content and pay no rent in dear old Donegal. Yahoo!
Sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis.
Oh, bless you, may your cows never go dry. You know, Mr. Benny, I sang that song for my mother.
You what?
I sang that song for my mother.
Oh, well, it certainly is an appropriate song. I don't know anyone more Irish than your mother.
Yeah, she wouldn't see the Jolson story till I told her it was the life of Pat O'Brien.
No.
And she liked that new picture about Jerome Kern.
Which one?
Till the McClouds roll by.
Till the McClouds roll by.
I'll bet his mother thinks NBC stands for Nolan, Brannigan, and Cassidy.
Well, as long as it keeps her happy, I guess it's
Hiya,
all.
Livy. Hello, kid. Sorry I'm late, Buster.
Well, Phil, look, it's about time you got here, you know.
Well, it wasn't my fault, Jackson, and I got a good excuse.
Yeah, I know. You're going to tell me that you overslept, jumped out of bed, dressed as fast as you could, and rushed over here.
Hey, how did you know?
You left a curler in your hair.
All right, so I got a curl in my hair. I overslept a little. I'm sorry I'm late, and let's forget it.
Forget it?
Unless you want to make something out of it.
No, I don't want to make anything out of it.
Phil, you must have gotten up on the wrong side of the bed.
Why?
You got Alice's shoes on.
Yeah.
How do you like that? I told her 1,000 times, put them under the pillow, Blondie. Put them under the pillow.
Look, Phil, stop kidding. You wore Alice's shoes for a gag. You got your laugh. Now take them off.
What are you talking about, Jackson? We need that kind of laugh. Sight stuff. Television is here.
I know.
Ah, television. That's when I'll shine. When people can hear and see Harris. Shangri-La with a ham hock.
Isn't that awful? You know, folks, he really thinks he's handsome. Phil, what makes you so egotistical?
I ain't egotistical. I'm much better looking than I think I am.
So you're not conceited, eh?
Not me and my family. Alice is the one who's conceited.
Alice?
Yeah, she thinks she's prettier than I am.
Why, the ingrate. After all the years you let her support you. Now, Phil, Stardust Eyes. Narcissus Boy. Hey, Schlemiel.
What?
How about picking up your baton and making like you're leading a band, then see if you can't. Who can that be? Come in. Yes?
Mr. Benny, my name is Lewis. On last Thursday night, the Motion Picture Academy of Arts and Sciences gave out their annual award.
Yes, that's right.
At that affair, you were the master of ceremonies, weren't you?
Yes. In fact, I was on the stage during the entire proceeding.
Oh, that's what I want to see you about. There's an Oscar missing.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Lewis. Does the Academy Awards Committee think for 1 minute that a man in my position, a celebrity, a star for 15 years, a man who is respected by millions, would stoop so low as to steal an Oscar?
Yes.
Oh.
He borrowed the tuxedo, too.
Mary, please. Mr. Lewis, I consider that an insult, and I wish that you'd get out of here now. Now, go on, get out.
All right. But before I go, there's another matter I want to talk to you about. The Owl Drug Store.
Get out of here. That's gratitude for you. The Academy Committee calls me up, asks me to be master of ceremony, so I accept. What happens? Do I get any thanks? No. Do I get any salary? No. Just taxi fare and a lousy cheese sandwich. No butter.
Hey, Jackson, what about my band number?
Just a minute, Phil. We got to have a commercial first. Go ahead, Don. Let's have the commercial.
Well, Jack, I'm glad you finally got around to it.
What?
I've got a surprise for you.
Surprise? What is it?
Well, you had trouble getting a quartet. The sponsor insisted on having one, so I took things in my own hands.
Wait a minute, Don. You took things in your own little fat hands before. You got the Sportsman Quartet. They cost me $500 a week, and that's what caused all the trouble.
But, Jack, I got you another quartet, and it isn't going to cost you nearly as much.
I don't care if
Jack, give him a chance to talk. Maybe this new group will satisfy the sponsor and solve your whole problem.
Well, all right, Don. What did you do? I mean, who have you got?
Well, first of all, I only had to get 3 other fellas because you've already got Dennis, and you pay him anyway.
Well, now you're really thinking, Don. Where are the other 3 guys?
Oh, they'll be here any minute.
Okay, Don, I'll give them a chance. Who can tell? Maybe they'll... I'll get it. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. What do you want?
I'm in a lot of trouble, boss. You shouldn't have asked me to bake a loaf of bread for dinner tonight.
Why? What happened?
Well, I took a small bowl and put in 2 cups of flour.
Uh-huh.
Then I put in a cake of yeast.
Uh-huh.
Then I added 1 cup of water and stirred it together.
Well?
It looked kind of dry, so I added more water.
I see.
Since I added more water, I threw in another cake of yeast.
Well, isn't that a lot of yeast?
That's what I thought, so I put in more water. More flour.
More
flour.
More flour.
That made it too dry, so then I added more water.
Rochester.
That made it too soggy, so I put in some more yeast.
More yeast?
So to balance the proportions...
Well, you balanced that one. You didn't let it drop, anyway. Well?
Yeah, I balanced the proportions with more flour.
Flour?
That made it too dry, so I poured in a quart of champagne.
Champagne?
I had to do something to break the monotony.
Rochester, that's ridiculous, mixing champagne with flour, water, and yeast.
We got the only loaf of bread with a bun on it.
Now, stop being silly. You made this whole thing up, and you know it. I thought so. Now, come on, Rochester. What'd you really call me for?
You know that thing you brought home Thursday night that you woke me up to show it to me?
Yes.
Do I shine it with brown polish or gold polish?
Don't bother shining it. I have to give it back. Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
See you, rascal, you.
Never mind. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
He makes up the wildest things I've ever heard in my life. Now, Don, what about the quartet you say you've got? Dennis is here. Where are the other 3 fellows?
Well, Jack, they ought to be here any minute. In fact, here comes one now. Andy Russell.
Andy Russell? Andy, I can't believe this. I mean, do you want to be in my quartet?
Why, sure, Jack, if it'll help you out.
Gee, this is wonderful. Dennis, this is Andy.
Where's Amos?
It's not the Andy and Amos and Andy. This is Russell. Not that Russell. Now, Andy, I'm thrilled with having you in my quartet. But,
That's Portuguese. For how much money do you want?
Yes, Portuguese. I mean, how much money would you want?
Oh, $35 a week.
$35 a week?
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe it.
Well, would 30 be all right?
No, I'm perfectly willing to pay $35. You must spend at least half of that for tooth powder. It must be wonderful to have such sparkling teeth.
Well, it has its drawbacks.
Huh?
Well, when I talk to Don Amici, we blind each other.
I can understand that. Well, anyway, Andy, it's...
Oh, hold it, Jack, hold it. Here comes another member of the quartet. Dick Hames.
Dick Hames! Dick, I haven't seen you since you were on my show 3 years ago.
Oh, I know, Jack. It's nice to be with you again.
Well, thanks. But tell me, Dick, why are you wearing those dark glasses?
Well, Andy Russell might smile, and I'm not taking any chances.
Oh, yes, the teeth. Mary, you remember Dick Hames, don't you? Mary! Well, Dick, I'm certainly thrilled having you as a member of the quartet, but, what?
What's the matter, Dick? Can't you understand Portuguese?
Dick, what I'm trying to say is, well, if you're going to be in the quartet, how much money would you want?
$35 a week.
$35 a week?
Well, now, Jack, if you're going to start haggling, just forget about it.
No, I'm not haggling. I mean, I think you're worth every cent of it, you know? But, of course, I can't make
Hold it, Jack, hold it. Here comes another member of the quartet. Bing Crosby.
Bing Crosby?
When the blue of the night meets the gold of the day, LSMS.
Bing Crosby, I can't get over it.
You were expecting maybe a transcription.
I'm so surprised to see you. By the way, Bing, how's Dixie?
Ask Senator Claghorn. Oh, Crosby, you shouldn't have wasted that one here, hoping to give you $2 for it.
Well, we needed that one. Now, Bing, believe me, I'd love to have you as one of my quartet, but,
$50. I understand Portuguese.
$50? Wait a minute, Bing. Andy Russell and Dick Hames are both willing to work for $35. Why do you want $50?
I got 4 kids.
Oh, yes. I read where you're going to put them in the movie.
Yeah, one of them is almost 9. He's been loafing around the house long enough.
Well, look, fellas, I know that you're all good singers individually, and Dennis has been with me a long time, but do you think you can all give me what I want as a quartet? Wait a minute, fellas. That's your idea of a quartet. You're starting off on the wrong foot.
Don't worry, Jack. Don't worry. They're just warming up. Now, do you want to hear what they prepared?
Of course. Now, let's see. 35 and 35 is 70, and 50 is 120. Not bad. All right, Don, let's see if they're worth... let's see what they've got to offer.
Okay, fellas, let's have it. I'll be loving you always with a love that's true. Always. When the things you plan need a helping hand, I will understand. Always. LSMFT. Always.
Fellas, wait a minute.
That's the smoke for me.
Oh, who the hell picked out this key, Dennis,
Good, and the commercial was all right, but for my purposes, I got to have something a little more lively. Do you think you can do it?
Yes, sir.
You bet. Why, sure.
I've been smoking Filkos for now 20 years.
No, Bing, that's not what I mean.
Oh, Jack, Bing's right. Every time you sit down and listen to your radio, you're Autolite a lucky.
Autolite, yeah, to get the plug in, huh? Now, come on, fella, I want to hear a livelier number. How about it?
Okay, take it, boys.
He always sings ragged music to the candle as he swings. Back and forward in the saddle on a horse. Pretty good horse, man. Got his syncopated hit as he sets a funny meter to the roar of his repeater. How they run, when they hear the bells gun, because the western folks all know he's a highfalutin, scooting, shooting son of a gun from Arizona. Ragtime cowboy, oh, that cowboy, LSMFT, puff, puff.
The singing I can't complain about, but that time you didn't give me enough commercial and was just a little bit too fast. I want something in between the two numbers that you sang.
Oh, we have another song, Jack. It'll be just exactly what you like.
You have?
Hey, Dick, I'll sing bass this time.
No, I want to sing bass.
I think I ought to sing bass and get down where the money is.
Look, fellas, don't argue about it. Why don't you flip a coin for us?
I think the old man is right. Here, I got a coin. What do you say, Dick? Heads or tails? Hey, Bing, where'd you get that funny-looking quarter? I had lunch at the old drugstore.
Look, fellas, you're holding up the show. Now, this cost me $120. If you don't attend the business, I'll call the whole thing off. Now, come on, let me have your other song.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Take it, boys.
Nothing could be finer than Goldsboro, Carolina in the morning. John and Phil and Jack go out and take that fine tobacco in the morning. Round and firm and fully.
You left out a word.
Easy on the draw, it's jolly.
It is the best tobacco that you have ever thought.
Bad English, fella.
Hefty Boone and Speedy never looked the least
Not what I want,
in the morning. They're picking and they're planting while they're singing and they're chanting in the morning. LSMF, LSMF, MFFC. That's a lucky sight to smoke for me. Nothing could be finer than Goldsboro, Carolina in the morning.
No, fellas, that's not it. Look.
Smoke the lucky, they will love you in Kentucky.
Wait a minute, fellas. That's not what I want. Look, fellas, that's John.
Now give me your lucky strike. One for Pat and one for Mike.
No, wait a minute. That's not what I want. Fellas, wait a minute. Look, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute! Now, look, fellas, you tried, you meant well, and believe me, I appreciate it. But you boys just won't do.
What? How do you like that?
Now, you can leave your names, and maybe something will come up. So long, fellas. There's no use talking. I just got to get my old quartet back.
Jack will be back in just a minute. First, here is Basil Rysdale.
As you listen to the chant of the tobacco auctioneer, remember, LSMFT.
American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and it is cigarettes. It's the tobacco that counts. Mr. Alexander G. Irvin of Reedsville, North Carolina, has been a tobacco warehouseman for 14 years. He really knows tobacco, so listen to what he said.
Sacks are sacks. And at the auction for a good many seasons, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy good, ripe, mellow tobacco. The kind of fine tobacco that you just can't beat for real smoking quality. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 14 years.
Remember, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Irvin can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. No doubt about it. LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco means real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
I want to thank Bing Crosby, Dick Hames, and Andy Russell for being with us tonight. It was very nice.
Hey, Jackson, just a minute.
What is it, Bing?
Weekly Variety, which is the outstanding newspaper of the entertainment world, has given you an award for your 15 years in radio. They feel that your weekly clam bakes on the air have been consistently right in the groove for, these many years, and I agree with them. Congratulations.
Well, thanks, Bing. Thanks very much. On behalf of my cast and writers who have been with me so long, I want to thank the Variety for this honor. And say, Bing, it was nice of you to make this presentation to me, but I wish you'd do me a favor.
Sure, Jack. Anything. What is it?
After all, we got a classy program. The next time you come over, tuck your shirt in, will you? I mean, those palm trees waving around upset me. Good night, folks.
National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
At 59 American.
LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Here's what independent tobacco experts say about the fine tobacco bought by the makers of Lucky Strike.
Mild tobacco with real flavor and mellowness. Tobacco you can't beat for top smoking enjoyment.
Floyd Clay, top flight tobacco warehouseman, said that.
Fine, ripe smoking leaf that makes a smooth, mild smoke. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 22 years.
Lucian Purdom, ace tobacco auctioneer, said that. Yes, friends, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts can see the makers of Lucky Strike buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. So for your own real deep down smoking enjoyment, remember, LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, real Lucky Strike tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back to this morning and look in on Jack Benny at his home in Beverly Hills.
Let's see. Maybe behind this chiffonier. I'll move it and look. Nope, not here. Maybe behind the sofa. Gee, not here either. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Are you sure you hid the Easter eggs in this room? Huh?
Keep looking. You're getting warm.
Warm, huh? Oh, I know where you hid them. I'll bet you put the eggs in my violin case.
Your violin case?
Yeah.
I wouldn't touch that thing if I was full of penicillin.
Now, let's see. Oh, I know where they are. Rochester, hold this chair steady for me while I stand on it.
Okay.
Steady now. Yep. Yeah, here they are. 4 eggs.
Doggone, I never thought you'd find the ones I hid in the chandelier.
Rochester, I saw the Lost Weekend, too.
Yeah, but Miss Milan got a better payoff than you did.
I guess so. You know, Rochester, it was awfully nice of you to color and hide these eggs so I could have fun on Easter Sunday. What made you do it?
Well, last year I didn't, and when you got up in the morning, you cried your little blue eyes out.
I did not. I never cry. Nothing could upset me that much. What are you laughing at?
When Shirley Temple got married, you locked yourself in the room for 3 days.
Rochester.
And when you finally came out, you tore up all your pictures of Margaret O'Brien.
Oh, stop making up stories. Imagine me and Margaret O'Brien. She's young enough to be my daughter.
So was Theda Barrow, but that didn't slow you down.
Well, I've told you dozens of times that Theda and I were just good friends. Now, Rochester, I want you to take these 4 eggs and put them away for me.
But, boss, I hid 5 of them altogether.
5? Well, let's see. Maybe the other one is hidden behind the... I'll get her, Rochester. Maybe they're delivering my new car.
Hello, Jack.
Why, Mary, happy Easter. Come on in. Say, that's a good-looking Easter outfit you have on. And that hat.
Do you really like the hat, Jack?
Like it? Why, it looks beautiful on you.
If you think it looks good on me, you should have seen it on Tom Brenneman.
Tom Brenneman? Oh, did you go to his program, Breakfast in Hollywood?
Sure, I go all the time. I was even there the morning you won the orchid.
Oh, yes. Gee, I'll never forget the look on the loser's face. Poor thing, she came all the way from Iowa, too. But, Mary, all dressed up in your Easter outfit. Where have you been?
Well, Jack, you know, on Easter Sunday, most of the movie stars walk down Wilshire Boulevard, and I went along to see the parade.
Oh. You see any celebrities?
Oh, sure. I saw lots of them. I saw Bing Crosby.
Crosby, eh? Was Bing dressed up for Easter?
Was he? I've never seen him so formal. He was wearing patent leather shoes, gray spats, striped pants, and a cutaway pajama top.
Who else did you see on the boulevard, Mary?
Well, I saw Gary Cooper and his wife. Mrs. Cooper was wearing a beautiful green dress with fox trim and gold accessories. She looked lovely.
Hey, what was Gary wearing?
Brown shoes, tan slacks, and a light jacket.
Oh, did he have a hat on?
I couldn't tell. It was cloudy.
Oh.
And I saw Shirley Temple.
I'm not interested in her.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. I thought you'd forgiven her already. Now, let me think. Oh, yes, I saw Van Johnson.
Van Johnson?
Yes, and you know, Jack, I feel very sorry for the poor guy. Every step he took, he was followed by dozens of girls. They just kept trailing after him for miles.
For miles? My goodness, you'd think those silly kids would get tired.
Yeah. Jack, may I have a chair? My feet are killing me.
Here, Mary, you can sit in this armchair.
Thanks. Gee, it's good to sit in it.
Hey, boss, Miss Livingston just found the other egg.
Well, hurry, Rochester. Get her a towel and... Never mind the towel. Just bring a handful of corn. You know, Mary, every Easter there's another... I'll get it, Rochester. That must be my new car. Phil!
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Livy. Long time no see.
Hello, Curly.
Come on in. Say, Phil, we missed you in San Francisco.
I know. I heard the program.
What?
You need me, Jackson. You need me.
Phil.
Like Scotch needs soda, your program just don't fizz without the kid, Jackson.
Phil, I need you like a moose needs a hat rack. Believe me.
Anyway, you should have been up there with us, Phil. We had a wonderful time. San Francisco's such a swell town.
You don't have to tell me about Frisco, Livy. I organized my first band there.
You what, Phil?
I started my first band up there.
San Francisco sure gone through a lot. Your band and the earthquake. They can take it, can't they?
Gee whiz, I'll never forget my first band, Jackson. It was just a little three-piece outfit of saxophone, piano, and drums. And then we added Frankie, my guitar player.
Say, Phil, how'd you happen to hire Frankie?
Well, we didn't exactly hire him. You see, we was playing at a wedding, and they couldn't afford to pay us, so they gave us the groom.
The groom? What happened to the bride?
Oh, she changed her name, started singing with some other band. I don't know what.
Really? What's her name now?
Carmen Lombardo.
Phil, for your information, Carmen Lombardo is a man.
Well, maybe it was Carmen Miranda. I don't remember girls' names. I don't fool with dames no more. What do I know about it?
Shall I get it, boss?
No, I better answer the door. I'm expecting my new car.
Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. I can't believe it. Did you buy a new car?
No, he entered Bob Hope's jingle contest.
Yeah.
Jack, you didn't send in that jingle you wrote.
Certainly, and I think it ought to win.
What was the jingle he wrote, Livy?
My favorite brunette, and I love him still, is Honest Abe on a $5 bill.
Well, I thought that was pretty good. Go ahead and answer it, Rochester.
Okay. Boss, it is your new car. It's a beautiful light gray color. Uh-oh, my mistake. It's Mr. Wilson in a new suit.
Oh, well, steer him. Show him in, Rochester.
Hello, Jack, Mary, Phil.
Hello, Don.
Great, kid.
Gosh, Don, you sure look handsome in your Easter outfit.
Yeah, Dante, where'd you buy that nifty-looking suit?
Oh, same place I get all my clothes, at Hart, Schaffner, Marks, and O'Reilly.
O'Reilly? Don't you mean just Hart, Schaffner, and Marks?
When I buy a suit, they call in extra help.
That I can understand. The fellow who makes your pants was an engineer on Boulder Dam. But, Don, we were just talking about being up in San Francisco. Did you have a good time up there?
Oh, did I? You know, Jack, I love that town. They have the most wonderful restaurants and the best food in the world.
They certainly have.
I ate at John's Rendezvous, then I ate at the Tonga Room, then I ate the Popagaya Room in the Fairmont, then I ate at Roberts and the Nugget, and then I ate at Omar Khayyam.
Gee.
And then on the second day, I ate at...
What?
The next day, I was eating at the Mark Hopkins, and right in the middle of dinner, they ran out of food.
The Mark Hopkins?
No, San Francisco.
Oh. Well, speaking of food has made me hungry. Hey, let's go out in the kitchen, kids, and get some sandwiches.
What? Oh, yeah.
Yes, for sure. Rochester, those sandwiches were very good.
They certainly were.
Thanks. Mr. Wilson, would you like another bucket of coffee?
He's had enough. Now, look, kid.
Isn't anybody going to say hello to me?
Oh, Dennis. Dennis, when did you come in?
Oh, I've been here all the time. I was standing behind Mr. Wilson's right leg.
Oh. Well, say, kid, I tried to reach you on the phone last night, but nobody answered. Where were you?
Oh, my mother took me to the circus.
Well, did you enjoy it?
Yeah, and you should see those girls on the flying trapeze. They wore tights.
Dennis, they always wear tights.
Say, those trapeze acts are dangerous. Did any of them fall?
No, I guess they were all buttoned up.
Dennis, she didn't mean that.
Oh.
Hey, how is the circus this year, kid?
Oh, it's swell. In one act, they shot a man out of the cannon and he landed right in my mother's lap.
My God, what did your mother do?
She hung on to him and yelled, "I have a man in the balcony, doctor!"
Oh, boy. Dennis, wasn't your father there?
He was the one who aimed the cannon at my mother.
Oh, stop. Aim the cannon at his mother. Anything. They say anything.
Dennis, how'd you like the clowns?
Oh, they were all right, I guess.
What do you mean you guess? The clowns are big stars. They're very funny.
But how come they've only got one show?
Dennis, just because you and Phil have two shows doesn't mean that everybody has to have them.
Let me tell you something, Jackson. Hold it a minute. Not only have I got two shows, but while you were in San Francisco, I signed up to make a new picture.
A new picture, Phil. What's the name of it?
The Keg and I. Oh, Harris, you may not be Frederick March, but you're the best years of anybody's life.
Now I've heard everything. Phil, let me tell you something. You were only... Phil, you were only kidding about making a picture. I'd like to get a new cast sometime. But it may surprise you to know that right now there's a deal pending where I'm going to be starred in a picture for Samuel Goldwyn.
Samuel Goldwyn?
Yes. He makes great pictures, and he's the kind of a producer I want to be with.
I'll bet Mr. Goldwyn has to work very hard to support his family. He's got 30 daughters.
What?
The Goldwyn girls.
They're not his daughters, then. But anyway, Don, if this deal we're making comes through, it'll really be sensational. You know, Mr. Goldwyn is begging me to consider his offer.
Begging you?
What are you laughing at?
Well, tell him what happened yesterday when you were out to his studio.
Mary.
Hey, what was it, Livy?
Mary, if you open your mouth, I'll never tell you another thing again.
Come on, Mary. Tell us what happened when Jack went out to see Mr. Goldwyn.
Well, about 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon, Rochester drove Jack out to the studio.
There's the main gate, Rochester. I'll get off here. Rochester, you wait right here in the car for me.
Boss, do you mind if I lean against that new Cadillac over there? It's good for my morale.
No, as long as you wait here. Gee, what a high-class studio. Look at the way they got Frederick March's picture plastered all over.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Huh?
You can't go through this gate without a pass.
A pass? Well, perhaps you don't recognize me. If you knew who you were talking to, you'd let me go right in.
Oh, no, I wouldn't, Mr. Benny.
Oh, well, maybe I have a pass in my wallet. I'll take a look.
Well?
Wait till I open it. There.
First time this year, Mr. Benny?
No. Now, let's see. Here's a pass for Warner Brothers. Here's one for Universal International. Here's one for Biograph. Oh, here's something I don't need anymore. See, my draft card. You know, you can tear them up now, you know.
You could have torn that one up in 1918.
You don't have to be so... Oh, wait a minute. Here it is. Gate pass to Samuel Goldwyn Studios.
Now, Mr. Goldwyn's office is right through that door. You go right down the hall and turn to the left.
Thank you. Da-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, da-dee-da-da-dum. Oh, hello.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Da-dum, dum, dee-da-da-dee, bum-ba-bum. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Dum, dee-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-da. Oh, hello.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
See, those Goldwyn girls are beautiful. Now, let's see. Gee, won't Mr. Goldwyn be surprised to see me? I hope he's... Oh, this must be his office here. I beg your pardon, miss, but is this Mr. Goldwyn's office?
Yes, sir.
Well, will you tell him that Mr. Benny is here to see him?
One moment, please. Mr. Goldwyn, Mr. Benny is here to see you. I'll find out. What is it you wish to see Mr. Goldwyn about?
A picture.
He wishes to see you about a picture. Yes, sir. He told me to give you one out of the top drawer. No. You misunderstood. You see, I want to talk to him about making a picture. You see, a movie. Oh, just a moment.
Yeah.
Mr. Goldwyn, Mr. Benny wants to talk to you about making a picture. Yes, sir. Mr. Goldwyn is busy right now. Would you care to wait?
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Goodbye, Mr. Goldwyn.
Well, Hoagie Carmichael.
Hello, Jack.
Gosh, Hoagie, here I am waiting to go into the office, and you came out. I didn't know you were in there.
I've been in that Goldwyn's office since 10 o'clock this morning.
Since 10 o'clock this morning, eh? What were you doing in there all the time?
I was just trying to convince him that my name is Hoagie and not Hugo.
Oh, yes. It happened at the Academy Award ceremonies when Mr. Goldwyn accidentally called you Hugo instead of Hoagie, but it was just a slight mistake.
A slight mistake? Jack, for 25 years, I built up the name of Hoagie Carmichael. And it wasn't easy. I remember when I first started writing songs, I used to sit up nights, no food, hardly enough money to pay the rent. I was ready to quit, but my wife encouraged me. She said, Hoagie, you can do it. My mother encouraged me. She said, Hoagie, don't give up. My friends encouraged me, Hoagie, stick to it.
And they were right. I can remember those great songs. Stardust by Hoagie Carmichael. Lazy Bones by Hoagie Carmichael. Old Buttermilk Sky by Hoagie Carmichael. They were all great, Hoagie.
And who gets all the credit? Some no-talent jerk named Hugo.
Well, Hoagie, maybe I can help you.
Oh, I wish you would, Jack. All I am now is an unknown character with $1 million.
Whoops.
Did you say something, Jack?
No, it's just that when I hear figures like that, something happens in my stomach. You know?
You mean just because I said $1 million,
Whoops. I did it again. But getting back to you, Hoagie, don't worry. Hoagie, I'll clear up your name for you. I've got a big listening audience, and if you want to come on my program and do one of your songs, I'll let everybody know it was written by Hoagie Carmichael, not Hugo.
Gosh, if you do that, I'd be very grateful, Jack. I tell you what I'll do. I'll sing Old Buttermilk Sky with a special arrangement that will include your quartet, The Sportsmen.
My quartet? No, I don't think that would be...
Now, just a minute. I've got a copy of it right here. Let me show you what I mean. Try to visualize it, Jack.
What?
Well, here's the way it would go. The introduction starts with full orchestra. Old Buttermilk Sky, I'm a-keeping my eye peeled on you. What's a good word tonight? Are you gonna be mellow tonight?
Tonight, LSMFT. That's a cigarette for Donzie and we. We're as happy as a Christmas tree, heading for the one we love.
I'm going to pop her the question, that question.
Wouldn't you like a lucky strike?
Yes, it'll be easy, so easy.
Well, that's the one that she will like.
LSMFT.
LSMFT.
They won't fail you when you're needing them most.
Oh, no.
Hang a package on her hitching post.
Lucky's for the one you love, the one you love.
So round and so firm.
So round and so firm.
That's part of their churn.
That's part of their churn.
Will they be naturally mild tonight?
Yes, sir. Why, sure, you bet.
That's Lucky Strike. What do you think, Jack? Could you visualize what I'm telling you?
Could I? Hoagie, I could even hear the applause. That's a wonderful song. Hoagie, would you mind autographing that copy for me?
Oh, not at all.
Thanks.
So long, Jack.
So long. Gee, that was nice of Hoagie to... Well, what do you know? He signed it Hugo Carmichael. He really is confused, you know.
Mr. Goldwyn is waiting.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Mr. Goldwyn?
Thanks.
Mr. Goldwyn?
Come right in.
Oh. Mr. Goldwyn, I hope you don't mind my breaking in without an appointment.
No. It's always nice to see you. Sit down, Bob.
No. See, my name is Jack Benny.
Oh, yes. Well, Jack, what can I do for you?
Mr. Goldwyn, I've come here to give you the greatest opportunity of your life.
Opportunity?
Yes. When I tell you what I've got in my mind, it'll make you the greatest producer in the motion picture industry. This is an opportunity that comes only once...
Pardon me. Hello, Fame of Home magazine? Yes, I produced the best years of our lives. Yes, that picture won 9 awards. For the best picture, for direction, for editing, for musical score, for story, for best actor, for best supporting actor, a special award for Harold Russell, and also the Tolbert Award. That's right. Thank you very much. Now, Jack, what was this opportunity you were going to give me?
Well, let's put it this way. Mr. Goldwyn, your studio won many Academy Awards this year, and I thought maybe you'd like to win them again next year.
I certainly would. What is your suggestion?
Well, have you ever thought of making a picture starring Jack Benny?
No.
Let me help you up, Mr. Goldwyn.
No, let me rest here a while. What were you... Now, what were you saying, Jack?
Well, what I was getting at...
Pardon me, Mr. Goldwyn.
Excuse me, Jack. What is it, Pat?
Oh, Mr. Goldwyn, 2 blueprints have been submitted for the set on Stage 8, the reproduction of the George Washington Bridge overlooking New York Harbor.
Yes?
Now, on both sets, the harbor is always in evidence. However, set number 1 with just the harbor can be constructed for only $1 million.
Whoops! Did you say something, Jack?
No, not a thing.
On the other hand, in set number 2, we can build the harbor, the bridge, and the skyline for an extra $1 million.
Whoop.
So you see, it's entirely up to you, Mr. Goldwyn, whether you want to spend $1 million...
Whoops.
...or $2 million.
Whoops. What's the matter with you, Jack? You sound like a tugboat.
I'm sorry.
Pat, I'll take number 2.
Yes, Mr. Goldwyn.
Now, what were you talking about?
Mr.
Jack?
Goldwyn, I'm not going to beat around the bush. If you make a picture with me, I'm sure we'll win the Academy Award next year. I've got hidden talents. That's Snoogey. No, really, I've got hidden talents.
Maybe so. I haven't the time to play hide and seek.
But, Mr. Goldwyn.
Now, look, Jack, I'm a busy man.
I know you are, Mr. Goldwyn, but it isn't as though I'm pleading for a job. I made lots of pictures. Call up Warner Brothers. They'll be very happy to recommend me to you. They'd be happy to recommend me to anybody. I mean, look, Mr. Goldwyn, if you'd only think it over, I promise you...
Pardon me, Mr. Goldwyn.
What is it now, Pat?
We got to do something about the picture we're shooting on stage 5. The script we have now is a little dated. The hero was a bombardier on a B-29.
You're right. We should change it to something post-war, something civilian.
Well, why don't you make him a tail gunner on a Studebaker?
Let me help you out, Pat. He's a comedian. We'll talk about it later.
Tail gunner on a Studebaker.
Well, I thought it was very funny, didn't it?
Maybe so, Jack. In fact, I think you're very good on the radio.
Radio. I want pictures. Mr. Goldwyn, you gotta help me. I want to win an Academy Award.
Jack, let's talk about it some other time.
What?
I'm way behind my appointments. I spent the whole morning talking to Hoagie.
Hoagie?
Yes, Hoagie Michelson.
No, Mr. Goldwyn, that's Hoagie Carmichael.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, now getting back to me, Mr. Goldwyn, why can't you produce a picture that'll make me win the Academy Award? Why? Tell me why.
Well, Jack, maybe I can. Let me see how I look without those thick glasses that you have on. Take them off.
All right. There. Now, see how I look with my glasses off? See how blue my eyes are? You know, that'll help if we make it in Technicolor. And look how long my lashes are. Real, too. As a matter of fact, Mr. Goldwyn...
You can put your glasses back on. Mr. Goldwyn went out to lunch.
But how could he leave? I was standing against the door.
He jumped out the window.
Out the window? Let me see.
He didn't get away, boss. I caught him.
Well, hold him. I'll be right down.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is Basil Rysdale.
As you listen to the chant of the tobacco auctioneer, remember, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette.
So listen to the words of a man who really knows fine tobacco, Mr. William Curran of Durham, North Carolina. For 24 years, a tobacco auctioneer. He said,
at more than 1,000 auctions, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine tobacco that's sweet and mild, chock full of smoking enjoyment. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 23 years.
Quote, fine tobacco that's sweet and mild, chock full of smoking enjoyment. Unquote. Yes, independent experts like Mr. Curran can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. So remember,
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Year in, year out.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Mr. Samuel Goldwyn for appearing on my program. His next release will be The Secret Life of Walter Mitty with my friend Danny Kaye. I also want to thank Hoagie Carmichael, who appears with the courtesy of the makers of the Fifth Avenue Candy Bar. And ladies and gentlemen, be sure to listen in next Sunday, as we haven't the slightest idea what we're going to do. Good night, folks.
NBC, the national broadcasting company.
You're listening to HOJO Radio.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The
makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by Martha Tilton and the King's Men, and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Love Is. One thing you can be sure of during these next few days, friends and neighbors will be dropping in unexpectedly for visits to talk over holiday plans and parties. Will your home always be ready for them? Floors gleaming with beauty, tabletops and woodwork spotless? If you practice protective housekeeping with genuine Johnson's Wax, it probably will be. Daily housework is reduced to a minimum when these surfaces are Johnson waxed. Rooms are quickly tidied up, and properly waxed floors never really lose that richly polished look that good housekeepers so much admire. When you wax your floors, furniture, and woodwork, you not only protect them against scratches, dirt, and wear, you not only save yourself hours of work, but you also win the compliments and praise of your family and friends for the beauty that genuine Johnson's Wax adds to your entire home. When you consider the low cost of those advantages, is it any wonder so many good housekeepers just couldn't keep house without this famous wax polish? But don't be satisfied with anything but the original and genuine Johnson's Wax in paste, liquid, or cream wax form. This is the time of year when a man who can't suppress his curiosity should be handcuffed and blindfolded. For instance, a package came for the McGees today, which is almost certainly a Christmas present. And we invite you to an interesting discussion between Fibber McGee and Molly.
But, Molly, look, we don't know it's a Christmas present.
Just the same, McGee, we're not going to open it before Christmas.
Oh, but, sweetheart, there's nothing on it that says don't open till Christmas.
Don't get mushy with me. I still say we don't open it till Christmas morning now.
Okay. I just wondered if it could have been them silver fox furs, that's all. I just wondered.
What silver fox furs?
Oh, never mind. We'll know Christmas morning. Well, I guess I'll run out to the cigar store and
McGee!
Huh?
What silver fox furs? Who's sending me some furs?
How should I know?
Well, you're the most exasperating. But this is exactly the size and shape of a box that would have a set of fox furs in it.
Hey, cut that out. You can't open that. Not till Christmas.
But, darling...
Don't get mushy with me. You can't open it. Here, give me that package. You wouldn't let me open it, and I won't let you open it.
Why do you pay any attention to me? I'm just a woman. I don't know anything. You're the man of the house, and what you say ought to go, dearie.
Hand me the scissors.
Here.
Thanks. Uh-oh. Bad news, Molly. It ain't furs.
What? It isn't? Oh, dear. I told you we shouldn't have opened that package, McGee. Not until Christmas. But what is it?
I don't know. Look.
Oh, it's a musical instrument of some kind. Looks like a little pipe organ.
There's electric wires on. Hey, I know. It's one of them chime doorbells. And a beauty, too.
You mean one of those doorbells that every time it rings you expect somebody to say, the following announcement is transcribed?
Yeah, but it don't say here who sent it. Now, who do you suppose...
Oh, get that stuff out of sight quick, McGee.
Okay.
Come in. Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Paul.
Oh, hi, Harlow. Come on in.
No, thanks. I just wanted to leave these packages for you. And don't open them before Christmas.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wilcox, and we won't. But what's your hurry?
I've got to stop and get a sandwich before I go back to the office. I missed my lunch. Well, Merry Christmas.
Well, heavenly days. Now, there's plenty of cold chicken in the refrigerator, Mr. Wilcox, and a lemon meringue pie.
Oh, boy, my favorite vegetable. But, gee, I hate to be any trouble, Molly.
It's no trouble at all. I'll just set out the chicken.
Now, wait a minute. No, you don't. I'll find everything myself. Don't get up or I won't stay.
Oh, well, go ahead, Wilcox, and easy on that pie. You got to watch them hips.
Okay, I'll try to restrain myself.
Well, we know he didn't send that doorbell.
Oh, but I wonder who did. Oh, dear. Come in. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? How do you do, Mr. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
And yippee-you side to you, Mrs. Hughes. Won't you slip out of your sables and squat a spell?
Thank you, Mr. McGee. I came over to ask a favor of you. Oh, certainly, Abigail. Anything we can do, just ask us.
Oh, yes. Unless you want me to take that pooch of yours for a walk. I draw the line at patrolling the precinct with that pie-eyed peak.
Mr. McGee, Phoebe does not enter into this matter at all. Besides, I believe she entertains the same aversion to you that you do to her. Well, that's a lot of entertainment for one man and a dog. But what can we do for you, Abigail, dear?
Well, Mrs. McGee, I head the neighborhood committee to conserve waste paper for the government. I wish to ask you not to burn or destroy your waste paper and cardboard. Please save it, and I shall have a truck pick it up whenever you call.
Why, sure. I'd be glad to help such a good cause. Personally, I'd like to form a movie committee for this war.
A movie committee, Miss McGee?
Yeah, I'd like to get the government to make a documentary picture and send 1 million prints to Tokyo.
Starring what actor, dearie?
Harry Carey. By the way, Uppy, did you by any chance send us an electric chime doorbell for Christmas?
No, I did not, Mr. McGee. But I must say I admire your blunt way of inquiring. I simply detest people who hint.
I do too, Uppy. Although when I was a cub reporter years ago, I was always the diplomat.
Oh, yes.
Yes, you betcha. Never used to act as a direct question if I could help it. But if there was any inside dope I wanted, I got it. Get that dope McGee, I was known as in them days.
Oh, my.
Get that dope McGee, the dashing, daring darling of the dailies and the ding-dong dipsy-doodle-daddy of the dirt dishers, diligently deviling dignified diplomats for delicate details, discreetly dictating data difficult to decipher, and deliberately denouncing dangerous demagogues dripping with dubious dialogue designed to develop defeatism, doing my duty with a dearth of dilly-dallying despite the dirty digs of the desperate dogs who determined to dampen my do-or-die disposition and deteriorate a diggity dynamo into a drippity-droop, a dandy detective at dodging death and danger, but doesn't this description sound like a total stranger?
Martha Tilton sings he's 1A in the Army and A1 in my heart.
From coast to coast in this great nation, each man has got a classification. Pray tell me, what's yours? I've got a guy who's really something. This man of mine, he ain't missing nothing. No wonder I'm happy to say he's 1A in the Army and he's A1 in my heart. He's gone to help the country that helped him to get a start. I love him so because I know he wants to do his part. For he's 1A in the Army and he's A1 in my heart. And just in case you're quizzical, I'm gonna tell you now. He passed the toughest physical. He passed it, folks, and how? For I know why he rates so high on Uncle Sammy's chart. 'Cause he's 1A in the Army and he's A1 in my heart. They're 1A in the Army and they're A1 in our heart. They've gone to help the country that helped them to get their start. We love them so because we know they want to do their part. 'Cause they're 1A in the Army and they're A1 in our heart.
Molly, this is going to be a pretty snazzy doorbell, you know it?
Yes, but who do we get to install it, dearie? An electrician?
Nah, I can do it myself.
Oh, no. No, please, let's not go into that again.
What do you mean? I fixed the thermostat on the furnace last week, didn't I? It works at the touch of a finger now.
Sure it does, sure. At the touch of a finger, you get a shock that melts your bobby pin.
I'll get you some rubber gloves. Anyway, I don't think...
Oh, dear. Come in.
Oh, hi, sis.
Hi, mister. What you doing?
Huh? What?
I guess not.
You guess not what?
I guess you didn't know I was a businesswoman, mister.
Oh, businesswoman, eh?
Mhm.
Well, just what branch of commercialism are you identified with, madam?
Well,
I says, what's your racket?
Oh, a miserable toe.
Huh?
Miserable toe.
I don't get it.
You don't like to pay for it, I betcha.
Pay for what?
Miserable toe.
Well, that was a short ride, but I enjoyed it. Let's go around again. What's miserable toe?
Oh, gee, mister, you don't know what miserable toe is.
No.
You hang it up on Christmas and it's got white berries on it.
Oh, sure. Mistletoe.
Mhm.
Otherwise known as mug holly, lip lilac, and night blooming smush.
My daddy calls it fracture cactus.
Fracture cactus. Why, sis?
Because once a long time ago, he started to hang some up on the chandelier and the chair broke and he fell down and fractured his leg.
Oh.
Hmm?
I says, oh.
Oh. Well, mister, can we do any business? Only 25 cents a bunch.
Okay. Bring me 2 bits worth, sis.
Oh, thank you, mister. I'll deliver it first thing tomorrow and you can pay me the 35 cents.
Fine. I'll be... Hey, wait a minute. You says 25 cents. What's the extra dime for?
Tax?
What do you mean, tax? There's no tax on mistletoe.
There is unless you want to glue it up, mister.
Smart little tyke. I'll bet she winds up selling Santa Claus a snood for his beard. Hey, Molly, do you suppose this doorbell runs on batteries or the regular house current or how?
Well, why don't you experiment, little dearie? You're a wonderful lad with electricity.
You really think so?
Why, sure I do.
Yeah.
Who else could have wired the vacuum cleaner so it runs and hides under the Davenport every time I plug it in?
Well...
Heavenly days! Something's happened to Mr. Wilcox. Come on, McGee.
Hey, what's the matter, Harlow? Hey, what you sitting on the stove for?
I just blow-coated your linoleum. Huh? And I'm waiting for it to dry. I've only got 15 seconds to go.
But you're sitting right on the pilot light, Mr. Wilcox.
I know, but I don't want to jump down till the floor is dry. It takes 17 to 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Time's up.
Well, turn around quick. I'll throw some water on you. That's it.
Oh, boy. That's better.
Now, what was all this foolishness, Mr. Wilcox?
I'm sorry, Molly, but when I came out here in the kitchen, I noticed your linoleum needed attention.
Oh, I know, but I've been so busy shopping the last day or so that
Well, it wasn't bad, but I can't resist a linoleum that isn't perfect. So I grabbed a can of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat and spread some around with a long-handled applier. It's really fun to do, you know.
Oh, yeah, we heard you screaming with joy.
Well, you see, the minute I had the floor all nicely glow-coated, and with no rubbing or buffing either, I hopped on the stove to let it dry, never realizing I was sitting on the pilot light.
Well, thank you for polishing my floor, Mr. Wilcox. And I'm sorry you had to roast your rompers doing it.
Oh, that's all right, Molly. Well, I'll be getting back to the office now.
Did you have enough to eat, Harlow?
Eat?
Yes, eat. Did you find the chicken and the pie?
Well, what do you know? I forgot all about eating. The minute I got out here, I started glow-coating the floor. If I'm not the darndest fool. Oh, well, I'll grab a bite downtown. Thanks anyway, folks.
Forgot to eat. I always said it, Molly, but I never really believed it.
What?
He'd rather talk about glow coat than eat.
Well, I still hate to think about it.
Oh, dear.
I'd like to get paid by the door knock, McGee. At a nickel a knuckle, I'd be rich in a week. Come in.
Oh, hi, Latrivia.
Good day, Mr. Mayor.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? Hello, McGee. I just dropped in.
Excuse me just a minute, Latriv. Look, did you send us an electric chime doorbell for Christmas?
I did not. I didn't send you anything for Christmas.
You mean yes?
McGee.
Except for my immediate family and employees, McGee, I am putting my Christmas budget into defense bonds and stamps.
Good for you, Mr. Mayor. We've got to back up our buck privates with our private bucks. Which is an old saying I just made up.
Exactly. And now, McGee, you've been hounding me for a job with the city.
Oh, I wouldn't say hounding you, Latrivia. Oh, I'll admit I've been kind of scratching around, wagging my tail, but...
Well, have you got something lined up for him, Mr. Mayor?
I think so. Are we alone?
Nobody here but us chickens, Latriv.
McGee, how are you on disguises?
Heavenly days. Detective work?
How am I on disguises? Funny you should ask that, Latrivia. Why, when I was a cinderdick for the old TSR Railroad...
what railroad was the TSR?
The Topeka, Sauganash, and Rochester. Better known to the passengers as the 2 streaks of rust.
When I was a detective on the TSR, Latrivia, I was known as the man with 1,000 faces.
You had your choice of 1,000 faces and went back to your own?
Oh, tush. I'll never forget the time I rounded up that gang of boxcar bandits around East St. Louis. I was walking along the right-of-way, slick as a cat, disguised as a jockey.
Never mind the heroic details, McGee. All I want to know is, can you assume a completely different identity and maintain it under trying circumstances for days at a time?
Oh, why, certainly he can, Mr. Mayor. Why, he can even disguise his voice. Change your voice for the mayor, dearie.
Okay, I will. No trouble at all. In fact, I started changing my voice at the age of 14.
That's splendid. You report to the city hall first thing tomorrow, McGee.
Oh, wonderful.
You better get me a police permit.
You better get me a police permit, Latriv, so I can carry a gun.
You won't need a gun. The disguise will be enough. You're going to be Wistful Vista's official Santa Claus in City Hall Park. $5 a day. I'll see you tomorrow.
Well, man of 1,000 faces, it looks like you're holding the bag again.
Why, that double-crossing political parasite. Who does he think I am?
Santa Claus.
I won't do it. He can't badger me into a beard and a bustle. No, sir. Well, here we go again. I got to hurry up and put this doorbell up.
Yes, an ounce of prevention is worth 10 pounds on the door.
Yeah.
Come in.
Merry Christmas, Miss McGee. Hello, little chum.
Heavenly days, how do you do, I'm sure.
Well, come on in, Gildy, old sock. I'm glad to see you. Look at him, Molly. Ain't he a sight?
What's that, McGee?
I mean, ain't he a sight for sore eyes?
Oh. By George, it's nice to see you folks again. You're looking as lovely as usual, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, now, Mr. Gildersleeve, stop your blind.
Yeah, you see, Gildy, you got her so fussed she can't even pronounce baloney.
Here, Mr. Gildersleeve, take his hat and coat, McGee. I'll make a pot of tea.
Yeah, take my hat and coat, McGee.
The King's Men sing What Do I Want for Christmas?
Ding dong, Christmas bells. I must make a wish for Christmas while their music swells. Ding dong, all year through. If my wishes are auspicious, I'll be needing you. Oh, what do I want for Christmas? Do you really want me to tell? Well, I want you for Christmas Day and every other day as well. I never hang up my stocking beside the chimney flue. My cup is full to overflowing, long as I just have you. A toy balloon is something I'd never use, but joy in June is something I can't refuse. If you want to know what I want most, if you want to know what to do, just merely say, let's name the day, for I want you. Ding-a-dong, 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 ding. Everyone is writing, telling Santa what to bring. Why don't I just write and say, dear old Santa Claus, what do you want for Christmas?
What do I want for Christmas? Oh, who ever heard of such a thing? And yet, you know, I miss the things you all have here at other seasons of the year. Valentines and Easter eggs and firecrackers on the 4th of July and Thanksgiving turkey and mincemeat pie. But all these things don't matter at all. If it makes you happy when I come to call, that's all I need the whole year through. That's the merriest Christmas to me from you.
Oh, what do we want for Christmas? Do you really want us to say? We hope old Santa has a very merry, merry Christmas day. Let's hang up all our stockings and fill them full of cheer, so Santa Claus will have a happy round trip this year. We know you're awfully busy visiting everyone alike, but though you may get dizzy visiting, never go on strike. If you want to know why we're singing and feeling the way we do, it's just because old Santa Claus, we all love you.
Yes, sir, Gildersleeve, you don't look a day older than when you left Wistful Vista.
Oh, well.
Not that you were any chicken then, but...
Will you have another cup of tea, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, thank you.
I should hope not. You've had 6.
I have not. I've only had 5, McGee.
What do you mean, 5? You had one at the coffee table, one while you were snooping through our Christmas cards, another
now,
one...
McGee, stop it. He's welcome to all the tea he can drink.
Thank you, Mrs. McGee. My goodness. I never thought my little chum would ever begrudge Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve a miserable little cup of tea.
What do you mean a miserable tea? My wife makes the best tea in the...
I didn't say the tea was miserable.
You did, too. You said it...
McGee, he didn't mean that. He meant he was surprised you wouldn't want him to have all the tea he wants.
Yeah.
Why, sure. Welcome to all he wants, big ninny. But tea's pretty stimulating, Throcky, old man. And to a guy your age with your blood pressure, it might make you just a trifle...
What? What are you talking about, my age? Why, I'm still on the sunny side of 40.
Maybe, but you got no more use for suntan oil, boy.
I wish you boys would stop this. It's so nice to have an old neighbor drop in on us.
You hear that, Gildy? Old neighbor. Even Molly thinks...
Never mind what I think. I never saw him looking better. Want to be in town long, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, I've got to go to New York tomorrow, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, hey, while you're in New York, Gildy, why don't you go see the picture we made together? You know, you and me and Molly and Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Oh, yes. Look who's laughing. Where's it play?
Well, it has its New York premiere tomorrow at the Palace Theater, and Keith Albee in Brooklyn.
Oh.
Yeah. So you better see it in Brooklyn, Gildy. You're one of them bums.
Is that so? Speaking of bums, McGee, that was a bum joke of yours sending me that old lawnmower the other day.
Why, it was yours, Mr. Gildersleeve. Didn't you want it back?
Well, I thought it was a big, expensive Christmas present. So before I opened it, I went out and bought McGee a very costly easy chair with a built-in radio and everything.
Gildy, I'm sorry. That lawnmower thing was just a gag. I sent you a real present yesterday.
What? You did, McGee?
Why, sure. I thought to myself, if Gildersleeve ain't worth $47.50 of my money... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to let the price slip out.
$47.50 is none too much for Mr. Gildersleeve, McGee. Not that the price of a gift makes any difference.
Of course it doesn't. But I might have known that my little chum wouldn't do a thing like that. $47.50, eh?
Come in.
Is this the resident? Who lives here? I do, Bud. Fibber McGee. Oh, thanks. Here's a telegram. It's a wire.
I'll sign for it, boys. There. Give the lad a quarter, dearie.
Sorry, Bud, I got nothing smaller than 35 cents. You got a quarter, Gildy?
No, I haven't, little chum. Sorry, Sonny.
Oh, that's all right, folks. I didn't really expect it. I've been here before. Hey, it's from Racine, Wisconsin, from the Johnson Wax Company.
Oh, my. What do they say?
It says, Dear Fibber and Molly, we are sending you under separate cover an electric chime doorbell.
Oh,
my. We are so tired of hearing that eternal door knocking. Stop. So is everybody else. Stop. If every knock was a boost, you'd have a Crosley rating of 6,000. Use the doorbell. Stop. Regards and Merry Christmas. Signed Johnson's Wax.
Well, that solves the mystery, McGee.
Yeah, sure does, don't it? For a while there, I wondered, hey, where are you going, Gildy, old man? Aren't you going to stay for dinner?
Oh, please do, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Thank you. I'm sorry, folks, but I've got to get back to Summerfield and then on to New York. Hey, that's the wrong hat, McGee. I was wearing a fedora, not a beret.
Oh, shoot me. That's the one I wear to fix the furnace in. Here you are, Gildy.
Thank you. Well, I certainly enjoyed this visit.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. And I'm so sorry you can't stay for dinner.
Well, he couldn't eat any anyway, Molly. He's so full of tea, his eyes are beginning to slant.
Yeah. Well. Still the same old McGee, full of little smart cracks, he thinks. Well, I hope you enjoy your Christmas present, folks.
I'm sure we will, Mr. Gildersleeve, and thank you very much.
Yeah, and I hope you like the one I sent you, Gildy. I'm sorry I was so crude as to let the price slip out.
Yes, $47.50. Well, certainly nothing to be ashamed of. Wow. Well, goodbye, folks, and Merry Christmas.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. The same to you.
Hello, Mr.
Well, I'm certainly glad we found out who the doorbell was from, dearie.
Me too. Hey, Molly.
Yeah?
What could I get Gildersleeve that would look like it cost around $47.50?
You know, there's one room that gets to be mighty important around the holiday season, and that's your kitchen. For two reasons. One, it gets more than the average amount of wear and tear. And two, when your friends drop in, they all seem, sooner or later, to find their way to the kitchen. Now, what's the number one thing to do to be ready for them? Right. Give your floor a protective beauty treatment. Make it sparkle and glisten with Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. The floor polish that gives floors such a lasting luster, that makes linoleum wear indefinitely, keeps its colors as fresh and bright as new. Glow Coat is different from ordinary polishes. Its film is flexible, not brittle. It does not chip or wear down unevenly. It guards linoleum surfaces against wear and dirt. Makes house cleaning so easy because it needs no rubbing or buffing. Glow Coat is quick drying. You simply apply and let dry 20 minutes. And Glow Coat is economical because a little goes a long way. Now, if you're not already using Glow Coat, just try it once. Look for the familiar red and yellow can, and be sure it reads Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat.
You know, Molly, it was nice to see old Gildersleeve again.
Well, nobody'd think so the way you two argued that.
Oh, we were just kidding. I wouldn't really fight with him.
I should hope not. He's a much bigger man than you are.
That's why it's so easy to get under his skin. He's got so much of it. Good night, and a Merry Christmas.
Yes, and a Happy New Year, too. Good night, all.
This is Marla Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
With automobile production again restricted, it's very important to take better care of your car. Don't let the finish deteriorate. Make it last. Keep it new looking with Johnson's Car New, the sensational auto polish that both cleans and wax polishes with one application. 2 jobs in one, in less than half the time they used to take. For the sake of your car and for your own pleasure, buy a can of Johnson's Car New right away. It's spelled C-A-R-N-U. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by Martha Tilton and the King's Men, and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with the National Emblem March. Ladies and gentlemen, I heard an officer of the Red Cross speak last night. He was asking for money. He said in part that it was customary these days to press for help with an apology, but that he wasn't making any apology. Neither are we. The Red Cross needs $50 million, urgently and immediately. Now, for 130 million people, that's the price of a few cigars or a lipstick. The Red Cross is always ready to help in times of war and disaster, and from now on, the demands upon them will be great. But we are a great nation. So let's give till it hurts. The master of 79 Wistful Vista is not one to squander $1.25 for a Christmas tree when he can drive out to the woods and chop down his own. No, sir. And here, driving up to the house, frost-bitten but triumphant, we find that lumberjack who saves Jack on his lumber, Fibber of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Gotta get them brakes fixed. Oh, boy, am I cold. Well, come on, Christmas tree. Come to Papa. You got a new home.
McGee, you're getting snow all over the hall. Why didn't you stamp your feet?
Why should I stamp my feet? I ain't mad at anybody. Besides, they're so cold, I'm just walking from memory.
Oh. Here, you poor lad. Let me take your coat and your mittens.
Thanks, Molly. Hey, take a gander at that tree, will you? Ain't she a whopper?
Heavenly days, it certainly is.
Yeah, it was the pick of the whole woods, Molly. I had to fight off 20 other guys to get it, too. They all wanted it.
Oh, did you actually fight for it, dearie?
Oh, it didn't come down to actual brawl, no. One guy ups to me and says, "That's my tree, Shorty." And I says, "Yeah," I says, tossing my hatchet up in the air and catching it by the handle. "Try and get it," I says. "You don't need this tree for last Christmas," I says. And he says, "What do you mean last Christmas?" "Well," I says, sinister-like, advancing toward him with a nasty look, "you lay a blade on that balsam bud, and last Christmas was your last Christmas."
Good for you, McGee. Did he go away then?
No. He started swinging his axe at me. And just then I noticed that this tree, which was a little farther along and was even bigger and better.
Oh, yeah.
So I just sneered and walked away. Double time.
Well, it certainly is a big one. What'll we do with it after Christmas? Hollow it out to make a canoe?
Shucks now, Molly, just because...
What took you so long to get it home? You know, you've been gone 6 hours.
Well, I had a blowout on the way back and had to stop and buy a new second-hand tire. Cost me $7.
Where's the hatchet?
I lost it in the snow, but I know just where it is, and next spring when the snow melts, I'll get... Oh, my gosh. What's that?
Oh, it's that window in the dining room. I opened it because it was so hot in here, and it won't stay open.
No. Well, I'll fix it when I get time. By the way, what time is it?
It's after 4. Why? Where's your wristwatch?
Well, I took it off to chop this tree down and forgot all about it. Then when I went back to look for it, it had snowed some more and covered it up.
Well, that's fine. A $30 wristwatch, a $2 hatchet, and a $7 tire. $39 for a 98-cent Christmas tree. Oh, happy Yuletide.
Well, I didn't want one of those measly little moth-eaten shrubs they're selling downtown. When I want a tree, I want a tree, not a bouquet. Come in.
Oh, hello, Mayor Latrivia.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. I say, McGee.
Yes?
About that job you wanted in the City Hall. I'm still working on it, but I'll have to have a little information.
Well, tell the nice mayor what he wants to know, dearie.
Okay. Dig me, Latriv.
Well, first, can you dominate people? Can you let the ones in that you really want to see and shut the rest out?
Absolutely.
Another thing, McGee, can you stand it physically? To be mauled by crowds of people all asking you questions. Can you ignore the whispers behind your back? Can you give orders in a loud tone of authority?
Boy, can I. Listen to this, Triv. All right, folks. As captain of the detective force of Wistful Vista, I order you to make way there. Stand back, everybody. The police...
This wouldn't be a police job, McGee.
Oh.
But one of the elevator operators has just been drafted, and I've suggested you. I'll let you know later. Good day.
Why, that small-minded, boat-grabbing, baby-kissing...
Now. Never mind that now. Say, where should we place this tree, McGee?
I don't know. Where do you think?
Well, offhand, dearie, I'd say it was a toss-up between the Grand Canyon and Death Valley.
Shucks, I told you I got to trim it down a little. Get me a hatchet, will you?
The hatchet, dear boy, according to your official communique...
Yeah?
is at present sleeping its edge off under a snowdrift 18 miles north of town.
Yeah, well, we got a saw, haven't we?
Not a very good one. It's all bent.
Who bent it?
You did.
Huh?
After you saw that vaudeville act at the Bijou last October, you tried to play Pony Boy on it. Remember?
Well, I guess it'll still work. Say, it's awful hot in here.
Yes, it is. I'll open that dining room window again.
Okay.
The thermostat on the furnace is out of order, and I've got to get it fixed.
Boy, am I tired. But what a tree. Why, this will give us enough kindling wood for all summer. Except that we don't need any kindling wood in the summer.
Hey, McGee, I just thought of something.
What's that?
This tree is so big our little ornaments are going to look awful silly on it.
Yeah, I never thought of that. I better order a bigger assortment of ornaments. Now, hand me the phone, will you?
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the Wistful Vista novelty and day. Oh, is that you, Mert? How's every little thing, Mert? Huh? Who? Your niece. Somebody grabbed her and kissed her during the blackout.
Oh, heavenly days, McGee. Does she know who it was?
She'll recognize him when she sees him. He'll have lipstick all over his face and neck and shirt front.
From just one kiss?
What do you mean, one kiss? That blackout lasted 3 hours. What say, Mert? Okay, I'll call him later. Hey, did you get me the saw, Molly?
Here it is, dearie. And now don't get sawdust all over my floor.
Why not? It'll make Uncle Dennis feel at home. Now, let's see. I guess I better take a couple of feet off of the bottom first.
Yes, and trim out 100 or so branches. Tarzan or somebody might be hiding in there.
Who?
Tarzan.
Who?
I said Tarzan.
Who?
Oh, stop it, McGee. That's
I
not
didn't
very
say
funny.
anything. You says Tarzan. Who? Tarzan.
Who are you shouting at?
Who? Hey, what the?
McGee, it's an owl. He's in that tree.
Huh?
Look, up on the fourth branch.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Shake the tree, Molly. Open the door and we'll shoo him out. Who? You! Come on, get out of that, you big buzzard. Go on, scram.
Take it harder, McGee. There he goes.
Chase him, Molly. Chase him this way. Look out to the table. Edge him toward the door, Molly. Wave your hand.
I am waving my hand. Shoo, scat. Go away, Birdie. He won't even look at me, McGee.
Well, owls don't see good in the daytime.
Well, what do you expect me to do? Buy him some glasses?
Hey, ooh, there he goes. Go on. Beat it. Scram. Woo-hoo.
Well, thank goodness. Those things give me the creeps.
Me too. Though I will say it was decent of him to back up my judgment.
What are you talking about?
Well, owls are wise birds, and we both picked out the same tree. Don't you get it, Molly? I says owls
Ain't funny, McGee.
Okay. Well, I've been hooted at enough for one day. Hand me the saw again. Thanks. Now...
Hello there, daughter. How's about... Hey, what you got there, Johnny? Christmas tree?
Oh, no. We buy our firewood on the hook, Mr. Oldtimer.
What's on your mind besides that Daniel Boone cap, Oldtimer?
Just wanted to know if you could come out and play. Some of us kids are building a snow fort in that vacant lot up on the corner. Having a peck of fun.
No, thank you. We've got work to do, Mr. Oldtimer. I'm afraid you'll have to romp in the snow without us.
Oh, gee, kids, come on. We wanted to choose up sides and play Yanks and Japs. Only nobody wants to be a Jap.
We haven't got time to play now, old-timer. I got to trim this tree before...
Then you got a corncob pipe we can have, Johnny. I built a big snowman, and I want to put a pipe in his mouth.
Oh, give him a cigarette.
Yeah, and put a sign on him. Something new has been added.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it... Hey, what was that?
Oh, it's just the dining room window, Mr. Oldtimer. It won't stay open.
Hey? Oh, well, the way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, he says, why does Hitler make all his speeches from a beer garden? Well, says t'other feller, that's so when he starts foaming at the mouth, nobody'll notice it.
Martha Tilton sings Thank Your Lucky Stars and Stripes.
If you live right, if you get to sleep at night, you can thank your lucky stars and stripes. If you feel free, if there's sugar in your tea, you can thank your lucky stars and stripes. Keen heat and ham and eggs and hay rides and cider kegs if you like the good old Yankee way, so say so. If you can sing and believe in anything, you can thank your lucky stars and stripes. Do you like it here? Don't you think this country is swell? Do you want to cheer? Ring the Liberty Bell. Well, if life is gay, if there's fun on Dollar Day, you can thank your lucky stars and stripes. If you can joke and enjoy an artichoke, you can thank your lucky stars and stripes. Dime stores and bobbykins and hot dogs and Mickey fins, if you like the way we go about it, shout it. If you can sing and believe in anything, you can thank your lucky stars and stripes.
Oh, they cut down the old pine tree, and they hauled it away to the mill to make a nice Christmas tree just for Molly and me.
Huh? Goodness sakes, do you have to sing with your sawing?
No, I don't have to, but it helps. Hey, how's it look now, Molly? Beginning to shape up pretty good, eh?
Yes, if you like that shape. It's pretty lopsided.
It is? Where? Oh, well, yeah.
Sure.
Well, I can trim that side off a little more. It's a good thing I got a big tree to start with, you know it?
Well,
yeah.
Listen now, try and be a little quieter. Uncle Dennis is upstairs taking a nap.
That guy's always taking a nap. And I just found out why he wanted that old brass bed brought down from the attic, too.
Why?
Well, I peeked in on him the other morning, and there he was, sound asleep, with one foot on the brass footrail and a happy smile on his pretty little face.
Now, let's not start on poor Uncle Dennis again. He's a gentleman and a scholar.
He ought to be a scholar. He's had more teachers than anybody I ever knew. Oh, I cut down the old pine tree, and I hauled it away in my car.
McGee, there's somebody at the door.
Who?
I don't know. Let me peek. Oh, it's Mrs. Uppington.
Oh, not the Mrs. Uppington, the choicest crumb in our upper crust.
Yes. And wearing a hat that was made in a hurry by a cross-eyed milliner wearing boxing gloves. Come in, Abigail, darling.
How do you do, my dear? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppy.
Please excuse the mess in here, Abigail. McGee is trimming the Christmas tree.
Oh, how fascinating. I simply adore the scent of freshly cut lumber, really. It's so invigorating and so outdoorsy, you might say.
Yeah, I might say that if I carried my handkerchief in my sleeve.
Say, I didn't know you were such a lover of the great open spaces, Abigail.
Oh, my dear, I used to simply spend all my time at my hunting lodge in Maine. Roughing it, you know.
Ever hunt any moose?
McGee. Watch your commas, dearie.
Well, did you, Uppy?
Oh, no, I was never much of a Nimrod, Mr. McGee. We called it a hunting lodge because we were always hunting a paw for bridge.
Ah, but you really ran wild up there, Uppy.
Don't pay any attention to him, Abigail. You know, he thinks he's a great woodsman because he shot a bear in Alaska last summer.
Well, that was something. If you ever walked through a dark forest with the feeling that something was creeping up on you, ready to pounce any minute, and suddenly... Wow! Oh, he got me! Shoot him!
Take it easy, McGee. Huh? Take it easy. It's just the window in the dining room. It won't stay open, Abigail. But say, where did you get that hat? I haven't been able to take my eyes off it.
Oh, do you like it, my dear?
She didn't say that. She just says she couldn't take her eyes off of it.
I tell you, it's just darling, Abigail.
Oh, I'm so glad. That's exactly why I dropped over today, my dear, to see if you liked it. Do you, Mr. McGee?
Well, confidentially, Uppy, since I'm a plain-spoken man, I think it's the worst monstrosity ever placed on a human head.
Oh.
It would make a Zulu medicine man swallow his spear.
Oh, splendid. I'm a success.
What?
I just said to myself, if Mr. McGee likes it, I will simply have to give it to my cook. That man has less taste than a nightclub salad. Thank you, Mr. McGee.
That old flounder. So I haven't got any taste, haven't I?
Not in hats, dearie. When it comes to fashions, you'd better just do one thing.
What's that?
Saw wood.
Huh? Oh, okay. I got needles galore sprinkled over the floor in the shade of the old pine tree. Hey, Molly. How's she look now?
Well, it looks better, McGee. At least we can get in the same room with it. Now, if you'll trim some more off the far side there.
Okay, I'll... Oh, hi, Harlow.
Hello, Fibber. Hello, Molly.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. Won't you come in and get some sawdust all over your clothes?
Say, what goes on here anyway?
I went out and cut down my own Christmas tree, Harlow. Now I got to shorten the sleeves on it a little.
Well, you sure got the room in a mess, pal. You've got enough loose branches around here to bed down a rhinoceros.
Well, lie down and we'll try to make you comfortable.
Very funny, McGee. But what can we do for you, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, it's like this, Molly. I'm a little worried about the greeting cards I ordered this year. I'm afraid the sentiment is a little too flowery.
Well, read one to us, Mr. Wilcox. Though personally, I don't think a greeting card could be too flowery.
Why, certainly not. Let 'em drip, I always says. Well, read the blurb, Waxy.
All right. It reads, "The season's greetings to you, my Fran, from the Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat Man. I hope that in 1942 and 43 and 44 and 45 and 46, you'll remember all those little tricks I showed you about saving time and dough by using Glow Coat on your flow."
On your flow? Well, shut my mouth, honey, child.
You shut it, dearie. Continue, Mr. Wilcox.
How it saves your linoleum and keeps it clean with a lovely gloss and a dandy sheen. Eliminates rubbing and buffing, too. And in 20 minutes or less, you're through. Just pour some out and spread it around and let it dry. And then you've found the color and pattern have come to life. And so have you, your husband's wife.
Oh, that's your husband's wife. If that ain't their corny.
Hey, what's that noise?
That was Longfellow turning over, Harlow.
No, it was the dining room window falling down again. But go ahead, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, there isn't much more.
Fine.
But it goes, "The best of wishes I send to you from me and S.C. Johnson & Son Incorporated, too." Well, what do you think of it? Okay. I'll get something else.
Naive character, isn't he, Molly?
How naive.
Oh, I was talking to him one day, and he looks all around to see if anybody was listening, and then whispers to me that Santa Claus didn't really live at the North Pole. He said he really lived in Racine, Wisconsin.
Say, that tree's getting awfully small, McGee. Better not trim it much more.
I know, but I decided that it would look a lot better up on the piano.
Well, that'll be nice.
Yeah.
Then it'll be out of the way.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll go out and fix that dining room window.
Okay. Oh, I cut down the old pine tree, 'cause the ones at the store were not free. I told the man at the store, there's a knock at the door.
I wonder who that could be. Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. How are you today, Mr. McGee?
Fit as a fiddle and ready to play humoresque, Wimp. Old shrimp, what's it with you?
I just dropped in to say goodbye for a couple of weeks, is all.
Oh.
I'm spending the holidays in Chicago with Mama and Papa.
Oh. Is your wife going with you, Mr. Wimple?
Who, Sweetie Face?
Uh-huh.
No, she has to stay here and knit.
Knit? Can't she knit on the train?
Not so good, Mr. McGee. She broke 3 ribs wrestling with a policeman, and the doctor says she'll knit much better at home.
Well, what on earth was she doing wrestling with a policeman?
Oh, she is the instructor at the police gymnasium, Mrs. McGee. The whole force is just crazy to study with her. At least, I think they are.
I'll bet you'll miss her, Wimple.
How much?
How much will you miss her?
No, how much will you bet? Oh, I shouldn't say that, I suppose. Sweetie Face is really a wonderful woman at heart, if any, and I doubt it.
Well, we'll call on her while you're gone, Wimple, and see if there's anything we can do.
Yes, we might take her some fruit or something.
Oh, I wouldn't advise it, Mrs. McGee. Last time Sweetie Face was sick, some people took her some flowers, and she threw them in their faces.
Oh, don't she like flowers?
Yes, she loves flowers, but she hates people. Well, goodbye, folks, and Merry Christmas.
And to you.
The King's Men sing Coming Through the Ride.
If a body meet a body coming through the ride, if a body kiss a body, meet a body cry. Every laddie has a lassie, may they say, yet all the lassies smile at me, coming through the ride. If a body meet a body, coming through the ride, if a body kiss a body, need a body cry. Now everyone must have a loving lassie, but they say that the lassies always pass me by. Yet all the girls, they smile at me, coming through the ride. If a body meet a body, coming through the ride, if a body kiss a body, need a body cry. Every little laddie has a bonny little lassie, but may they say, hey, I, yet all we lads and lassies get together in the heather when we're coming. Whilst we're coming through the
Comforter, what are you sounding now?
McGee, haven't you got that tree fixed yet?
No, but it won't be long now, Molly. Anyway, I hope not. This saw is getting duller than a bus trip to Bloomington.
Well, is it still awfully hot in here, McGee?
You're asking the wrong man, Mrs. McGee. I'd be hot right now if I was up to my clavicle in ice cubes. This is a warm work.
Well, I hate to keep that dining room window open, but the thermostat on the furnace simply won't work. Say, have you been monkeying with that, McGee?
Who, me?
Yes, you.
With the thermostat?
Yes.
Why should I have been monkeying with the thermostat?
That's what I want to know.
Heck, I don't know anything about a thermostat.
I know that, too, but did you monkey with it?
When?
Anytime.
Well, say I did kind of tinker with it last night at that.
Oh, now it comes out. And just what did you do to it, Mastermind?
Well, I was walking past it with a screwdriver in my hand, and the screwdriver caught in one of the little screws, and the first thing I knew, I had it all apart. Wonderful little gadget, too.
McGee, I don't know what I'm going to do with you.
That's a coincidence, Molly. I don't know what I'm going to do with this little dingus I took out of it either. I couldn't find any way to get it back in there.
Well, why didn't you tell me so I could call the furnace man?
Oh, I was going to fix it myself when I got time. I'm pretty ingenious with mechanical stuff. You know that.
Oh, sure. What happened when you fixed my percolator?
What you mean?
It throws coffee across the room like a fire extinguisher. And my electric toaster.
Oh, well.
I have to fix breakfast wearing a catcher's mitt.
Oh, well. No machine is perfect. As soon as I finish with this tree, I'll fix it. Stop a while and listen to my...
Well, you go ahead and I'll go open that dining room window.
Okay. For the... Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, sis.
What you doing? Who watches?
Sis, I'm currently engaged in giving this deposed monarch of the forest a cross-cut massage. I says I'm doing a little whittling on this Christmas tree. Look, do you always drink your milk like a good girl?
Sure I do, I bet you. Why?
Well, you better, that's all. Take a look at this saw. Only 3 years old, and its teeth are all shot. Let that be a lesson to you.
Okay, mister.
Now, I wish you wouldn't bother me anymore now. I got to finish this job and get the sawdust swept out.
Gee, you know it smells dandy in here.
Sure it does. No nicer smell in the world than a cedar tree. It's one of nature's lures to get us out into the great outdoors.
Gee, is it? Honest, mister?
Sure it is. You got to realize, sis, that there's a reason for everything in nature.
Oh. What's nature's reason for spinach, huh?
Why, sis, do you mean to stand there with your little arms sticking out of your shoulders and tell me you don't know that?
Yes, I don't, I bet you.
Nature gave us spinach so we could have Popeye.
Oh. Gee, I guess I never thought of that, mister. Nature is wonderful, isn't he?
She. Nature, sis, is always referred to as she.
Why?
Well, oh, boy, here's my chance to make Reader's Digest. Sis? Nature is called she because it's so inconsistent, unstable, unpredictable, beautiful, mean, gorgeous, appealing, nasty, and nobody yet has ever understood her.
You think the Reader's Digest would like that?
Well, don't you?
The name of the magazine, mister, is Digest, not Heartburn. So long now.
That's the last time I ever try to explain something to her, if I'm smart. Okay. Aha, now we're getting someplace. Now to cut her down on the sides. Trim the ends a little bit. Get her up there.
Oh, heavenly days, there goes that window again.
You don't have to worry about it anymore, Molly. Here's a nice stick I made for you to prop it up with.
Oh, fine, dearie, just the thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, forget it. It's nothing that any red-blooded American boy couldn't
Say,
have
it was
done.
very thoughtful of you now, McGee. Say, what became of the Christmas tree?
That's it. Got her trimmed down a little too fine. Well, that's that, I guess. Now to go to work on that thermostat.
No, don't do it,
Folks, day after day and night after night on this program and others for the past 2 weeks, you've heard urgent requests to buy defense bonds and defense stamps. It's getting a little repetitious, isn't it? Well, it's going to get more repetitious. We're going to say it again and often and loud. This is not an invitation to a tea party or a bingo game. This is war, and we've got to do something about it. It's going to cost a lot of money to win it, but it would cost a lot more than mere money to lose it. Now, don't wait for somebody to come to your door selling bonds and stamps. Get down to your bank or post office and lay it on the line. This isn't the other fellow's fight. It's yours and mine. So here it is again. Buy defense bonds and defense stamps.
Yes, and if you live in Canada, buy war savings certificates or victory bonds.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
Madison High School has been going with full appointment for quite some time now, 6 years to be exact.
But only once or twice during that period did she have to worry about the eternal triangle.
And that's not unusual when your boyfriend is the eternal square. Still, I must admit, I did see green about 2 weeks ago when Mr. Boynton began dating a young society beauty named Lucy Fairchild. I got angry, we had an argument, and I finally asked Mr. Boynton to choose between us. Did he want a beautiful young society girl with $1 million or a steadily employed English teacher with a guaranteed pension in 20 years? Oddly enough, he chose me. And to make my happiness complete, our beloved principal, Mr. Conklin, invited the two of us to spend this past weekend with him and Mrs. Conklin at their cabin on Crystal Lake. Friday morning, my landlady was in my room with me, helping me pack, when she suddenly began to get sentimental.
Connie, do you realize this is the first time we've been separated in almost a year? Oh, I am going to miss you, dear. Promise me you'll write every day.
But Mrs. Davis, I'm only going to be gone 2 days. Why, I'd be home before the first letter reached you.
Now, how nice. Then we could both sit down and read it together.
Better still, why don't I write the letter now and let you read it to me while I'm packing? I know just what I'd say in it. I'd tell you what a wonderful time I'm having with Mr. Boynton.
I hope it comes true, dear. It's just too bad Osgood will be around to pester you two.
You're not kidding. Ever since Mr. Conklin saved Mr. Stone by pulling him out of that open elevator shaft, he's been playing the hero role to the hilt. But to spend the weekend with Mr. Boynton, I can even bear Mr. Conklin.
Connie, I know it's a touchy subject, but, well, has Mr. Boynton really given up that society girl?
Oh, absolutely. Mr. Boynton is through with the Crepe Suzette crowd. I think he realizes now that we donut dunkers were made for each other.
Still, I wonder...
Wonder what, Mrs. Davis?
Well, it's probably just my imagination, but this whole thing reminds me of a book I read.
Oh?
You and Mr. Boynton going up to a lonely cabin in the woods. It's before the regular season opens, nobody around. He's torn between you and that society girl. He takes you out in a shaky rowboat. Connie, it's an American tragedy all over again.
An American tragedy? Oh, Mrs. Davis, you certainly have an imagination. What an utterly fantastic thought.
Oh, of course it is, dear. Of course it is. It's an utterly fantastic idea.
Look, Mrs. Davis, for your information, Mr. Boynton has never even read an American tragedy. Now, let's just forget the whole thing. Oh, that's Walter to drive me to school. Come in, Walter. The door's open. Mrs. Davis, please, not a word to Walter about what we've been discussing, or I'll never hear the end of it.
Honey, I give you my word, my lips are sealed. And you know when I give anyone my word, I could be drowning and Oh, pardon me, dear. Oh, good morning, Walter.
And a good morning to the two fairest ladies of my acquaintance. Hey, it looks like you're practically all set for the big weekend, Miss Brooks. Yes, Walter. A mad, glorious weekend away from classrooms, books, and American-born students who refuse to learn the English language. Yeah, but you'll still have old Marblehead. You'll have Mr. Conklin with you. Harriet says that living with him these days is like living with a combination of John Wayne and Fearless Fosdick. You see the poem he wrote called Keep Your Head? It covers the entire school bulletin board. 32 stanzas. Did you read it, Miss Brooks? It's all about courage. I read it, Walter, and for the first time I was glad I was a coward. But Mr. Conklin or no, Mr. Conklin, I'm looking forward to a wonderful weekend. No, I don't blame you. You and Mr. Boynton away together in a lonely cabin in the woods before the regular season opens. Nobody near, no society girl around. Just the two of you out in the lake alone in Mr. Conklin's shaky rowboat. Hey, it's an American tragedy all over again.
An American tragedy. I Walter, that's the most fantastic thing I ever heard of.
In the last 30 seconds. Actually, it's a perfectly ridiculous idea.
Oh,
I wasn't for a minute implying that such a thought would ever enter Mr. Boynton's head. Well, I'm glad of that. Now, just forget the whole thing. Only, why has he been reading that book for the past 3 weeks?
difference does it make? There's probably no connection between the two.
Oh, of course not. No connection between the two. None at all. None whatsoever. Absolutely no connection. Now, the whole thing is absurd, Walter. The whole idea of going up to the cabin was Mr. Conklin's, not Mr. Boynton's idea, and I don't expect to go out on the lake up there anyway. Sure, there's no comparison between the two situations. I'm sorry if I made you nervous, Miss Brooks. Nervous? Me nervous? Don't be silly, Walter.
Honey, I don't want to rush you, but don't you think you should be on your way to school?
Right, Mrs. Davis, I'm all ready. Come on, Walter. Let's get into your boat and row to school. Oh, good morning, Harriet.
Oh, hi, Miss Brooks.
Why so depressed this morning, dear?
I just left Daddy's office.
If you were just entering, you'd have an even better reason.
Oh, honestly, since Daddy rescued Mr. Stone a few weeks ago, there's simply no living with him. Mother says she's heard so many stanzas of his poem, Keep Your Head, she's losing hers. Gosh, I certainly don't envy you being up at Crystal Lake with Daddy over the weekend.
Well, with Mr. Boynton along to keep me company, I'm certain I'll manage.
Oh, of course, it should be great for the two of you. Away together in our lonely cabin in the woods before the regular season opens. Nobody around for miles. That society girl forgotten. Just the two of you out on the lake alone in Daddy's wobbly rowboat.
Harriet, I won't have you implying this is another American tragedy.
But, Miss Brooks, I wasn't implying.
You weren't?
Of course not. There's certainly no reason to be suspicious of a man just because he suggested to Daddy that he open his cabin and invite you along.
Mr. Boynton asked your father to open his cabin and invite me along? It was Mr. Boynton's idea?
Yes, but that's certainly nothing to be upset about.
Upset? Who's upset? Why should I be upset? Besides, Mr. Boynton has never said anything about going out in any boat. He's never mentioned that. Never once. So why should I be upset?
Good morning, Miss Brooks. What did I do to deserve such a charming greeting? Now step into my office, please. I want to have a word with you.
Yes, sir. I'll see you later, Harry.
Bye, Miss Brooks.
You needn't sit down since this won't take a minute, Miss Brooks. I presume you've seen my poem on the bulletin board. I posted it yesterday just before lunch. You couldn't miss it going to the cafeteria. Did you read it?
Yes, sir, and it saved me lunch money. I read it, sir.
The first two stanzas I consider the most important. Keep your head by our good conference. When others about you show panic and fear, just keep your head and never lose cheer. The world makes room for the heart that is brave, so just keep your head. Ride the crest of the wave. Miss Brooks, tell me truthfully, have you ever heard anything so inspirational?
Not since Casey at the bat.
Now, on my desk this morning was this piece of paper, and on it is a dastardly satire some ignorant buffoon made of those precious verses. Go on and read it, Miss Brooks.
When others about you show panic and fear, just keep your head like a good glass of beer. The world makes room for the heart that is brave, so just keep your head. You'll have something to shave.
Who could have done this to me, Miss Brooks? Who could have played this ghastly trick on our good conference? Who? Miss Brooks, are you listening to me? Oh, did you hear what I said?
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Duncan. I really don't know who could have written it. Will you excuse me now, sir? I'm not myself today. I feel a little nervous.
Oh, well, then this weekend with us up at the lake will do you good. You'll have plenty of opportunity to be alone with Mr. Boynton. You've always wanted that, haven't you?
Yes, but not quite this way. That is, it should be nice, sir.
It certainly should be for both of you. But something he asked me yesterday has me a little puzzled.
Something he asked you?
Yes. He asked me,
Did I have a good, strong rowboat?
Good, strong rowboat. He asked you that? When did he ask you that?
Right after he asked me how deep the middle of the lake was.
How deep the middle of the lake was?
Oh, yes. Looks like Mr. Boynton plans to drown you. Why, what's the matter, Miss Brooks? Where's your sense of humor? I was only joking. I'm certain such a delightful, hideous thought. Boynton dead.
Oh, no, I'm certain it didn't, sir. Absolutely certain. Now, if you'll please excuse me.
Miss Brooks, where are you going?
Down to the pool to learn to swim. Nothing at all. Nothing at all, Mr. Boynton. Well, nice bumping into you. On dry land, that is. See you next week sometime. Bye.
Next week? Miss Brooks, what are you talking about? You haven't forgotten our trip this weekend, have you?
Oh, no. I remember the weekend under Crystal Lake. On Crystal Lake. But frankly, I've been thinking of staying home this weekend.
But, Miss Brooks, you promised to go. I thought we'd patched up our little difference, and I really have been looking forward to it.
You really have been looking forward to it?
Yes, and I've made some plans. Little on the romantic side, if you know what I mean.
It doesn't matter. With me, both sides are romantic. Oh, gosh, how could I have been so silly? What are your plans, Mr. Boynton?
Well, tonight after dinner, just as the full moon comes out in a perfect blue sky, we'll go out in Mr. Conklin's rowboat. I'll need just one big, powerful oar. And I'll show you how to sit so you don't rock the boat. And even if you do fall into the lake, I can swim. Oh, why are you looking at me that way? What is it? Oh, I think I know what's bothering you. You're mystified as to my actual reason for this trip. Oh, isn't that it?
No, I've read chapter 23.
My actual reason for going up to the lake is to gather first-hand information on the nocturnal habits of the... I'm doing some highly confidential research work for a biological paper I'm writing. I wasn't even going to tell you until we got up there.
And that's the only other reason you wanted to go out with me in a rowboat tonight?
What did you think I wanted to go out with you for? To repeat an American tragedy?
It was a perfectly crazy idea. How could a thought like that even enter my mind?
Of course. Well, I've got a class now, Miss Brooks. I'll pick you up at your house at 4 o'clock sharp. I'll just honk my horn and you come out.
I should be all packed by then, but if I'm not right out, tread water wait for a few minutes, will you? Osgood, ever since we arrived at the cabin 3 hours ago, you've been behaving ridiculously. Now come out of that rowboat this instant.
Quiet passion flower. Believe me, Boynton has gone completely berserk. Everything he's done so far clearly indicates he plans to marinate Miss Brooks tonight.
Osgood, please stop hiding under that tarpaulin. They're bound to see you sooner or later.
Believe me, Brooksy girl. Your Osgood knows what he's doing. I've collected facts from Walter Dent and Harriet and Miss Brooks herself, and there's no question about it. Boynton plans to end his romantic obligations to Miss Brooks by bashing her over the skull and using her as bass bait. But I am going to save her.
Save. Since you pulled Mr. Stone out of that elevator shaft and became a hero, you've been simply impossible. Now, please get out of that boat before they come down here.
Worry not for your Osgood's safety, my pet. He knows how heroes are expected to act in emergencies, and he shall not be found wanting. The world makes room for the heart that is brave, so just keep your head.
And you have something to shave.
like a Delilah to my bosom.
Honey, now, please get out of that boat. Oh, very well, be a hero. And when Mr. Boynton finds you hiding under that tarpaulin, I hope he hangs something besides a medal under your eye.
Well, there was no doubt in Mr. Conklin's mind that Mr. Boynton was going to end his romantic idyll with Miss Brooks by using her to fatten up the fishes. So, to present another American tragedy, when the two took his rowboat out on Crystal Lake, he hid himself under the tarp.
Oh, gosh, isn't it nice and peaceful out here on the lake, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, it sure is, Miss Brooks. I wonder if you'd mind. That is, well, can I hold your hand?
I doubt it. We're about 8 feet apart.
You could sit closer. Why don't you sit on that tarpaulin?
Oh, no, thanks. I tried it before, and I felt like I was sitting on a mass of whale blubber. What was that?
Oh, probably the mating call of the speckled-throated bullfrog. Would you like me to tell you about the love life of the frog, Miss Brooks?
Right now, I'm trying to develop one of my own. I mean, some other time, Mr. Boynton.
Well, maybe I could move a little closer to you.
No, stay where you are. I'll come to you.
Very well. Only be careful. This boat's awfully shaky. Now, here, I'll hold the oar up high and give you... Oh, Miss Boynton! There'll be no American tragedy in this boat. Mr. Conklin, then it was you under the tarpaulin.
See? I told you it felt like a mass of whale blubber. Mr. Conklin, what are you doing in this boat?
What am I doing? Miss Brooks, wherever a human life is in peril, there you will find Osgood Conklin. Confess, Boynton, what are you doing out here on the lake with Miss Brooks and that oar? We're rowing around studying the nocturnal habits of the speckled bullfrog. Good boy, I knew if I put it to you that way, you'd confess. You were going to bash her head in, drown her, then swim to shore and flee that you rowing around studying the habits of the speckled bullfrog.
Back under the tarpaulin again? Mr. Conklin, I know it's bad news for you, but let's face it, Mr. Boynton was not trying to drown me.
Not trying to drown you? But he can't do this to me. I mean, I worked so hard to be well, just to play it safe, Boynton, I'll take that oar. But, sir, this is preposterous. Nothing will happen in this boat as long as Osgood Conklin is here.
That's just the trouble.
Oh, but, sir, very well, if you won't give it to me, I'll have to wrest it from you. Release that oar, Boynton! Oh, good gosh, there goes our only oar. Oh, we'll never find it in the dark. Our only oar?
Yes, and heaven knows where we are on this lake. We've been drifting for an hour. We're probably miles from land by now. How are we going to get back without an oar?
Sir, frankly, I'm worried, too. There's no one else on this lake. Who knows how long we'll be out here? And why are we all so nervous? True, this is a period of crisis. But luckily, you have Osgood Conklin aboard. I shall be your captain.
We're dead. What Mr. Boynton said is right, sir. It might be days before we're rescued.
There's nothing to eat in the boat. With a little ingenuity, Boynton, we'll find something to eat.
Don't look at me, sir. I'm indigestible.
But first, I'll run this ship the way it should be run. Mr. Boynton, you will sit fore and keep a sharp lookout for smoke on the horizon. Miss Brooks, you may sit aft and troll for small fish with a bobby pin tied on a shoelace. I go here and steer the boat manually using that good old North Star as my guide.
But, sir, that's the moon you're pointing at.
And I thought it seemed a rather odd shape for a star. Let's try to get organized, shall we? Clear thinking is the ticket. Lacking an oar, we shall need to improvise a sail immediately. I'll need some large white garments. Miss Brooks,
You won't get a stitch from me.
Well, then, Boynton, I suggest we use your shirt as a sail.
Second the motion. And let's throw in his undershirt, too, sir. His shirt ought to do nicely.
Oh, sir, can't we wait until morning for all this? You obey orders, Boynton, while I am captain of this ship.
Hello, sir.
We can dispense with your levity, Miss Brooks. And now, before anything else, as a source of hope and inspiration, let us all bow our heads and prayerfully intone the first verse of my poem, Keep Your Head. By our good God, bless.
Why not let me try to swim to shore for help, sir?
But, Miss Brooks, you can't swim.
Well, there's no time like the present to learn. Say, am I imagining things, or is this boat sinking?
Sinking? Holy cow, you're right. There's a leak. A leak? Where? Good grief! Water's coming in. There is a leak. The boat's sinking. I can't swim. I don't think this boat can last 5 minutes the way the water's coming in. Maybe much. Well, keep your head, boy. Don't get panicky. Don't get panicky, boy. You'll need all your... every ounce of it. Just follow me ashore.
Oh, you ashore? What about me, sir? I can't swim either. And you know the tradition of the sea. The captain goes down with his ship. Of your poem, sir. When others about you show panic and fear.
Oh, stop that idiotic balderdash! Help me, Boynton. I have a wife and family. Miss Brooks has no wife. Nothing. Who's that? Margaret! Good heavens, I see the mother of my child! The must be flashing before my eyes!
Arthur, come on, what are you babbling about?
Martha, is that really you? How did you get out here? Are you treading water?
What for? The lake is only 3 feet deep here. Shouting, so I put on your hip boots and waded out.
Only 3 feet deep here?
Now will you let the women and children go first?
Mrs. Conklin, just where are we now?
Oh, the cabin is just around the bend, Mr. Boynton. Now, Osgood, will you kindly explain just why my big hero suddenly went to pieces?
Went to pieces? Why, Martha, what a fantastic idea. Oh, I will admit I was a little upset, but it was more for the safety of Mr. Boynton and Miss Brooks than myself. My first concern was for their safety. Isn't that so, Miss Brooks?
Well, what do you say, Miss Brooks? The next time you run Mr. Conklin's bath, be sure you throw in a life preserver.
When I was school teacher, tends to run along.
CBS presents Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Our Miss Brooks is a school teacher. To be specific, she teaches English at Madison High. Connie Brooks is pretty enthusiastic about her work, too. In fact, in her own words.
Although teaching isn't the most profitable career in the world, you must admit the hours are appalling. But there's always my secret heartthrob, Mr. Boynton. He's the biology teacher at school. And a sweeter, more intelligent scientist never brushed off an English teacher to play footsie with a frog. But he'll come around. Even a biology teacher must sooner or later get a little biological. Meanwhile, I can dream, can't I?
Yes, Connie Brooks can dream. Even now, she's in the middle of the sweetest dream of them all. The one that comes right before 7 a.m.
Hold me closer, Mr. Boynton. There. Now kiss me. Oh, how does that make you feel? That's what it does to me, too.
shut it off. Miss Brooks, you'll be late.
Kiss me again, Mr. Boynton.
Miss Brooks, you have to go to school.
For this, I don't have to go to school. Oh.
Good morning.
Well, if it isn't my favorite landlady. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Davis.
What in the world were you dreaming about?
Oh, nothing much. Just the school. I was giving an English lesson.
Well, from the way your lips were puckered, I thought you were taking a bugle lesson. Better get up, dear. Today's the day you're supposed to find out about that new job as head of the English department from your new principal.
Oh, that's right, Mrs. Davis. For 3 years I've been waiting for that job. 3 years of scrimping and scraping to get along. Now it's all going to be different. With this raise, I'll be able to run down to Miami once in a while, and after I've had the job a while, I might even go abroad. Paris, the Riviera, Biarritz in the spring, the casino at Monte Carlo.
Just how much more money does this new job pay, Miss Brooks?
$6 a month.
Yes. You better watch your step at Monte Carlo. Money goes pretty fast down there.
Money goes fast anywhere. I haven't been able to catch any for years.
Now hurry and get dressed, dear. I have a lovely surprise for your breakfast.
Another one of your surprise recipes, Mrs. Davis? I hope it's not clam fritters again.
You'll see, dear. Come along. Here you are, dear. Here's your surprise. Armenian pancakes. They've been setting for 5 days.
What else could they do?
I mean in goat's milk. It takes 5 days for it to get good and sour.
Sour? Goat's milk?
Here, try a bite off this fork. Don't pay any attention to the smell.
Oh, please, Mrs. Davis, no. Well, just one bite.
Tell the truth now. Aren't they delicious?
I don't want to hurt your feelings, Mrs. Davis, but if I were the goat responsible for this concoction, I would hang myself by my own beard. If you don't mind, I'll have to pass up the pancakes.
But, Miss Brooks, it's a crime to throw out these pancakes.
What's the crime? Carrying concealed weapons?
You've got to have some breakfast. Could I squeeze you a persimmon or two?
No, thanks. I'll grab a kumquat on my way to work. Hey, it's funny Walter Denton isn't here yet. He knows I wanted to get to school a little early this morning and meet the new principal.
Rather convenient to have one of your pupils drive you around.
Yes, my Chevy's still in the shop. I had a little accident Saturday. I ran into a parked car.
Oh, that's too bad. I hope you reported it to the police.
I didn't have to. They were sitting in the car.
Oh, that's good.
I'll get it.
Oh, Miss Brooks.
Come in, Walter.
Well, Walter Denton, how you've shot up since I saw you last.
You saw me yesterday, Mrs. Davis.
My, how time flies.
Come on, Walter. I've got to get down early. The new principal takes over today.
What's his name, dear?
Mr. Conklin, Osgood Conklin.
Osgood Conklin? Why, I've known him for years. We went to school together.
Really, Mrs. Davis? What kind of a man is he, anyway?
Well, the other children used to call him Stoneface because he never laughed.
Oh, fine.
Well, I shouldn't say never. I did hand him a laugh one time when we were out ice skating. He was practically in hysterics.
What happened?
I broke my leg.
He sounds about as friendly as a subpoena.
I'll correct any nonsense of this new school, Martha, or my name isn't Osgood Conklin. I've heard all about their lack of principle and discipline, and I won't have it. Do you hear? No one is going to interfere with my making Madison High a well-run school. No one. If anyone gets in my way, I'll crush them. Step on them like so many ants. Squash them.
That's nice. Pass the marmalade, dear. And help yourself to some more toast.
I hate toast. As I was saying, Martha, I'm sure that the faculty at Madison High is totally incompetent.
Oh, please, Osgood, you mustn't let it irk you.
Irk?
Drink a little water, dear. It'll go away.
No understanding, no cooperation. Nobody knows what a difficult job I'm faced with. It's awful. Awful.
Please, Osgood, can't you talk without barking? Honestly, sometimes I think Prince is the only one who can really understand you.
Prince? Don't mention that lazy mutt to me. Look at him over there. Dead to the world. Well, it's getting late. Now, where's my hat? Confound it, where's my hat?
Please, dear, don't bark.
I'm not barking, Martha. Once and for all, I don't bark.
See? He does understand you. Now be sure to drive carefully on your way to school.
Oh, don't tell me how to drive the car.
I'm not, dear. It's just that after all the work you put in, polishing it on Sunday, I'd hate to see that.
Stop worrying. I did the work, didn't I? Ah, look at her out there. Nothing takes a wax polish like a black touring car.
Well, Osgood, you'd better get started. You don't want to set a bad example for your new teacher.
I'll show them a thing or two. I'll show them. Oh, shut up, Prince. Goodbye, Martha.
Before we get to school, Miss Brooks, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. It's a girl.
Naturally. Who is it this time, Walter?
Well, she's the baker's daughter, Penelope Miller. When I kissed her for the first time the other night, I knew she was different.
But, Walter, you've kissed a lot of girls. What's so different about Penelope Miller?
She tastes like caraway seeds.
Oh, grand. She's probably built like a pumpernickel. Now, look, Walter, I've got a lot on my mind today, what with trying to make a good impression on the new principal.
Well, all I want you to do is help me write her a letter, Miss Brooks. You see, she doesn't think that I'm mental enough.
I can't understand it.
And I figured, well, you being an English teacher as well as a woman, well, you'd know how to make her think I was brainy. You know, intelligent. I hate to trade on just my sheer animal magnetism. You know what I mean?
Well, you are a little beastly in spots, Walter. Don't blame yourself. Penelope just doesn't appreciate yet that a man is a thing to be treasured.
When will she appreciate it?
When she gets to be my age.
Oh, I couldn't wait that long, Miss Brooks.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Brooks. I guess I'm not very mental at that, but you will help me out, won't you? I'll come over to Mrs. Davis's tonight and we'll write a letter together. What do you say?
Well, I don't know, Walter. Walter, look out! That car!
What car?
That big black touring car!
Big black touring car?
It's not quite as big as it was.
You young idiot! Why don't you watch where you... My fenders, my shining fenders lying in the gutter.
Walter, put the man's fenders back on.
Oh, gee, mister, I didn't
You didn't mean. Why didn't you look where you were going?
Well, gosh, it takes two to make an accident.
A brilliant observation. But it just happens that I was only going 15 miles an hour.
You should have been going 30. We'd have missed you by a block.
Now, see here, you red-haired joyrider. It was probably your fault.
My fault? Why don't you learn how to drive that hopped-up hearse of yours?
Hopped-up hearse. Now, listen here, young woman. I've tried to control my temper. But if you want to play rough, I can get plenty rough.
Walter, I've got to run along. I'll leave you to straighten out Barking Boy.
Barking Boy? That's the second time today I've been accused of barking. Young woman, I'll have you know I do not bark.
Who's your friend?
Go home, Prince.
Well, classes haven't started yet. Let me see. Pick up my mail first, and then... Oh, hello, Mr. Boynton.
Hello, Miss Brooks.
Isn't it a coincidence that we're in the same mailbox?
Not an overwhelming coincidence. You see, your last name begins with the same letter mine does.
Well, that's a start. You have such a quick mind, Mr. Boynton.
Well, it is thorough.
Personally, I think you tax it too much. Don't you think you need more recreation, if you know what I mean?
Well, carrying on my biology experiments is recreation enough.
You don't know what I mean.
Of course, I also collect stamps.
Oh, that sounds exciting. There's no end to the possibilities. Have you ever tried your hand at beadwork?
Well, no, I don't believe I have. Is it fun?
Fun? Why, it makes you just tingle all over.
We must string a few together sometime.
Mm-hmm. And basket weaving can be thrilling, too.
Oh, really?
Yes, if we're both in the same basket. Well, so much for the world of sports.
Miss Brooks, if you don't mind my changing the subject, are you going to be busy tonight?
Busy? Me? Mr. Boynton, I couldn't be unbusier.
Well, I'd like to come over after dinner. That is, if we can be alone.
Alone? We'll be absolutely isolated. I hope you don't think I'm too forward, Mr. Boynton, but I've anticipated this moment for quite a while. Remember the day about 5 years ago when I first came to Madison High, rounded a turn in the corridor, and bumped smack into you?
Oh, yes. I was teaching chemistry then. You put quite a dent in my Bunsen burner.
Yeah. Well, you know, that was the day I first suspected that we'd be more to each other than just fellow faculty members.
And when were your suspicions confirmed, Miss Brooks?
On our very next date, when you took me to lunch, 2 years later. Gad, you were a fast worker.
I don't blame you for kidding me, Miss Brooks. I guess I'm not much of a whirlwind romantically. And most scientific people aren't. You see, the study of evolution alone tends to slow down any of the mere intemperate reflexes.
Mm-hmm.
You must realize that a tremendous period of time was involved before the single cell divided itself in the sea and adapted itself to the land and the air.
Mm-hmm.
Countless centuries passed before lower forms of life assumed their new shapes, and generations before the mammal family produced the ape family, and before the ape family produced the human family.
What have you been waiting for me to do? Slip back a notch? Well, what time do you think you'll be able to come over tonight, Mr. Boynton?
Mr. Boynton, Miss Brooks, let us not tarry. Your new principal, Mr. Conklin, is due at any moment.
Oh, we'll be sorry to see you go, Mr. Darwell.
Yes, you've been a wonderful principal, Mr. Darwell. Why did the Board of Education decide to have you transferred?
Ours not to reason why. Ours but to teach and die. As the great Socrates so aptly phrased it, if you gotta go, you gotta go. Of course, I am genuinely sorry to leave old Madison High, but then we're teachers, and teachers can't afford sentiment.
We can't afford anything. As the great Professor Einstein so aptly phrased it, murder, ain't it? You know, I still hope I can land that job as head of the English department, though.
Well, that will depend upon the impression you make on Mr. Conklin. I'm taking him on a tour of inspection as soon as he arrives, Miss Brooks. Your class will be the first one visited.
Oh, the first class visited? Oh, gosh, Mr. Boynton, if I'm to impress Conklin, I'll have to hurry and get things in order. I better go in and erase the children and see that the blackboards aren't throwing spitballs.
Poor Miss Brooks, you're a bundle of nerves. You look sort of faint. Here, I'll put my arms around you until you steady yourself.
Oh, no, you won't, Mr. Boynton. Just because you happen to catch me at a weak moment, I'm not letting you put your arms around me. My father told me about men like you.
Then why are you putting your arms around me?
My mother told me about men like you, too. All right now, class, please let me have your attention. As many of you know, our new principal, Mr. Osgood Conklin, takes over his duties today. So, if he should drop in here at any time, there's no reason for any of us to be nervous, self-conscious, or head of the English department. I mean, we'll just go on in our normal manner. Now, to take up where we left off yesterday...
Pardon me, Miss Brooks, but Mr. Conklin and I just happened to be passing by.
Oh, why, come right in, Mr. Darwell.
This way, Mr. Conklin. Thank you. Mr. Conklin, this is our Miss Brooks.
How do you do, Miss Brooks? Glad to make your... Wait a minute.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Conklin. Glad to make your acquaintance a minute, too.
Oh? You two have met?
We sort of ran into each other this morning.
Well, this is the young lady in the accident I told you about.
Mr. Conklin, I have an idea. Why don't we skip English and drop in on the...
Now that I know just who Miss Brooks is, I'm particularly interested in watching her conduct her class. Go right on, Miss Brooks.
Well, all right, Mr. Conklin. Now, class, I'm going to read some lines to you, which I'd like you to... I'd like you to... I want you to tell me whom... No, who? I'd like the name of the author of the following stuff. Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Conklin, not to praise him. That is to bury Caesar. Hand, please? No hands? You've all got them, you know. Just look at the ends of your sleeves. Oh, there's a hand. Winona. I can always depend on Winona. Who wrote those lines, Winona?
I don't know. I just want to leave the room.
Never mind the blindfold, Captain. Just give me a cigarette.
Come in, Miss Brooks. How is everything?
Well, frankly, Mr. Boynton, I'm a little tired. I just lost 2 out of 3 falls to Mr. Conklin.
Oh, you've met the new principal, eh? What's he like?
He looks like he was weaned on a vinegar popsicle. Mr. Boynton, I just dropped by to see what time you're coming over tonight.
Tonight?
Yes, one of my students is stopping by for a few minutes. I promised to write an intellectual letter for him to a girlfriend he's trying to impress, Penelope Miller.
Penelope Miller?
Yes, she tastes like caraway seeds. If you could just let me know what time you're coming over.
Well, I'm not sure about tonight at all right now. I'm quite worried about Violet.
Violet?
Yes, the white mouse I use in some of my experiments. Steady, Violet, dear. Steady, dear. I'm just going to hold you for a minute.
Mr. Boynton, if you could
I don't like the feel of her stomach.
Mr. Boynton...
It's lumpy.
Well, Mr. Boynton, you told me this morning...
Well, frankly, Miss Brooks, at that time I didn't know about Violet's condition. You understand I have to...
I know. You have to sit up with a lumpy mouse.
Well, she's terribly peaked lately. I don't know what it is. I think I better have a look at her cage. Hold on a minute, will you? Here. Miss Brooks, you dropped Violet!
She attacked me!
Miss Brooks! Miss Brooks, get down off that desk!
I can't! Oh, I see her. She's under that... She's under the table!
Get her! I'll get her if you just stop that screaming. And let go of your skirts!
And this, Mr. Conklin, is our biology laboratory. Why, Miss Brooks, what are you doing on that desk? And where is Mr. Boynton?
He's under the table with Violet.
With Violet? So that's what goes on in the biology laboratory of Madison High.
Oh, but Mr. Conklin, I'm sure...
So
Mr.
am I
Boynton
very sure. Come, Mr. Darwell. I'll be back when Violet is out from under the table.
Oh, no.
I've got her, Miss Brooks. Poor thing was scared to death. Here. And look at her. Isn't she sweet? Isn't Violet a beauty?
She's ravishing. And may I tell you something else, Mr. Boynton?
What's that?
You make a lovely couple.
Hello, principal's office. Osgood Conklin speaking. Who's calling, please? Mrs. Davis. Margaret Davis? Oh, yes, the girl I used to go ice skating with. Ha, ha, ha. How's your leg? What's that? You want me to come over to dinner? Well, I'm afraid You say there's a teacher living with you that you want me to meet. Miss Brooks. Well, I'd like... Miss Brooks! Now, look here, Margaret. I've already met that redhead...
Mr. Conklin.
Hold the phone, Margaret. Yes?
I'm Matilda Denton of the school board. I have reason to suspect that my boy, Walter, a pupil at this institution, has fallen into the clutches of one of your female teachers.
What?
Yes. He told me that he had a date with a woman tonight at her home.
Uh-huh.
And here, this note fell out of his pocket when he came home from school.
Let me read that, please. At last, I've got what I want. Red hair and a tough, sturdy body. Red hair? Good heavens!
Well, Mr. Conklin, have you any idea who this nefarious woman might be?
Yes, I have, Mrs. Denton. Pardon me. Hello, are you still there, Mrs. Davis? No, I haven't been to a Turkish bath. Now, listen, I have reconsidered. I shall be delighted to dine this evening with you and, Miss Brooks.
Mr. Conklin, I'll give you just 24 hours to find out who my boy is traipsing around with.
Listen, Mrs. Denton. Listen, Mrs. Davis.
You'll get to the bottom of this matter quickly, or there'll be a new principal here at Madison High.
Quiet, both of you.
Don't you bark at me.
I'm not barking. Let's go home.
Well, Osgood, How did you like your dinner?
Very interesting, Mrs. Davis. I've never tasted this kind of meat before. Just what is it?
It's our usual Monday night supper. Seal burgers.
I'll take these dishes into the kitchen and see about the coffee. I make Bulgarian coffee, you know. It's strained through a grapefruit rind.
Now then, Miss Brooks, let's get right to the point, huh? What would you think of a teacher who would allow a student to become infatuated with her and then lead him on?
I think she was pretty terrible, Mr. Conklin. Who's the teacher?
Well, we haven't any positive proof, but the boy's name is Walter Denton.
Well, I think they both ought to be arrested. Walter Denton?
Yes, Miss Brooks. You can't deny that you were in the car with young Denton this morning?
But he was just giving me a lift until my car is fixed. I never see the boy at any other time.
Are you sure about that, Miss Brooks?
Oh, I'm positive, Mr. Conklin. Must be my laundry.
Your laundry at 8 p.m.?
I deal with the owl laundry. They only come out at night. Excuse me, Mr. Conklin. I'll be back in a minute.
All right, Miss Brooks.
Hi, Miss Brooks. I keep you waiting?
Yes, but not long enough. Look, Walter, would you come back some other time?
Come on, let's get into the living
room.
room.
No, Walter, no.
I'm anxious to get that letter started.
Oh, not so loud, Walter. Mr. Conklin is in the dining room.
Oh, the new principal?
Yes, and if he finds you here tonight, we'll both be out.
No, good. We'll have our coffee in the living room.
Hi, Margaret.
Quick, Walter, hide. Get behind those curtains behind the window.
Oh, yeah, but
I'll explain later. Get in back of them.
Who was it that rang, dear?
Oh, it was just a wrong number, Mrs. Davis.
On the doorbell?
I mean the wrong house number.
You seem quite nervous, dear.
Oh, I'm all right.
Oh, come and get some coffee. It'll calm you down.
Thank you.
The Bulgarians drink it flat on their back, you know.
I'll be flat on my back any minute, and I wish I was in Bulgaria.
Why, you're trembling like a leaf, Miss Brooks, and you're all flushed.
Well, it is rather warm in here, don't you think?
If it isn't too much trouble, Osgood, would you mind pulling back those curtains and opening the window?
Oh, no, not the curtains.
No trouble at all. I'd be only too happy to open the window.
And I'll be only too happy to jump out of it.
There we are.
Well, where is he? What's become of him?
What's become of who?
Bobby Breen. He used to send me.
Come on over to the couch, Connie. You're still overwrought.
Well, thank you.
Lay right down here, dear.
Oh, no,
I'll
thank you.
get you a pillow. You know, I keep pillows in the window seat just for emergencies. I always say you never know when you need them. Why, hello, Walter. Here you are, Miss Brooks. You speak yourself. Ow!
Margaret, what's the matter?
Walter Denton, come out of my window seat.
Aha! Just as I thought. Miss Brooks, where are you going?
I thought I'd run down to the Belgian Congo for the weekend.
Sit down, Miss Brooks. Young man, what were you doing in that window seat?
If you'll only give me a chance, Mr. Conklin, I can explain.
Go ahead. What were you doing in there?
Hiding.
Walter, tell them just why you came here tonight.
Well, I came here to see Miss Brooks. I thought we'd be alone.
Oh-ho!
Oh, no.
Well, she was only going to help me write a letter to my girlfriend.
I see. Now, let's hear you explain this, Miss Brooks. Here, read this page from Walter's diary.
Mine?
What is this? At last I've got what I want. Red hair and what a tough, sturdy body. Walter!
I wish everybody would stop saying Walter. Look, this isn't even my writing. Here, look at the other side. See, that's my biology notes from yesterday. I asked Mr. Boynton to loan me a piece of paper.
Mr. Boynton wrote that? Miss Brooks, don't you get it?
Get what?
Red hair. It's you he's writing about.
Mr. Boynton? Me? Just what he wanted? Tough and sturdy body. Well, I am strong.
Surely you're not pleased, Miss Brooks.
I'm not? I mean, I'm not. Oh,
Door's open.
Mr. Boynton.
I thought you said we were going to be alone, Miss Brooks.
You too. What's happening around here?
Haven't you heard? I've been made queen for a day.
Boynton, I'd like to know whether you wrote this or not.
Let me see it, sir. Yes, I wrote it. It was supposed to go into my diary. What's wrong with it anyway? She is strong, and I did work hard to get her.
Oh, Mr. Boynton, please, not in front of everybody.
It took 23 generations of crossbreeding to get a red-backed mouse like that.
Red-backed mouse?
Mouse? Amazing. Miss Brooks, I'm afraid I've done you a grave injustice.
You most certainly have, Mr. Conklin. You've placed your own meaning on unfortunate incidents.
But
You've accused me of misconduct with no proof whatsoever, and you've acted in general like a narrow, bigoted, unfair person.
But, Miss Brooks...
Mr. Conklin, I never want to see or talk to you again as long as I live.
Not even about the job as head of the English department?
Mr. Conklin, I've done you a grave injustice. Let's sit down on the love seat and talk this thing over,
Yes.
huh?
Well, we'll take it up first thing in the morning, Miss Brooks. I've got to be getting home now. Come on, Walter. We'll take the bus together.
Oh, we don't have to take the bus, Mr. Conklin. I've got my car outside.
Your car? After our collision this morning?
Oh, after I left you, I hit another car and everything snapped back into place. Well, good night, all.
Good night, Walter. Good night.
Good night, Walter.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. Conklin.
Good night, Mr. Conklin.
Well, now there's just the three of us, Mr. Boynton. Mrs. Davis and you and I. Gee, it's a beautiful night. Look at that moonlight streaming through the windows. If one would take a hint, there'd just be two of us. Two of us and one sofa. I said if one would take a hint, there'd just be two of us. Well, here we are, just the two of us.
Good. How about a little gin rummy?
That's the deal. Well, I blitzed Mrs. Davis 3 across, but I'd rather have lost to Mr. Boynton. He's certainly naive, my little biology boy. But though he's shy, he's glad of eye, and I'm sure he'll soon realize that the greatest thing he'll ever learn is just to love and be loved in return.
How often have you picked up a newspaper and read about an automobile accident? Chances are you think of accidents like that as always happening to someone else. If you could count on that, there'd be nothing for you to worry about. But chances are also that those very people you read about had the same feeling until something actually did happen to them. All it takes is that one brief moment of carelessness, but it can cause a lifetime of anguish. In almost every automobile accident, there are one or more violations of the law. Yet those laws are made specifically for the purpose of preventing accidents. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced and directed by Larry Burns. Tonight's script was written by Al Lewis with music by Wilbur Hatch. Next week at the same time, Columbia will again present another adventure in the far from placid life of our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.